Yeah, we need to know how fast it moves, and we know that on the surface.
Holy motherfuck. So
Oh
this
God,
it's
distance
been
is
2 billion fucking million zillion years
the
in
fuck.
2025, right? Caveman
I
number
think it's
8,271, Mole
easier
Man
to
number
teach in
5 billion
preschool
thousand,
than to
Mole
talk
Man
with
number
females.
357 million. How do you know what 17,000 miles? 17,000. Listen to these guys. This is what 17,000 means to them. How they know rockets are real and they're going to the moon. Because they stick two poles in the ground like Eratosthenes. These guys are fucking cool. You got your expecto
I'm
patronum.
letting you know right now.
Time over distance.
Hey,
No, there's
Omnivore,
no
by the way,
time over
So
distance.
they measure
this is when I get
sun,
ready to do my
earth.
thing, dog. This is when
They
I do
measure
my
the
thing.
sun, the earth, the speeds, the
I only
distance.
do it when it's like this, dog.
2 sticks. Go ahead, 2 sticks.
Y'all gonna make me do my thing.
So what's 8,000 miles an hour or 8,000 miles look like left to right to make sure this thing went 8,000 miles left to right real quick?
I can tell you, but it's going to shatter your reality. It's
I want the
in
the
1
stick.
hour
I
you
want the
travel
material.
8,000 miles.
The ruler. I know you know what that means, right? At school you have
Oh,
a
it went
physical
to
thing
your
called a
head.
ruler. Yeah, it's
It
12
was too
inches.
tough for you.
So out of this 12-inch ruler, is the whole ruler 8,000 miles or just an inch?
It was too far hard for you.
I have a ruler. Can you please tell me the globe distance, please? Globe professional, seer of all distances.
Yeah, glow. Yeah, ballologist.
We're doing
Aren't you a
ballometry. I
ballologist?
thought you knew the geometry of this. I thought you knew
No, this is flatometry.
the Euclidean distance.
It's a Euclidean distance.
Geometry working. All right, figure that out.
So no Glober knows the distance.
Does anybody have a
They
real
don't know
topic we
height.
talk about?
They don't know speeds. A ball will debunk every globe claim. Damn, this is crazy. I didn't know it was this easy.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I think you should maybe call MIT and tell them and record the phone call and then just play it here.
We'll get them on the phone. We'll do it together. I'll say MIT. Me and you are standing on the beach. We got an object in the air they claim is 250 miles away, moving 17 to 24,000 miles an hour. What's your reference and how the fuck would we know? And then they're going to say the same dumb fucking shit as you, aren't they?
Yeah, there's 8 billion people. And then
Are they going to
500
prove
say-
anything? Are they going to prove anything?
Yeah, if the ISS is in orbit,
Brother,
then
they won't even show it from 5 to 10 miles up. They won't even film it from that location. They keep saying, no, no, we're against doing anything real. No, dig a hole and look at it. That's what they keep telling me. To prove it's up there, dig a hole, they said. They said, go to the bottom of the Grand Canyon and prove the ISS is 250 miles up. I said, what the fuck are you talking about? I want to climb a ladder 250 miles and make sure that bitch is up there and smack it when it goes past. The fuck? That's what I'm talking about. Proving something, not making dumb gumbo yaya shit up. can't prove it's above 7 miles, what the fuck can you prove? Silliest shit I've ever heard of. These motherfuckers just got to take the word of everything. I think we live in China. I think that's what it is. We live in America, China these days. Shit. Nobody can know nothing. They all think they know something. They don't know shit. They refuse electricity. They refuse magnetism. And it's the only thing they can touch or do. This is crazy, man. Shit's got to change.
Can't even show us China in the lab.
It's okay, AI. You'll be deprogrammed soon. The globe program will be done. It's almost done.
Not a single side view image of China.
No globe. Globology is pseudoscience.
The pseudoist of science.
Hey, did you see what I posted? I tagged you, Omnivore.
I didn't see it. Hold on.
Well, I mean, it's just confusing for a glober because the only direction they have is nowhere. They've got not north. They can't never get to the north. They can't never get to the south. They don't know how to prove it. So
I don't see it.
I'd love to see what
Omnipresent
you guys.
cat tagged you.
I don't see anything tagged for me.
A whole bunch of solar panel motherfucking drones all flying away from each other, programmed to fly 39, 59 away from each other and hover right there.
Oh, I see it. Alex Jones breaking terror alert. DHS or other terror groups try to tie the homelands for false flags. Ha 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 ha. Well, there we go. All right.
Yeah, and I promise you, I don't go to Alex Jones and then come talk to you just about stuff.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about it, and then I read that, so I just found that funny.
Yep. I agree. That's pretty good.
Or do you think Alex Jones lost the plot? Anything he says is illegitimate? Is that how that works now?
I don't know if he's lost the plot or not, but I think it's definitely I don't know. I mean, it seems questionable.
Alex Jones, what the hell's he doing?
He titled this caption to like a post he made. He's describing exactly what I was trying to describe, like off the top of my head. He has a team of writers that sit down and try to make the most sensational titles. So he did a good job describing what I was trying to describe. The ISS debunks the globe.
The ISS debunks the globe.
Oh yeah.
That's a new one.
Oh yeah. Oh, you never had this broken down?
No.
Yeah, because you're in an elliptic orbit. If I observe it overhead, is it making a straight path or an arc?
It's going across the arc of the sky, no?
Yeah, right? So it's not a straight line, right?
Okay. All right.
Well, there you go.
I don't get it. What? Why?
Because the ISS is not claimed to be traveling in an arc.
I don't get it.
It's falling, right?
Right.
Right, so that's linear. Not an arc. But when I see it, it's in an arc.
You narc.
It's a snark.
Yes, the globe debunks the globe. Easy.
Easy.
Yes, fresh like apple pie, easy.
I don't think that checks out.
Your
Honestly.
mom was easy.
Globe debunks itself.
Your mom was easy.
Yeah. That's
I hate
bait
to
for
say it.
sure.
It was just there for the taking. I had to say.
Yeah. No one took the bait, Squiggle.
I was getting baited at one point in here. What was I getting baited by? I forgot what it was.
Sleeper cells. That's all your thing. That's always been the way, hasn't it?
Sleeper cells. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're saying.
It is a legitimate worry if you think how they think. They're long game people.
Yeah.
Do it from without or from within.
That's how I like.
China's the law.
And if the Iranian army and what am I saying? If the Iranian army can train people to be sleeper cells, then that legitimizes, when we were speculating about people carrying out false flags without exposing the underbelly of the narratives, right? If Iran can pull it off, then America should have no problem. Like, if we're legitimately worried about sleeper cells, sorry, what?
No, go on.
If we're legitimately worried about sleeper cells, like people in this country that have been, role playing as American citizens for like 20 years or something, they don't even go to the extents that they probably could to make a sleeper cell. Well, we won't know if
It's-
they're successful until we get attacked. So that's weird.
And there's no way to know if they really exist unless they strike.
Yeah, that's the messed up thing about it.
True.
Still won't know what they are when they strike either.
Well, it's getting kind of late over here. I'm going to go join my sleepy cell.
That was good, Omni. Have a great night, sir. Thank you for this forum.
Good talking.
Be good to each other.
Yes, sir. Be excellent.
You hear that, Red Cloud? You better be on your best.
Yeah. I'll stop being so horrible to people.
I'm about to get picked up by my family member. We're gonna go make music. I don't even
what
know if
music
I'm
do you
up
make?
for it. So we're making a sync album, which is pretty much something that could be scored in a movie. So it's really like epic sounding movie stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Epic sounding.
Yeah, really epic, honestly. This is like dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Stirring.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, good luck with that. That sounds like a hootenanny. And I hear
Yeah.
a hootenanny
You
is
use hootenanny different than I do. You said that sounds like a hootenanny. When I say
just
hootenanny,
realized-
I say it like an onomatopoeia, like fuck. Hootenanny.
Yeah, a hootenanny is a thing, isn't it? It's like what is a hootenanny? It's a southern music thing, isn't it? I'm not
Like a
person who can
hoedown?
look it up.
I don't know.
Like a
That's
hoedown.
another word you're thinking of.
I think so.
Hootenanny. I don't know. Maybe people use hootenanny differently.
No, it's probably me just misusing it.
I like the way
There's no
you
one here.
start using it that way.
I think it's a hootenanny is a country music party where everyone plays whatever. Like a hoedown, everyone has a good time. That's a hootenanny, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah, isn't it?
I'm
We'll go
definitely
with
not
that.
glad of hootenanny.
No, country is good for some, but not. It isn't for me. I can deal with it in very short spurts, just a little bit at a time. Like Gershwin, I can deal with it. I can deal with Gershwin in little bits at a time.
You ever replace curse words with random words? Like instead of saying fuck, you say like hootenanny. Like hootenanny
no.
is literally my fuck. Like if I'm at work, like
Yeah.
curse, I'm like something happens, I'm like hootenanny.
Oh yeah, I have such a word.
I've never had to not swear. I don't know.
I have
Maybe
such a
when I was
word.
little.
The word is frel. I would be shocked if anyone got that reference. It's F-R-E-L-L, frel. 5 points if you can tell me the name of the show. 10 points if you can tell me what the word means.
20 points if you don't care, and this is a gay game.
Wait, you said what's the word? I want
Frel.
point.
F-R-E-L-L, frel.
R-E-L-L.
F-R-E-L-L. It gives you the satisfaction of closing the hard F, and also sounds a little bit like hell. So you also have that, but it is not a real word, but it is from a TV show.
Are you like casting a spell on me right now?
No, I'm telling you about an old. You said a word to replace a swear word, and frel is such a word.
But okay, tell me what show this is from?
That's the question. Does anybody know? No one's chiming in, so I'll tell you. The show was called
Spaghetti Nanny.
The show was called Farscape.
That's Gape. Hey,
Far
That was close.
Farscape.
Oh, Farscape.
Did you watch that show?
I heard the wrong thing. I never heard it.
Farscape was sci-fi from Australia. It featured puppets from the Henson Studios, so Jim Henson's. It had some puppet work in it, limited amount, not a lot, but enough to make it interesting to watch. Before they had CGI a lot as well. I think they did have some CGI, but before it was a lot of it. And yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
That was the show everyone watched where I worked. I was a company, and that's what everyone watched. And we used Frel every day in our conversations.
Oh,
So you could swear at work and no one knew we were swearing.
right.
Because we weren't really swearing. And it had lots of other words as well. So Frel was one of them. And then there was other alien words that they used. Not all words. A lot of words were just normal English words, but they had a lot of alien words they would substitute. So, for example, in their alien environment, they didn't have years. Years would make no sense. So they invented a word for years. And there were other words that they used as well that were replacements for English equivalents.
Oh, I see.
So it made it interesting. I'm trying to think of one. No one has seen or heard of that show, huh?
I have heard of Starscape.
Farscape.
Farscape.
You
Sorry.
guys hear about the show where there's like robots that are like
It was, if anyone, yeah. If anybody saw one of the series of Stargate movies, they would know the actor Ben Browder. Ben Browder played the lead role in that show. And then he moved on to another sci-fi show, which I thought was interesting.
well, there's a show where there's robots and they're looking for drugs and they go throughout the galaxy and get all the drugs when they find them. Crystal meth cubes or something.
Talking about Breaking Bad?
No, I'm talking about Optimus
No, I
Prime.
haven't seen Breaking Bad.
Optimus Prime, the GoBots, the
That's not
Transformers.
a show I watch.
Oh, well, they're robots and they're like hooked on the cubes.
Don't watch much TV, to be honest. Here and there, not much.
Well, it's the Breaking
all
Bad of
rubbish.
robots.
I mean, it is. It's just so dire, most of it. It's all been done before 100 times.
Well, when Elon and them start making the robots, they're gonna get hooked on something. They're gonna be like walking around like you're gonna give them some kind of fentanyl or something. It's gonna be like I'm like, you all right, partner? Robot's gonna be high. What would a robot
What you
get
doing,
high?
laddie? Making all kinds of noise, that lad. You're gonna boogie, I'm gonna boogie. No one's here talking.
What's a robot get high on?
What do you mean? No one's talking? I'm talking.
He gets high on boogieing.
moving on down with my bad self.
I feel like there's another word. Not hootenanny, not hoedown. There's another word like not hooligan, but it's for like what you're talking about.
Luau?
I don't know if that's a word, but it's definitely what we're talking about.
A hoedown?
Or a shindig. That's the word I'm thinking of.
Shindig.
Yeah.
That's the word. The silly word.
So, Red Cloud, you want to hear something funny?
Go on then.
In the month of April, I was in the top 0.1% of Katy Perry listeners on YouTube. So
Katy Perry listeners.
I listened to more Katy Perry on YouTube than like the rest of the planet. And then check this out. That was the 0.1%. In the month of May, I was in the 0.06% of top Katy Perry listeners in the world.
Yeah.
He gave me a badge.
But
Wow.
for charity, did you buy the casting of Katy Perry's new chest?
For what?
No, I don't buy.
Trump that bitch.
No,
You
I
did
didn't
that?
even know
You
that was
bought
thing.
a casting of her boobies?
I'm filling them right now. They're phenomenal tits.
Oh man.
Do they
You
feel
can
like
watch a YouTube
bags
video.
of sand?
No, they.
You
You see.
special to you.
This is how I'm not. I mean, she still looks. She doesn't look old at all. She doesn't look like she's getting any surgery or anything. But she's always had great tits. And you can watch the video of the guy like while he's painting them on her. You know, you get a cast on. I don't know, and you can. She's not wearing a bra, and they're up and perky. And of course, she's never had any kids because she's a fucking loser.
Oh man.
Oh, that's something.
That was harsh.
And you bought a casting of said boobies
For
charity.
charity.
Well, that makes it okay.
Tax reduction. No pun intended.
Yeah.
Radar site still silent. Scramble.
That's an interesting way to raise charity, raise funds for charity. What charity was it? Was it the Los Angeles chapter of PETA?
It was an LGBTQTYXBUTS
squared.
Yeah, and it was and then it was in parentheses cherry chapstick. Non-profit, of course.
Your cherry chapstick.
I'm inclined to disbelieve you, sir.
Take down all unidentified bombers. They don't have many escorts. They hit our radars hard in the last attack.
Well, there's a YouTube video, and you can actually see me in the background of it as she's getting her titties painted for the casting.
The word
and
is
I can send you a
boobies.
link. I'm doing. It hasn't really blown up. I don't know if I'm not getting enough outreach or what, but I'm doing. Like I don't have any done yet that are for the public, but if once I get an order in, yeah, I'm gonna. And then the whole thing is like, you're painting like pink nipples on it. You don't know if they're, we don't know, right? So whatever you want,
What don't we know?
whatever you want them painted as, whatever colors, because you're supposed to usually the color of the lips, right? Like her lips should be the same. So if you want that, it's all in the website.
The website being katyperrysboobs.com. What is it? What's the website?
It's cherry chapstick nipples at Katy Perry.
I'm even further inclined on disbelieving.
Phenomenal nipples. I'll send you the YouTube.
All right, that's
gotta,
okay. That's
Party
fine. Thank you.
kissed
Though.
the girl and he liked it. Taste of her cherry chapstick. Sorry.
That's a good song.
I remember being at the bar when that was on. And nothing's wrong with two chicks getting it on. Because, sodomy can't happen.
So, how did you get in that situation?
Oh, having to pay the government a lot of money and finding out the most creative ways to get around it. See, now I wanted to see Katy Perry's titties in Zero Gravity, right?
I just think you're enamored with saying Katy Perry's titties.
Well, it does just roll off the tongue.
The word, you're still using it wrong. It's boobies.
Oh,
No,
is
it's
it
jugs.
Jugs. She got some jugs on her for sure. Now, would you call Donald Trump's penis a bell end? Or would you call him a bell end?
I'd call it something.
Moving on.
Speaking of Donald Trump's, what he's been erecting, you see those flagpoles?
Beautiful flagpoles. You do it better than I.
$50,000 a piece. We came in under budget and we went way high, way over the sky.
Wait a second. Are you the Trump guy? Is that you? We were talking to someone who's a really good Trump guy the other day. Weeks ago now. That's not you.
There's only one Trump guy. He's the greatest.
No, Seafoam does a
Is it
Trump
Seafoam?
thing. He also does like he makes little looks like South Park things, but they're Donald Trump. You'd have to watch.
Oh,
Yeah, he
Seafoam
does.
made all the South Park guys? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
No one tops the bop.
It's not it's not as if it's a really difficult impersonation, but it's still good when someone does it really well. Of course, Shane Gillis is the man when it comes to that.
I don't know. Sometimes I picture Shane Gillis instead of Trump.
His bit on Trump coming out doing the speech after they killed the leader of ISIS.
I was listening to that today.
Beautiful dogs. Beautiful dogs.
Rick needs to come out and give a speech when Iran attacks the United States.
He was crying. We said, "Don't cry." I wouldn't have cried. Cry baby Baghdadi. That's what we're all calling
Oh, Baghdadi.
Cry baby Baghdadi. Abdul Bagar Baghdadi.
I love the
He died like a
speech
dog.
after the Iranian bombing. We bombed Emilio.
No, what I was saying earlier about the straight shooter guy, didn't Trump say you've got 60 days to whatever? He gave him a deadline of 60 days. And then he dropped the bombs on him 61 days.
Wait,
61
what
is going to be a number that's going to be remembered for time. It's going to be in the numerology.
That does make him seem like a straight shooter in these matters.
I gave him
But
60 days
besides
to
these
get the
matters, he
refined
is
Besides these
uranium
matters.
out of the bunker.
Yeah.
Well, that's all the only point I made, because we were talking about those matters, were we not? And that's what I was referring to. Not that he's a straight shooter when it comes to buying a car or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know.
And I can't recall my words exactly, but I thought that I'd said that in this case, etc., 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 he's a straight shooter. Not he's a straight shooter when he's buying real estate off you.
My
But
beautiful wife, Melania, she says it goes to her left just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Mm.
They're trying to make Trump look like this punctual, assertive, I'm getting everything I promised done.
Who's
know?
asserting? Who is attempting to assert that? Who's attempting to show that he's anything but a threat to democracy? What they're calling him.
Oh shit.
So here's a question: do you think, if all the national media, not all, but only almost all, but almost all the national media hate him, and then all the daytime talk show people like The View and others hate him, and all the nighttime shows that were all about comedy but are now basically political wings of the Democratic Party, the DNC, and they all hate him, and every one of their monologues is at least over half of the monologue is Trump on every show. So it's got 3 different shows. And then social media, people, for example, Facebook, which contributed millions upon millions to the Democratic Party. See, you think that despite all of that, you think that Trump was installed or he is controlled? Squiggle, do you think? Can you say that's a reasonable position?
Like the puppet idea?
Yeah. I mean, if
I do think Trump is a puppet, and there's people that kind of,
but is everyone a puppet in that case? But does that if Trump is a puppet, does that make everybody a puppet then? Is everyone a puppet? If Trump is a puppet, then anybody can be a puppet.
Yeah.
Anyone in power. They're all puppets.
And if you're not a puppet, you're gonna die, right? So the president of Tanzania, right? So when COVID came along, he's like, these tests are bullshit.
Tanzania,
right? So so papaya, which is a fruit, and then
Tanzania.
Yeah, so a papaya and a goat tested positive, So this guy's like, yo, these tests are bullshit. COVID is fake. Y'all are dumb as fuck.
Sorry, I got
Right?
stuck
So
on
that happened,
Tanzania.
right? So then they assassinated him and they put a woman in charge and now everything's okay. Right? You know what I mean?
A woman.
They're making everybody like baby back bitches.
Who did this installation?
I mean, the New World. I can't really say the New World or the shadow government. We're never really gonna know them. You know what I mean? Like Trump, obviously. Like we all know, Joe Biden came in office because the election was a fraud. Right? It's the biggest fraud election. Like everybody accepts that, even Joe Biden, everybody. So yeah. So you guys got frauded, but you know what I mean. So. But there's a reason you guys got frauded, right? So everything Joe Biden did couldn't happen under Trump's name because there's so much shitty shit. You know what I mean? Like leaving $30 billion to the Afghan, the fucking, Taliban's. You know what I mean? So
That's an interesting angle.
doing a
I
whole
like
bunch
what
of
you're
shady.
saying.
Joe Biden was doing a whole bunch of shady shit that couldn't happen under Trump. That's the only reason Trump wasn't in office. You know what I mean? So they prolonged
So
his
interesting. I like
office.
what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah. All right. I get where you're going with that.
Certain presidents can't get away with certain things. That's a fact.
But no, that was messed up. How much military gear did they leave behind? Why did they do that? Why?
Well, you gotta tell yourself.
That's the worst thing they did.
You gotta tell yourself that everything is simulated through computers, right? So even this whole pandemic or pandemic was all simulated. So they knew exactly how people were gonna react. They knew exactly what to do. It's like computer tells you everything, right? So you guys, a lot of people were played for fools, and
I'm imagining they abandon a weapons, like just like a whole bunch of stockpile of weapons next to a place like Oklahoma City, and what would happen? Like that, like to do that in the Middle East, we think nothing of it because it's not hitting close to home. But if they did something like that in our country, that would be so fucking. Everybody would be freaked out.
Have you been in here a lot, Al? I don't recognize you.
rarely, right? So I let Stace take the stage, but she's not here, unfortunately.
I just didn't recognize your name or your voice. Are you in Geos or anywhere else? Chatting?
I've been micromanaged, right? So everywhere I go, my girlfriend's like taking tabs. So I haven't. No, I haven't. I never really been in Geos. I was in what's that server? Modern Day Debates, right? They have a YouTube channel.
Do they have a server there?
Witsit goes there all the time to debate. Yeah.
Yeah, the channel.
Modern Day
That's
Debate.
on YouTube.
Yeah, so I've been on their channel. I've been on their channel for years until I got banned. But yeah, that's about it.
Banned? What did you do?
I was talking shit about their moderators.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's the rule. The moderator's always right.
Yeah, and I started drinking, right? So I was always abstinent.
You were hammered.
Yeah.
That's why I don't drink not one beer. If you want to get
you know what?
banned or bombed, you talk about the mods.
Hey guys! You know what? My hotel room got raided 2 seconds ago, but I'm still in here. The hotel guy spared my life, so yeah. Tomorrow I have to leave before 11. But yeah, I got raided because somebody snitched on me. I'm not saying it's Stace, right? But somebody snitched on me.
Snitched on you.
Oh, you're not
Yeah,
saying
whoever.
Oh.
I didn't press charges, but whoever that was, right? Stace is probably spending a night in jail.
Bro, y'all gotta stop airing your business out on Discord, bro.
Someone snitched. Can you explain what that means,
okay.
please?
Hey, Jesse, yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up.
What does that mean though? That someone snitched?
I don't know. Somebody wants
Because
my
we
head
fuck with both of y'all. We don't want to see nothing to happen to y'all. You know.
Yeah, I know, bro. I've been having her back. I didn't press charges and shit, and I hope she comes back. But
I feel like I've lost the plot on this conversation somewhere.
Damn. Are we doing this right now?
What?
I don't know. I want the
no,
breakdown.
unfortunately, we are not doing this.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'm not sure, Al, what you're talking about. To be honest.
AI, just take the "and" out of your name.
Yeah, I know.
You're such a dick, dude.
Yeah, I should take the end space out of there. I'll take it out of there until further orders.
Right. Is it an
Thanks, bro.
ampersand? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, ampersand. Yeah.
What other weird ass funky symbols do we have for like
and are
a
you
3-letter word?
Do you typically go by the multiple ands or something like that?
You're talking about percentage. No, that's not.
Oh, okay, that's someone else. Right.
He's not around. He's been around.
I've been dating Stace for like probably 8 months now. We've been dating, but then tonight seems to have taken a sharp turn. But I gotta go further because nobody wants to hear that. like Jesse said.
Yeah, I'm still not
You don't want to
getting what
hear
you're
the
saying.
drama. Save it for your mama.
Sound like you're fucked up.
Me? Nah, dude. American cops
Yeah.
are cool.
Well, I mean, when
even
you spoke,
we
when
could
you
talk
spoke
about
that
it. I
last
just don't want
word,
it to get streamed to YouTube.
yeah, when you spoke that last word, it sounded like you was like nodding out, but I guess not. Maybe you was just sounding that way. My bad if you weren't.
No,
Is
I'm
it-
lit, bro. I'm lit. Yeah, I'm lit.
Oh well, I was right. You sound fucked up. I thought.
Yeah, we emptied 750 milliliters of vodka. That's not that much, I guess. But
Oh, okay. I'm not
I
getting all
knew
the
it.
American
I knew
slang.
it.
He's drunk.
Yeah, I can
We'll
call
have,
it when people are fucked up. They can
Okay,
hide.
all right, all right.
Have a
Oh, the
burrito.
name change. Oh, ouch. That hurt.
Okay. It took me a sec. I'm sorry, but it's slow.
I mean, yeah, I know, Jess. Yeah, I know. I like it hurt me too when I changed my name. Thanks.
Don't make decisions when you're you know.
Hammered?
Oh,
Yeah, don't
yeah.
make any brash
Enamored?
decisions because they might be irrational right now, right? Don't do
Spaniard?
anything you might regret when you're looking back.
Are you a Spaniard?
I get that, bro. It cuts deep. Thank you.
I always say don't make life choices when you're robbing a bank.
I always say make sure to have your collar high enough to hide the tattoo that you think you're hiding on the side of your neck underneath your ear, because those cameras are pointing right down at you and they can
Well-
see your fucking little tattoo you think you're hiding.
Well, Confucius say if you're going to beat
Confucius.
your wife, don't do it at a motel.
And also hide that.
Yo.
Then you won't have to be out by 11 the next morning.
All right. Yeah, I'm pushed out, bro. They made me put everything in my car, and I gotta fucking leave. At least the hotel guy was cool enough. He's like, "Dude, you put a shirt back on." Because I had my shirt off the whole time. He's like, "Put your shirt on. Put your shirt on." I finally put it on, dude. He's like, "Yo."
He was trying to pull
Yeah,
the stereotypical badass, wasn't he? No shirt, like fighting with your woman, getting thrown out of the motel.
Nah,
Having her
that
snitch
wasn't
on
my
ya.
goal. That wasn't my goal,
Typical
bro.
Spaniard.
Saw it on a TV show once. didn't
Now you're
No.
Canadian, right? You're not even a fucking American. You're acting.
Yeah. The whole time, right? Because Stacy came over to Canada for a while, and like, I don't know, the cops were called like a couple times, but and then she was like, "Wait until you come to America. I'm gonna call the cops on your ass. You get fucked up, right?" But then she's the one in jail, and I'm the one chilling in my hotel room.
Nice.
Not really, because she wanted my head stomped by a bunch of black people who are. I think I can hear them
All
through
right,
the
all
room.
right. Now I gotta know everything, dude. You,
Yeah, now I
can't
need to
give us
know.
crumbs and expect me to not want the cake now.
Why were they? Did they have to be black people for the sake of this story?
Oh,
He's
of course,
drunk.
of course.
The
Well,
poor
I guess
life
it just
choice was
depends on
made.
what
They
she
were cool. They
said.
were cool. They
The
were
poor
cool
life.
though. They were cool.
poor
Like
life-
I came, I like, you know, she was in front of a whole bunch of black
AI,
people.
before
and
you continue.
I pulled up, right? I pulled up, and I'm like, you know what? If you want me dead, I'll die right now for you. You know what I mean? And I told her whatever I had to say to her.
No, dude, you
So
don't do
she
stuff like that, man. That's
The
a
poor
serious
life-
life choice.
The poor life
Yo, this
choice
story
was
is
made
wild,
about
bro.
2
Wait,
hours
what are you
ago.
saying? You said a bunch of black dudes were gonna stomp you out. Wait, what?
He's drunk, chaps.
I don't know. Stacy ran to a whole bunch of black people, and then I chased her, and I'm like, but then as soon as I arrived, all the black people dispersed, and they went back into the hotel room. So I was safe, right? They like respected me, and then she was the one being disrespected, and then she didn't like that, right?
Black people are like bears, where if you just stand up really big and shout like slurs and stuff, they get scared, run away.
It just ends the rioting. They all leave the Apple store.
Especially if you got an accent like mine. That adds to the fear.
They will leave the
Listen,
Apple store.
they just want no problems. They're here for the night, like I am. You know what I mean? So they just
they
want back
leave-
to their rooms, and shit happened.
they took. I saw that they took all the iPhones, and all the iPhones just brick themselves after an hour. They just didn't understand. If you steal stuff from an Apple store, it's all bricked. None of that stuff is working. It's all in demo mode. It's so great.
Well, they'll be able to track it anyway. They can track those.
Yes, they can track them.
iPhones.
Yep, yep. And you can track even if you turn it off, you can still track it.
Yeah,
Can we
there's the
not-
last store you
can we
want to
not-
go into and steal something.
Oh my god, you guys suck. You guys make me debate you about.
If you add the
racist
N word,
news, not-
and demo becomes demon.
It's funny because you never see a black guy out with an iPhone, right? Only when he's stealing it or selling it.
See, in order for you to see a black guy, all you got to do is leave your rinky-dink shed in the middle of nowhere in the woods.
That's too much.
And
For them.
what does that do to the blacks?
What are you, South African?
I don't know why you're even talking. I was interested
What
in
does it do to the
story
dicks?
AIEX was telling us. Why are you interrupting AIEX to say some stupid
So were there if they were stomping your head for vodka, or what were they? What was the benefit for?
You're just enabling. Just stop. You're enabling. You're enabling at this point. Here.
Listen.
Just-
Stacy ran after a bunch of black people, and she's like, "Yo, get this man!" And then I pull up. I'm like right in front of all of them with no fear in my eyes. I'm like, "Yo, what up, girl? Go back in your hotel room." And they all walked. And they all dispersed. They're like, "Okay, let's let this man handle his business." And then she just kept going. And then now she's in jail right now.
She's good at rallying the
something
troops, right?
developed between then and the jail thing. She ain't
I think-
walk into the hotel room and then just magically appear in a prison cell.
I think the vodka has given him a case, an acute case. It's an acute case.
Wait, why are you interrupting him? He's gonna clarify.
It's an acute case of main character syndrome.
I'm going to clarify, right? Because I was in Canada, and she's like, "Fuck you! Like your Canadian cops, like there ain't shit. Wait till you come to America." So like right now, I'm in America, right? And then the American cops are like, "Yo, AIX, we got your back, bro. You want to press charges?" I'm like, "No, I love her. I don't want to press charges. I love this woman. Is she gonna come back?" They're like, "Oh, she might not come back, and if she does, then the
So she's
people
just in a
will
drunk
try to
tank. She doesn't have any real
someone."
charges.
Yeah, exactly. She's good right now. Like I could probably go pick
Oh
her
my
up.
gosh! I thought she got
Yeah.
charged.
No, I would never charge her, bro.
Why would you go pick
Like,
her
as
up
much
if she
as-
went through all that trouble?
As
Why-
much as
yeah,
she
you
would,
need to go-
as much.
What the fuck?
Why are you talking to
this?
this hammered man?
Because he
No,
needs to
stop
go
talking
find him
about her.
a
Go
different
find out where
woman.
the fuck she is.
He needs to. He's telling stories. He's laying in his bedroom, staring at the wall. He's not
Don't
in Canada
drive
or his
anywhere.
girlfriend.
I would go.
Don't look out your
there's no
window.
You gotta
girlfriend.
pull up to that holding cell, dog.
Don't go outside
Dog.
tonight, okay?
Yeah.
Do you have something to eat?
I don't think I'm allowed to drive, bro.
Did you fill up the fifth with water, and you drinking water out of the fifth?
I say you put.
Jesus take the wheel. He'll be
I
fine.
say you hang a sign around your neck that says "I hate YNs" and go out and walk up and down the street.
YNs.
No, I like all people.
YNs.
Yeah, YNs is it's an acronym for
YNs,
young
yeah.
nigga.
It's
So Cole just said the N word in a weird
I
way.
did not. I said YNs.
Yeah, but what does that
the
say? Whatever.
the YNs is a
Why is
music.
putting words in his mouth?
The YNs are a musical family.
Stands for Young Naughties.
Young
I like that.
Naughties.
That's better.
I don't know why I'm even asking. Has anyone heard of BB and CC Winans? No one's ever heard of BB and CC Winans.
You ask a British man what BBC means, and
British Broadcasting Corporation.
you ask an American man what BBC stands for, and
Big Black Cock. Is that it?
Yo, this video is funny as shit. Red Cloud. I'm gonna post it. Everybody should click this. Actually,
All right, I'll watch it just because it's you.
yeah, you can trust me when I want you to see something.
Who is him?
I can trust you. Yeah, I can trust.
Is it is Scribbles as a name and Kanye West in a mask?
You just call me Jesse, dog.
Squiggle.
All right,
You remember who I am because you're fucking trying to gaslight me with all your black comments. Well, don't
Are
have
you
to steal
black, Squiggle?
I posted the link. The song is like cracking me up right now.
Oh, Jiu-Jitsu is trash. Hey, you can take that out of your profile with a click in your settings if you want.
Okay.
I can't see that. J2 is
Steel
trash.
City JW. I never saw that person before.
Let's see. Instagram.
Hey, we
I ain't
got-
got an Instagram.
Jesse, we got 6 mutual friends. You want to be friends?
On Instagram?
We got 4 mutual friends too.
No homo though. Okay.
We got 6 mutual friends on Instagram. Really?
No, on here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Can I
here,
send
I
you?
added you?
Can I send you a friend request? There you go.
Yeah.
I'm
You
already.
can tell me all your racist flash jokes in private. I'll think they're funny.
I want to hear this epic music. I don't have
Chat.
Instagram.
You don't have to have an Instagram to view.
You do. Hold on, let me check. I think you do. I think you've got to have Instagram. Let me check.
Don't let it trick you and try to say like, "Oh, download Instagram."
Create new account. It won't let me do it. I have to create a new account.
I will, Jesse, share your screen and then we'll watch it.
Oh, you guys aren't able to watch it? All right.
No, it's on Instagram. I haven't got
too lazy.
Instagram.
I can't have Facebook and Instagram on my phone at the same time.
No worries. I'm gonna share my screen.
And now I just have X on my phone.
Oh boy.
Twitter.
All
You
right.
know, Muskie is all good and everything, but I'm sorry, the X is stupid. It's just Twitter. Just why don't you just leave it at Twitter?
Okay, so give him some.
They're all good for different reasons. I use X to watch like videos of violence, people, fighting at McDonald's.
I have to
Trump
unfollow
supporters'
people and say not interested in all that shit.
dash cams, body cams.
They show too many young kids. They show teenage, underage children fighting.
Oh yeah.
All right, now give me
Is
some
that where you saw
pretext
the
for
kids
this.
stealing the iPhones? You saw that on Twitter?
Yeah.
YouTube.
Well, I didn't see. I mean, I don't know if they were kids. They look like kids.
You look pretty young. All right, you ready to watch
Every
this
time
video?
I see a black man steal an iPhone, he is in a crisper shirt than I've had in the last month.
All right, let's see it.
All right, Marty.
That'd be funny though. Otherwise,
everyone's watching. Blue team, go.
This was taken on an iPhone. You can tell. Thanks for the punchline.
You hear how he I don't know what you call that when you do that to your voice like that.
It's a vibrato they were making fun of, I guess.
Yeah,
and I don't really hear. I can't hear it too well.
It's just so corny. He's like,
play the
Yeah,
vibrato part.
funny,
See how
guys.
he's standing on his tippy toes? And he watches whole commentary on this. He says he watches it afterwards. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was really up there." And he's wearing socks only, right? Because on stage he'll wear his socks, right? Now he's off stage here, and he goes into the middle of the crowd, and he'll play a new song, right, or a song that hasn't been
Who is
released.
this guy?
He's
I've
not a
never heard
street
of him before.
performer. He's not a dirty bum street performer. That's all you got to worry about. And he says the bandana.
That's just cringy as fuck, dude. Like he hit that. What'd you call it? A bravado?
Bravado.
Yeah, that was a cringy ass bravado.
I don't know if it's my shitty phone, but I watched the background and everything on that. So to me, it's just funny how it
If he's
seems,
lucky, somebody bought him a drink.
and he doesn't normally wear that bandana, right? He said he was sweating and the bandana was on his mic stand, so he put it on. And he forgot to put his shoes on when he went out into the middle of the crowd, right? So
Wait, you've seen this before?
I'm the guy to the left of the guy in the video you took.
What?
You don't believe me that I actually have the casting of Terry fucking what's her name?
Terry
tits?
Jones. That's accurate. I don't.
So anyway, AIX, are the blacks
Yeah.
outside your door or not? And how many of them were there? We want to know if you're fake.
Is here the drunk tank in America or in Canada?
I think it was 3 or 4, but yeah, like I said, they went back inside once they seen it.
Once the cops show up, that's when they went inside.
Yeah, yeah.
That's one thing. It's not so much the cops in America. It's the blacks in America reacting to the cops
in America.
Not really, bro. Not really. It was. I won't say it's of my doing, right? But I probably instigated whatever happened to me.
Dude,
And
it's
right
all
now
you're
I'm going.
doing. Come on.
And right now I'm going outside to try to recuperate whatever was in the fridge, right? Like butter, creamer.
Yeah, I would definitely go get the butter for sure. You're gonna be doing a lot of jacking off. Sounds like after this.
Butter. Who's got the butter?
Can't believe it's not butter.
See, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. I'm not the type of guy to jerk off. You know what I mean? It's either you do it or you don't. You know?
Yeah, either you come in your boxers while you're sleeping or you don't. So AIX, give us the scenario. You said you had gotten back to the hotel Holiday Inn, and there was a gang of blacks with Stace, and she was sicking them on you. But why was she sicking them on you?
Because they wouldn't stop barking.
Because you know what I mean? That's actually a good question. Thank you, Marty.
Yes, tell us what happened before.
What happened before is I said,
Yeah, why would she run?
I can't put it into words right now.
Why'd she run towards the black dudes? What was going on?
Well, I'm gonna preface this with I always like Stace more than AIX, and I didn't know they were together until whatever weeks ago when I.
Yeah, it's been 8 months.
And then AIX, I liked you more because he's Stace's boyfriend or whatever. So.
Yeah, it's been 8 months, right? So, yeah, it's been a great thing. It's been a great thing. Great, unbelievable things in my Trump accent. All right, Marty.
Would you say you've been drinking more or less over the last 8?
I've been having a tremendous amount of fun. The amount of fun I've been having is huge.
More fun than slapping an incubator baby.
More fun.
Is it more fun than slapping an incubator baby?
Yeah, I don't even know where to start with you guys.
Dude, I already have a stomachache.
Go Don't drive anywhere. You're not going to do that, right, bro?
No,
Unless
I'm
you're
just
driving
going
to
to
the
my.
police station.
Go make yourself vomit.
You know what? That actually be a good idea. But I'm just going in the trunk and getting whatever is cold, right? Whatever's cold.
I mean, you two only drink a fifth of booze, and it's not a lot.
Right? It's only, you know what I mean? There's a whole bunch. It depends what we're drinking. Like every day, I got you guessing, right? So yesterday, it's like, no, you're not even drinking shit. And then the next day, it's like, oh, 40% vodka in your face. And then it's like, oh, IPA, 9% beer. Or it's like, whoa, it just keeps on going. Some people can't handle it.
Handle this.
Fiddle Dick Taffy.
So, do the Canadian cops, did they ever have to ask you, would you like to press charges?
Yeah, they did actually. Because at one point, I was fending for my life. But I still said, yeah, I don't know. Because whatever
It's like
happens,
two
happens.
AIs talking to each other in this.
It's like whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? So like the Canadian cops, like, do you want to press charges? I'm like, no.
Dude,
And the
if you
American
wanna-
cops, like, do you want to press charges? I'm like, no.
If you want to get back at her, just go sleep with her mom. That's what I do.
Yeah, put a baby in her mommy and be your baby, be your daddy.
Bro, I'm not laughing right now, but you're fucked up for saying that. You know what I mean? She's like, her mom's like 70 years old, bro. She can't even get up, bro.
Can't make kids either.
Can you imagine how tight that thing probably is where she ain't had it in so long?
Well,
No,
what if she was on
I don't
coke
want- I
and
don't
she's
think-
still big as fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to go for her mother. You know how easy it is to replace a tampon? You know what I mean? You should like Godzilla after.
I like feeling like Godzilla.
So, what town are you guys in for sakes of blacks and assess the danger?
There goes Tokyo.
Indianapolis, Indiana.
Not good. There's not a lot of Indians in Annapolis. A lot of blacks. A lot of blacks. We got trouble
really
in the
cool,
house. We never see trouble over here.
Most of the time,
Well,
it's pretty
shit,
cool.
trouble's
You know what I mean? Like, organized crime is something of its own, right? You know, if you're running your own business, you know.
What you doing?
I'm here occasionally. Andy.
Well, AIX, why don't you catch trouble up on the conversation?
You know
Let's
what? I'm gonna
find
go outside. I'm gonna go outside right now with my mic.
Yeah, we probably need to
my
move
phone.
on.
You know, see what happens.
Let's move on from the invented fiction that we've been.
Before you go outside,
Listen to.
look around for the blacks.
Yeah, I know. Keyword never relax. I get it.
The YNs.
The young naughties.
I'm afraid to say, Trouble, that the conversation has not been too
Spiraled
fruitful.
completely out of all
Yo,
manner
the
of.
people Stacy ran like try to get some cover from me.
It's been like
They're
this for
open right
quite
now,
a while.
I'm about to approach their door, guys.
Why? Don't get yourself arrested. We don't need both you guys in jail. Come on, bro. Start sober up. You haven't drank enough to act this way. No, you're not acting like a man. Handle your shit. You can't fucking handle drinking anymore. I mean, I haven't gotten drunk since 2013. And I've gotten punched in the face by more blacks in the last 3 years than I had the previous 20.
Yeah, the way you said this shit.
Okay.
I got punched in the face by more black. Like, yo.
It's a routine occurrence for him.
That's pretty funny.
When you call a black Hawaiian to his face, you get punched in yours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going out there. You know,
So
go
I
see.
saw that Jen did a live stream last night. I was going to watch it, perhaps, and
Oh my god, Jaren's content has been getting worse and worse.
covering his so-called debate with young Master Whitsitt.
I've never liked Jaren. The only thing I ever liked about him was his intro, like the Earth exploding. Like that was pretty cool. And there's go back together. I don't know. And then rockets on the moon.
I thought Jaren Ism was weird. That's just a weird name.
Yeah.
Jismism.
Jism.
I mean, for a
Jism.
guy who has an OnlyFans that's only for men who like BBC.
So so I heard Trouble chiming in there.
Yeah, I was just laughing at Jism. I think it's called Jism.
Just saying, who puts ism at the end of their name? That's weird, right? Like he's a planet or a species or a religion.
Like some sort of verb or
Ism.
anything he says, like anyone has ever repeated, right?
Oh no,
No,
because he's.
Jaren is a planet. He's like a super plant.
I mean, he's more repeating what normal
Super
people
plant?
say.
So he's a plant.
You
Are
can't have
you
a
a
24-hour
Jaren?
sun on flat Earth. They kind of killed it
Yep.
at the South Pole.
So he still says that your guys' oblate spheroid-shaped spaceship Mother Earth pair has problems, but he won't say what the fuck they are.
He's come out of a long-term bad relationship. Give him some time.
All he did was gave people who wanted an out and out. That's it. You know.
No, he just confronted the problem that you all won't just talk about or admit.
Whose problem? His and
Depression.
yours?
Flat Earth history.
His
Yeah,
and
you
your
can- no one
problem? You
No
guys
one
should
can
seek
find
help.
flat Earth.
You guys should go seek help if you and him had a problem.
Trouble, how's it? What times are there in the future? Is it already Tuesday?
Isn't it?
Early
Yeah.
afternoon.
Is it like
Tuesday?
6:40? Is it 6:40, honey? What time
No,
is
it's
it?
2:40 p.m.
What
Early
day?
afternoon.
Holy shit.
Tomorrow.
Monday.
Are you in Monday?
Yes. You're from.
See,
I'm
I
from
don't
the
know
future.
how
You're
you're in
from
the
the past.
future and I'm not, just because my
Still
land wasn't
Saturday night here where
discovered.
I'm at.
Cole, you're
Well, if
living in the
flat
past.
Earth, if you're on a
Living in
flat
the
Earth,
past.
it's like
Saturday Night Live right
we're all
now.
equal.
Live from New York. It's Saturday night.
It's 8 a.m. somewhere in the world.
SNL used to be really, really average. And now it's below average. Has anyone watched any of SNL recently? It is not very good.
Well,
It's
Shane Gillis,
decidedly unfunny.
he used to be a writer and then he made some Asian joke and got fired, right? So, or wrote one and then they aired it. Who knows what the deal was, but he had a chance to host SNL and do Trump the entire time or some shit, right? Not just for an opening sketch. And he was telling this crowd this because he had, for his buddy, he had already like booked an event or something. He's like, "Oh, I could be on SNL tonight, but I'm here instead." And then everyone's like, "Why the fuck aren't you on SNL being funny instead of at some no-name event?" So I think he's literally mentally challenged.
Yeah, I think he is. He said he is, or he's got family that is.
Oh, McToon? Is that what's wrong with him?
McToon?
He does Downs jokes
Yeah, McToon's
and
mentally challenged.
autism jokes and Asperger's jokes. He
Now,
does
one
family.
thing, McToon, Witsit, and Jizenism, they're all they're getting fucking thin. Not like thin. Now, Witsit's growing out his big beard so you can't see his fucking, how skinny his neck is. And he's obviously fasting and doing MMA training. Okay, that's fine. Is Jizenism just doing it for the OnlyFans, or is he going down a slippery slope? Now, McToon, he's always looked healthy, but you can tell when someone looks unskinny healthy.
Well,
I heard Witsit was like on a quest to like figure out how many straight and curved cocks there are.
How many what?
How many straight and curved cocks?
Straight and what?
You know, because there's straight cocks and then there's curved ones. I think he wants to.
There's one thing.
He
It's
really
gonna go to
wants
the left or the
come down
right. You got one option.
One of them looks like a big banana.
Let's see
Holy shit! Changes the subject.
I'm going to
straight
pop
banana?
down. I'm going to pop down to. Where is it?
Oh, come on, don't leave. Where are you going?
Omnibenevolence.
Omnibenevolence.
Actually, it's not omnibenevolence. It's omnibenevolence because he spelt it wrong. I'm going to pop down there because the troll to regular, normal, rational human being percentage or proportion is too high.
There's nobody down there, are they?
Well, I will be, and if anyone who isn't interested in trolling and talking about angles of things,
Rationalism.
you
I
can
want
join
to
me.
talk about that.
And then there's this problem as well.
Who declares rationalism?
Who here has a non-Euclidean cock?
What in the?
Let's change it from talking about cocks to talking about why airplanes don't fly into space if they don't
Let's
dip their
do
nose
that. I think that's a good idea.
All right, it's called escape velocity. And what are we escaping?
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Gravity.
Did you say airplanes don't fly?
Yeah.
But who here thinks they got a straight
Where is
shape
space
on a
at?
globe? Dude, the globe
What
is
is
curving.
They skip.
What is space? What are they flying? Not space.
So they.
Jesse has something to say.
They don't fly through space?
Yes, escape.
Listen to Jesse. Jesse had something to say, bro.
No, space was everywhere.
Velocity.
Well, I mean, airplanes are in aircrafts, but there's also
Airspace,
spacecraft.
the space of the air. The
There's
space
aircraft
of air.
and spacecraft.
Aerospace.
And personal watercraft.
Can you prove when they get out with no air?
Well.
Airplanes are not in air.
It's the
Live.
boomer.
Didn't Katy Perry show you that shit?
24/7
Come back for the
live.
taste of sweet.
Start to
sweet
finish.
candy.
Show me when you get with no air. What the fuck does that mean? No air. What's that look like?
Boomer's got the best thing that's Zap Brannigan there. Did
Well, you
my
guys said you're
fame
flying
precede
in
me,
space
or is I
somewhere.
too quick for it?
There's only air. No matter where you go, 3959.
Come back to the zapper.
So air is 71% nitrogen, the rest oxygen. Is that what you mean by air? Traces of like argon or whatever.
Boomer.
Who
What
ordered
stops
send in the
airplane?
clouds?
When does stuff stop an airplane? From point A to B, when does an airplane get stopped by gravity? Show us.
Well, it doesn't get stopped. I mean, gravity's pulling the
I don't know. That's
airplane
what they're
downwards.
declaring. They're saying it can't fly straight or
But it has-
horizontal in the air or space. They're saying gravity stops it. Where's the gravity wall?
Why does it
Is it
stop?
3959?
Interacting with gravity.
Is it 1 foot past 3959?
It's 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
Where at?
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know.
I have the
Swam
loony turned
backwards
down.
that way.
What do you mean we're at all
When you
times?
come back horizontally
At all
that
times,
way.
bro.
Did you guys
Where's
not see the air
falling horizontally?
out of the sky last week? Like, Why did that fall
I've
out of the
never seen an
sky?
airplane hit an air wall.
He
I've
dipped
never
his
seen a
nose
low
down.
gravity air wall.
Yeah, because
Hey, Trouble, long time no see. How are you,
an
Trouble?
airplane penetrates air. That's what gives it, its lift, its force in motion.
The ships have to dip their nose down as they go around the
Ships have to dip their hulls down. The bow has to be dipped down. Otherwise, it would fly off into the air.
We all
that
know
would
what,
just start flying.
what does Wicked say? He says the jets follow the jet stream, right? So
That's the
changing
clue.
elevation up and down in order to get more fuel, so that the government funding and everything else that enables us just to have all this shit up in the air, so they can just profit more. So that's why.
Boomer.
So so from point A to B, who can study how gravity stops the airplane from going horizontal? Where does that
In the
happen?
game of chess, you can never let your adversary see your pieces.
Demo, can you
Show
get on
me
the
gravity on a plane, in a bucket, in a lab, in space. Fucking weirdos.
In a lab.
No, in the air.
Like a bucket of it.
Sending the clowns again. My name is Demok.
Where's the gravity wall? How long does it
I
take
am the
to stop
man
you
with
from
no
A to B?
name. Zap
From A to
Brannigan at
B,
your
wherever I
service.
fly on this planet, where's the gravity wall? How long does it take before I hit it? What's it feel like?
You know, one of the best things that ever happened on Futurama?
They
When,
cancelled it.
No, it was. I don't know. They were like, "Oh my god, we're all gonna die," and Bender goes, "I hope a robot doesn't go crazy and kill everyone."
No, where do we throw our baseball? What cliff do we throw our baseball and it just stops and rotates and it comes back or something? Like, where does this happen? Where's gravity grab stuff at? I never seen this shit. You guys make a good fucking weird claim. Gravity stopping airplanes from flying from the runway? That's fucking weird. I didn't know that was happening.
The luscious Leela.
So
Yeah, you know
tell
how to
us,
demonstrate that?
hey, Demok, do you do parties, mate? I need a clown
Do
for
you
my
have
fucking
any
kid's birthday
references?
party. Do you do
Do you do
parties?
demonstration part? Yeah, I do everything.
He does.
You do
blow up
parties. Cool, I need a
balloon
clown.
globes.
Yeah, I do real physics parties. And we get out a ball and show everybody how retarded globers could be if they believe this shit.
He can make a poodle out of balloons. Woohoo! Go, Demok!
Well,
His
how
name
would
is
you
Are you
Demok.
even allowed within 500
How would you
feet of a kid's
demonstrate to a
birthday
little
party?
kid where the? Well, listen, if you got the states and cities on the little globe, you could show him that
Yeah,
you're
hey,
leaving
just
from
a
one
quick one.
city.
Whoever said
Yeah,
they
but hold
do,
on a minute.
whoever said that, suggesting people might go that way is a bit fucking bad taste. So perhaps you could learn how to suck your own dick, maybe, because that's out of fucking
Well,
line,
look
all right?
what you're doing, man. You deserve it.
Whoa! Whoever said weird stuff, stop it. We're just talking
No,
about
we
the
were all in
of a
here
3D
chuckling,
sphere.
enjoying ourselves, and you're trying to agitate. It's a difference.
A 3D sphere.
Nobody
You get the airplane,
knows.
and you show the kids from point A to
Nobody
B
knows the
where
trouble I've
gravity
been.
stops you.
Yeah, Trouble, where
What's
have
the
you been? I
gravity
feel like I
It's
haven't
a
wall
seen you.
small
look like?
world after all.
What's the sphere of gravity look
No,
like?
anything but that.
Have you been on Discord, Trouble?
I don't believe it. She's a base.
Yes, I mean, can you hear me?
I bet nobody
Yep.
knows what that come from.
What server are you in?
What's
Where
that
you
I've been
been?
hanging over with the music.
Where?
So
I've
how
been
can
hanging
you
over with
fly in
the
a
music.
loop de loop?
Because
How can a stunt pilot fly in a loop de loop if
I can't
gravity
believe it.
stops you
I'm
from going
losing
in
to
a
a rug.
horizontal line?
Yeah, my bad, Trouble. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that was the genie.
If gravity's going to
What
stop
I'm
you
talking about was
flying horizontally, but it won't
uh
stop a loop de loop.
Spaceballs when they went to rescue
Oh,
the princess and she was singing
yes.
Nobody Knows. He said, I can't believe it. She's a base.
Nobody knows the
Dang, you
trouble
hit that
I'm
note
in.
mad deep. Red Cloud, you a baritone?
I just don't know speed.
I have a
or
very
anything.
broad range,
No scale. Globes
so I can
have no
do
scale.
Lee Marvin.
Wow.
Have you ever heard of the movie Paint Your Wagon?
I've heard of the jugs.
You haven't heard Paint Your
Your
Wagon?
globe.
No.
I was born under a wandering star.
What
That's pretty
the
good.
fuck? I was born under a cow's hide.
Damn.
That's the low C.
Hey, Trouble, I didn't hear what
The cow.
Trouble. I didn't hear what server you said you were in.
Miss
Miss
13 from Jim Pandas.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not many over there. It's very quiet, but they're all past
Yeah.
Earth, so it's just trying to get back into reality, you know.
Ask them what the reference for a ball is.
Halfway house.
They'll go nuts. None of them will pick up anything or show you shit. They'll just be like, blah, blah, blah. What do you think? What do you imagine? What do you imagine? So that's how they prove stuff.
Ba 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 boom.
Hey, you been trouble? I haven't seen you for a while. You been on holiday or what?
Yeah, no, I've just been hanging. What did you say? Have I been what?
Where have you been on holiday or something? Haven't seen you anywhere.
No, I've been over at Mrs. Just hanging there. Pretty quiet there. Not much happened.
It was
You
so
mean
bad,
Miss?
even Miss left Mrs.
Oh, has she? I don't think so. I don't know.
Right. Everyone pay attention. Sean's in the house.
Earth is aglow.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen.
You can tell it's, what is it? It's almost midnight on a Sunday. There's no one in here except the real
My sorrow.
crazy. No one here but us chickens. I had a buddy of mine from Texas. Told me the story about his dad driving his car and they're on vacation, something like that, and they're driving somewhere in Texas where there's nothing, there's absolutely nothing. And they drove past a farm about 100 miles of seeing nothing at all, and there was a dog and a chicken, and they only had like 20 miles to get home, and the whole rest of 20 miles his dad invented a song and wrote the song and sang the song all the way home. There's a dog and a chicken, there's a dog and a chicken. All the way home. And they never forgot it because they were so bored. They didn't have a radio or anything or something in his car, so he made up this song.
Oh, you just reminded me, dude. We took a road trip to South Carolina, and literally, I'm picking people up in my car, and we're all getting ready to go drive, for the next day. Okay, I get everybody in my car. Like, I hit the highway. Like, we weren't even really on the road yet. Dude, fucking kicks my stereo. Like, he literally drop kicks it while in the car. But we had no music the rest of the trip.
No.
It was stupid. So no joke, we were making songs off of the squeaking of my windshield wipers.
Oh my word, that's bad. This has to be before the internet.
This is 2006.
Before
Back
the iPhone.
when I was just a green boy.
Point made.
Back when I was a little robot.
I was just a lad.
Pretending on a globe.
When I was a baby robot 4 billion years ago. What the fuck?
I remember those days before the iPhone.
I remember when you could prank call people and there was no caller ID.
Good times. And then Steve.
No caller ID, what?
Steve got on stage. This is a day I've been looking forward to for 4 years. I watched that keynote so many times. It's just a masterclass in presentation. It's so good. Watch Steve Jobs introduces the iPhone. Watch it. It's really good. So what are we going to use to input? We're going to use a stylus, right? No. Nobody wants a stylus. You have to get them, you put them away, and you lose them. Yuck.
Oh yeah, I had a phone with stylus. I had a Palm Pilot.
Yeah, me too.
Oh shit, yeah, dude, I love that phone.
That thing's pecking away at the little keyboard, the little plastic stylus. I thought I was Buck Rogers. I had
Yeah,
my iPod.
that was a different era, dude. When I had that phone, oh man.
Yeah. No, I had a Palm Pilot. It wasn't a phone. I had just a Palm Pilot. It was just a little organizer. It was that, and I had my iPod, and then I had a voice recorder, and I had my little crappy flip phone, Samsung little flip phone thing. And so I had those 4 devices. And like I said, I thought I was in Star Trek land there. I thought it was 24th century, or at the cutting edge of technology.
And you were.
What was that BlackBerry thing, was it? Weird little fucking mini thing that didn't do anything, but it could do everything? Was it a BlackBerry or Blueberry?
Just
smartphone.
smartphone.
That. What was the one that you had to put in the dock to sync every night?
That was the iPod.
No, before that. It was a
Before that.
dot matrix display.
Yeah.
Remember the
Got
Sidekick?
pocket.
Remember that Sidekick?
Yeah, the Sidekick. Yep.
If they made a 5G
Motorola.
Sidekick, I'd buy it.
Yo, me too. I'd switch back to Sidekick for my iPhone. It was like a handheld computer, man. That thing was sick.
When is 25 years of the iPhone? When does that happen? 2 years from now, isn't it? No, that's 20 years.
Remember Zune? You guys had a Zune?
Oh.
It's pretty quiet over on MSN right now, too.
MSN.
Palm Pilot.
Palm Pilot.
That was. It wasn't Wi-Fi. It wasn't cellular or anything.
Nope.
But it would have you could sync it to your calendar, like you just put in the cradle and then have your calendar there. You could compose emails that then would send when you synced it. And it had that sweet submarine, destroyer versus submarine game on it.
Yes.
Oh shit.
That was cutting edge, wasn't it? That was bleeding edge of technology there.
Dude, I used to play
What about-
Snake on my phone. Those
Yeah.
struggle days. You ever play
What about
Snake?
the old,
Yep. On a flip phone, yep.
the old N64? Watching that cutting edge graphics, oh my god, it was like you were there. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should make a wall of water and put a little
Dude, a buddy of
submarine
mine
in it,
had
and then
Pong
shoot your
when that
torpedo
first
at
came
an
out.
angle
I
that
remember
way
playing
down,
that.
and it'll come out of the
his,
curved
so he was
water.
very good at it. So he just trounced me.
Make a ball of water and put a little sub in there, and show us how the missiles can't shoot out of curved water.
That was interesting. experience.
Show us how
Hey,
in your globe your little rice missiles can't shoot out of your curved water.
Would a solar panel on Mars work just as well as one on Earth?
Yes.
You can't even
No.
write
That's
number
a-
one in the dirt
No.
on Mars.
No.
The further away you go from the sun, the less solar panel will work.
Mars
Right,
isn't
that's a
further
good
Less
away from the
atmosphere,
sun.
though.
Bullshit.
Less
That's
atmosphere.
not true. The
And it would
hottest
stay
thing on
cooler.
Earth is farthest away from the sun, Cole.
Yeah.
I
And
think
there's
you're
no
wrong.
clouds.
Yeah, that's why when they go all the way to Jupiter and Saturn and stuff, that they can't use solar panels. They have to use
Nuclear.
RTGs.
Well, what
those
about
dust
on
storms-
Mars? They had
Dust
the
storms on
dust
Mars would ruin your day.
and
Yeah, that's
then
true.
the shit didn't work. But then the dust got cleaned off the solar panels somehow. The
It's more
photovoltaic
money
panels.
laundering. They
Well, I
cleaned
didn't
up
say
the
they wouldn't
money
work.
laundering
You asked
scheme.
would they work as good as they
That's
do on
good.
Earth. That's why
I
said
thought it
no.
worked better, but I may be wrong.
But now with the thinner atmosphere, like Boomer said, I don't know. But I do know the further away from the sun you go in
Yeah,
space, the less
you
they
guys
work.
don't know. Yeah.
NASA, invest in
Well, the
us.
thing,
We'll give
Yeah.
you a 20% return.
Yeah, Mars. I mean, NASA are the first ones to tell you that Mars doesn't really exist like you guys think it does. They practice for it on Devon Island, like they've never been there. They just practicing.
Devon Island.
I'm currently
Yeah,
putting
in Nunavut, Canada.
Mars for sale right now.
What, Cole?
I'm currently putting a satellite around Venus on screen share. I'll think about
Yeah, did you know that Venus and Mercury are the moons of the sun? Just like Earth has,
Oh, so is Earth.
Luna or the moon. Like the sun also has moons.
What are you gonna do,
And
Cole, when this is
Mercury-
actually
they're
like
called
a
planets.
It's not a simulation. It's not a game. It's real life, and they come and recruit you because you've been putting in real payloads into
Is
orbit
this
this whole
real
time,
life?
like Last Starfighter, except for
That'd be crazy.
Yo,
Oh, that's
AI,
cool.
yo, AI,
Oh, there you go.
Yo,
They
AI,
think you're
where
an
did,
expert pilot.
If that game was true, you'd all be sent to
that was
NASA.
rude.
You'd do what NASA can, send stuff to the moon. Isn't that cool?
Yo, AIX,
Well,
where did you hear that? I'm curious where that, idea came from.
Where did the physics
Last
go
Starfighter.
from your computer to reality? Are they not
Movie.
mimicking reality
Right.
right? Is
Yeah.
your computer broke?
So like the Globers think of the blue marble or whatever they think is reality is actually a 3D version of reality, and they do 3D cosmological kind of like planning.
thing.
You got
No, but
anything
that's
new,
what I mean.
Alex? Or you
They
just
just
gonna fucking
invent
run the
that,
same old
right?
shit?
To invent
You
the
got anything
model.
new, Alex?
3D model.
How about something new, Alex? You're on the same old shit, man. It's getting to be bland. Got something new? Come on, you find
They've
something
only
new,
got
mate.
flat
It's
models.
new to me, dude. Hold on, I want to hear.
They've only got flat globe models.
Yeah, but we're humans, so we need to invent a 3D cosmological model, and the one we currently have is the one people all preach is, religiously.
don't
Like
exist.
the globe is in here.
Ball physics don't exist in nature or reality.
Yeah, they're modeled.
There is no such thing.
Like,
There's no
what
reference.
if Earth was a 3D rock ball, and what if all these things rotated around it, and so they come up with a model. But then the Copernican
made no
model is
sense?
not the Copernican model that we accept today. Doesn't answer questions. Doesn't answer a lot of stuff. So most globers won't even claim the Copernican model anymore. They just claim whatever bullshit is out there.
They can't know anything.
They always-
They got to keep making shit up because they have to keep discovering stuff that they don't know. So they really can't know anything to be able to discover more stuff they can't know, right? Science.
So will the Jedi take
can't
back
know.
Coruscant? Do you think
Shut
the
up, we
Jedi will
can't
get
know.
Coruscant back or what, Alex?
Globe
Oh, shut up,
science.
Gamok. You're a boring cunt. Fuck,
Globe
man, where you
science,
going all
we
the time?
can't
Really gets
know.
boring.
Hey man, you can hire me at parties.
So,
They
so
won't
Alex,
think so.
will the Jedi retake Coruscant?
I bet you the people laughing at your ass, but if I go to the party, won't think so.
You happy now? You clock round down?
Is the crowd laughing
So
at
will
you
the
yet
Jedi
because you don't have any globe
There
proof
you
and you're
go.
crying about it?
Can't
Don't
help
cry to me
himself.
because you can't trust your government.
No, he can't.
Got
He
put
needs
up in the
help to
schoolyard
help
and
himself.
been bitter ever since.
Okay,
Why would they
Boomer.
lie to you? Why would the Department of Defense and NASA lie to you and not give you your ball?
Yeah, so will the Jedi retake Coruscant? It's an important question. You think that they'll do it, or will Palpatine remain in charge?
We'll figure it out when you know what a ball does.
So, Trouble, this is what you'd be missing.
You're not missing much.
It hasn't been much better. It's a little bit better than this. sometimes, but when it's like this, mostly I just don't even come in. I just listen to it and I think, I don't
How do you
think I
guys know
will.
which imaginary physics are right?
Particularly if this is what's happening.
Yeah,
It's
where's like
demo
all the other
when they can
people?
find an aeroplane in Australia. That's how I know they've got it right. When you're not too scared to come up with a flat Earth map, then I'll know you might have something.
One day when you go get a toy helicopter, an airplane, and a hot air balloon, maybe you'll get next to a ball and show us how they work while they're 90 and not dipping or tipping.
I don't need to know how it works.
That's the sound we make when Glovers can't demonstrate. The Globe circus of religion.
Can we just, mate, just turn him down, honestly. I know that's not very popular opinion and everything, and people may object, but I just have him on 1%, I think, and just leave him down there.
What are you guys
Honestly, mate, it's
imagining?
just, it isn't.
What kind of physics are you imagining on how to fly around a ball? Imagine you're in a helicopter and you got to drop vertical around a ball. How does that work? Show us.
Demok, do you want to tell us what kind of physics makes two celestial poles over a
How
flat
do you
Earth?
vertically drop around a ball is what we're asking. Stay with us here.
No answer.
Give her some smelling salt.
No answer.
Trouble, how many
Wake her
poles
up.
does Earth have?
We're just
Probably.
looking for vertical dropping stuff. Stuff that drops vertically
Same number
down
of
around a
sexes.
ball somehow.
What kind of pole are you talking about?
Like a moon or a sun or a side view. Like, how does that work? What's that look like?
Don't care. Show me the flat Earth. You want me to live in a
grab a
magical
map.
cell?
Go
Show me
grab
how it
anything
works.
the Department of Defense gives you. It's all
I
flat.
can't. You don't have a
Go
flat
to
Earth
the
map,
hardware
apparently.
store, get a flat ruler, a flat meter stick. There's flat inches. There's flat miles. They're all horizontal and straight. There's no such thing as any globe store or any globe curves. They don't exist.
Boring.
So you can
So,
only go
Boomer,
get
you're just
no
hearing silence now because that's what I am.
reality and all the flat Earth proof you got.
Down to 1%, you hear this. It's
You
like
just hear
a kind
this
of a
in the background.
Where's
an
your
Oompa
curve
Loompa that's
stencil
selling the
at?
chocolate. He's
Too
got a
bad
throat
we
full
got
of
a
chocolate.
flat
He's
Earth
going
stencil. Too bad you don't have a globe stencil. No globe meter.
When it's really quiet, I just hear the ball. I just heard that word, ball. Said a ball.
You know, if the guy put some effort into actually something, he could send his voice to demos. He'd get gigs on fucking video games doing voiceovers. But the fuckwit can't even rub two brain cells together. And that's where he fucks it up. But he would actually be really good in voiceovers for ads. He just doesn't know he's got fucking talent. And that is what I call a fucking idiot. Ding.
Don't talk to your mom like that. She's a good
Team
lady.
Skeptic. Team Skeptic's doing Sovereign Citizens now.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen some of his videos.
Yeah,
They've been doing them for a while, hasn't
He's really good at them. They're some of the best videos.
Must admit, though, Soft Sit's pretty low-hanging fruit, though, isn't it? Pretty easy target. Because the guy's a dickhead. He thinks he knows better than a magistrate. And I'm sure we all do. But you don't go into their forum and tell them they're idiots.
Have you ever shot
That's not
anything
going to
on a
work.
ball? Have you ever shot anything from a spinning ball while you're standing on one? You wouldn't know anything about that then.
I've watched somebody.
You got no ball
Flat Earth
references, boys. You don't know what the fuck that even
in the
means.
state it's in. You know, I've been watching some more of those. Some citizens are quite good. When they get stopped by the police and the cop says driver's license and registration, and the sovereign citizen says, "I'm not driving, I'm traveling."
Yep. The sort of shit that didn't even work on your mum when you were 12, those things can work on a copper who, I must say, with all intents, are fucking trigger happy. Whoa. That's balls, isn't it?
Well, I don't understand how someone can think, I'm in a car and I'm steering it and, I'm on the road, but I'm not driving? Traveling?
There's a thing about this where with people, a psychological thing where if people find an excuse, they'll try to use it. You know what I mean? Like if you find a tunnel into the bank you'll try to work out how to get in and get the money. You know, you won't say, hey, there's a fucking drain that goes right past the bank. So people will think they've got a loophole and then go out and try to use it. And that can usually end up with a fucking truncheon on the head or a night in a jail cell.
But I don't understand it. What's the angle? Because if you don't need a driver's license, then why have they got driver's licenses?
Because they're Glovers.
That's the first question.
They've already signed up
So
to the system. And you have to get out of it, which means you have to give up a license, you have to give up your birth certificate, any rights to pensions and all this sort of shit, and be self-sufficient. And none of them have the courage or the funds to go the whole way.
I realized something when I was watching these videos. And the first thing I realized was a sovereign citizen will pull over for the policeman and then refuse every order and request from the policeman. So why did you pull over? That's the first problem. And then the sovereign citizen will go to court and argue that the judge doesn't have jurisdiction. But if the judge doesn't have jurisdiction, why is he in court? Why did you come along to the courthouse to talk to a man who has no jurisdiction over you? Why did you pull over for the policeman who has no jurisdiction over you? If you really believe that you don't need a driver's license and the cops have no authority over you. If you pull over and then won't do anything they say, why did you pull over?
Because they're all filming it for themselves.
Yes.
They don't pull over before they start recording. So
Yes,
that they
to get
can show
content.
that they're the one that found the magic words to say in the right order to not get the ticket.
That is
so they
true.
can be the next grifter, because then they can charge for the seminars.
So if I get a wooden stick and a robe, I can tell you what to do.
I thought that was
Is that how it works?
you pulled over the policeman, but then you won't do anything else he says.
Only in a lab.
Depends on your reference frame, D-Monk.
Here's the other one, though. Like, you see these guys driving around with the big Jim beam across the back window. Is that saying, pull me over, coppers, I'm fucking pissed?
How far away from your reference frame do you have to get before it's not your reference frame anymore?
Something
no, listen,
exempt.
this is a good question. Glovers don't know the answer to this. How
I think
far
that's
away do you
great.
got to
The
get
magic word
away
on the
from your
license
reference
plate.
frame before it's not your reference frame anymore?
It stops the cops from
That
pulling
is the
people
good
over.
question, D-Monk.
It
D-Monk said,
certainly
how
fucking
far
is.
away, hold on, D-Monk. He said, how far away do you have to go from a reference frame before that's not your reference frame anymore, before your reference frame switches to another reference frame?
Yes, baby.
When you're no longer subjected to the reference
Yes.
frame.
No one cares because
So-
Demok said it, and he's quite boring, to be honest with you. If you had some new material, it'd be worth it, but he's just boring now.
It's not worth
really
it's not
boring.
worth paying attention to this thing.
What do
So
you
the
do,
answer to the
Space
question
Blue?
is if you're subject to that reference frame, and you're
Just because
subject
you
to
guys
it
have a
if
low
you
IQ
have
and can't
emotion
think doesn't mean
imparted
anything.
from that by that reference frame, and then you'd also or some other way of impact on you. So gravity, for example, or wind, or
Red
whatever
Cloud,
else.
your mic is scratching.
Oh, is it? Oh, I'm sorry, chaps.
Yeah. Try
sorry.
now. There you
All
go.
right, so
Good now. Good now.
thank you.
Magic word.
So as far as I'm concerned,
Wow.
it's the reference frame is whatever affects you. So if you're on Earth, you're affected by the Earth's reference frame. When you leave it, you become progressively less affected by it. Angular velocity being
Can you have one reference plane and then multiple reference points, D-Mock?
No. So if a camera's on a spinning ball, how far away do I got to get the camera before it has the visual reference of that ball still? Before it's not that reference frame of visuals. How far away? The camera, a real ball. Let's be real here. Let's not make magic jokes up instead. Let's not be funny.
Well, can you zoom in with the camera? Can the camera be far away and you zoom in?
You can do whatever the fuck you want with it, as long as it's a ball that's moving, and then you move the camera. Then you have the camera on and focus it on the object, start spinning it. Then you'll see the object doing what the balls allow you to do. Then you move. Stop breathing heavy, fucking weirdo with low IQ. So then you move the camera
Oh, did it?
away from the ball. and it doesn't see the object move the same way it
You
does,
turn it back up,
there
Boomer.
you
Come
go.
on.
Then we're good to go.
Just watch for the green and just try not to overtalk him because it's really, really messy. Other than that, just whatever.
I didn't say anything, dude.
And sorry, okay, pardon me.
No,
I was
he's
going to
good.
say though, because if it gets messy for people listening, if I'm overtalking Dema because I have him turned down, I am sorry. I don't care.
Because he doesn't like reality.
I apologize for not caring.
I apologize. He hates reality.
A troll is a troll is a troll.
That's what you're doing, troll number one.
Well, actually, the interesting thing is the psychology of a troll, because most people usually don't show that they're an idiot, but a troll is the one thing that continues. That's what makes them an idiot. You can be silly, but if you keep doing it, you're an idiot. And a troll actually puts on display how dumb they are, and they keep doing it. They're actually a very interesting psychological study.
Yeah, displaying physics makes you a troll in this room. So if you grab a ball and show what the ball does with the ball, that makes you retarded.
See, Squiggle is, you know, he's. If you talk to him, he's not a dumb guy, and he's got some good points sometimes. If you sort of look at it from his perspective, you could go, okay, I understand where you're coming from. You're wrong, but I can still understand what you're saying. But this dude here is just, I don't even know what to do with any of it. I had to turn him down. I'm sorry and everything. But
he's so fucking retarded.
Yeah,
I didn't
I've had
get
him
the
in not
answer.
bad situations
How far away
too.
from the spinning ball
It's when
do
it
I
gets to
have
about 4 or 5, he has to put the ball
for
on
it
the end of
not
his
to be
nose and spin it like a
referenced?
seal and do the clown show. It's just, it's fucking internet tough guy at its ultimate.
We're trying to ask questions and learn stuff here.
Yeah.
I know you guys don't want to learn anything, so go in another room where you can't learn. The more you don't know, go to that channel.
Oh, he can't learn because he's got you turned down, and that's perfectly fine.
You know what's funny
So can you
though
learn
is that
and
the ones who
demonstrate
probably
how
most
far
shun
away from
teachers
the
in their
reference you have
teaching
to be?
school life are the ones who want to be teachers outside it. Isn't that weird? They hated teachers because they wanted to be one.
Yeah,
Dima, go to a room where you can teach people instead of a room where you just get turned down.
We'll get a
I will
ball. You learn
I
it.
will stop
Get a
doing
ball,
this
get a camera,
and stop
do what I
talking
ask.
while he's talking when I'm compelled to by a moderator. But then I'll be able to make my case that there are some people that
Cloud,
need to.
you're good. We don't need any more meta. We all understand.
All
No one
you
has
guys will do
conversations.
Thank you.
You guys will say,
Thank you for understanding.
We don't know
I was
how
being a
far
bit meta.
this reference.
It's late and I'm drunk.
No one has conversations
Really?
with
You don't sound like.
That's a Jeremy Clarkson. I'm sorry.
Because they
I'm
don't
late.
have any answers.
No, it's late.
Fucking
I'm
law.
drunk.
Oh.
Google doesn't have the answer. Broke.
I don't drink.
Robots are broke when you can't Google the answer.
All right, here we go. Fixing to do my retrograde to target burn.
Let's see what I'm watching.
Better turn my throttle back up.
This is quite some solar panels you got in there, Cole.
Ask that question in Earth Awakenings. Maybe you'll get an answer. Say how far away from any spinning object you have to be before it's not a part of your reference, before you're not looking from that point of view.
There's a ball. There's a ball.
And then who's proving it?
In the minute
I
40
think
seconds.
DMOC's battery's dying or something. He's getting further and further deeper into that tunnel he's trying to talk to like a microphone. Just fading off into the sunset. But still talking the entire time.
From the proof.
Into the
talking about a
vanishing
ball. I want him to talk about a ball.
I hope one day I'm just talking to somebody at a bar or somewhere out, and I say the word DMOC, and they're like, they know who I'm talking about.
Oh.
That will be the day. That night will be amazing.
I have a word for that. The word is
No. The devil will actually be ordering a fucking Coke because hell is just frozen over when that happens.
the word I have is unfamous. And that is, it means someone who is very famous amongst a very small group of people. And if you're in that group of people, everyone knows Demak. Everyone knows, But outside of that, nothing.
Better yet, on a flight, a nice long transatlantic flight. That's where that's where I bump into somebody who also knows of DMOC.
Everyone knows
You know who's
Joe
one?
the Toad Rogan, right?
You know who's one who would be me? You know Jazz Conda, the Kiwi pilot? Imagine if you got onto a plane and you heard, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your pilot, Jazz Conda. We're about to be..." I would fake a heart attack, and then I'd realise it wouldn't be fake. I'd have a real heart attack if he was at the controls of a plane. Oh, dude, I'd be scared.
Some people have got some good, distinctive voices. One of the spacey YouTube channels is Scott Manley. Ever heard of him? Anyone?
Scott
Yes, I
Manley
like Scott
here.
Manley.
Blasted.
He goes, "Hello,
Fly
it's Scott,
safe.
Scott Manley here."
Scott Manley.
Hello.
He made his
Scott
pilot
Manley.
license not too long ago.
The
One
latest
time he was,
SpaceX launch happened.
He
It's
was
great.
doing a stream like outside, and there was this guy behind him, assumably a fan, right? And he sees in his phone, the guy behind him, and he goes, "Oh, we got one of the we got It didn't want to say fan, and I don't know what word he didn't want to use." So then he had to go over and talk to his fan. And I think from then he stopped doing shit in public because people want to be like saying hi or something.
Yeah. There's another channel on YouTube we watch, Wifey and I watch, called Paging Mr. Morrow, and he covers Disney parks and Universal parks, and he goes to Disney Paris and Tokyo and California, of course Disney World, and tries food and see what's changed and all sorts of things. And he's great. He's really great. Super, super nice chappy. And sometimes people spot him, fans of his channel spot him, and he has to pause his recording. It's really cool.
What's his name?
Paging Mr. Morrow.
Okay.
Hello, friends. We are here at Epcot. He's great the way he does it. We're going to ride some rides, eat some food, and have a beautiful Epcot kind of day. He does the same intro for every video. Hey, friends, we are in Tokyo, Paris, blah, blah, blah. Tokyo, Paris. Disney, Tokyo.
They say if your intro is more than 5 seconds long, then it's too long.
Who's they?
They say
Dave's,
of the Apocalypse.
YouTube algorithm. The same
Well, it doesn't have an
algorithm
intro.
was-
It just introduces, says, "Hey, friends, this is what we're going to do." And this is a bit. It's a little bit he does. Anywho,
Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert does 2.5, 3 minutes.
No, I'm talking like what's the? I try not to watch porn. I always preface that, but what's the YouPorn? Right, just a little drum thing, right? That's all you need. Like, there's enough time. I guarantee you will be bored in 10 seconds of silence. Are you ready?
You sure that's not the Marty effect kicking in?
You couldn't wait 10 seconds. You waited about 6.5.
No, because of the Marty effect. The Marty effect is fucking, would actually make that true. But there are other people who can get away. Look, when I do an intro for my club, for my footy, I always say something like, "Well, guys, I'm back here where I'm about as popular as a tourist brochure in Iran." I always do a joke
Iranian
about
tourist.
current affairs.
The Iranian tourist office.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And last 2 weeks ago would have been, I'm about as popular as fucking, I don't know, Donald Trump's fucking shoe salesman. That sort of thing. You open up with that and people always want to hear your line. So there's tricks. And not one size fits all. All different tricks work for all different people on YouTube.
Go on then, man. Let's see if we can do 10 seconds. Do you think people can do 10 seconds? There's only like 9 people in it.
There it comes, Marty. If you're watching.
I'm watching.
See it coming in the distance there, that little tiny speck? That's what I'm trying to capture.
It's getting there.
Are you curbling?
Yeah. I'm gonna dock with that spacecraft there coming at me. And
Where is it? I don't see it.
It's a little old speck there in the
Oh, I see the
where
speck.
where my mouse
You know, 2 Jewish men could never perform the sexual fetish of docking. You know why?
Let's see. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see. So it doesn't look like you're moving. It doesn't look like we're moving. It doesn't feel like we're moving.
Are you slowing down now?
Yeah, that's what I'm keep doing. I'm slowing down to
Get
in
back.
real life
So,
you would time it to where you do one burn, but I don't want to do all the math, so I just do it by eye.
well, you're never gonna get hired by NASA then.
NASA don't have all the neat stuff I got to work with on my screen.
We tried Children of a Dead Earth. Cool.
What is that?
It's Kerbal. It's Kerbal, but combat, but with all
Oh,
the true
yeah?
to life orbital mechanics and spaceship building.
Oh, that's cool. I have to check it out.
But
are you going to overshoot it?
No. No,
How do you know?
we're actually going away from because these numbers down here in the bottom left is how I know. But
Right.
we're actually
get to-
going
oh,
away
okay.
from the planet, even though it don't look like it. That's why when I tell Dan the Waterman all the time when he says crazy stuff like, why wouldn't we see the ISS? Literally, that thing had to be really close before we could even begin to see it. And in real life, it's even, more ridiculous. Things have to be closer because things are a lot bigger.
Well, we see the ISS as a fast-moving star, correctly?
Yeah, but I'm talking about seeing, like, if you're on the ISS, what Dan says all the time, why don't people see rocket launches?
So
And why
point to the
don't-
number that we're. Is it insect 1 and you're in section 2?
Oh, I see the space station. That's nifty.
Over there, that little thing over there. Yeah, what we're doing is we're slowing down to match its speed. I'll show you the map here. Let me
All
show
right.
you. All right, so here we're both going around the planet in this big old long elliptical orbit. Me and the space
That's
station.
very elliptical.
When I came in, my elliptical orbit was on a different plane and a different path, so I actually had to zero it out to match the plane of the orbit of that satellite.
What planet is that?
It's the analog of Venus. It's called Eve in Kerbal, but it's.
I was going to say it's not a real planet.
Now, would you say that plane you're on is a flat orbit?
It's an elliptical orbit.
No.
An elliptical flat level orbit?
But now that I zeroed myself out, see, I zeroed my speed out and its speed out, and we're both on that big ass elliptical thing. And what I do now is I point my vehicle towards it once I zero my speed out. And this is how you do it in real life too. You stop and match your speed, and then you point,
You come
point
on
yourself
over.
towards it, and then you burn.
So that's like when you're driving on the freeway and everyone's going 65 and then you're going 85. It's just like driving 20 miles per hour around them, right?
No,
And
let me. If space is funny. If hold on. If you want to pass someone in space, you actually have to turn around and do a burn in the opposite direction from them. If you're behind the person in front of you, you have to turn around and do a burn in the opposite direction. It'd be like turning your car around backwards on the interstate and going in the other direction for a little bit, and then turning back.
Accelerating parallel to them.
That's how you
Gets you higher and
in an
further away.
orbit. Because what it does is it shrinks the orbit on the opposite side of the planet, so when you go around, you're actually closer to the planet than your target you're trying to catch. So you gain on them because you're in a tighter orbit, and then when your orbit and its orbit repasses each other, you'll be much closer to it. That's how orbital mechanics works.
So this is a space station in Kerbal. Who has the space station? Whose is it?
I built it. It's mine.
Oh, it's yours. So
Yeah, I built it and put it here.
Oh, this is like not like an MMR, whatever. What's it called? A massive multiplayer online role-playing game.
No.
So no one else is in this universe but you.
Yeah, Kerbal. It's hard to have on multiplayer in Kerbal because you have to fast travel time. You have to speed up time because the distances are so far. In real life, it would take a couple months to go to like the furthest planet of real time. If I just let my computer run 24 hours.
I would play that. I would play that real time multiplayer Kerbal. Oh, I got to log in again. It's been 3 months. I'm finally getting close.
The way that they got around it, the guys that made the mod, the way that they got around it was if you fast traveled, if somebody else wanted to like be on the same screen as you, they had to match the time that you was at. So it kept up with how far each person was in time, different from other people, and you would
Skipping
have
time.
to speed up your time to match theirs before you would see them on your screen, and before you can interact.
Ah.
So
That
you
was
bring
so
them up
funny.
closer. Go
That
ahead.
was really, really good. Whoever did the 10 seconds before we couldn't. Boomer came in after about 4. That was so great. That was a good
That's
moment.
because it was the Marty factor. I had to say the Marty factor, and that needed to come in early in order to be a joke.
Good on you, Boomer. That was so good.
It's what I do.
Yeah.
You want to hear me fucking football commentary because I'm doing football season right now, and when I enter, it's always I talk about the other teams, like, and this team is so shit. They've proven what it's like to be beaten by 10 goals in every state in the country. How cool is that? You know what I mean? Like, I do it like the way commentators praise things up. Well, I praise things up in a downward direction.
Yeah.
It's what we do. It's a very English Australian style of comedy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It is.
Shit, we're coming in fast. I don't know if we're going to get slowed down or not.
The Americans are good at comedy, though. They really are. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy American comedy. But
Sugar
the
Rush.
British.
I call American Sugar Rush comedy. The Simpsons are brilliant in that it's all little Sugar Rush comedies, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 10 little jokes. Yeah.
The reason I like Big Bang Theory and I like Futurama is because you'll have one little exchange and every line is a joke. And I respect that enormously because that's difficult.
Did you see what they did to Red Dwarf when they Americanized it? They totally destroyed it because they didn't understand what Red Dwarf was about. And Red Dwarf is slapstick by English standards, isn't it?
Did they do an
leave it up
American
to
version?
Hollywood to fuck something up? Hollywood don't know jack about anything else around the world. Seems like.
Did they do an American version of Red Dwarf?
Yes, but they took it back to before it was just the 4 of them. They put the captain back on the ship, who was an American lieutenant, and it was all before Lister had accidentally, or whatever, Rimmer had accidentally triggered the nuclear blast that killed all the crew, except Lister and the cat.
Except Lister.
So
and the
yeah,
cat.
they fucked it right up. It was too busy. It was too shitty, and the licensing rights came out. We've got a show here called Kath and Kim, which is about 2 Aussie ochre chicks. It's so funny. They Americanized that too, and they just lost. They lost the characters that made the show what it was. And the same in Red Dwarf.
Does the Orville's humor translate to Aussie land?
Orville is brilliant. That is one of the best US fucking series, I think. Geez, of all time, almost. Love the Orville.
They do sometimes. They do sometimes get it right. They have some American shows that are rip-offs of British shows that were very popular and did very well. The American version of The Office is quite good. I don't watch it that much. I watch clips more because I don't have the patience to watch the whole thing. But it's funny. The stuff I've seen is genuinely funny, so that's good. And then
also though,
yeah, they have a lot of other. They have a lot of other comedy shows in the States that the Americans don't know were British shows beforehand. They were American versions. One of them is Sanford and Son. If anyone in here has heard of that from the 1960s, 70s. Sanford and Son is a rip-off of Steptoe and Son. And then there's All in the Family. That is a rip-off of Till Death Us Do Part. And then Three's Company. That is a rip-off of Man About the House. And there's several. So it's not just one or two. There's a good amount of American shows that you would think are quintessentially American, but they are in fact rip-offs or takes of British shows. But if you watch Three's Company, in the credits at the end, you'll see it says based on Man About the House from whatever company UK. Sanford and Son, same thing.
Do you feel like, here's one hypothesis I have about that, is like the funding model and the show development model under BBC channels allowed that to take more risks and potentially be have more variety, that then the ones that succeeded there, Americans didn't have to do the capital expense of
the heavy
producing a
lifting.
brand new show.
Yep. Well, they're basing it on a successful IP. So it makes sense for an American company to pay the British company some money and just and they could think, oh, I think this would work with American audiences, and they'll convert it and it works. So they did that.
The IT crowd.
I've always felt like the BBC shows could be more experimental, and that there was a greater variety of total shows, especially like per capita, if you kind of like math it out like that.
It's a genuine surprise because there were so many really good British comedies back in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s. Lots of them, and they were all very, very good.
Did the IT crowd make it over? I don't think the IT crowd hit it in the US.
Yeah,
I think they kind of maybe. Is that a fair example?
They did a pilot of the first episode. It's a shot for shot, line for line. Not completely, but mostly shot for shot, line for line copy of the British version. And there's only one character in common with the two, and that is Moss. So Richard Iwati, whatever his name is, he is the only character in common in the American version, but it's all American actors except for Moss. And it was genuinely awful. Same lines, same camera angles, same jokes. It didn't work. And I think they did 2 episodes, 3, and it was just awful, so they canned it. First episode of IT Crowd is called Yesterday's Jam. And it's one of the best first episodes of any show I've ever seen.
Well, you know, one that I could see never being redone would be Some Mothers Do Have 'Em, Frank Spencer.
Yeah.
There was something about how dumb he was and how he got that across and was so stupid it made you keep watching because you just couldn't believe it, I think, or something like that will never be repeated. But I still hate it and love it as much to this day as I did back then.
Yeah, it was massively popular, wasn't it? And it was, yeah. Did you know about the theme? Did I tell you this one, Boomer? Did I tell you that the theme song for Some Others Do Have 'Em? You know what? You remember the theme song? Is it just a piccolo?
Well, sort of, yeah, but okay.
So if you listen to the theme, go on YouTube, theme, Some Others Do Have 'Em, and listen to that theme. That music is the words "Some Others Do Have 'Em" in Morse code. That's why it's so weird.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
Makes no sense.
But I suppose when you think about it, Morse code is just underdeveloped music because, I mean, music's got quavers, quadrants, demi-quavers, and semi-quavers. And they're all just variations of each other. Dot, 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 dash, dash, dash.
Yeah. It's
So, yeah, I guess.
minims and quavers and crotchets and breves and semi-breves and semi-quavers and demi-semi-quavers.
So the Morse code is developed specifically to be discordant for characters that are often used next to each other.
Oh.
In English.
That's
well, actually,
like
in
the
Morse code,
phonetic alphabet, right?
They used to leave the Morse code dudes around different places in the Eastern Front so they'd think that army was there because Morse coders actually knew the other Morse coders by their style. So they can pick up on the style of each guy, which is amazing.
Amateur radio still does that. Like you can tell if somebody's using like a machine to do it, or if it's someone you're familiar with, you can tell by their individual kind of styling or timing.
What I was told for the phonetic alphabet is that each of the words chosen is unlike any of the other words. So even if you only get half of the word, you still know what letter to refer to.
Yeah, you really only need like a syllable if you're lucky.
Yep. I've tried.
more
I've
so-
tried my best to do the phonetic alphabet. I still don't. It still takes time because I don't use it all the time. So it still takes time for me to think. So if I have to spell out a word on the phone, to an American, and I have to, say so they can understand. I will often try, and then sometimes I fail. So then I end up just using just basic.
Or you try
words.
have you tried like alpha, beta, foxtrot?
You already fucked it up. It's Bravo.
Alpha,
Well, we actually,
beta,
we
alpha,
actually
beta. That's
thanks to
That's
CB
Greek.
Radio, we
My
actually
bad.
had the,
Latin.
we had
Using
the
Greek
complete
and whatever.
pornographic-
Greek, Latin. Yeah.
We actually had the complete pornographic phonetic alphabet. Like arsehole, bum, fucking cunt, dick,
Of course,
ejaculate,
we would do. Yes.
fornicate. We had it all. In
Yes,
fact, my
yes,
name
yes.
was arsehole, knob, dick, root, ejaculate, wank, and people would go, right.
That'd be actually hilarious if you were like on
the.
like if you were like on like IT support and you did that. That'd be hilarious. They'd be like, okay.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot is the one I remember. That's the only one I remember.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Well, what's
now,
funny
D is
is
Delta, so you'd have been right there.
what's kind of funny. I used to do pre-purchase inspections on cars and motorbikes for people, and I went to do one. And there was a guy. He had a sort of a square head haircut, and the chick was kind of, how do you say? She seemed prim and proper and disciplined. And then when they looked at the rego, I said, "What's the rego number?" Because I had to write it down on their little thing. And she says, "November Kilo 028." And I'm right. And I said, "So you've been on the force for very long? That's how long have you been a copper?" And she went, "How did you know?" And I said, "Because you just use phonetics on the rego number.
Yeah.
Like only cops do that, and that's a giveaway. She could have fucking got herself killed if she was a narc and did that."
Is that Aussie cops though?
Aussie cops use phonetics on the number plates all the time.
The American cops don't. I watch a lot of the cops episodes, and they'll just say, whatever. They won't use the phonetic because otherwise I'd know. I know immediately if they.
That's
If
because
they know
American cops
phonetic
can't read.
Huh?
American cops can't read.
Hold on, let me. So I'm not going to cheat. Let's see. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel India, Juliet,
Who invented
Kilo.
this? Some military guys invented this.
Oh, it kills me because I can't do it so fast. By the time I get to L, I've lost it. I can't do it fast. Sorry, go on.
Lima, Mike, November.
October. Oscar.
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 Oscar, yeah.
Papa.
Ligma. What is that?
Quebec,
Ligma.
Quebec.
Go on,
Bring
Siggy.
that red cloud. Can you see it now?
Sierra, Tango.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Uniform or umbrella, depending where
Uniform.
you're from. Yeah.
I built and designed both of these. This is actually two crabs.
Yeah.
I've already docked one to it, and I'm docking
My name is
the other one to it.
my name is Jack Off Ejaculate.
Is that Russian? Or Sloan?
No. Although my name is not really Joe, but I thought that was funny.
That's good with the little jets. Little coal gas going on.
Victor, Whiskey, Yankee, Zulu.
Zulu, there you go. That's it.
Yankee Doodle Dandy.
I know them all, but it's just getting them out fast enough to, I don't know them fast enough to think in those words, so I can't say, oh, the license plate is Mike November, I can't do that.
Yeah, Whiskey Dick Tango.
Yeah.
Whiskey Dick. I think I messed up though.
Knowing it really helps a lot with like overseas call centers.
Also, though, pilots and Navy, Navy, like what they have for in the Army, Abel, Baker, Charlie. I can't
That's it,
remember
Abel
D,
Baker.
Charlie.
That's right. That's what it used to be.
Hey?
Call centers do not use that shit. They'll be like, oh, E as in elephant.
Yeah, they'll do B as in boy, A as in apple.
They do random shit. I don't know.
No, you just have to do Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, Echo Foxtrot, Golf.
They don't know that.
Hotel India.
That shit
But
should be
it's-
taught in elementary school. But
It should be. It should be.
now
and some
I know
people-
that's for
What,
NATO.
should they start
but
teaching Morse code in elementary school next?
Well, they definitely should as well, yeah, because that's what we're going to be left with soon enough.
Beep beep
but-
beep 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 beep. Oh yes,
I've been
yes.
studying fucking K&M for like 3 months, and that's lesson 1.
So I speak 56k broadband, 56k internet connection.
Do you remember the old fax machine when you rang a fax number and you got the that used to be fun.
And then it would do that.
Didn't one of Arnie's Terminator chicks do it, or whatever, the blonde Terminator chick? Didn't she have a fax conversation in whatever Terminator movie that was?
I speak in assembly. I speak in assembly. Register A, register B, register C, register A1, register B2.
RTTY. Then I'll be impressed.
Well, an interesting one. Someone asked me, why do they have a different musical thing, do re mi fa sol la ti, instead of us who do it A B C D E? And I
Yeah.
pointed out that in a musical situation, every letter sounds the same except for F and A. Everything else, B, C, D,
Yeah, they all
G,
sound the
and
same.
C. Yeah, so you yell out C, G, B, B. People don't hear you in a music scene. So that's why it's better to do it the other way, the do, re, mi, because there's only two that sound the same. I think it's C and me, and they're clearly different. But
unless you're just intentionally tone deaf, you're just like do, re, mi.
yeah. So if I'm yelling out the chords, you will know the chords if you do it in that language.
So, who's the Futurama fan in here? I think it was Cole. Do you remember what Leela's call numbers were?
Not right off.
Her call numbers were 1 BDI.
Who is Lisa?
Leela, the luscious
Who's
Leela.
Leela?
1 BDI. Oh, that was funny.
1 BDI.
Right.
Oh, 1
Incidences like that happen a lot in amateur radio. FCC tries to avoid the intentionally fucked up ones, but
the other
call
interesting
signs.
The other interesting thing.
999 2799.
Oh no! No! do you know that? Anyone know that number?
018899988199911.
Close. You're so close, man.
724.
No.
I know someone.
It's very close.
Someone who
Everyone's so
requested
close.
the number. Someone who requested and paid for the number 8675309, and he got disconnected 2 days later because people ring it up.
So the number is 011899988119991197253. That's
so easy to remember.
It does it again. And Moss is like, I can remember that. 0118999.
Well, we actually.
He's like
81991197253.
Email. He's like fire. Fire.
Well, we actually have one here in Australia, which was a company called Lubemobile. And I reckon if I run it past Anvil, you'll probably know it, but it used to be Lubemobile, call 131332. Everybody seems to know that number because of that melody. It's funny when you get that earworm that's a phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that.
IT crowd was so funny when they had that spelling competition. It's like over numerousness.
Zmefenjusum. Yes, it was Tenettenba. That was the word he came up with, was Tenettenba.
Didn't they also say like in the new like 911 commercial they were like and more and very attractive police officers?
Yes.
That's not the only thing that's changed.
attractive ambulance drivers, whatever. That's right. Yeah, the back hot girl and hot guy.
Drivers.
Yeah. 0118999. Don't ask me how I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday, but I remember that stupid blasted number. I watched the show a few times. The other thing that was interesting was if you watch the IT Crowd, there are a few episodes that are available entirely on YouTube in German. Watch the first episode, season 1, episode 1, Yesterday's Jam, in German. It's very funny because you don't really understand. But if you're familiar with the episode, I've watched it about 20 times. When you're so familiar with the episode, and the dialogue, even though it's not in German, it's in German, you don't understand. Mostly don't understand. It's quite entertaining. And the other thing is,
Germans are noted for their sense of humor, so that would be good.
but I learned how to say "get out of the lift" in German because in the episode,
or how about he's a nice cannibal.
He's such a nice cannibal. But it's in German. Get out of the lift is "Verlassen Sie bitte den Fahrstuhl." Verlassen Sie bitte den Fahrstuhl. It says about 20 times. So I picked up how to say that. And I was actually in an elevator, in a lift, with a German friend of mine who speaks fluent German. And I had waited so long. I'd waited like 2 or 3 years to use that line on him. And so when I was at a situation where we were both in an elevator at the same time. And as soon as the door opened, I said, "Verlassen Sie bitte den Fahrstuhl." He just looked at me. You said that really well. How do you know how to say that so fluently in German?
I think it's a shame that like English shows there's like they I guess because they it's just like different there. Like this seasons are only like 5 episodes, or something, and so like IT Crowd's only has like 15 episodes or something because 16 episodes because they're like it's like 5 episode seasons or something.
Yeah, Top Gear's the same way.
I'm pretty sure The Office is only like 8 episodes.
Hang on though, there's certain rules within Britain. If you work for the BBC, you can get funding. Now, the young ones, which you may or may not know about, were a variety show that only gave them X amount of studio time at the BBC. But by putting a band in, they suddenly became a different type of show that gave them 28 hours of studio time instead of 15. So a lot of times British sitcoms are altered, the formula is changed in order just to get more studio time. But they work the formula into the writing and it becomes a hit, and it's a new hit, a new format. It's not a new format. They just did it because they had to get the time. So, that happens a lot in English stuff.
The young ones, when they started doing the show, or they were pitching the show, they found out, that's exactly right, Boomer, they found out that if it was just a comedy show, they got a certain amount of money and a certain amount of time in the studio. But if they had a band, then it would be classified as light entertainment. And light entertainment gets more studio time and more money. And so that's why, inexplicably, there's a band in the middle of their living room playing the song for no reason.
They got Motorhead and fucking Madness and like there was anything and like, dude, they were fucking big names.
Yeah, they had Madness on like twice.
The consequences, a lot of these British like comedies, like they're like amazing because they never overstay their welcome. Like you don't have like you don't like American shows like Community or whatever, they'll make it. It's like 10 seasons and it was bad by after the 5th or something.
Yeah,
like they really overextend their welcome. Like they run out of ideas.
I must say though, if you want to watch a British one, if you haven't seen a British sitcom, Google, and I'm not trying to do a red here and just get you to Google something, but The Four Yorkshiremen has got to be. It was made in 1948, and it is 4 guys who are obviously from Yorkshire, being whingers, talking about the grandiose old days references. Back in my day, we used to have to get out of bed half an hour before we got up, and it is so fucking funny. It blows who's on first, what's on second out of the park, mate.
What's it called before, William?
Hey?
What's it called?
It's the Monty Python.
The Four Yorkshiremen.
The Four Yorkshiremen.
Yeah, I don't think it's Monty Python.
Yeah, it's Monty Python.
It had Tim Taylor in it and Marty Feldman. Were they?
Oh, really?
Yes.
No, so that would have been.
It had John. John Cleese and Eric Idle are in it, or one of the others. Two
It was-
Pythons, but it was also Tim Brooke
What's it
Taylor and
called?
Marty
The 4-year
Feldman.
what?
The four
Four
Yorkshiremen.
Yorkshiremen.
So that
4
sketch
Yorkshiremen.
then, Boomer, that sketch was probably preceded Monty Python. In fact,
I
it
think it
definitely did. Because if it had
did.
Cleese in it and Idle in it, but it also had Tim Brooke Taylor, that was pre-Python.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
I did not know
Or
that.
did Python like copy it? Because there's one that just
Yeah.
says 4 year Monty Python.
They just integrated it into their bit. Yeah, they made it a Python sketch. It was probably
Oh.
written by Eric Idle or John Cleese. That's probably why they could include it.
Have you guys read Road to Mars?
No.
Oh, it's a book by Eric Idle.
Oh, is it? Okay. I read Spike Milligan's book.
I read Eric Idle's biography. It was very good.
I read Spike Milligan's book, Hitler, My Part in His Downfall, about his
Awesome
experiences
book.
during World War II.
Yep, that's an awesome book. Hey, also, just another one. If you can get a hand, because I find it hard to find, Seinfeld, the backwards episode. That I can't find. I think they're keeping it under wraps. But the episode runs backwards. It's like 10 minutes earlier, and you see something 15 minits earlier. And it's fucking, I saw it once and I loved it. I want to find it again. The backwards episode.
But the Hitler thing is a movie or a book?
That's a book by Spike Milligan. It's just a book about his experiences during the war, World War II. And it's funny. Spike was a comedian, writer, guy. He was in a show in the 1960s called The Goons. And we're talking actually late 50s. And it was effectively right after the war. And Spike and all the other guys were in the war. And it damaged a lot of them and really broke Spike. So by the time he got out and everything, he was severely PTSD'd. And he would have manic episodes, and sometimes he wasn't able to perform. It was a radio show, so they recorded it live, or they recorded it in front of a studio once, and put it out on radio. And sometimes Spike wasn't available, so they got another guy to take his place. But he did the bulk of the writing. He was an absolute comic genius, Spike Milligan was, but mad as a box of frogs. I really felt for him, poor guy.
Mad as a box.
He came and lived in Adelaide, dude. He finished off his life in Adelaide, and I think he's buried in Adelaide's main cemetery.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
he became a part-time Aussie. We loved him, mate. He used to do radio and TV here too. Awesome dude, like Billy Connolly.
Yeah,
you love him.
He loved Spike loved Aussies. He loved Australia.
Have you guys ever watched Blackadder?
Yeah.
I was like surprised. I was watching this and I was like, "Oh, that's Rowan Atkinson, like fucking Mr. Bean." Like, and I looked it up and it's like, "Oh yeah, that Brits like, they love him for Blackadder, but all the Americans just know him for Mr. Bean."
Yes. Blackadder.
But dude, like, who is he without Baldrick? Tony Robinson.
That's Tony Robinson.
Tony Robinson made Rowan Atkinson look like an absolute genius, but it was actually him.
On like Fry and Lowry, and I think Lowry's in a couple episodes.
Yes, they both are.
Yeah.
There's and the Young Ones as well. Both Hugh Laurie and Steve Laurie are in Young Ones. As is Ben Elton and I forgot the British actress. Oh,
Pamela Stevenson.
No,
Pamela Stevenson. Anderson.
Close. Pamela
Stevenson.
I can't remember her name. I can't remember. She was Men in Black 3. She was the new Zed in Men in Black 3. What's her name?
A chick in what? What show?
She's in
the Young One.
Actress. Young One. She was an episode of the Young Ones.
Fab. She was in Absolutely Fabulous too. French and Saunders. Dawn French.
No.
No.
No. French and Saunders were both in Young Ones as well. There's an episode in Young Ones. They have about 10 guest people, and the episode is called Bambi. If you watch that episode, they've got about 10 different people who are guests in it, including Motorhead. But who was that? Never mind, I can't think of her name. But yeah, Blackadder, Blackadder had a lot of other people as well that you might recognize, but that was a really funny one, including Tom Baker, who was one of the doctors, Doctor Who.
Oh, Rick Mayall. Rick Mayall was in Blackadder a lot too.
Yes, Flash, Lord Flashheart. Hey, bridesmaid, love the beard. Gives me something to hang on to.
Now watch the episode where he falls in love with his squire, who's like a woman.
Yes, it's a really woman.
It's like
Bob.
I like. Yes,
like
I shall name you Bob.
I like you, Bob. You got balls.
You've got balls. Sorry, that's IT crowd. You've got balls and spunk, and I like that in a woman.
And who was the chick that did Queen Elizabeth in Blackadder? She was fucking awesome. So ditzy. Or Queen Victoria.
Yes, she was Mad Queen Bess, and then she was also in the. Let me see. She was in the fourth one as the nurse. Blacker goes fourth. She was the nurse, and also she was in the second season. Which one's the second? Second season is where he's the prince. He's the butler to the prince. And that one, she plays Miss Amy Hardwood, and also a highwayman. She plays a highwayman in one of the episodes. But the prince is like, the episode is called "A Prince Woos a Bride," and the prince is like, oh, fancies this girl, and so he's like, so what do you think we should do, Blackadder? Well, my lord, I thought you should take her a note. Oh, all right then. So take this down. All right, to Miss Amy Hardwood, etc., etc. Well, tally forth, my young trollop, and come over here with your best night attire, and you'll be staring my bedroom ceiling from now until December. Hurrah!
Floppy,
what do you think? What do you think? Well, it's very moving, sir.
Watch this one episode with Ploppy the jailer.
The Ploppy, yeah. But my lord, if you don't mind, my lord, if there's one tiny aspect of your letter that I might be able to change, yes. What is it? The words. Yes. Well, just make sure she knows I'm old man.
Actually, you guys have kicked a bit of a goal with Upstart Crow, which is David Mitchell being Shakespeare back in the day before he was famous. That kicks ass, I reckon.
Is it? I haven't heard of that one.
Upstart Crow, it's worth a watch. It's probably only about 3 years old now, I guess. It's late model David Mitchell.
Late model. Is he fat David Mitchell or not as fat David Mitchell?
I think it's pre-beard David Mitchell, but just.
Oh, there you go.
It's my list. My list I have right now is I have I have to watch more Blackadder, Upstart Crow, and League of Gentlemen.
Oh no! You watch League of Gentlemen?
What's wrong with League of Gentlemen?
Oh my goodness! Are you local? You don't look local. No, this is the local shop for local people.
No, that's the only thing I've seen of it was a sketch where they I don't know, they just kill the people.
Yes, they come into the shop.
Yeah.
Yes, they murder anyone who comes into the shop. And you see a hiker. The hiker comes in and they murder him. And then the next scene, the policeman comes along looking for the hiker, and the guy behind the counter is wearing the hiker's boots. It was dark. That show was twisted. Who was that? That was like 4 guys, right? The League of Gentlemen. That was a very dark.
Gentleman.
Yes, that was before, but it was a very dark show. That was very dark comedy. No jokes, no actual jokes in it, and a lot of cross-dressing.
I guess it's a joke because it's like the same guy playing, same 2 or 3 guys playing all the characters.
Yeah, that's it. So everyone that visits the shop is the same guy playing different characters. He plays the hiker, and then he plays the cop.
You got a low budget or a really good actor.
It's kind of the point. It's like Monty Python, in some of the sketches, there's, I think, there's 2 people playing different. Okay, so on Monty Python, The Holy Grail, for example, they come across the castle, and it's the French taunters. And the guy taunting them, the French taunter, that's John Cleese. And John Cleese also plays one of the knights. So he's in both of the shots. It's so funny. Which is your favorite color?
Message for you, sir.
Brave. What was his name?
Sir Robin. Brave Sir Robin.
No.
He
Who was...
chickened out. He ran away. He didn't. He didn't do what he would say. He is chicken, Sir Robin. Oh no, go away.
When danger reared its ugly head, Robin turned his tail and fled. Brave, Sir Robin. Shut up. Oh, goodness me. I'm a mine of information in here. Tell you what. You just happen to get stuff I know about. So the guy who's doing the singing, that's Neil Innes. And Neil Innes is in the Hollywood Bowl, the concert they did that's on record. Monty Python Live at the Hollywood Bowl. Neil Innes sings a song called How Sweet It Is to Be an Idiot. And he wrote a lot of the songs with Eric Idle, because Eric Idle was the primary songwriter in the group. And Neil Innes also was a songwriter, so he wrote a lot of songs. When they did the Ruttles, which was the Beatles takeoff, it was Neil Innes, Eric Idle, and 2 other actors. So if you've ever seen the Ruttles, and the Ruttles, being a Beatles ripoff, they produced some really good songs.
Yeah. So hang on, Horrible Histories? Are they Sons of Python? Because they all look like they're kids from the Python gang.
Really?
You're familiar with Horrible Histories, aren't you, or not?
No, actually, I'm not.
Oh, well, Horrible History is about 10, 12 years old now, and it's worth watching, actually.
That's it. Because all this stuff I know about, a lot about, is when I was there, But now I live here. Often this stuff I don't hear unless I find it, or happen to find it on a DVD or something like that. So I know about Chef, Blackadder, and other shows like that. But there's a lot of other shows I've never heard of.
Okay.
How many episodes of Time Team with Baldrick did you watch, though?
Oh. He's such a great guy, though, Tony Robinson is. He's like
all the archaeological sites he was getting himself into were like, oh, this is so cool. This is a really cool side of him.
Baldrick, pay attention. I have some beans. I have 2 beans, and I add 2 more beans. How many beans do I have? Some beans. No. Let's try again. So many great clips from Blackadder.
It's funny though, like with Tony Robinson and Time Team, I was always expecting him to have better jokes, and Time Team towards the end did get a little bit too, let's all stretch it out and dramatise it up a bit more. Initially it was more organic and had a good feel about it. But yeah, the later episodes of Time Team were a bit sort of...
Yeah, I think what they would have done is they would have found a what they would consider a formula. Oh, this worked and that worked, so let's do that again. And it wasn't really organic. They tried to do that with Top Gear when they had an American Top Gear and an Aussie Top Gear, and they tried the formula, but it didn't work because it wasn't Clarkson, Hammond, and May.
That's why it didn't work.
Yeah,
Nobody's them 3.
Because the one thing is, Clark, Hammond, and May are 3 very unique blends of idiot that we all can identify with. You hate one, you love the other, and there's a middling. You know what I mean? Like, they provided something for everybody to love, hate, and enjoy. And they're like, it's just the chemistry of the 3.
It's most of the show, most of Top Gear is Jeremy Clarkson. So when they were coming up with the idea to do the show, they didn't want it to be like the original Top Gear. Top Gear used to be an actual serious motoring program back in the 70s and 80s, and they didn't want to do that. And so they wanted to make it funny and more irreverent. And then it was Clarkson that came up with the idea of having a racetrack to test cars. So when they tested a car and drove a car around, they wanted it to be sort of a stable test track that was consistent so they could do lap times. But then they thought, it's one of us is going to have to do that, or we could get a racing driver to do that. So then Clarkson was like, well, racing drivers are idiots, and we don't want to get a racing driver in here that's going to talk. So we'll get the guy who's going to do this. We'll create a character that doesn't talk and is silent. And that's how they created the Stig. And that was Clarkson's idea. And then we call Hammond, we call him Hamster because of Clarkson. Captain Slow is so named because of Clarkson. And Across the Line and all the other things that we think of, those are all Clarksonisms. The guy's mad, but he's absolute genius.
But he's the pompous English private school idiot that we all love to hate as well.
Yes, he's all of those things and more.
He is pompous. He is dead set fucking pompous and self-righteous and an idiot. And that is so private school fucking England, if ever there was.
Tell you a funny story, man. Boomer, you're going to like this a little bit. So, not a lot, but you like it. So, I have a family member of mine who was at the Nürburgring. And there's a pub near the Nürburgring, and where a lot of the drivers go to. And Clarkson, so my family member was at the pub, and Clarkson was there, and he met Jeremy Clarkson. So I said, wow, you met Clarkson. What was he like? He was a jackass. Really? So he's not like that's not an act. Nope, that's just how he is. He's a pompous jackass.
What are you talking about?
I've also heard that basically Clarkson is always in character, and I went, "What? You're serious?" Because when he was doing the tour here, one of my friends was in the production crew, and I said, "What's Clarkson like? Is he really kind of normal?" No, he's never in. He's always in character. That's who you see, who you get. Wow. So yep, two backups on that one.
Yep. I mean, the show was cancelled. Does anyone remember why Top Gear was cancelled?
Didn't he abuse the chef? Racism or something like that?
No, he punched one of the producers. He punched someone.
Shut up, Jesse. Let someone answer, please. Don't be a rude cunt all your life.
He punched the producer.
Shut up, Boomer. I say what I want. It was probably because of homosexual propaganda.
Hey, dude, you're just a rude cunt, and you're actually backing up what I'm saying. You're a rude cunt. Keep being a rude cunt.
Anyway, he punched one of the producers. And he was fired by the BBC, basically.
Yeah, and effectively cancelled Top Gear in doing so.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Yeah,
I heard he punched him because he called him
homosexual.
He punched him because they didn't have his steak or something fixed for him, or they wouldn't make a steak for him.
It was something really trivial.
It was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Everybody's ready to go home, and he got mad because they wouldn't like cook him a steak. Like literally, when these TV actors and stuff, they get fed on site. A lot of them, good meals and shit.
All of them.
And he got mad over.
All of them. All production
of them,
crews have a catering crew because everybody, if they had to piss off and go and get a pie from the local shop, they wouldn't get anything done. So there's a catering crew at virtually every TV production you see or I've seen.
All right. Well, then that's what I'm talking about. Then that apparently something went on between that.
Yeah. So what would have probably happened? The chef would have cleaned up and said, "Fuck you, I'm not going to do it." And he would have said, "Oh, you do what I want because I'm Jeremy." Yeah, agreed. Sorry.
It's like the half breed of Stephen Fry and Gordon Ramsay.
What's that? Did you say?
If you crossbred Stephen Fry and Gordon Ramsay, I think you get Richard.
That's very good. That's extremely astute. I like that
heard
very
that
much.
Gordon Ramsay was really acted like a completely different person on the English version of the chef show that he done compared to the American version, because they said that in America the thinking is people like to watch people argue and fight and be an asshole, and in the English version people like to see a different
Different side of
I've
things.
heard that he acts completely different in the English version than he does in the American version. I've never watched it, but that's what I've heard.
I mean, here's the thing, though. That thing with Stephen Fry and Stephen Fry is considerably more intelligent than the average, including Jeremy Clarkson. And he's also homosexual.
Actually, the one thing I saw was watching a special on Stephen Fry, and he was talking about his coke addiction. And he said that to get over his manic depression, he always had a gram of coke in his wallet wherever he went when he was doing a bit of Fry and Laurie. Now I've watched a bit of Fry and Laurie with the knowledge that he had a gram of coke in his wallet. It gives you a different thing. You know, it's like when you see Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams, you know he was coked off his face.
He was coked off
Whoa.
his mind, out of his mind half the time, yeah.
Or what's his name in I Dream of Jeannie was always soused to the eyeballs on vodka. And when you look now, oh yeah, you can see he's drunk. I never
Larry Hagman?
noticed it when I was a kid.
Larry
Who?
Hagman was soused? Is that
Larry
who you're talking
Hagman,
about?
yeah,
Or you're
that's
talking
it.
about Genie?
Yeah, he was always vodka'd up. He'd go into his trailer and knock
Really?
over a bottle of vodka and go out and film I Dream of Jeannie.
That was Dean Martin as well.
Wow.
Dean Martin was always soused.
Dave Allen made a fucking stage act of looking pissed with a cigarette, but a scotch and a cigarette in his hand. Is it Dave Allen? Yeah.
Dave Allen, that's right, yeah, Dave Allen did, didn't he? Well, I don't know if he looked drunk. He always had a glass of wine and he was always smoking. Not glass of wine, it was always whiskey. And he always had a cigarette in his hand. That was the theme of Dave Allen's comedy. And he was always sitting down, which is atypical for comedians. They always stand up because it's called stand-up comedy. Dave Allen was the only one who sat down. And the other thing is absolutely fabulous. Almost every scene, they're drinking and smoking, or both.
Yep. Patsy has always got a cigarette in him. Did you ever hear about what Elvis used to eat before he went to bed? A thing called the Fool's Gold, and he had 2 of these. Are you familiar with this or not? The Fool's
No.
Gold? It was a big loaf of hot Vienna. You know, a hot Vienna loaf that's like a huge bread roll, cut in half, and inside went half a pound of bacon, half a jar of
Ooh.
strawberry jam, and a jar of peanut butter. They'd be smeared on,
Oh.
and he'd eat 2 of these every night before he went to bed. That was
Oh.
his rider. He used to send forward with his rider on tour of the States and say, I want one of these, waiting for me every night after the tour. No wonder he died so fucking big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can Google that one up. When I saw that, I thought, holy fuck, that's indulgence, isn't it? But he's got the money to do it.
Yep. That's why not being rich is, good for you.
All the money in the world, and he went ahead and he made a Vienna sausage peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Oh.
Yep.
You're right about the food,
So
though,
good at
Gilmer.
what you
You're
guys
dead on
do.
about the food. Because we've, I've had experience, just like very little, but I've had a little bit of experience. And the one thing we had like one day, the one thing we got right was the food. And so everyone remembers that one day we did this thing, and the only thing that everyone remembers is the food was great.
Yeah, the girl who I speak of who used to work at the Southern Cross Hotel, her name was Glidey, right? She actually got an apology letter from Bon Jovi, from John and Richie, because they were giving her shit, and she told them to fuck off, and she's not serving them anymore. They can basically get fucked. No rock stars here. And they wrote her a letter of apology, which she still got. What else did she do? Oh, fuck, she actually... How's this? Alex Van Halen, just because he's such a fucking narcissistic control head, there had to be a fucking huge jar of M&Ms in the fucking hotel room after the gig, but no green ones. They'll taste the fucking same. You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't eat green M&Ms. Just no reason why other than I'm Alex Van Halen and I can make you do that. So they actually paid for this. They'd say, it's going to cost you more money. We've got to pay someone to do this. Yeah, okay. No green ones. But he couldn't be bothered not eating the green ones. You had to take them all out. They weren't allowed to be any green M&Ms in the room. Talk about fucking weird.
Well, you get... It is weird, but you do get spoiled. I've been in situations where I've been spoiled. And sometimes you just get used to it. It's very, very strange, and I found myself getting used to it. And then I did this shoot, and it was for a company, and none of us could figure out what they actually did. It was everything they said was all couched in this sort of techno industrial sort of speech that we couldn't really decipher. So we provide energetic solutions for what you even do. So we did this conference for a week, and they were feeding everybody, and we ate all the food after after everyone in the conference was finished. And so we didn't know this, but they were provided us on the last day. They provided us a dinner, and it was It was a buffet, but there were only about 7 of us in total, not even 10 people, and the buffet was for like 30 or more people. This huge buffet, and by the time I got there, I found that out a little late. And by the time I got there, a lot of the food was basically kind of cold. And I remember thinking, "Oh, this is rubbish. Food's cold." It was this massive spread of food. I just thought, what a waste! It's going to throw all this food away. There's only going to be 7 of us eating on this big banquet thing. And but I remember sort of critiquing this free food. And it only took about a week for that to happen. So you can imagine someone who spends, weeks and weeks and months on a set or doing a movie or something like that. The sort of expectations they have. It is strange, but I found myself doing that very thing. And it didn't take very long for it to happen. So maybe a little sympathetic towards people like that.
Yeah, well, someone on a podcast had fucking, what's his name, Lars, who we all seem to think's a bit of a notorious arsehole. And he more or less asked him in a polite way, why are you such an arsehole? Why does it seem that way? And he goes, when you tour the world in a band like this, you can't just go out and look at stuff. You get boneheaded and there's idiots and you just need minders, and it's a major thing. You basically spend most of your life playing and watching Netflix. So it gets to you. Touring the world in a rock band is not all fucking beer and Skittles, guys. It's fucking hard life. You're living out of a suitcase for a good year and a half. And suddenly I thought, hey, Lars, you're actually not a fucking arsehole. That's really well put. He did explain it, though. Yeah. You don't tour the world, you tour hotel rooms.
I can't imagine, because like I said, I was in a really nice hotel room, talking $1,000 a night hotel room. And, after a couple of days, you just get used to it. And they turn your room every day. So I was able just to put anything where I wanted. And like I said, it only took a couple of 3 days to get used to this. 3 days and all that. And it took that long, or that short a time, for me to get used to the fact that there was going to be a girl come in and straighten everything up so I didn't have to do anything. I got really lazy really, really quickly. That's so funny. And then I didn't eat any of the chocolates they put on the pillow because it was so funny. I called wifey and I said, "Oh, it's really nice here," and she goes, "Oh, the chocolates on the pillow, I suppose." And there were 2 chocolates on the pillow. I said, "Yes, there are 2 right here," and they leave one, a pair every night. I just brought them all home. I didn't eat them, so that was really cool. But even just moving one of the bottles in the room, even if I just moved it, it would be replaced with a fresh bottle the next day. I just have to touch it and move it out of its place. And that was it, a fresh bottle. And I just have to move a glass. I think I poured, there was one of the glasses on the counter, and I put it, it was upside down. I put it and I moved it onto another counter. And the next day it was replaced with a fresh glass in that spot. It was like $1,000 a night, I suppose. That's what you get.
Well, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. When I was working at the bar, which is called the Art House, this dude came in with a kind of a weedy-looking dude with glasses and a suit on, which is unusual for our pub because we were black artwork and fucking hardcore punk, Yeah. Anyway, he's walked up and he saw the beard. I'm going, "How you doing, mate? You're a bit of a fucking Ben Elton lookalike." And he says, "No lookalike, mate," and walks off. And I'm like, "Get walks over to his table, sits down with his chick." I'm thinking, that's not Ben Elton, is it? Fucking hell. And then he comes past the dummy. And I said, "Dude, are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, of course I am." And then he ends up, he's got an Aussie missus, and he comes to Australia for 6 months of the year and 6 months over there. And he said, whenever you go to a pub every so often, people know you, and then you get boneheaded. And I'm here, so you want to keep it quiet. And I said, "Fuck yeah." And then when he comes up to get a drink, I'm going, "Hey, dude, I want to fucking just tell you something." And you can see his shoulders shrug because he's expecting some young one shit. And I'm going, "That book you wrote, Stark, man, it's the only book I've drilled through cover to cover. That was fucking awesome. I loved it. Thanks for writing that." And he went, "Oh, thank you. For fuck, someone's read it. We're actually out here going to do a film on that book." And he just opened up. Great. He exploded. Because I didn't talk young ones. I spoke about Stark. And it was true what I said. It was one of the best books I've ever written. And he was cool. Then about 3 weeks later, word gets around. He disappeared, never to be seen again.
Yeah, word gets around.
Good dude though, really fucking good, genuine person. Really liked him, man. Hadn't got to his head at all. He was just a little funny fuck, but not in character. He was actually naturally a funny man.
Yeah.
Sorry,
That
do
is
you
cool.
guys remember that episode of IT Crowd where about Iran?
Oh,
yes.
I don't know if they were
funny.
it's not politically correct these days, but it's so funny. So
I
it's like
thought
this
you
woman,
said you were from Iran.
so there's this for people that don't know, there was this woman at the Matthew Berry's
Yes.
this Reynolds you know
Denim.
Reynolds or whatever,
Denim
Denim
Renum.
Reynolds, Denim Renum. But like
Renum
Denim
Industries.
is this woman, right?
Yes.
And
what was her name?
I don't know.
He does.
The thing is,
He's
though-
drawing her. He's drawing her, right? He's as she's interviewing him. He's doing a. It's like I'm just drawing. Oh, what are you drawing? Oh, I'm just doing. I like to do a thing called caricature. And he shows her the picture, and it's just. Imagine like a 10-year-old boy drawing boobs on a girl. That was all it was. It was just this stick figure with great big boobs.
Mrs. Jamie wasn't more open minded because she was really like, I mean, obviously it was just a woman playing it was just
Actress.
it was just a cis woman actress
yeah.
playing this woman, obviously.
Yeah.
So she was very much a like passing woman.
Yes.
But like he wasn't open minded about it. But
yeah, and she's at the restaurant,
like,
and he said, yeah.
So yeah, they're in a restaurant, and she's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but usually some people, this deal breaker for some people, but I'm a man.
I used to be a man.
Be a
is what she
man.
says. Yeah.
I used to be a man. He's like, oh, I don't care.
Yeah,
He's
he's
like,
not listening.
He's like,
it's obviously he isn't
I'm
listening to her.
He's like, I'm very what do you say?
I'm
He's like,
open-minded.
I'm very open minded. I'm very and then like they end up what, like they get like he proposes to her or something like that, and
they're in bed.
and
Yes.
she's like, oh, and it's like they like date for like a while, and then she's like, and to think that I was afraid that you were gonna be worried that
No, wait, no. They're in bed, and he says, and to think you were worried that I'd be mad because you were from Iran. And she's like, no, that's not what I said. I said I used to be a man. And he's like, That was so cringe. That hurt. That just hurt. And he realizes he wasn't listening to her.
You're supposed to yell out spoiler, guys. You're supposed to yell out spoiler because there are probably some people who haven't seen that episode.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
That's one part of one episode.
Spoiler alert: she's not from Iran.
So, Mr. Denham, who would you say is your favorite person from history? Oh, that's easy. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Isn't he fictional? Fictional? Well, what do you mean? Who took care of the business with the great big dog? Don't tell me. Was it Holmes? Don't tell me. He was fictional too. That was so great.
With that particular boss, I've worked in businesses where the boss has been like that. He's inherited the company and knows nothing about it and just wanks off like he does. That's actually a proper stereotype. There are plenty of those around, which scares the fucking pants off me.
I've never looked in this drawer. And he looks in the drawer. Wow, a gun. And a letter. Dear Denham, I want you to promise me that if it doesn't work out, I want you to promise me that you'll shoot yourself in the head. I was going to, but in the end, as you remember, I jumped out of the window. You're loving, with love, your father, Mr. Denham. Thank you, Father. Oh, that show, man alive. Sorry, I'm into IT crowd. That's so stupid.
Wait, her parents died in a fire?
At a sea parks, yes.
At a sea parks? At a sea park.
a sea parks. Yes, that's what she said. A sea parks. Huh.
Yes, a sea parks.
Yes, with all the water. Yes, with the millions of gallons of water in the sea parks. Huh. Her parents, yes. My girlfriend told me about her parents. Her parents died in a fire. Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah, at the sea parks.
Well, he was like, "Oh, the relationship's good." He's like, "That's like a perfect woman for him," and he's like, "But I can't get over the sea pox thing."
That's great. I love that scene. That was really, really good. Because Moss is just trying to figure it out.
I like a lot of stuff that he's in. I like there's this American show. I think it's called The Big Door Prize. I thought it was really good with Chris O'Dowd.
Yeah,
and I also really liked the there's this the only reason my girlfriend likes this movie is because he gets cucked by Ethan Hawke. It's called Juliet. What's it called?
Juliet Bravo.
Juliet. Fuck.
I don't think that's the
But
title.
he gets cucked by Ethan Hawke basically.
Oh, okay.
Like he breaks up with his girlfriend because he's an ass. Well, no, he cheats on his girlfriend.
Yes.
She breaks up with him, and then she ends up. She was also kind of like writing flirty emails to Ethan Hawke the whole time.
Right. I think I know what you mean. Yeah,
and then like Ethan Hawke's like fucking his ex-girlfriend, and he's just like, "Oh my god, I'm your biggest fan."
I don't know how much of it translates into American with the IT crowd, but man,
Juliet Naked.
Huh?
The movie's called Juliet Naked.
There you go. Right.
I think it's a Hornsby. I think it's based on a Hornsby novel.
Mm.
You know, like High Fidelity.
Right.
Like the guy who wrote High Fidelity, he wrote Juliet Naked. Some other books.
Not Harold Robbins. That's right.
So, like, do you guys think Israel has the right to defend itself?
Hey, we're talking about comedy. So anyway,
that's farce, tragedy.
I was just thinking, what's this thing where you get stuck under the desk, trying to fix? Hello, have you tried turning it off and on again? Never mind. All right. I think
Israel does not. Israel does not do the right thing.
I mean, it's kind of humorous that we're talking about the IT crowd, and the guy's like, someone just comes in, he's like, "Hey, what do you think about Israel? What do you think about the most hot button topic there is? Violence, good or bad?"
We want to know your opinion.
I thought flat Earth was the most.
That's the hot button topic.
No, we bombed Iran, and then that's the most hot button topic.
Well, we were talking about Iran.
Iran's low.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Iran. Yes.
Iran's low hanging fruit. Flat Earth's where it's at.
Well, we're sending the enemy.
I don't care if you're from Iran. I don't care if you're from Iran.
It's over, Rachel. No, and it was the same episode, I think, where Moss and oh gracious, what's his name? Moss and the other guy in his IT crowd. Jen and Moss and
Roy.
Roy, thank you. So Roy and Moss decide they don't want Jen in the company anymore, so they want to get her fired. And so the way to get her fired, she gets Employee of the Month. And so they hatch a plan she has got to give a speech. And so what they tell her to give a speech on is on the internet. And at this point in time,
yes.
Nobody knows anything about the internet. And so they introduced Jen to the internet, and it's a black box with a little light on the top, and say, this Jen is the internet. And she's, oh, really? It's very small.
Wait, shit, dude, I didn't realize the G. I just realized the genius of that because you know how like people like talk about like a black box people is like as a reference to like anything like you don't know the internal processing.
Yeah, it's a black box thing. It's an unknown thing. Yes.
So like literally, that's what they were. I didn't get that part of the joke until now.
Some of it's very, very clever, and that's one of them.
It's double layered. I didn't realize that. I just thought it was really stupid that they were like, oh yeah, telling Jen that this box is the internet.
Yeah, but it's got no cord.
Well, that's the thing. It's wireless. You see. Oh yes, that's right. Everything's wireless these days. That's right. So what's Jen doing with the internet? Has it been demagnetized? Yes, by Stephen Hawking himself. Well, you know, if it's good enough for him, I suppose Jen can use it in her speech.
But someone in the audience was like, I thought the internet would have been bigger.
And then she does a speech. Their idea is she looked like a complete idiot. And so during her speech, yeah, everyone's just nodding and listening to her because they don't know anything about the internet either. So she's
they all like panic and they all panic when the internet gets knocked over.
Yeah, she tells them if the internet breaks, then all of humanity will collapse. Yeah, the whole of human society. And of course, at that point, it's Renham and his girlfriend fighting, and he throws her through the wall. And then, of course, all that happens, and then someone realizes the internet, it's broken, and they all panic and start, choking each other.
Do you think the average person doesn't understand how the internet works?
You know who that guy was who says, look, the internet? That guy is the writer of the show.
Oh.
If you watch that clip, that's the writer of the show. I've forgotten his name. So good. It's just such great writing. Such a great show.
Oh, you know what my favorite British comedy is? Come Fly With Me. Or maybe it's Australian. But that show.
I don't know that one.
Don't know it.
It's like the do you like the other Matt Berry shows like Shadows and there's this other one I forget.
Yeah, I didn't get into that one. I've seen with a few other. There's one a historical thing, right?
Oh yeah, there might be. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then there's this other one that where Matthew Berry's just the lead.
I don't remember those. Space Star Ordering. That's what Space Star Ordering. He gets into this cult, and he thinks he has this cult belief that gives him with things he wishes for. No? So Jen's like, Space Star Ordering. He says, is that really real? He says, yes, of course. This morning, I wished using the Space Star Ordering method, whatever it is he says, and I wished really hard for my helicopter. And then the next day, I bought a helicopter. Explain that.
Oh yeah, I forgot. All of us randomly, my girlfriend is like, she fucking loves his fucking music. Like Matt Berry makes music.
Oh, which one is that? Is it an IT Crowd episode?
No, he just
Can you put comedy in a bucket? Can you put comedy in my backyard?
He just makes music. Like he makes like legit music, not comedy.
All right.
It's pretty good.
Graham Linehan. Graham Linehan is the guy who wrote the Beth Gaga Shaggy. So wait a second. So he plays the guru for the Space Star Ordering. Unbelievable. He actually plays the Space Star Ordering guru. from the episode. That's so funny. Sorry, I'm still on the RT crowd trip.
Better get your act together, son.
I'm on a lots of words trip.
You know, just how the internet created the .com boom. Right now, AI is creating the AI boom. You know, in 2000, it was the golden age to create a website, but now we can create our own AI models.
Oh yeah, remember that one guy? Jen was dating this one guy who was gay, and he admits it at the end, being like, and he admits that he was gay, but he was hoping that it could work because Jen kind of looked like a man.
Oh yes.
So rude.
Jen had all sorts of boyfriends. She had one. Oh yes, Rob. Yeah, the one that looks like a magician. He doesn't look like a magician. And it cuts straight to the restaurant. She's having dinner with him. He looks exactly like a magician with the black goatee and the hands. You know, it's so funny. There's another one where the security guy, she thinks that Jen knows about computers, and so he starts asking her lots of questions. Well, Jen, is it this or is this? Did the Battle of Hastings happen in 1166 or 1066? And she says, 1066. Oh, great, thanks, Jen. And so he comes down to ask all these questions, and she's just guessing on all of them. And so he goes on, do you want to be a millionaire? And so he calls, she is his lifeline, and she asks this question. She hasn't no idea what the answer is, and he loses $1 million because of her, because he thinks that she knows all this stuff and she doesn't.
Yeah.
That was good. That was really good.
He had a boyfriend named Peter File.
That's right, Peter. And they're at the airport, and he announces his name.
Peter File. Peter File.
He keeps saying it.
Please come to Terminal A, Peter File.
What about Peter's best friend, Nick?
Nick File.
Mr. Gurr.
Nick File.
Nick Gurr.
Oh,
you made me say it. You made me say Nick Gurr, didn't you?
Yeah.
You bastard.
They were sharing a pack of cigarettes, and one said, "Hey, pop open me a
fag." Can't say that. But you can say
hey,
that.
Muddy's 10-second theory works.
What word?
Your 10-second theory of silence. You do a joke and there's 10 seconds of silence. So you're right,
I wanted to be a stand-up comedian, and everyone just sort of said, everyone laughed at me. Now let's see who's laughing.
Who's laughing now?
Who's laughing now, eh? Okay, Moss, we've got to get rid of her. I've come up with a plan. So a plan. Yes, a plan. So, all right, a plan. It sounds very exciting. I think I'll put on my slightly larger glasses. He says, he puts on slightly larger glasses than his other glasses. And as a story, his plan is like he puts even bigger glasses on. You have to see it anyway. So, I shouldn't have used the word plan. I didn't want to get you too excited. But I think what we should do in there is we'll go into office. I'll speak a load of computer bollocks. And then if she doesn't pick up on it, we'll know she knows nothing about computers. Right. I can see why you didn't want to use the word plan. That's good. There's nothing behind the red door, Jen.
Red door number 3.
What's behind the red door? There's nothing behind the red door, Jen. Nothing at all.
Red Cloud, nobody in the room knows the show you're talking about except for this.
Yes, they do.
There.
What show is this?
Behind.
You don't know.
I love it. It's a good show.
What'd you say the show was?
Much better than talking about Israel.
Yeah.
Right, you
So
guys
in the
said that at the same time, and I didn't understand it.
IT crowd.
Oh, okay.
God, we got a
I've heard of it.
gang in here tonight, don't we?
The US version was a bit garbage. Yeah.
Is there no flat earthers in here?
Marty's
there to
in
be?
here.
Squiggle.
I was just wondering. Usually they speak up if there's any in here, and I haven't heard any.
What was I supposed to be saying?
Put this flat glober.
Comedians
Okay,
use
evidence.
planes.
I'll review it. I'll let you know if you got evidence of a globe.
Rick,
Wait,
y'all
didn't
go back to
didn't
your
he-
conversation. I wasn't trying to.
Didn't Jen try to take the million? Didn't Jen try to take the millionaire guy to dinner to make it up for him? And Moss was like, "Oh yes, there's this one place I love to go."
Yes.
And it was fucking like Friendlies or some. It was like fucking Chuck E. Cheese, basically.
Chuck E. Cheese. It was like Chuck E. Cheese. So they're at Chuck E. Cheese, and the clown comes in. The clown recognizes him as the guy that lost $1 million, and he just stands there and laughs at him for about 5 minutes straight. It was so good. Oh, you're that guy that lost £1 million. I said dollars, didn't I? That was funny.
What was that one episode where Roy was like, "I'm disabled"? Disabled.
They go to watch the play, the really, really gay play.
They just did the dumbest shit. Like I don't like he couldn't just be like, but he couldn't admit that he was like he used a handicap brush in order to not fess up for being in a handicap bathroom. He has to pretend to be handicapped, and he just goes with it the whole night.
That was, and in the end, they're loading him up in the van with all the other people in wheelchairs. Oh, that was
somehow Moss gets stuck pretending to be a bartender.
Yes, Jez goes to get a drink, and it's Moss. How can I help you?
You just gotta have someone pray over you and put their hands on you, and then you're not retarded anymore after that.
Yes,
that's good because he doesn't want to admit that he was able-bodied using the handicapped toilets.
I'm disabled.
I'm disabled.
I always try to use the handicapped toilet just in case somebody handicapped comes in there and they won't have it to use. They have to wait.
I use the family bathrooms. You ever been to airport? They have the family bathrooms.
Yeah, there's no families in there. You got a nice shower in there. Wash your balls from the hookers.
Yeah.
breath on it.
I like to sometimes when I get done using the bathroom made for like the wheelchair people to take a dump. It's got the rails on the wall. I like to smear them up with grease before I leave. They're
Nice.
trying to get out of their wheelchair, they slip, fall on the floor, start.
Yeah, I've been going to the same bar on Tuesdays, and I was thinking about this just the other day. I was thinking about bringing a chick I met into the bathroom, and I go, I've never been in the handicap stall in this bar.
All right, Marty, y'all was both guys. It don't really matter.
But you ever go in a normal stall and it's like so small, you almost have to like your knees are touching the dirty ass toilet just to close the door behind you, right? You're like, ugh. There's like
he
no
must have been with
room.
a man because there's like an invisible force field that only lets men go into men's bathrooms and women go into women's bathrooms.
What this bar, it says
That's what I
no
was saying.
balls.
They were both men, so it shouldn't have been breaking any rules.
Yeah.
It has the ballroom and the no balls room. So, and I was shooting
ballroom and the no balls room.
And then I was shooting pool just in this month, and I hit it off the table, and it tried. If the door opened, it would have went in the no ball room, but it hit the door because no balls are allowed in that room.
So what y'all think about them Iranians?
Well, I will never work for nor have an Iranian as a roommate again. I will say that.
My Twitter feed is showing me all kinds of videos of men like forcing women into marriage and hitting them in the face. Like, this is what goes on in the Islamic regimes. It's just like a woman being dragged. Very sad.
I feel like the whole trans conversation is a little disingenuous because they never think about the other end. They would never think about the trans men. Like, would you really? So, like, you know how like people say like, oh, like, you know, like you should be in your biological bathroom, right? Like, do you want a woman who got a surgical dick, like installed? Like, do you want them in the woman's bathroom?
Installed.
It's called an elongated clitoris. It's not a penis. It's not gay.
You got mail.
You know why there's no
You've got
gays
fatter.
in Russia?
So that doesn't make sense. You wouldn't want like a woman with a dick in the woman's bathroom.
No, the only thing people don't want is grown ass men in the women's bathroom. It's the only thing people are really concerned about.
Yeah, and if there's no family bathroom, then you can't.
People can't just fucking go figure. Like if you got fucking balls, just stay out of the women's bathroom.
And what if they don't have their what if they got their willy and the balls removed though?
That's your daughter, right? Do you bring your daughter into the men's room, or do you go into the women's room with your daughter, or you go in the family room, right?
That's good. There are family rooms.
You're talking about like a father with his daughter?
Yeah, like a father. Like when I'd be at
They use the living room, not the family room.
the dining room.
I've seen dads take their kids into the bathroom, and then like it's the other way. The mom like will take the little boy in the bathroom with them.
Just put a sign on the girls' bathroom that says no balls.
I don't think it's that
allowed.
uncommon. I think it's all fine as long as we, keep to our stalls and keep our hands to ourselves. We'll be good.
That's good advice.
Are you, Professor? What are you advocating for?
It's more the changing rooms.
What am I advocating for?
Yeah, there's the
for people to not touch each other.
Okay.
Well, good luck with that.
You never been taking a shit hole and had a little tap on the foot from the stall next to you?
Oh yeah.
And then
All
you
the time.
roll over some toilet paper to them, and then they tap you on the foot again.
I keep a little mirror in my pocket so I can reach
Like,
down.
think of it.
You see what
If the
they're
guy
up to?
wants to if the guy wants to go and the guy wants to go rape a woman, like he doesn't need to pretend to be a woman to do so.
It's irrelevant. They shouldn't be in women's spaces.
But nobody thinks about that.
And the whole thing was, Republicans cares about bathrooms, and then you think about it for a second. You're like, well, why the fuck doesn't everyone care about a man, a grown ass 6'3", 333 man in a wig, going into the women's room in some 4-inch high heels and just taking a big old fat smelly shit?
Yeah.
All you gotta do is stop. Dude, if I see a trans woman walk into a men's bathroom, I'm not like, oh, get a load of this guy, let's beat him up. like all these trans women that are, they're supposedly afraid of getting like targeted in a men's bathroom. If I see a trans woman in a men's bathroom, I'm like, yo, salute to you. Thank you for not using the other one.
You know, every time I meet a trans woman, the answer is always yes, and I always ask them this: is it bigger than mine?
You're crazy.
Very confidently, yes. I haven't even chubbed it up or shown it. Yes, it is going to be bigger than yours.
Well, he's probably talking about his hole.
Like, what if they got it? What if they got it removed? Like they don't have it anymore.
There's no post op. Those don't exist. Show me a man that had his penis cut off that still hasn't killed himself yet.
All right, let me check this website for you. I'll get you a video.
No, like in real life, live streaming right now.
I don't know. I don't like check the dicks of every person I see. So I can't really tell you.
I grabbed her by the elongated clitoris.
You see these videos of people just like freaking out at the checkout line? Like, don't touch me! 6 feet! Like, these people are fucking.
Oh, she's like screaming as loud as she can. She's like, "I've been raped."
I don't
Thanks
want to
for
be touched.
sharing that with everyone you meet. It's like when someone's on a cleanse, they're like, "I'm on a cleanse." Oh, and I got raped, by the way. Oh,
All
and I
the
was
children of a dead earth, by the way. Whoever told me about it, all they got on this
I was
plot.
watching this Always Sunny sketch where Dennis was like, I don't know, he's talking about like consent or something. He's like, I always make sure that I get the woman to every time I have sex with a woman, they always text me like here, like I consent to everything, blah blah. Sex was amazing, right? And she's like, and you wonder how do I get these women to text these things? Well, it was texted to me. Oh shit, I'm fucking up delivery. But he's like, he's implying that they didn't text him that he like takes their phones and texts that to himself. And the texts are kind of funny because it's like, I wanted you to know that I consent to everything that happened last night.
Yeah, you think they should put kitty litters in bathrooms and like wee pads?
Ah.
What, for the furries?
I don't think they actually. I don't think that was actually ever a thing.
Absolutely, we need a good laugh when we're having a piss.
Kitty
No, but that letterbox thing was fake news.
Oh, I didn't know that. Whatever. It's probably gonna happen eventually.
It's absurd enough and crazy enough that it might just could be real.
Where's your guide dog supposed to go, though?
Where's your what?
Your guide dog or your support animal.
Oh man, I found the game for DMOC. Here, I'll take a screenshot of it. Hold on just a second.
You found that gay for Denmark?
The game for DMOC.
Gays for DMOC.
Here, let me post it in the chat real quick.
Gays for Denmark.
It involves a lot of
new. That's the new organization. It's called Gays for Denmark.
Yeah.
It's more like just the name of it, but am I in the right chat? Omnipresence, I guess, yeah. Here we go.
Omnipresence, more like omnisexual.
It's more the name than anything.
Oh yeah.
Beyond horizons. We found a way for him to get past the horizon to see what's on the other side, since he's always wanting a view.
Cole.
Drive beyond the horizon.
Check out
Beyond the
the
horizon.
meme. Check out the meme pool text.
Meme pool.
I don't get it.
What's the moon? There's no moon.
Yeah, who put this picture up of this nasty looking Caesar Borgia? Yuck.
Dude, no
Picture of who?
one checks in the
Who's-
VC
I'll
text
repost.
chat. Where is this?
Did you know apparently one of the reasons they chose that night to bomb Iran is because there was no moon out, and that big bomber that has to carry the big bombs, it works better if there's no moonlight. It could be more stealth.
Well, it wasn't very telling because you could track all the refueling ships, right? Or planes.
Yeah, but it
that were
didn't go to
flying.
Guam. Everybody thought it was going to Guam, and it didn't, did it? It went straight through, so it didn't quite take the path everybody thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm not really convinced that like Iran was anywhere close to developing nuclear weapons because you could see like
Well, they
videos.
need to worry.
You could see videos of like Netanyahu like 30 years ago saying,
"Yeah,
we need to stop Iran. They're like a week away from
Well,
developing their
nuclear
nukes."
weapons don't exist. That's why.
What I heard was it's the amount they needed a certain amount of, and they're like up to 60% pure uranium, so they're purifying it, but they've got to have a certain amount as well, and they have collected a shit ton.
North Korea has
A lot
no
of
nuclear
urine.
weapons of destruction with thousands of years of useless land radiated with fallout. That does not fucking exist. Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you the new magic nuclear weapons don't destroy the Earth for 1,000 years at a time. Post the
How
They
much
link.
still
urine does it
explode.
take to make?
They still explode and go bang. But I don't think
How much urine makes uranium?
no nukes were used the other day.
I don't understand why
is
America.
the
I
hard,
mean,
is the
America.
tough part about making nukes like the uranium part, or is it like the whole thing?
It's two things. It's like pee and poop,
I'm not sure.
uranium.
Well, I mean,
Urine and
I don't
anium.
understand why America always is so fast to jump to help Israel anyway. Israel literally blew up, like bombed one of our ships and killed some of our guys back in, what was it, the 60s or something, or 70s, and we turned right around and give them a couple $1 billion and act like just swept it under the rug. They have done America wrong several times through the years, and they just keep acting
Well,
like
the reason why America
doing whatever they want.
America is allies with Israel is because they're like the only like not Muslim country in the Middle East.
And
you know
you're
who-
next on the list. As soon as they've done with Israel, if they get through Israel, they're coming for. Like, this guy's nutty, this Ayatollah guy. Like, he's very old school Islam. And he wants to bring the second coming of Christ, but their version of Christ, he wants an Islamic Christ. And they believe that this world war thingy will hail in the second coming. I don't know. It's hard to understand. Barely understood it myself.
Let's hear it from Truth Seeker, then I'll tell Cole something.
So the reason why Israel is actually allies with, or why U.S. is allies with Israel is because of the AIPAC lobby. AIPAC is the strongest lobby in the U.S., and that's why Israel has so much influence over the U.S. because of AIPAC.
So Cole,
Right,
what if I
that
told
makes
you
sense.
the biggest donators to Israel is like the biggest, like, you know how Bernie Sanders had the most money donated, and how was that he had the most money? He'll say small contributions, right? The Bible Belt, the breadbasket of America, it donates more money to Israel than over the last 30, 40 years than any government agency.
Well, I feel like APAC exists because we support Israel. I think it's like you got the chicken or the egg thing backwards, but
AIPAC exists because Jewish people are successful in the United States.
I wonder what dried mold, like when you got millions of piles of wood chips and you look out and you see like that little mold that grows in like little patterns. It's not really like a leaf pattern or anything like that. It's kind of like kind of almost mimics a leaf, but it's like a mushroom, but it gets the ground and it
it's
bubbles
like the
up.
most randomest thing.
Well, to be yellow, brown, peach, tan, orange.
You know why? I heard
Hold on,
why
some of it has
magnets
red liquid.
work. Oh, I just realized why it's quiet.
Demok, if you're going to interrupt the conversation, could it at least be relevant to the conversation?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what can
Isn't
you
it the bending
alchemy
of
those
space-time?
materials with? Could you alchemy that
So
dirt that
magnets
grows
work
mold?
because magnets are made from metal, which is mined from the ground, and they're magnetic because the
There's
metal
no
still
ground.
Everything's
because
magnetic.
Are you kidding me?
They're magnetic because the metal still contains pieces of gravity inside it.
No such thing.
Oh, I see. I like my bending of
such thing.
space-time better.
No such thing as gravity.
No, there's no gravity.
It's coffee, not gravity. Yeah.
There's no gravity. Things just fall for
How
coincidence.
does gravity make balls? What's that look like? Show us from scratch.
It makes
Fire.
balls dangle.
How do balls make gravity?
There's
That's what I don't know.
There's a story going around that gravity makes stuff into balls.
It's a bit hard to go
Where's
sideways
your
when there's no
reference for
sideways
that?
math.
Where's your physical reference and what material do
Is
you see
Boomer
that
still in
happening
here?
with? You guys can't even see nothing orbit the sun.
There's an appropriate AC/DC song that just came to
You
mind.
can't even film anything orbiting the sun. Shut
No,
up.
gravity
Alex.
doesn't make balls. Balls make gravity. You got it backwards.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Where at, when, and how? Show
I'm
us.
trying to think of an AC/DC song now.
That's
The
actually not true, Professor. You require
think-
gravitational forces to create the coalescence of the liquid
I think
sphere.
it's a Dirty
Yeah,
Deeds album.
Gene's instability is due to gravity. So you
You'll
don't even
need
have
a
sphere
vacuum.
yet, but you have gravity.
What is this?
You'll need a vacuum and some balls.
You wouldn't have
Throw
gravity
them in
without
there
the
and watch
Earth.
some
Yeah.
magic.
But you wouldn't have gravity
No, like
without the Earth.
you say that the
Throw them
mass
in there
from
and
the
watch the
center of the
Newtonian,
sphere
Einsteinian
causing
magic.
gravity,
It's
causing
all
your
relative.
greasiness.
You can't get in the way of relativity. What, your ignorance stops relativity from happening in that magic fucking chamber? That magic ball chamber vacuum?
You don't even know what you don't know what a relativity is.
You never heard of Gene's instability, dude.
I want to know where you guys got your references for all this ball magic that doesn't happen.
Tell me what
nowhere.
Gene's instability is, Professor. Don't Google it.
I'm right. It's Dirty Deeds.
It's basically the formula
Nope,
for
not
how
you.
much matter is in a nebula.
Not you.
To
Not asking you specifically. I want to know if you knows what this is.
What are you asking? Sorry, there's too many
What is
people
Gene's
talking.
instability?
What is gene instability?
Gene's instability.
No one can hit
named after John Genes.
Because you think balls make gravity, right? But you
Genes
need
instability.
gravity
It's like when your genes start to rip.
No. You require gravity.
Supposedly,
to make
rocks
the
have
ball.
cells and genes. You guys think you came evolved from a rock, so I mean, where's the cells and genes in a rock?
A rock?
How do you have gravity
Yeah,
making a ball without the ball?
No, not a rock.
gold,
We're talking
rock,
about.
diamonds, metal.
We weren't talking about a rock. We're talking about Iran.
Human stardust makers. Proton rock dirt boys. You
Right,
know.
Clyde, do you have Demok turned
You
down?
know evolution.
Yes, we all do.
No, not
Yes.
Iraq.
Because they don't-
Iran. Iran.
So rude.
So rude.
Iran, Iran, not Iraq. Demok.
You're gay.
He's
Not
been
you,
here
Red
for a
Club.
few.
Okay.
Oh, you mean a pile of sand somewhere? You call that?
Like Dimmock can be funny, but I've heard it before.
Turn them up.
Yeah, go
How do you
bomb
know if you're
another.
funny? You gotta turn them
Go
up.
go bomb another cat fucking litter box. You're gonna really hurt it with your
No.
fucking missiles. Here's another turd in the sandbox. Clump. What'd it do? Not a fucking thing. Where'd it go?
Yeah,
We
you
don't
want
know.
your gas cloud to clump up, right? So you require gravitational forces because gas is subject to entropy, right? So you require some kind of gravitational well to be formed already for the gas to coalesce into a liquid sphere. You don't
They'll
have the
need
start of
gas.
accretion without gravity in the first place.
They'll need gas.
You don't think
or
you're
air.
gonna
So
get
how is a
anywhere,
gas
do you?
cloud how's a gas cloud being subject to entropy and creating gravitational well at the same time?
They can't grab gas from a vacuum. It'd be on the edges. It'd be far away from them. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Unless they made the
Right.
whole universe a sun, then it's not happening. The whole everything would have to be a sun for their shit to make sense at all. Because the whole encompassing, never ending, expanding vacuum would be the sun of gas that never stops getting to the edge, expanding in front of itself faster than the speed of light, young man.
Sorry to
So
interrupt you
keep
before
your
you
voice
Bill,
on.
but I really wanted to know that
Go ahead.
little thing.
Yeah, the genes instabilities in the image.
Okay, where'd you post it?
Omnipassive, I think. Basically,
Alright,
it's
thank
for
you.
an entire solar system, not necessarily a planet. Just so you're aware.
Yep, genes instability is about the forming of stars. Yep.
So making little things work for you guys to explain big things. When we go outside and get a little ball, you said it doesn't work to explain big balls. We have a separation of anxiety for your globe physics because you can make a little black hole in the lab and that works. For a big black hole that you can't see, it's so big like a universe and needs suns. So a little black hole's good there, and then little pieces of the sun are good. Spark sun spark for 2 billionths of a second.
So,
That's
Mike,
good.
what kind of evidence would you need to believe in the round Earth?
A side view.
How about showing that the Earth is a globe? How about you start there?
How about you go underwater 3 foot? No, go underwater 2 foot, 3 foot, and then horizontally go that way and just pop the tip out of your boat or your object that you took underwater, a stick or anything. Just pop it out.
We
the
have
surface.
we have photos. We have photos of the Earth, but you're gonna say those are fake.
Listen, retard.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if you have a photo. If you have curved water, you can swim forward underneath it and pop your hand out that way, and we'll look for your fingers to stick out of the curved water. That's all I need. Just swim through the water and prove that you can stick your hand in front of you. And there's
Yes,
curved
Demok, we
water.
get it. You're a flat earther. Congratulations.
Yeah, we get it. Water's flat. It's not curving, so you can't stick your fucking fingers out of it. Microscopic nothing burger. Too bad you can't find that curved water. Microscopia. Little bitty you can't fucking stick your fingers out
I'm
of
more
big
interested in the bendy light on flat Earth, how it makes
Bendy
the southern
curved
stars
water is what
appear
we're looking
from
for. We want to stick
magically
our
no one
fingers
knows what.
into it or out of it, guys.
What
There's a
about a
hill in my
snowball?
backyard that's 8 inches, and I can stab it or drill a hole through it and see pipe sunshine to you. This is how stuff works. So we're just going to go through the surface of curved water and go down a little bit and then pop something out. We'll do a little miniature submarine with some missiles.
How much does the Earth curve, Demok?
You'll never know. You don't have a utensil. You have no comparison.
Look, Earth doesn't curve. That's why the horizon
No
goes
clue. You
forever.
just got ifs and buts.
Oh, hang on. It
You
doesn't
got a
go
bunch
forever.
of questions on a big idea.
Like it should on a flat Earth.
I wish you guys knew what the Earth was curving like because I got an 8-inch hill in my backyard. I got an 8-inch drop, and then I got an 8-inch thick
Demok, if
wide
the Earth
mud
is
puddle.
flat, then how do we have the sunset?
Which part of my
If we
yard
have a
of the
horizon at
8-inch
all.
difference is the Earth curve, guys? Which part
How
of
do we
my
have a
backyard? I got 8
sunset,
inch, huh?
Demok?
Listen, there's
Yeah,
an
that
8
is a bit of an issue, right? What if you have a hill that literally drops with a radius of 3959 miles? Is that even possible on a globe?
That wouldn't be Earth curve. That'd be everything but.
Yeah, can I have a hill that changes elevation at the rate of Earth curve on a globe?
Not possible for these guys. Their IQ's too low to play with dirt and sand and Play-Doh and make
That would be like a congruent
It'd always
mound.
be like something that doesn't
You
exist.
could call it.
Yeah, it'd be like a
What was the
horizontal.
country? Arkansas.
Wouldn't spill
Like
water,
the
would it?
pancake land.
Kansas.
It'd be horizontal.
Yeah. Well, Florida's apparently
Earth
pretty flat
weirdos.
as well. But
Equipotential, equidistant, flat Earth proves again that the globe fails. The globe has to be equipotential, equidistant. So go stick some cups on the side of your hills and cliffs and make sure they stay there. Cup and all, water.
Right.
Microscopic guy to the big Earth.
Oh,
No way your microscopic water can fucking outdo Earth.
Yeah, you should show me tilted water from space. Can you show me a swimming pool at an angle?
Right, imagine your cup of water being a plumb pop.
Because I can't handle all these stupid questions at the same time. Too much.
I know. You're being educated.
No, because you and Demok are saying random things that are unrelated.
So you think the cup of water plumb bob is going to tilt and spill that way on your globe and not spill? You think it's just going to pull that way, your cup of water plumb bob? I got a cup of liquid. I got some strings on it. It's a clear glass with some holes in the top, some ring holes. I got some chains to it like a scale. Where can I put my plumb? Where can I put my cup of water plumb on your globe to make sure that it's everywhere is equidistant, every piece of dirt everywhere, equidistant to the center ground potential? What the fuck does that look like? What does the equidistant, equipotential curve look like of 8 inches? Just 8 inches. All we're looking for is just 8 inches worth of earth curve, boys. That's it. Right where you stand. Show me what that looks like. Please tell me it's on
Apparently,
Earth.
even if there was elevation change at that rate, you wouldn't be able to distinguish it from a globe.
They don't even know what the fuck
Apparently,
they're talking about.
according to Oblate M.
No numbers, no scale, no math. Should just throw that shit out the window now. They don't know the difference between an 8 inch
Well, let's have a look at this curve. Eh?
or an earth curve.
How far away is the horizon on a flat Earth, Demo?
You'll never know, weirdo. Go do some research.
You don't know
There's no
anything
such
about
thing as
flat
a
Earth.
horizon.
You know it's
There's no
flat.
such thing as a horizon. Shut up.
Really useful.
Globe nonsense.
Whatever shape it is, it's non-globe.
All you got to do is look at the ISS and confirm that it's flying in a straight line. That's all you got to do.
Realm. Yeah, the dirt and water and hills don't really have a shape.
If ISS is flying in a straight line, you're on a globe.
Horizontal line.
Why would it be a straight line if it's in orbit?
Watch it drop vertically from the side.
No, it's not in free fall. Cool, so it's not accelerating downwards anymore. Great.
A side view of it dropping horizontally down or vertically down. I'm sorry. Can we see things drop vertically down from the side view? The sun, the moon.
Share the image of the path it's actually taking.
And hot air balloon. Please tell me you know how a hot air balloon flies and drops vertically on the ball.
Yeah, you don't have a parabolic arc for your ISS. It would have to be a straight line if you're observing it from the Earth.
They don't. There's no parabolic for a hot air balloon, brother. It goes horizontally that way, and they see it drop down vertically like it's a fucking elevator, just dropping straight down like a rock.
That's exactly, yes. That's my point. Yeah.
So we need to see the side view of this. Ignorant morons. Ignorant fucks. Do we have a side view of this stuff? Dropping vertically down. You believe this, weirdos? Why? Why would you ever believe this shit? Go to the side of the fucking hill and look at the back of it. Now you'll know whether something's dropping behind the hill, retards. Don't go that way and look at the fucking front of the hill and declare you know what you're talking about, because you don't. Big Daddy side views right here for you to wreck your dreams. Globers are supposed to dance underwater and not get wet.
There's a pretty vague image of the orbit. Tell me where the straight line is.
How many 100 feet can you fly below sea level out at sea? Let me know. Tell me right now live. How many 100 feet can you drop down vertically while you're in the middle of the ocean? From any perspective of any observer that goes away from you. How far down can you go now? Nowhere? You fucking idiots. As soon as I move away from you, you're supposed to be able to drop vertically down, right? 50 feet, 20 feet, 1,000 feet. Every 11 miles, 527 feet. What the fuck? Where'd that go? You're still the same 8 foot above the water where I left you at. Bunch of weirdos.
Get a submarine and make it pop out the water by going straight. Can't do it.
Yep, that's just the tip. Just put
Turn a bent pool stick. Look at it from the side, and you won't see it bent. But look at it from the end, and you'll see the bend. That's why you see things go over the curve, but from the side, it looks like there's very little curve.
They don't give you a side view. Stop talking about that.
You know he knows
All
all
right,
of this.
all right. I won't. I don't want to argue with Demo.
They only look down the front
argue
of the key stick, Cole. You know that. They look down the front, one dimension.
Yeah, according to the globe model, your pool stick is curving.
I mean, it's hard not to, but yeah.
Well, I mean, me and D-Mock had a pretty cool conversation this morning. I don't want to get into a big argument.
No, we're good. I mean, I'm just saying, dude, if we really look, man,
I mean,
if these people think it's hard to get the
they
film
used a
of
bent
the side of their
pool
house
stick
and
to
film
show you how
walk
subtle
the
curve is.
Can you not overtalk?
You said a simple.
You gotta unmute whoever you have muted, dog.
Sean, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we already know that there's nothing to present to validate globe. just straight lines are curved, etc.
That's crazy.
What's with this dude's name up here? Teach kids to be trans, dude. And your profile's wild, dude. Where'd you get that picture? That's got to be AI.
Nope. My picture. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card actually.
Oh shit. Okay.
No.
I think all kids should be
Kids
trans.
to be trans.
I think all kids should be trans. Actually,
Space.
That's just edgelord rage baiting.
Yeah, but like, is it wrong?
Yeah, because it's for the reason of you're trying to get under people's skin, nothing else.
oh, and the flat Earth stuff is any different?
Yeah, I know, right? I was just thinking,
you agree.
it's like you're
Nice.
just
I'm
trying to get
glad
under
you
people's
agree.
skin.
All right, let's go.
So, well, I
flat Earth
really
is not
believe
different,
this.
but how I
Therefore,
described you guys, yeah.
like the
Flat Earth
difference
is
between you and me is that, well, actually nothing really, because we both really believe it, right?
You want to change with robots? You want to have a robot vagina pina colada?
That sounds cool as all hell.
Has proved to me that Earth isn't trans.
Where are they going
Okay.
to hold on? Where are they going to put your?
Experience.
They're going to put your robot wiener in your butt? Where would they put your robot? They'd probably put it in his butt, wouldn't they? That's a weird robot. Some weird stuff going on. Yeah, that's not really entertaining at all, really. It's kind of dumb.
What's the name of that Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Vendread Chimera.
Vendread.
Don't mix with robots.
It is trans Chimera.
Yeah, that is ironic. Yeah, it's not lost on me.
Dude, I cannot spell that. All I got is like some cameras. Oh, I got it. I spelled Chimera wrong.
Yeah. The archetype kind of sucks, but the picture's really cool. So.
Yeah, I'd sooner trans all kids than believe in flat Earth.
Damn, this
True.
A strong ass card, dude.
Shouldn't believe you. This is no. Don't confuse your kids. That's fucking weird.
It's a badass card.
Yeah. I'm actually playing Master Duel right now, but I don't think you can stream on the server. Oh, you can. Oh, there you go. Watch me go in for the kill.
Sure.
I thought he had a play. I don't know why he didn't just scoop.
Dude, I used to have this game for PlayStation. Dude, that's sick. I forgot I had that game.
What game is it?
That shit. There was a Yu-Gi-Oh card game for PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What year was it generally?
Oh man, this is super old. 2001.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah. I think. I think it's like Rose of something. I think Duel of the Roses or some bullshit like that.
That sounds familiar.
It's supposed to be like notoriously difficult, but I never played it because I was more of a Nintendo kid.
So when are you going to present evidence of Earth curve, though?
You supplied it with the wind turbines.
Evidence
the turbines? Yeah.
I feel like if you wanted to prove Earth curvature, you would just have to like go to certain places, and then see for yourself.
The turbines are supposed to show that there's no tilt.
Just go to space and see for yourself.
Well, not necessarily space, although space is a bit of a high burden, like literally and figuratively. But there's like other places.
Why is there a horizon line on the flat Earth?
Like a really high mountain.
Shouldn't you be able to see forever and it just get blurry?
Something refraction.
Yeah, whenever I'm on top of the Empire State Building, I could see the Eiffel Tower.
But you don't believe refraction of the globe.
What would be sufficient evidence for a globe for flat Earth? I wonder.
Which one?
I don't know what you mean by like
what would be valid evidence for the shape of the Earth for flat earthers?
Well, the answer to that question is nothing, right? Because you're asking like, what is sufficient evidence? Well, it's like, well, nothing.
No,
is
you're
sufficient
asking the wrong person. You're not a flat earther. You're just a straw man.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you want to be a flat earther, then
No, I mean the joke is that like it doesn't matter how strong your evidence, it's never enough to meet their burden, right? Like they will never believe it.
no, it's just the evidence of the Earth appearing flat and being treated as flat, being utilized as flat, outweighs all your supposed globe evidence.
It's not utilized as flat.
I don't think you believe that, so I don't know why I should believe it either.
Well, pilots believe it.
How many pilots are flat earthers, do you think?
They're treating the Earth as flat to tell you themselves. Go on a plane and ask them.
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
No,
How
they
many?
don't.
My question was, how many believe it's flat?
And what flat Earth
Doesn't matter
map
if
do
they
they
believe it,
use
they
when they're
treat it.
flying to Australia?
Because you said that they believe it.
It is practical to treat the Earth as flat.
Do they say we treat the Earth as if it was flat?
Yeah,
Show me. I want to hear them say this.
It's not true.
I'm interested in
No,
seeing
it's
that.
not.
I like playing with my food. I want to see what evidence he has.
No, you
He
guys know
doesn't.
what I'm talking. You've all seen it before. All the stationary, non-rotating stationary plane stuff. You've seen it.
I'm not familiar. No, I'm sorry. Can you please link it in the side chat?
I think he's talking about the papers for simulations where they do to simplify the calculations.
Simulations.
Yeah.
No.
Yes,
No,
you are.
real life.
You don't
real
know
life.
you are. You are. That's their manuals. And they start off with that because then you have to add in the variable. Yeah, we have heard.
No matter where you go, how fast you're going, gravity is going to, cause downward acceleration. So no matter where you are, it's like you might as well just treat the Earth as flat. That's what everyone does.
No.
You
can't.
keep
You
saying
need to
that,
do.
though. But you keep saying that. But like, who treats it as flat? Can you link me to them or quote them or something? Because you're just asserting that.
No, you say that gravity's pulling the nose of your plane down. You say, oh, that's why the plane doesn't just keep gaining elevation. So gravity's just pulling the plane down all the time, even though you're pulling up.
It's one thing to say pilots believe this. It's another thing to say pilots are lying about what they believe.
Are you saying it pulls only the nose down, but not the rest of the plane?
I think it would pull down everything, wouldn't it?
I would have thought.
Yeah,
so.
but you should be gaining elevation. That's right.
No, because the density of the air ties into this as well.
Right.
So if the Earth was curved, you would follow the same density of air as you would on a flat Earth. So it's really bad. It's a really bad. It's not a good evidence for either side.
Dude, if the Earth was flat, you would fly the plane exactly how we already do in reality.
No.
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 Yeah.
With the Earth being flat, it would affect like the lift and all that, and the thrust.
What? How?
Because it wouldn't be the same.
Why?
Source, dude, trust me.
I don't know. Why wouldn't it be the same? What causes the change? I don't know.
What would be the center of gravity for a flat Earth? Like how
Yeah,
deep
you don't
it
have
is,
gravity.
how wide is it? Like there's unknowns.
Well, what if it's not a center of gravity? What if it's like a line of gravity?
Why wouldn't you just fly it straight if the Earth was flat and there was no gravity? It's just density and buoyancy. You just have to worry about the air pressure then, wouldn't you?
The buoyancy.
Yeah. Well, what if the gravitational force is being caused by a horizontal plane?
That's
no flat Earth believes in gravity. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Could be though.
Because it doesn't
Well,
work.
if it's due to mass, if you are on one side of the flat Earth, you would have more mass on one side of you, so you'd be mostly pulled that way.
It's not due to mass, it's due to bending space-time.
Yeah, bending space-time is due to mass. Mass is the reason that happens.
I feel like
so underside of
Silly
flat Earth must be a particular shape.
Sorry? What'd you say?
So I didn't hear it either. Can you repeat yourself, sir?
Well, the underside of Earth would have to be a particular shape for gravity to match a flat Earth. So you'd have to have a map of the underside.
Sorry. Yeah, because you keep saying that the cause of gravity is a point, that there is a center of gravity, that you're being attracted to the center of a sphere, which is completely unconfirmed, unverifiable, unfalsifiable. Why can't I just invoke? Okay, so you guys like to invoke gravitational anomalies, or you don't know where they actually are. I could just invoke a line of gravity rather than I could just invoke a line of gravity instead of a point of gravity.
A line. Okay, so which way is this line going then? Would it be perpendicular to horizontal, all over the place?
It's a plane. It's a horizontal plane.
The gravity?
Yeah. Gravity is being caused by a horizontal plane.
So the direction of the gravity would be horizontal?
Yep, rather than a point. No, it's just gravity is perpendicular to the horizontal plane. But what's causing the gravity is the horizontal plane.
So it's nothing to do with mass then?
Maybe it does. Who knows?
Well, because if it is, if it was a flat sort of disc shape, if you were at one side of that disc, you would have the majority of the mass on one side of you, which then would pull you sideways and not down.
Flat Earth doesn't need mass attracting mass. It's useless now.
So, so no, it doesn't need mass. Okay, I see.
No, I didn't say it doesn't need mass.
Alonso
It doesn't need
disagrees.
It doesn't need the cause for gravity to be mass attracting mass. But neither does the globe. You guys got space time.
So it's just something magical that we have absolutely no idea why.
Just like space-time.
We have what we call gravity. Okay, so
space-time is one of the most magical things I've ever heard.
You sure you understand it properly?
Oh, I thought you want to talk about space-time?
No,
I mean,
not really.
If you're gonna
Maybe
say you understand the thing, but you think it's stupid, then don't you owe us an explanation of all the properties so you can tell us why it's stupid and dumb?
It's stupid because it's a conceptual. It's just a conceptual thing in math. It's not actually.
So it's like
part
a
of the
vibe you
fabric
have?
of reality.
Like
Not
a
actually
vibe
a
you
part of the
have.
fabric of reality, according to the guy who made the model himself.
Do observation and measurements conform to this concept?
And not all the time.
When doesn't it?
On an astronomical scale, on a quantum scale.
Yeah. So.
So why'd you ask?
So is it that we don't understand how it works, or do we know that it doesn't work?
I understand. I understand how you guys claim it works, and I know that it doesn't work that way in reality.
No, science don't actually know this in quantum physics, do they?
I don't know everything about quantum physics. Everything about quantum mechanics is new and fresh and still being, revised and refined. So no, I'm not going to act like I know exactly what they're claiming quantum mechanics are now.
Well, that's science for you. Science always moving forward.
Oh yeah. Yeah, away from the globe. That's right.
No, absolutely not.
Oh yeah, very far away from Einsteinian gravity as well.
Nope.
Yes, as far away as possible, dude. They're so proud. They pat each other on the back like, dude, you came up with a different cause for gravity. Fuck yeah, dude. Look, here, I got another one. Oh yeah, me too. Everybody's coming up. Everyone has different causes for gravity.
No, not really.
Yeah,
if you look into Mond, if you look into MOND, which was a suggested hypothesis, it doesn't work.
There's a guy
So it's been
right now
discarded.
celebrating. There's a guy right now celebrating because he came up with another alternative cause for gravity. There's a guy right now, I bet, celebrating, thinking he won a Nobel Peace Prize because he thinks space-time is dumb.
Well, he has to support that by evidence, proper evidence, observations, measurements, to confirm his idea. If he can if his evidence is good enough, strong enough, yes, he could probably turn over the gravity.
This Yu-Gi-Oh game is cool. I'm gonna tap out the stream right now, but this was kind of cool. Very makes me want to play the old version again.
Stay.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Like, even if gravity is emergent from quantum foam or anything like that, doesn't necessarily change anything about how the moon orbits the Earth, or how the Earth orbits the sun, or how the sun goes around the Milky Way. Like, none of these ultra deep insights into subatomic fields changes anything about the large masses that exist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the difference between micro and macro.
Okay.
This is why the strong and weak nuclear forces were found out, because gravity wasn't strong enough to hold onto tiny little electrons, quarks, etc. There's a stronger force that is only necessary within that very small distance, and anything beyond that, it's like the inverse cubed law. It just keeps on dissipating and dissipating until it basically has no effect.
Do you think trying to come up with a grand unification theory is necessary?
No, and I don't think it's.
All right.
But
See,
it's
some
not
people are willing.
necessary.
Some people are willing to look into the idea that your four fundamental forces might just be one, and you can actually create a more comprehensive model of the universe that doesn't have all these problems in relativity, dark matter, quantum mechanics claiming that when you look at something it appears, and all these stupid things that you guys got going on right now. It's gonna go away. I hope you know
It's
that.
called, what you're talking about is string
But
theory.
why does the universe have to conform to you presuppositions? I wonder.
Yeah, the quantum foam shit. Yeah, superpositions. That's all going away. It's not concrete science.
Well, the problem, like we were describing, is some unifying theory thing, is string theory, which some scientists do think is a thing, but it's all theoretical. That no one's proven it yet.
Yeah, with all due respect, that field of study is called theoretical physics.
No, yeah, I get it. I'm just saying that I've been told that it's not as substantive as other theories.
That's what I mean. I was just trying to squiggle. It's
well,
yeah, it's all theoretical. That's Michio Kaku, right? That's his deal.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, right. But it's
Yeah,
not
I agree as well.
But it's not a theory in the way like gravity is a theory,
Yeah, but if they're wrong about things, what impact will that have on the day-to-day life of people that apply physics in real life? That's the question.
No, yeah, I mean, as long as I just hope that they're spending their time on something that eventually bears fruit. That's all I'm asking. I mean, it might be, but they might not. I don't know.
Well, what I've heard is that when they end up spinning their wheels on things, they don't count it as a loss, because it wouldn't look good for the funding to count it as a loss, for one thing. But the other thing is that it's just an area that they can then discount. It's like looking for a killer. You can say, well, the husband, he was in South Africa on a business trip, and he was seen by hundreds of people, so we could discount him. So even if you have to fly to South Africa to interview people, it is a waste of your journey, but you do discount one of the possible things. And so it's not, in essence, then a waste of time to go down these avenues that don't really lead anywhere, because that's how you learn things. You make mistakes.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you're basically just checking out a hypothesis and see if it's viable or not.
Well, I want to respond to what Oblate was saying because
Eventually, I hope they.
Yeah, let me respond to what Oblate was saying, please. Dude, you don't think finding a grand unification theory is necessary? Straight up. Because, like, you know, I don't know.
It seems more like a goal rather than a necessary thing. Like if people really want to pursue it, they will. But I don't think pursuit of that thing is necessary. Like,
well,
in the grand scheme of things, I don't need the Higgs boson in my day-to-day life. Like, it's interesting to learn about, but ultimately, like, it's not really that important.
When your model stops,
shipping and logistics.
When your model stops bringing forth explanatory power, there's probably a variable that's incorrect in your formula. You know, one of your presumptions or predictions is incorrect. Clearly, one of the predictions is incorrect when it comes to dark matter.
But the reason why was dark matter observed?
But if we care to have explanatory power in the model, that, you know, a grand unification theory is necessary.
No, dark matter is due to there seems to be more mass in the universe than expected, and based on like Einstein's ring or bending of light around massive objects and so on, astronomers are capable of calculating the baryonic matter, and they see, well, to have this curve light, you need more mass, and then the question then is, what is this unseen, undetected thing that's causing it? If they find it,
thing is not existing. That's it.
No, it's moving. In fact, the dark matter studies are moving forward. There are some really high energy particles discovered lately that might be the reason for what dark matter is.
How do you know it's way it's moving if it's undetectable?
I'd say so far we don't have, science does not have a proper evidence for what dark matter is, but there are some promising observation done lately.
An observation of dark matter?
High energy particles, among one thing.
Gravitational lensing.
You can't observe it.
Gravitons.
Yeah, gravitons makes more sense than dark matter, if you ask me.
But if they found that dark matter is some sort of particle which has mass, then that would in fact most likely conform very nicely to Einstein's relativity.
In addition, I've been hypothesizing whether 0 point energy in the vacuum, since energy equals mass times speed of light squared, that even the vacuum energy of space itself is providing the mass.
Vacuum energy has mass. Nice.
Sounds cool as all hell.
I don't know.
You're right.
You just say whatever you want in your model, dude. Literally, just you see it, you don't see it. There, it's really not there. As mass, it doesn't have.
Can you hear me?
Can I talk to the guy who was talking about strings theory earlier?
Testing.
Hi. Hi, Rexon Media. So can you tell me about like?
I was trying to get in there.
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to make a quick comment about what I wanted to just very, very quickly comment is why I don't understand. Squiggle, can you answer this? Because flat earthers that I've talked to do this. They talk about the bleeding edge of theoretical physics, and seem to want to bring it back to that a lot. They talk about dark matter because we don't understand it, gravity because we don't understand it. Can we talk about the things that we do understand that we can all agree on, rather than the cutting edge of theoretical physics like string theory, that has no real impact on our day-to-day understanding of the solar system. We do understand things that we need to know the shape of the Earth. That's the point. And gravity is the absolute definitive evidence or knowledge of what causes gravity exactly, and the nature of gravity at the edges of the universe isn't something that we need to know those things. That's kind of so why we talk about things that most laymen don't understand.
So physics changes depending on scale.
Okay.
Because without a unifying theory, how physics acts on matter and energy is just going to change in the model, no matter what.
Our understanding of it lessens with distance or with scale.
Our understanding
So
of
the
it
extremes.
describing its behavior, how it acts.
Yeah, our understanding is
proportional to our ability to investigate it. Like,
that's very well said.
Your ability to use a sextant is different from somebody's ability to use the Large Hadron Collider.
That's a very good way of putting it. I didn't think of it in that way. But yeah, so at the smallest scales, there's where we don't understand things, and the larger scales, where there's galaxies and the behavior of stuff in the galaxies, we don't.
That's
understand.
where we really don't. Like, okay, but you talked about. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going, but in the middle there are things that we do understand, such as orbital mechanics, and the things that we can apply. So we don't necessarily know. Perhaps in the future we'll find out that mass does not attract mass. There's gravitons, or there's something else that we didn't see before. Someone will come along, and Einstein will come along, and then everything will change. Until then, we still have a good understanding of how mass appears to attract mass, and we have an understanding of how we can control those things to do things like put stuff in orbit and send stuff to other planets.
Orbital mechanics is based off of Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, that's it. Which is a more practical and practicable.
Yeah. Instead of acting
it's subject to change, just like how the paradigm changed to space-time bending. Your orbital mechanics could change too.
But locally, I might correct, the panel can correct me, but am I not correct in saying that practicably Newtonian mechanics does just fine for the stuff we do in our solar system?
You don't need
putting things in
quantum
orbit.
physics to throw a baseball. No.
Right.
What'd you say?
We don't need quantum physics to understand how to throw a baseball.
But it would help, I guess, if we want to do it accurately.
We're talking about explanatory power. Like, if you're just going to say, yeah, this makes sense, it works, that's enough, and you're satisfied, okay, that's your standard. But there's physicists out there that are willing to go above and beyond and, really expand on.
Yeah, and that still won't change basically the general shape of what we label Earth.
It might one day. You don't know that.
Well, it's about how we label things to begin with. Like, if you just don't give anything labels and just say everything's just quarks, leptons, etc., Earth is shapeless because it's made out of grit or less grit. It's only because we make definitions like water or earth or plutonium or the entire periodic table, the various types of cumulonimbus clouds, stratus clouds, various kinds of gradients in the atmosphere to the geocorona. Like, we love labeling things so we understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, but right now, your physics changes depending on the scale.
But as it stands, as it stands though, we can work out that an aspirin will help someone's headache. We don't we don't fully understand quarks, like you said, and strangeness and charm and all those different things. Those aren't fully understood. It'd be a long time before those fully understood.
Not quarks. We don't understand quarks because there's probably a better model. Because it's not really quarks.
But the more and more accurate the models of quarks get, that still doesn't change that atoms and molecules and rocks and mountains exist and basically conform to something globular.
And quarks is like straight out of a video game, man. They just keep giving you more and more, just more band-aids.
More band-aids? Can you explain that?
Well, yeah, you got your beat up Frankenstein house cards model. It's falling apart, and quarks is a band-aid.
Well, all right, so let's analyze that for a second. It's falling apart.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can you explain in what way it is falling apart?
Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall.
When you had
That's like saying, I've got a house of cards. There's a whole bunch of suits. It's used printing. It's got ink. Inside that ink's an atom. Part of that atom's a quark. And oh no, the quark's slightly more different than we thought. Therefore, the whole house of cards is wrong. No, sorry.
No, now you're claiming little things can turn into
You just need to gain an understanding of what quarks are and do.
You can't play poker.
You're
You
saying
can't play
little
poker
things
because you
make
don't
balls
understand a
now.
quark.
They're saying the smallest amount of mass can make a
Boomer,
ball.
do you have... No, guys, don't do that.
That goes
Just
against
don't.
big mass. If a
Boomer,
quark
That's
can
like
make
claiming
balls,
the house of cards is going to fall because the print is offset a little bit. Like it's a really stupid analogy. Sorry.
No, it's the perfect analogy. You guys got a whole fragile ego about it as well. It's such a... Your ego is a house of cards as well.
the
ego thing is a separate matter.
They think a quark could make
you should know this by now.
A little
the
ball.
ego thing is just an ego thing. That's not
a big ball
that's,
of stuff.
All right,
who you're talking
I
to.
will never bring it up again.
There you are. Good man.
So now they have little
You're
stuff.
a good man,
balls.
Squiggle. Appreciate you.
Micro balls.
You too. Yeah, no micro balls, no astronomical balls, no Earth scale balls. Got none of them. You say photons are balls, molecules are balls, Earth's a ball.
Saying
they just
temperature
debunked
should
their
scale
claim that
from
little balls
ice to
can exist.
steam
You debunked
and
your
water.
claim that little
Like,
mass can make a ball.
just because temperature
A little mass can't
changes, like ice to water and water to steam, that's
little
like
mass
claiming,
can't make balls.
temperature and heat are a house of cards just
Yeah,
because
you don't know what that
they
is.
don't scale.
You don't know what temperature and heat are, stupid.
Quantum
I always
mechanics
think.
doesn't scale.
I always think when people look back at our understanding of things 100 years ago, say 1925, what they understood to be scientifically true then, and then I imagine 100 years from now, what they will look back on our understanding of science and how funny they'll think it is. We think we're advanced now, but 100 years. Who knows? They didn't even have microcomputers. They're at, I think they're now at 4 nanometers. I've heard that 3 nanometers is the process they're doing right now for microchips, integrated circuits.
3 and 4 nanometer, chips.
4 nanometers. 4 nanometers.
I don't know. It's like
If you
you guys say space time.
go
You
back
guys
100
say
years,
space
though.
time is bending. What's up?
If you go back 100 years, the time when they were surmising the splitting of an atom and the release of energy, people were still struggling with time zones for train timetables. Goes to show how wide the world's perception of things is, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's also, you know what? Tell you what's interesting, because I saw a sci-fi show from the 1960s, or it was a movie or something, and they explained something that they understood scientifically back then, and that we understand now. But they explained it as if, as though it was just this fantastic, complex, hard to understand thing. And I just thought, that's common knowledge now. you know. And I just remember thinking the audiences for these movies and other TV shows and stuff, they're so much, they're just so much more, they're cleverer now than they used to be. They used to be very, very simple people, and now they know so much more. So it's the sci-fi has to sort of get more and more complicated and explain a lot more. In Star Trek, they'll say, "Oh, go faster," you know, and this turn the engines on and make the ship go faster. And that's really all they're saying. But you know, 100 years from now, Star Trek will look quite amusing.
Individuals they'll class, like we stand on the shoulders of giants. They're normally the ones who got things more or less correct, like, and then we improved upon certain things. Like Galileo was doing stuff with gravity, then Newton, then Einstein, and there'll probably be another person who refines it even more. But I still don't think that'll change what we consider the basic shape of Earth. Like if you want to include every single boulder and mountain and that, I don't think that's really going to be practical for moving your like shipping vessel around the coastline, you know.
And even when we get stuff wrong, future people will be like, okay, let's not do that because that's wrong. Let's do something else, and they eventually get it correct, right? Even being wrong has value, is my point.
That's a good point. Hey, back in Aristophanes' days, one of his offsiders was down in Africa, and he observed that at this time of year, the elephants were heading west, and the locals told him that was for a migration sort of thing they do at this time every year. A few months later, he was over in India, and he noticed the Indian elephants were migrating in the easterly direction. And he had concluded that the elephants were meeting up on the other side of the world for a party. Not true. Just happened to be timing. He was in the right place at the right time. Totally got it wrong. The elephants didn't meet up. They're a different species. But his observation allured to the correct result. There was just no elephant rave on the other side of the world. But he said, these elephants are meeting up over there, over in fucking Africa. Oh, not Africa. Over in South America somewhere. So how's that? He got the right conclusion from the wrong facts.
Are there elephants in South America?
No.
South America.
No, there's not. But that's equidistant from India and Africa. If you went from Africa west, you'd end up in, you know what I mean? So the elephants weren't meeting up. He just noticed that they were heading in a direction. Had he been there 6 months later, they would have been going the opposite way. So, yeah.
Once again, Globers can't figure out what they're on.
Why?
You gotta get an elephant to tell you if you're on a globe now. Would the elephant tell you Earth's a globe? Is that why?
I think, look, if you want to discover whether or not the Earth is what the shape of the Earth, just fly all around it, or use a boat or something, and then eventually you're going to have to map it out. If this,
I'm willing to bet that I know more globe evidence than you.
Honestly, probably yes. I'm gonna assume that's true. I'm not a STEM guy,
All good, brother.
but like, you know, I can use some my sense data to infer some conclusions, whatever that's worth.
Well, I really just say that just to. I'm not oblivious or just completely naive to globe evidence.
I mean, the way
Matter
I
of
think
fact,
about it is
I
like,
feel like I know globe evidences that people don't bring up. You know,
I
bring
think
up all kinds of weird shit.
I think that's cool. I mean, I think flat Earth, globe Earth stuff is definitely fun to think about. It's like when I was growing up, my dad was always, when I told my dad something, he was always like, "Why? Like, why?" And at first it was annoying, but then it was like, okay, I should know why I believe things. And I think that's like really cool to like be able to explain yourself. Because some people are just like, I don't know, you know. The reason I believe in the globe Earth is just because like, if it's flat, why haven't we discovered the edge yet? That seems so stupid to me.
Because it's really big.
Yeah, well then keep exploring, buddy.
They don't let you.
They don't let you. Who's not letting me?
They certainly do.
No, they really don't, man.
No, they do though.
No, they don't.
Hang on, let's go on this. So, where's the supporting
But you're
evidence
in
that they
Nixon.
don't let us? That's
I want to
roughly
know
zero.
this. Like, first of all, who is they? Is it the Jews?
You to go there.
Who is they? Is it the Jews? And two, like, what happens if you go too far in one direction? Do they kill you or what?
So you certainly are not allowed to just freely explore the entire Earth, however which way you feel. That is not a thing.
Why not?
Yeah, and you can't enter like America without a passport. Like that's not really a strong argument.
But you know what I'm saying? You know it's true, but you want to hardcore reject, immediately jump down my throat to just reject.
But you
know what I'm saying is true.
Hold on. Up until like January, people could come to America without a passport. Did you forget that?
And you can walk across the
It's
South
an illegal
Pole.
immigrant then.
Well, lots of people have done it. It's a
Can't
hard trek.
anymore.
People know where America is, right? Because when you're in it, you're in America. We're talking about confirming what's claimed about the South.
Well, we live here. We know that it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Further south than where you are.
No, Australia's far enough.
No, further. We got to go further than that.
I can see the
So
celestial
Tasmania,
pole
South
of the
New
south.
Zealand, Punta Arenas, Union Glacier.
We don't know if the Earth becomes egg-shaped. Like we don't know. Like we just need to find out. That's all it is. What if it's an egg-shaped Earth? I don't know.
I tell you what, people are very impressed. This is the thing about discussing this. And someone else said I've learned about the Earth a lot, and people are very impressed when I say I know the town that's the southernmost point in South America, and I know what it's called. People are very impressed when I Punta Arenas.
Oh shit!
Well, because of flat Earth. I know things I learned because of flat Earth.
If you want to go to Tierra del Fuego, that's basically Cape Horn Peninsula. Yeah.
And also, Trouble or Anvil, have you guys from our country here, have you ever seen the North Pole Star or the Pole Star? I haven't. But you've seen the crux, is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
you often see the Southern Cross, but Stella Octantis is a bit fainter, but you can see it. It's just faint.
Sigma Octantis.
I can't see it. Oh yeah, no problem
the other
seeing it.
constellation near it is called Mensa, ironically.
You got to
Hey,
put it
Terry.
at your zenith. Put it at your zenith and keep heading. Cross the
I don't know
South
how you
Pole.
put that. I don't know how you put both those celestial poles over a dome. I mean, just that alone rules out flat Earth.
All right, so let's just not do anything. Let's just sit here and accept globe models and suck our thumbs.
Look, buddy, if you want to, like,
Well, we can talk about the flat Earth model. Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah,
you guys.
there
It's
was
all.
one.
Oh, but what about this? Oh, it's a globe. It's definitely a globe. You don't even understand the point of what I'm saying. You're not even listening. Oh, but it has to be a globe. It's not
funny
about if it
that-
has to be a globe.
Yeah, we're
It's
we're
about
listening.
exploring the landmass of Antarctica, confirming what they claim on a globe model is true. What if it's just a difference? What if there's something
Because we
there
know
that they're not
that-
telling you
No, we're
about?
not talking.
What if it's bigger
No, we're
than
not
they
talking
claim?
about the
You don't
globe.
know that you that. You have to just get on your knees,
We're not
wipe your chin. And
No, we're not talking
tell
about the
the
globe model. We're
ALE
talking
that
about the flat Earth model.
you love it, and yeah.
So how
Let's
would
talk
we
about the
go?
globe. Let's talk about the flat Earth model.
Yeah.
Go.
How would one go along to for more lands further south than Antarctica?
You guys could choose to believe that they're not lying to you all you want, but you are not able to confirm what they claim about that
We are.
landmass just by
Yeah,
sitting
but
there. No.
who's lying?
Who's claiming what here? Antarctica is there. We know that's a continent.
I mean, if you
also-
want to act completely airheaded and oblivious to the point I'm making, have fun.
Well, you haven't made a point yet.
No, I didn't make the point. I didn't make the point. I know Red Cloud knows the point.
We just had a flat
I-
Earther go to
I
the
do.
South
I
Pole.
do know the point.
2 of them.
Terry, maybe you just pulled up. I don't know if you've been listening.
Are you familiar with the Mr. Flat Earth guy? Are you familiar with the concept of motivated reasoning?
I love that name, Mr. Flat Earth Guy. That's such a nice
Squiggle.
name.
Well, I'm not
It's
going to say
squiggle.
Arabic rune. I'm not going to say sand rune. I don't know.
Yeah, well, your name
no.
doesn't your name doesn't
Oh,
come
man.
through on the side chat, so we don't know what to
Squiggle.
call you.
What was the other name you came up with?
Sand rune.
Squiggle.
Oh, I don't want to meet you. Okay, we can't. That's too long of a word name to. We have to call you something a bit shorter than that.
Call him.
Us Australians, we like to. Us Australians, we like to. We like to
everything goes how you
abbreviate
want it
everything.
to. Yeah.
Sorry, was my sentence interrupting the beginning of yours?
I
I was responding to the funny thing you said.
Terry. Love you guys. You guys are funny as all hell.
Me, I'm never trying to be funny. I'm always serious.
It's all about proving the globe from your desktop, not actually exploring.
Look,
no, I'm not trying to prove the globe. I'm trying to find out about flat Earth.
Because on the flat Earth, Australia is really magical. So I don't know what's wrong with us asking how does it work. If you want us to be flat, we need to explain where we live. I couldn't give a shit about America.
Yeah,
I want to
that's
know
the point
about
of
Australia.
exploring. I'll tell you once we explore.
But we have explored it. I've driven across the place. I've been up and down it. I know the size of it.
Yeah,
Flat Earthers
but
don't want to map the flat Earth at all.
you just can't just blindly accept everything they tell you. You gotta make your own map.
But who's that they tell you? Who's this they?
Yeah, this is like the second time
Oh,
I've
no, I
heard
gotta
who is
explain
they,
who
and I need to
they
know who
is.
they is. And can you please
Jeez,
confirm?
do you really want me to explain who they is, or are you just saying that?
Yeah, just tell me or not if it's the Jews.
Oh gosh.
He's silent.
No,
maybe?
no, I'm upset because you guys act oblivious to what
The lizard
they
people.
really contextualizes. And you want me to explain it as if you don't know. It's like, come on, man, why don't you tell me what
Ah,
they
yes.
Come
I'll
on,
explain
chaps,
who
this isn't
they
our first
are.
rodeo. Let's-
They are flat Earth believers who secretly disseminate globe
No,
misinformation so that we believe it.
More globe
And the secret little clue in that disinformation.
Just more globe. That's all he got.
So without
That's not who they
gaslighting
is.
us, how
No,
is
no.
it?
I
How is
said there's a
the
flat
southern
Earth
hemisphere?
government leaking globe
How's-
misinformation.
But what about the South
Southern
Celestial
Hemisphere
Pole?
bigger.
Like you don't understand what the fuck the conversation should be about.
Yeah, well, how can you explain the South Celestial Pole on a dome?
I mean, I'm with you. I could literally scream it from the mountaintops. South Celestial Pole doesn't work on a flat Earth, but that's not what the conversation was. And if we're just gonna lily pad it to things that just, this is just, we don't have to fucking think. We don't have to think. We just know that this like this. It doesn't mean that the real arrangement of land masses in near the South Pole. That's not what it's telling you.
I see the sun going the wrong direction on a flat Earth. It's heading towards the ice wall every day. It's not going the other way. A horizon. There shouldn't be a horizon on a flat Earth. What on the flat Earth makes sense? You can't even measure. You don't even know
We're
how
talking
big
about
it
the
is.
contents of the surface. We're not talking about the shape of the entire globe.
Well, if we fly to them, Australia's an island. Don't you think they need to know where the edge of it is to actually land on it? Could end up in the ocean.
It's like okay, all right.
How does that not confirm it for you?
I put the flat Earth map in the side chat just so we can relate
If you
to
accept
what's going
Glob,
on.
if you're accepting the dogmatic. Sorry, dog. Were you speaking?
Listen.
Well, you say you don't have a flat Earth map, but you've made the South a mystery, so you must be using a basic flat Earth map.
If the dogmatic globe does not require any further investigation, according to you, then I would just ask you to politely just bow out, and the discussion is not for people that aren't willing to speculate. Because if you're already like 100%, if you're already asserting with 100% certainty, Earth must be a globe, and how they tell you the land masses are arranged, all of that with 100% certainty is true.
There's that day again.
Then the
She's
need
gonna keep doing
to
that, by the way.
explore, then you don't feel the need to explore, and others
But
do.
you don't know that I used to be a flat earther. And then because none of you can explain the South, I've gone back to the globe because it actually makes sense. The more I learn about it, And the more I get the real information and not the crap that the flat earthers give you, the more it makes sense. And you know that because you say you know a lot
You
of.
mean you didn't go down the road of finding what they said, Trouble?
Well, I filmed the stars, and then like nothing else, like the horizon.
Here's the question. Here's the question.
Horizon, for fuck's sake. No one's ever been able to explain that. And this crap about perspective, it doesn't make any sense to anyone without.
No, it's always
here's the
about
question.
attacking the strawman flat Earth model. Go ahead, Red Cloud.
Can I ask a very specific question?
Red was first.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
If there, okay, we are saying there is a group of people that are hiding the true shape of the Earth. But if we ourselves explore the shape of the Earth and trying to find out the shape of the Earth, the tendency is that we become part of the they. And so someone did a video and it was called Scam Antarctica. Did anyone see it?
Yeah, I never.
It was mentioned. That. No, it's the usual fare, but it's called Scam Antarctica, which says that the trip was all faked and scam, and it's all a scam. The problem is that when people do explore and they do say, I think it's something that I need to find out for myself, and they go and explore and they find out the shape. It's people make videos and say it's a scam, and they didn't leave footprints in the ice, and there's something funky with the video feed, or they didn't go live when they said they were going to go live. So we've done that. People have done that. If there's a they, and there could be a they, it's possible there's a they. They are allowing people to find out the shape of the Earth for themselves. That's the thing. So we don't have to rely on they. We can go and discover these things. You know, it's like I mentioned the other week. They haven't banned the sale of telescopes. I saw that someone has said that, and that was a very good point. If they were trying to do that, they would have banned the sale of telescopes, surely, and they would have banned visits to Antarctica entirely. They wouldn't allow you anywhere in Antarctica. They'd just say, "Oh, it's poisoned, and there's something there. There's radiation. You can't go there." That's what they'd do. But they let people go.
They do
And
that.
people have
No, they don't.
people
You're
have
lying.
lived here for hundreds of
No,
years.
that's not a lie.
We
They
know
do do
this.
that.
No, I've never
We
seen
know-
that. You can't prove that's happening.
I'm sorry, Trouble. I was accused of lying on why you.
Well,
would
you
say that.
when you said that you
Well,
can't
just
go
look-
to Antarctica. That's not true. You're lying. You're just making that up.
Well,
Oh, you're a liar, dude. You don't even realize you got all the globe lies in your mouth. You're gonna run into trouble.
Can we go to Antarctica or not? Can you explore freely or not?
You cannot circumnavigate by crossing the South Pole. Nobody can just do that on their own.
I'm pretty sure they have.
There's a website. They have, and I think that someone has.
Yeah, I
Didn't
think a chick
Will Duffy
did
talk about
recently.
that?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, they have.
You should have done.
We'll go on TFE. Do you want to find an experiment where YouTube? Will Duffy posted a video of someone who's doing that and did that. And there's a girl who did it as well.
I mean, you got your.
And if
you
a
got
girl
your,
can do it, then you know.
get your get along government. They right. They claim that they surveyed Antarctica. Right. We're not relying on them right now because we don't trust them because they're capable of lying. We already have evidence that they lie about the contents of the surface.
Governments lie.
Yeah, so I don't want to have to trust them for the map.
Indisputable.
I don't want to have to trust them for the map. I want to go look,
Then
see it.
go.
And if they're right, then shit, I'll admit they're right. But until then, I'm allowed to believe that they could
No,
be
you
lying
won't. You
because
won't
they've.
admit they're right.
I'm allowed to believe they could be lying because they've lied before.
So are you going to
Let's
go or
be
not?
fair.
Are you going to
Let's
go or
be
not?
fair. Well, hold on. Let's be
Sorry.
fair. When Jaren went, he did. I mean, you can rag on Jaren all you like, but when Jaren went, he did say, "You know what? I was wrong." So, and people
You're
have
supposed to
done
be
that.
LARPing right now.
All right, sorry.
Okay, so if you were two questions, this is very important. Do you actually want to go to Antarctica to try, just to try? And two, if you went and saw that you were wrong, would you actually change your mind?
Honestly, if I tried, I think I would be stopped.
So there needs to be the conditions where I will be allowed to freely explore.
Okay.
And those conditions are not in place. Sorry.
So if you were to try to go, which I don't know if you have tried to go yet. I don't know if you've tried and then you were stopped. But if you did try to go and you were allowed to do it, would you be willing to change your mind?
I don't know, dude. You have like a condescending tone as if you think you're
Motherfucker.
talking down to a flat earther. I don't like it.
You'd have to train if you're going to go across it by yourself. You'd need a lot of prep.
If your desire is to just feel like you're talking down to someone,
I'm not trying to talk
trust
down to
me,
you. I
dude,
want to know the answer.
the
to the
moment I sense your condescension, I can make this turn very dark. I'm being very nice to you. Do not start acting rude to me.
Now
I
it's a
believe.
threat.
Wait, don't make it about me. Don't make it about me. It's bait.
Okay.
I believe that you do not want to answer my question.
I answered your question just fine.
No. It's a non-responsive answer. It was a very specific question. Is if you were allowed to go, which you haven't tried yet, maybe you have, I don't know. But if you did try to go and you were allowed to go and you saw that you were wrong, would you be willing to admit that you're wrong? Just all I want to know.
You think right now that I have the conditions for me to be allowed to go, and I'm telling you, we can we could agree to disagree on that. The conditions are not in place.
What is it? You don't have the money for it? What conditions are you looking for?
I don't think that I will be allowed to do it. I think I will be stopped, or even,
You're saying you believe that you would be stopped, but you haven't yet been stopped. So you can't say that you would be stopped.
I believe I would be stopped, yes.
You believe you would be stopped, but you haven't personally verified it.
And until I can actually verify it, it'll go from a belief to an actual fact.
How can you verify that you would be stopped until you try and then get stopped?
Dude, it is a belief. I am admitting to you, I don't know for sure, but that is my position.
Okay. And you don't seem to want to confirm the belief. So okay, that's fine.
Who said that?
Well, you're not trying to see if you would be stopped.
Oh, all right. You think I'm not trying to go to Antarctica because at the moment the conditions, if I were to go, don't allow me to do what I think is necessary, and then we're just at a standstill.
You're saying that the conditions that would stop you from going are that you would be stopped from going, but you wouldn't know that you would be stopped from going until you tried to go and then was stopped. But since you haven't tried to go, you wouldn't know that you would be stopped if you went there.
Can you say that one more time?
No.
I don't want to say this is becoming ridiculous.
Are you allergic to passports? That's the real question.
Well, yeah, Oblate needs to try to do that thing. That is gonna make me turn this dark.
I just want you to try to go, just to see what would happen. And you know what?
I mean, please don't do that.
Booma, you want it.
Please
I
don't
know. Booma's gonna gaslight me so it happens.
Oh, we're all really scared now. He's going to make it dark, everyone. Watch out. He's now
I'm like a
threatening us
volcano, bro.
because
Just
we're
wait until
glow
you erupt.
cards. Love it.
He's got his desktop on dark mode.
Some people think
my fingers hovering over the tab key right now.
some people genuinely think passports are a scam, but every country's basically got one. So what's it cost to get a passport?
The concept that I bring forth, the things that I entertain, the things I entertain is it's so new, it's so rare to you that you just have like this knee-jerk response, like you just auto reject.
All I want from you is to see that if you would get banned from Antarctica. And if you do, I will apologize. I'll be like, damn, maybe someone is trying to hide something.
But yeah, you're talking to just going to Antarctica on a guided tour, or are you talking about going there and trekking from one side to the other?
Yeah, I want to know if you've actually, if you were like, observing TFE develop, and if you remember the whole thing about the ALE, like were you paying attention when that was going on?
The final experiment.
People were tracking the flights. People were videotaping their flights. Like Critical Think did a time lapse of out the window for his entire flight and won. How much did he get paid off? 500? $5,000?
Well,
I don't know.
No, we're
I'm
not
just
talking
saying, I
about a
agree.
flight from Australia to Punta Arenas.
I agree that I don't think you'd be able to just fly there and wander off on your own. Then, I mean, you're not allowed to do that at Mount Everest. You're gonna have to have some experience. So you're probably not going to be allowed to just trek off by yourself. But
I know that
that's
there's
the
a. I
reason.
know that once a year there's like a boat race of a bunch of yacht owners that prep
Yeah, the Vendée Globe. You're correct.
Yeah, and they go around Antarctica. They race to see who can get there the
They
fastest.
sail the 60th south latitude and the north 60th latitude.
Well, imagine if they were going around an island, they'd have to turn their yachts inward, and if they were going around an ice wall, out, like they'd have to turn towards the land, and if they were going on the inside of an ice wall, they'd have to turn away from the wall. So just being on that ride, you'd know.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation
The shape of
about
Antarctica.
which way they're really going in the south because magnetic declination readings and satellite GPS and what they're depending on to know which way they're really going. A lot of speculation.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, but you'd know whether you were turning a circle towards an island,
I don't know.
whether you had to keep turning
Big ass
towards it
circle.
to go around it, or whether you have to keep turning away from it to stop running into the fucking thing every time
There's
you go on a
even
straight
an
line.
Antarctic
Yeah,
race
they could
that
just,
leads from
according to
Western
them, they could just go
Australia.
straight and it'll
Not
make a
the
great
one
circle.
leaving from France,
I think the
which is
biggest.
like 9 days.
They could just go straight and it makes a great circle.
Not
I
at
think
the
the biggest
pole.
contention is the speed that they're supposed to be going.
No, that's Witsit. Witsit made that bullshit up. The speed is correct. We've done the math. Sorry to rail on that parade.
Well, I'm convinced.
If you tried to go straight along the side of Antarctica, you'd run into the fucking thing on a flat Earth.
They have a route that they're being, guided along by whoever is helping, track the race.
And they're going to know if they're turning left or right, towards the land or away from the land.
In a great circle, you could just go straight.
Not at the poles, you can't. You'd run into you would just get away from them and end up at the bloody other pole.
Hey, you could just go straight
great
in a great circle, and you wouldn't know if you have to turn left or right to wrap around Antarctica.
You do. You can only do that on the equator and
Ah.
not turn. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense.
You just go straight, make a great circle, and you're good. You go
No, you
around the
aren't.
Antarctica.
That wouldn't be
No, you won't.
a great circle route.
Sure,
Thank
it's
fuck
not.
you're not navigating a boat. If I ever see you
Just-
navigating a boat, man, I'm getting off.
Latitude. Yeah.
God, the average fisherman knows how to do that shit, and I haven't been out of fucking Port Phillip Bay, and even I know how to navigate. Dude, come on, stop jerking our chain.
Hey,
Now
you
you're just
don't see a
spoofing.
globe, dude. You just don't.
Now you're just spoofing on our boots, buddy.
Yeah, so if one was sailing east, which side of the boat would they?
Fucking globe.
Right.
If
There
one
you
was
go,
sailing
at home.
east in Antarctica, which side of the ship would the land be, or Antarctica be, the ice wall or the globe, Antarctic continent?
Hold on, dude. Boomer just said some stupid shit that I should be responding to.
Hold on. If it's a
No, dude, sorry, dude, you just at home like a 13 fucking year old. I don't want to talk to you anymore, dude. I just said
I don't
you're
want to
spoofing
talk
on
to
our
you
boots.
anymore.
Yeah.
You sound like a 60-year-old in a sandbox.
See,
it's
you know what I mean?
60-year-old at a
Now
playground.
you're just being a
Please do not
child.
have to
Dude, if you were
Let's
my
go.
kid, I'd give you a fucking flogging. That's basically it, buddy. You
If-
really are
I
a
feel bad
child.
for your kids, dude.
if we could keep
Boomer,
it
are you trying to be
for
his daddy?
adult, that would be lovely.
Hey, ignorant.
Yeah,
You really shouldn't go there, should you, Mr. Ignorant?
Wait, you want to be my daddy too? Is that what you're trying to do?
He's hot and ready, bro. He's ready to fucking father
All
the
right,
whole
calm
flat
down, you
Earth.
guys.
That's
There you go.
put
You're
down
coming here to antagonise. You get what you want, then you
everybody-
suck about it. What a fucking
everybody
suck.
put
Hold
down
on,
your
guys.
butter
Hold on.
knives.
Boomer's
That's
having an episode. Hold on, guys. Well, so
Also,
what
you
made you
shut
so
up
mad
for
about
that,
Earth not being a globe? What was it?
So you shut up for that, do you? Fuck God, you really are a
So,
tosser.
so why are you mad that Earth's not a globe? What was that?
I just don't
Squiggle,
think.
you're worse troll than Trump. Come on, man.
I just think you're trolling. I don't take you seriously
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah, he's doing it to everybody.
This
Just see their
was fun
reaction.
for a while, but I've had more to
Dude,
say.
you're in here. Your name is I teach kids to be
But
trans.
if you
You got
react-
mediocre hardcore profile picture.
Don't
Who's
react.
a troll?
That's
Who's a
adorable,
troll?
sweetie. That's
I'm
adorable.
sorry. Who's a troll?
I'm just done.
No,
with
I
it.
was just.
You guys can
I
talk
wasn't
if
being
you
very
want.
serious. Just don't, chaps. Just don't react.
It was fun.
Just
Anyway,
I understand. How do you guys call
I
other people
say
trolls?
stuff. I say
Let
stuff
me ask.
all the time.
Let me ask
I had
this
a hoot
trans
in
guy a
gems
question.
because I would say stuff.
Yeah, ask a trans guy something. Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, is there such thing as a trans gene?
No.
It's a trick question because I'm going to answer right now.
Okay,
I
go
believe
ahead.
there is a pair of trans genes, and they're called skinny genes.
All right, that's probably true.
And they're not allowed in the men's bathroom.
Not allowed in the men's bathroom, no. What are we talking about again?
Talking about how you never been to Antarctica, so you don't know what's really there.
We talk about the Marty 10-second silence effect whenever he does a joke.
Or you can talk about how bad of a parent Boomer probably is.
All right, I'm gonna go something else. Have a nice day, guys.
All right, bro.
Squiggle, you're terrible.
That's the
Squiggly
West
table.
Australian chick who sailed
Yeah, but the people react
solo
though.
around Antarctica. Are you trouble about? It's not just. I thought I'd link you the West Australian chick who did a world record for sailing around Antarctica. Her name's something or other Blair.
She went
That's
around.
a cool story, bro. How do you know that?
Is that Jessica Blair? I think, or Jessica someone?
Because we live in the south, we know it's not 3 times bigger than the north.
So
you just
Not
think
a
it's
magical
possible because you think Earth is
man.
a globe, but how do you know that this event actually took place?
Oh, we could bring her into the voice chat, and she could give you her own personal testimony, because that's what requires is you to personally do that. So we could ask someone who personally did it.
You got to bring them in the
But
voice
if
chat.
anyone who personally does it gets reported in the news, oh no, it's fake because it got reported that they personally did it.
Well, that's
Every
the
single
conundrum,
one
isn't it?
who's been
Yeah, not everybody just believes what they see on
participating
the news.
in that French race around Antarctica, all of them are lying, and I have no idea how to
The news
navigate.
also told you that men can be women. Did you believe that dumb shit?
What's that got to do with it?
All right, sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I think it's a relevant point.
Hey, what's the word?
Notice
It's
that.
like
Notice how.
short.
Notice
It's
how
short
certain
for.
conversation. Sorry, I'm trying to bring a point out here that's relevant. Notice how we're talking about a certain conversation with certain points and we're making them, and then somehow somebody diverts the conversation away to a different topic altogether.
The south has that effect.
Typical Glober, dude. That happens every time Globers are in
Yeah,
the room,
they transition, or I like to say they tranny the conversation to something else.
Globers are the real frogs. Y'all are the
You
real
guys. You guys. Something else.
Red Cloud gets it.
I do. It took a while, but I do get it. Squiggle. It did take quite some time. So
All you have to do is do a 360, and it would have taken less time.
the question is the information reliable? There is something. I don't know if anyone else is into this education on YouTube, but someone in Ireland dug a hole in the sand on the beach, and it was quite large, not massive hole, enough to maybe 2 or 3 people could have sat in there. And the next day, because the tide hadn't come in, the next day the news reporters go to the beach and they say, "Oh, this looks like a meteor strike." And they get some expert who talks about the meteor strike and how it hit the sand and etc., 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 etc. Anyway, and then they found the footage of the guy digging the hole with a little plastic child's spade, and they didn't publish a retraction or an apology.
Is that true?
They mentioned something that was so funny. They thought it was a meteor strike. It's a guy with a plastic spade.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but things like that happen all the time. It's like a Norwegian comedian many years ago. They were doing this digging in this old church in Stavanger area. And his father or grandfather was a sailor, and he had some really old Chinese coins. I don't know where he got them from. And while they were doing the archaeological digging, he was passing. He just threw those coins into that lot.
What a
And
swine.
Jesus Christ, they're there, the papers and everything.
It's so easy to do that, though, isn't it? It's so
Last year they
easy
thought
to
an
do that.
asteroid was gonna. Last year they thought an asteroid was gonna hit the Earth. It ended up being the Tesla car.
The pranksters. I would love to do something like that.
Just goes to show the astronomers have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
Did the car come back down?
Yeah,
They
it
dug up
actually
it-
should because because of the
in
type of
the-
orbit it's in, it should eventually hit the Earth. There's nothing accelerating it to maintain its orbit.
It's just funny. In the north of England, where I'm from, they dug up a small amphitheater that was used by the Romans in the turn of the 1st century. They had invaded England and were occupying it. Anyway, so they dug all these ruins up, and then they found some letters from one of the centurions, one of the leaders of the garrison that was posted there. And they said, "Oh, this is going to be great! Look at this! We found some old Roman writing, and what?" They translated it, and it said, "England is a stinking, festering hole, and I hate it in. It's just a load of crap, and I want to go home." It was really, really funny because he didn't have anything good to say about the country. That was kind of funny. It's like someone digging up a fan letter or something, or the other one was when there's parent where there's a married couple and her mother passes away, and in the belongings they find a book on how to deal with difficult children. Oh, and the book, I think one of the books was entitled "When Your Children Disappoint You: What to Do when Children Disappoint You."
Yeah, that just reminded me of something. You just reminded me of something wild. I don't like that story though.
I was leaving England and they go, "You got anything to declare at the airport?" I was like, "No." And they go, "What about the beaches?" I go, "No one wants to see them."
All right. So when I came over here, I had a guitar and a suitcase, which they triple checked because I had guitar chords and a guitar stand in the suitcase, which looked like a gun. So they took my suitcase apart several times. But when I checked in U.S. Customs, I had $80 and the guitar, and that's all I had. And the guy looks at me, "You're emigrating and you have $80 and a guitar." It was just this great little moment. And I'm like, "Yep." And I have a loving fiance whose father is very rich.
Dude, that would be sick. Imagine you had a gun that looked like a guitar stand and it's just collapsible guitar stand gun.
Oh no, they took it apart, and on the way back did the same thing.
They thought your guitar stand was a gun.
I did another trip, and they pulled me and took my suitcase apart down to the atoms. And I said, "Why do you pull me up, aside?" And they said, "Well, you were just looking up this way, kind of funny, because sometimes the smugglers will check to see which gate is not being checked very often, So they thought I was looking funny, and that's what gave them the excuse to tear my suitcase apart."
It's like last time I went over, as we landed in Chicago, there were 10 of us working for the same company. But the process, even though we lined up for the same counter, Jesus Christ, took fucking hour and a half to process 10 guys with the exact same passports and documentations. But the other story is I had a colleague while I was in the army. I think he was going to his brother's wedding. So I wrote and signed a paper called a NATO Officer's Change Certificate. And he put it in his passport. So when he landed in New York, and the guy in the counter saw that and opened it and said, "What the hell is this?" And he read the heading. He closed his gate, took the guy's tags and guided him all the way, fixed him taxi and everything.
Mm. Must be a buggering job doing that.
Yeah, must be boring.
Just being at an airport. Just being in an airport is just this life-sucking drudgery.
I know I do about, 35 flights a year. And as you said, it's really boring in the airports. But after over the years, you learn how to cope. You come up with things to do just to make the time pass by without bothering.
Well, there's no excuse anymore. I've got an iPhone, so I can't complain anymore. But I drive everywhere. I don't really like flying.
Well, for me, it's like it's 40 minutes. It would take me 6-7 hours to drive. I can't be
Yeah,
bothered.
that's worth it then, isn't it? I don't mind the smaller. Isn't that strange? What is the deal there? I don't like the smaller, bigger planes. I like smaller planes. That's weird, isn't it? I don't mind the little planes. I can't stand the big ones.
I don't like the planes that got the middle row. Oh God! Once I see that, I'm like, "Fuck! You guys put me on the dickhead plane."
I mean, they're that big. Yeah. I don't know. I can't talk my 8-year-old self out of believing that a thing shouldn't be able to fly. Something that big shouldn't be able to take off, with the wings all the way at the back. What's the deal with the wings being all the way at the back? How does the thing fly? Wouldn't it just tip over?
Have you been on the really little plane where there's just an alley down the middle and one seat on each side and no wall between you and the pilot or anything? And
Puddle jumpers?
it's so loud. It's so loud you have to yell to each other to talk.
Yeah.
They're scary. Scary.
Yeah, that's
in
just like
Michigan.
flying helicopters offshore as well. We usually
puddle jumpers.
We usually wear like double earplugs in there and headphones due to the noise.
Imagine being in
Fucking
that all
boring.
day.
Yeah, it's fucking boring. As you come out across the sea, there's fuck all to see for maybe an hour until we might stop seeing the odd ship or oil rig. So what we tend to do is sleep.
Sean Bean was not a fan of helicopters. When they were doing Lord of the Rings, I think it was Sean Bean, was it? Anyway, he'd walk up to the mountains. He wouldn't take the chopper. He'd walk up the mountain where to do the. It was when they were doing some of the wide shots for the film.
Jesus
And
Christ, that's a few thousand meters then for the climb, isn't it?
I think it's Sean Bean. It couldn't be Vigo. Vigo's a man's man. Couldn't see him being afraid of flying.
You know what I'm really afraid of? Autonomous driving.
Oh. It's going to be.
You haven't driven in a Waymo?
Nope.
I trust.
I get scared. I see the cars with nobody in the driver's seat. I'm like, yo.
You haven't
ducking behind
stepped in front of a Waymo? The first time I stepped in front of a Waymo, it stops, right? A year later, I stepped in front of a Waymo. It just changes lanes and keeps going. I was like, oh, they upgraded.
You tried to get hit by a Waymo on purpose?
My buddy was paying for it, so it wasn't Waymo anything for me.
That's
I've driven them a few times. I trust an AI robot driving more than an Asian female Uber driver.
There you go. I posted in the omnipresent text chat. It was Sean Bean, but look at him. It looks like he's about 25. He looks so young. movie's flipping
One does
25
not
years ago.
simply fly a helicopter.
One does simply not fly a helicopter up to mountains in New Zealand.
That's the guy that almost he tried to sneak what's his face? He tried to sneak Elijah Wood.
He tried to do what?
Yeah, in the movie, this is the guy that they had to exile because he tried to be a traitor.
Oh yes, he did. He was, he was enamored by the ring. It caught his.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, Clark, do you know that they had to hire that became such a problem with him not getting in the helicopter, they had to hire Arnold Schwarzenegger on set to tell him to get in the chopper.
Oh no, I walked into that one, eyes wide open. That's a great. I really enjoy watching the behind the scenes on Lord of the Rings. It's one of the best out there. Star Wars is good. My kids like to watch Star Wars behind the scenes. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, funny story about flying helicopters. One of my colleagues, this was in the early days, I think it was his second or third flight with helicopters offshore, and it was a really shitty winter day, windy, snow and sleet, and he was scared shitless sitting in a helicopter. That was the old Sikorsky S-92, and but during the flight, one of the pilots, because you can look into the cockpit, one of the pilots started frantically sort of looking for things. That's what he thought. And he thought to himself, oh shit, now we're going to crash. But in the end, what happened was the pilot was just rummaging around his bag. And he came up with a banana, broke it, and ate it rather quietly. And he thought to himself, why the hell am I scared? And that was it. He was cured.
How does gravity keep a helicopter in lockstep while it's in the air?
Yeah. Killing me, Smalls.
Well, it's the gravity well.
Yeah, the helicopter, the propellers are resisting gravity, right? Because it's creating lift.
You know what? Too, I do wonder about that because I used to be afraid of bees, and then I cured myself of that fear. Now I'm not afraid of bees. And I don't know how I did it because I don't like flying at all. So it's like if I could cure myself of this, why can't I cure myself of hating flying? It's weird.
Well, if we were supposed to fly, we should have wings, shouldn't we?
And hollow
I mean,
bones.
I think, there's quite a few people who don't like flying or are scared. I think, like for me, who's been doing this now for so many years, flying helicopters and all kinds of airplanes many times a year, I get used. It's just like sit my ass into a bus. I don't care. Even though we've had the odd helicopter crash, people killed and so on. Maybe the first couple of flights afterwards, you think, oh, hopefully nothing happens. But now then after a year or two, you don't think about it anymore.
Yeah, if you had to pick train, car, plane, or Zeppelin for the rest of your life.
If you have to travel by one of those.
Train, car, plane, or Zeppelin.
Airship, circumnavigate the world up and down.
Airship? All right. Yeah, the Zeppelins look sick.
Cars.
Yeah, well, I think statistically, flying would probably be the choice. I'm not quite sure the statistics of trains, though. But
cars give you so much control. It's literally like it's like a sport. You can't just being a passenger in a Zeppelin or airplane or a train. Yeah, cars win every time. Actually, shit. All right, scratch cars. Plane.
Planes or zeppelins or trains?
Or hovercraft.
Yeah, or hovercraft. No, that's too cool, dude. Taking the hovercraft. Got to pick one of these shitty modes of transport. I got a different question. All right, would you rather have Donald Trump piss in your mouth?
Went from Antarctica to would you rather?
Or would you rather have I don't have a second part to this one.
What about the first one that you were laughing at? Was it too bad to continue on?
No, I said, would you rather have Donald Trump piss in your mouth? And then I literally have not come up with the second part yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
He hasn't thought of a better option.
Yeah, it's just I got enamored.
Or did he?
I got enamored by the idea. That copper man just leaning over.
Did he or did he not?
What if you think that's why Donald Trump is orange? It's because he's spraying himself with copper, trying to make himself conductive.
Is it working?
Yeah, I was wondering where does Donald get this orange tint from?
It's all the copper that he's. He has a very high grade cosmetic copper face blush.
Yeah, I was wondering, did they use one of these, what do they call it, sort of self-tanning kind of lotions, or yeah, but with the wrong color? I have no idea.
Maybe it helps to hide his age.
He has a very strange shade of orange.
At times he is, yeah.
Like in the right sunlight, it's almost like he's like a monster or something.
Oh, hang on a minute, he's an alien. Of course he is. Yes, he must be an alien.
Yeah, that alien's telling your Earth's a globe, dude. You gotta stop believing that guy.
Yeah.
They're taking the red 40 out of my dinner. It's not fair. I told RFK, I go, we gotta get it back in.
We're bringing back the blue 42s. We're bringing back the yellow 40s.
They're going to ban red 40. That's really good news.
Yeah, but red savs and little savs, they're horrible without the skin on them. The red skin.
What is it? There's a cereal in Europe. It's different colors than in America. Everything's bright blue and bright purple and bright red, but in the
He's using a bronzer to make himself look tan. It's just not a good shade for him.
You Googled it?
Yeah, I'll send link a picture.
He's lying. Don't trust it.
Oh, it's definitely tanning current lotion. I said he needs a better beauty therapist. It's one that's, or maybe he just needs to read the instructions properly and not leave it on too long.
I don't know. Is it better than Biden? Looked like he was staring into the sun all the time.
Or what if it's a tattoo?
Yeah, you get that just from tanning.
Yeah, but Donald Trump, he's a crazy guy.
Yeah, he does a lot of golf, but he also bronzes, and he's got a makeup team, so yeah, fail in public. Got caught out.
His orange changes colour, which a tattoo wouldn't do. Although they do have these pretty cool 3D tattoos now.
Yeah, I'm going to hell.
There's no handbasket big enough for you.
I just had one of the
45.
gnarliest thoughts of the day. I'm glad I didn't say it out loud.
Come on.
45
It was pretty gnarly, dude.
And what's that picture you posted? What is that?
The globe one or the Trump one that I deleted?
The globe one.
Oh, that's the Vanderbeer Vanderglobe. Yeah. That's different from the solo female one that I had earlier.
There's a lot of girlies have done stuff like that, isn't there? There's another one did that. Circumnavigated something.
I like your cartoon. The cartoon.
Well, both of your maps are cartoons, so we're equal.
Even Steven.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just an illustration, though, isn't it?
No, that
Have you
actually
seen that
doesn't
one?
make sense. 24,300 miles. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
That's the journey, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's not just Antarctica. My bad.
What did it say? Antarctic what?
Well, the perimeter of Antarctica is claimed to be something like, they say that the ice is, I don't remember, but with the inlets, like the land, the perimeter is actually, they say, is bigger than the equator. So the perimeter, including all the inlets and
the coastline problem, it's not an issue.
Yeah, but until you look at Antarctica and you try to like stretch that line out, but that shouldn't be hard to do. Actually, you definitely see about it. It's up to me because you guys don't want to test your own claims.
No, I'm quite happy trusting the powers that be.
Okay, who made a claim? Put your hand up.
The Vendée Globe.
The Vendée Globe. It's where they jump over lots of buildings and walls and park benches and things. It does say parkour. That was a thing for a while, wasn't it? Parkour.
Parkour?
Yeah. Used to be a big thing.
Parkour. Oh, parkour. You ever watch The Office?
Which one?
The American one. There's an episode where they're like, they're doing parkour in the office. So every time he does something, he yells parkour. The parkour! Just like jumps over a desk.
Yeah.
Pretty dumb.
Who copied who in the office? Who copied who in the office? The Brits or the American?
The British one was first. That's
Okay.
the British one was what's his face, the comedian chappie, right?
Well, they definitely copied America.
What's his name? The comedian in that. I can't think of his name. The British one was first.
Richard Gervais, yeah. Ricky Gervais.
Steve Carell.
Yeah, Steve Carell's funny.
The original was Ricky Gervais, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
Like I said earlier, it went the other way, or it's gone that way. Maybe there are the British comedies are based on American, but as far as I've seen that the American ones often are based on British ones, like Sanford and Son, and Three's Company, All in the Family. Those are three I can think of right now.
TV station has like a yearly meeting where they sort of swap and buy and sell ideas.
Well, it is surprising. We talk about silly. It is surprising that the comedies of those days were so, innovative. Considering the fuddy-duddiness, I mean, I was there. It was very fuddy-duddy, but they had stuff like Monty Python, which is quite irreverent for the time, and other comedies which were a bit outlandish. Are You Being Served and others. It is
Not the
interesting
9
they came
o'clock
up with
news. These guys.
Yes, not the 9. There you are. Not 9 o'clock news. You know about that one. That's good. That was a. Used to watch
What
that.
I'm watching
That
now
was
is
really nice.
I'm watching this Scottish comedy series called Still Game.
All right.
About the two pensioners. It's brilliant. It is. Highly recommend it.
Not the 9 o'clock news is where Rowan Atkinson made his name.
I just saw the other day the car park of Rowan Atkinson. Jesus Christ.
The list of cars he owns?
Yeah, I mean, he had. Was it a McLaren or something? I think it's the most expensive one. Was it?
Yeah, he's a
£1.5
huge
million pounds.
petrolhead.
Yeah.
He's a huge petrolhead. Is Rowan? He's
Yeah, he done pretty good on the Top Gear test track for those.
Yeah, I was going to say he posted a pretty decent time on the test track. I've driven that track on Forza. It's hard. It's really not an easy track to do. I was so surprised. Because it isn't like a road track like Le Mans.
Oh well, you just can't drive. Just admit it. You can't drive.
No, the funniest thing. Thanks, thanks, pal. The funniest things is the Americans that they come over, driving the wrong side of the car. Well, on a stick shift car is what they call it, right? On a manual, they're trying to drive a manual car on the wrong side.
Yeah, who made that decision?
You mean they're trying to drive a manual car on the correct side?
Yeah. One of the slowest ones was Blast. I can't remember his name now. Mike Rutherford from Genesis. He was one of the slowest people around the track. And Harry Enfield, he was really slow. There was a couple of people that were really, really slow. Hugh Grant, he was slow.
A blade anvil. Just ask Google. Say, what is the perimeter of Antarctica, not the ice shelf? And they'll tell you it's bigger than the equator.
Like the fractal paradox doesn't affect sailing around it. It's just a red herring.
No, it's when you actually take all those inlets and those little dips into that Antarctica island, lay all those lines out in a circle, and they claim that it would be a bigger circle than the equator.
That fractal shape that's increasing in its triangular iterations forever has a longer perimeter than the equator because it's a fractal.
I'm not talking about the coastline paradox.
Bullshit.
I'm really not, though. I know what that is, and I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is different. I'm just different topics.
Yeah, but even at a higher length, it's part of the coastline paradox. If you measure all the inlets using a 5-foot stick, all those inlets and outlets will get you a lot longer perimeter than a circle. Like that's the whole entire point of the coastline paradox, which includes.
My country is a tall coastline with all the fjords, and this is more than 100,000 kilometers.
Yeah, that tiny little island's perimeter being 50,000 kilometers, no big deal, you know.
Well, a small country like Norway, total length of the coastline, if you go into every fjord and so on, it's more than 100,000 kilometers.
That's, you know what? That's with your coastline paradox. I don't think they were using that to like increase the length. Like, oh, let me just like,
Yes,
because it's under ice.
they would.
It's
Yeah,
still
like
under
if you
ice. They're
measure
not doing that.
if they're measuring with 20-meter sticks and go down the river and up the river, of course you're going to get a longer length. Like,
they're not. It's under ice.
Jagged coastline. That's how things work. Yes, it's a coastline paradox issue.
No, you're not bringing your meter stick to the coast because it's under ice.
Oh, they used sonar, they used surveying from the ship. Like, it's been done since the 1700s.
Yeah.
I like the disdain that you said meter stick.
I think they've done bathymetry measurements for almost half of the area around the Antarctic continent as well. So.
Anyway, well, you're not going to look into it. You're just going to go, oh, it must be the coastline paradox. That must be why. And just never look into it.
It's part of the reason why a coastline is longer than you think it is. It's because of the size of the ruler that they're going with. If they're using meters or miles, like the coastline is going to increase in length. If they go into all the inlets and the outlets of the various jagged coastline, it's going to increase its perimeter because of its somewhat fractal nature, using the scale of the measuring devices. Like, it's I know, I understand it because I have looked into it before.
Dude, you're talking about Norway, all the coastline of Norway being 100,000 kilometers. That's because you guys have like a fucking 100 islands surrounding your very misshapen. So
no, look at the fjords. Just look at the fjords and nooks and creeks all along
Antarctica
it.
is so much, but that doesn't even make sense. If the coastline of Norway is 100,000 kilometers, what the fuck are they talking about? Antarctica's only fucking 25,000. Antarctica is so much bigger.
Well, depends on the shape, though, doesn't it? Like the Sognefjord is what 205. I think just one of the fjords. If you follow that coastline instead of crossing it, just going straight across, is about 205 kilometers one way. So 400. If you follow that coastline, only that single fjord is 410 kilometers.
Yeah, it all sounds good until you don't actually do anything.
And like the equator doesn't have inlets and outlets, so like why are you comparing something that has tons of like rocky jagged edges against something that doesn't have them at all? Like, it seems like a really weird comparison to do.
Antarctica doesn't have jagged edges.
Not that much, no.
The land, not the ice.
The land does, but I said the equator doesn't.
No, the equator does not have inlets and outlets.
So compare it to something else that doesn't have that, like the Antarctic Circle. How big's that?
Yeah, that had the number right there a second ago. What did it say? 25,000? Let me see. Let's see. Length of 66 degrees. Yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, 16,000 kilometers roughly. Is that what you
No,
got?
I got a different number than you.
Because you typed 66 exactly, not 67 degrees 32 minutes 47.5 seconds, which is what it is.
Where the coast of Antarctica is?
No, the Antarctic Circle is defined where the sun
right.
has 24 hours.
That's a 66 degree latitude that becomes possible, they say.
Yes. And the
And
latitude.
you're saying that circle of latitude is how many kilometers?
About 16,000.
Yeah,
Give or
what
take.
I have right here says 40,000 kilometers.
Well, that's a coastline, not a Antarctic Circle. So
No,
it's not a coastline.
No, it doesn't say it's a coastline. It says it's a 66 degree latitude. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look. I don't like that source that I have. Give me a second. Yours said 16,000, so I'm trying to find something else that says the same thing that yours does. What's up, Rick Sky? Or not, whatever, you dick. Just kidding.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, hello to you too.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey, what's that bandana on your face? What's up with that? Is that like an ode to Anonymous?
It's the Guy Fawkes masks. When they were telling us to wear masks, I started donning this mask for shits and giggles, and then lo and behold, I later find out that the whole world's basically run by thespians, and the Guy Fawkes mask and the theatrics of it all and the politics. So it's kind of ironic that I ended up coming back around to recognizing what that mask actually really means.
Did you say the world is run by lesbians?
Thespians.
Oh.
Something
Oh,
from
look, it's
Ode
Rick
to-
Ski. I didn't just notice who it is. What up, Ricksk?
Oi, oi.
You can't tell by who Aussie voices who, Red? Wow.
It took me the longest time when I came here to distinguish Canadians from Americans. And the regional accents of Americans were lost on me for the longest time as well. I got it now. I can pinpoint an accent, sort of. But
Canadians, yeah, I do notice the difference in accent between Canadian and American.
It's subtle. I was taught in Blighty that if you meet someone who you think is Australian, ask him or her if they're, what was it? The Kiwi. Because an Aussie won't be offended if you say, "Are you a Kiwi?" But a Kiwi will be offended if you say, "Are you an Aussie?" Have you heard that? At least that was at the time. This is 80s.
Yeah, it's still a thing, I think.
Yeah, because they want to be us.
I think I'd be offended if I was called a Kiwi.
So, London met a Aussie. I thought, whatever. And I said, "Oh, you're from New Zealand?" And she goes, "Yes." because she was constantly being accused of being Australian. So she was delighted. Yeah, actually got it right.
For a bit of math, like
Or
one degree is about 111 kilometers. So 66 degrees multiply yeah, and you know the math for circumference of a
Australians,
circle. Yeah.
Pazza, are you Australian?
Am I what? Sorry.
Are you Aussie?
No. I'm British.
Ah,
British.
All right, you're close
Can't
enough.
tell.
Sent us over here and locked us up.
Huh. Is this a room full of Americans confusing Australians with English people again?
No, I'm trying to figure out how many Australians there are right now.
Yeah. If you say the word
All right.
elucidate in your sentence, you're English.
Isn't Bendy Space Australian?
Bendy Space.
No, nobody knows.
All the bendy spaces in Australia and around it. That's what makes the stars.
He has himself muted. He can't hear you.
That's funny.
He actually can't speak. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but lost his tongue.
So it's Bjorn of Brooklyn.
I think he's actually from Europe somewhere though, and I am lying
Yes.
about. I think he can talk. He just chooses not to.
Rick, how do you get that next to your name? I've been seeing people with that.
Yeah.
You gotta pay for that?
No, you don't need to pay for it. How you get it, I don't know. Someone just like prompted me and said, "Oh, do you want to wear the EtherCos logo or something?" It's like, screw it. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Oh, cool.
You'll see a bunch of servers have it now. I'm surprised Omni hasn't jumped onto it yet.
I see it now. It's called a nameplate.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being barcoded. Yeah, for sure.
Nameplate.
You have the right for deletion.
It's the start of the digital roundup before the digital shooting at dawn.
Digital.
Yeah, it's my David Starr or whatever.
That isn't very funny.
What if there's
That may be.
Trust me, you should go. What if there's a gigantic hole in Antarctica?
The money pit.
Yeah.
The Onion did that. Oh, I'm going to find that. The Onion did a thing, and it was should the government fill in the money hole?
Think of it
like the money pit.
No, it's like the
Should the
indentation.
government stop dumping? I can't believe it. 16 years ago. Here you go. You'll like this, everyone.
Yeah, that's right. Earth is probably shaped like the bottom of an apple.
There you go, everybody. Enjoy this. Should the government stop dumping money in a giant hole?
The Onion News Network.
16 years ago. It was some of the best stuff. Onion was the Africa debate as well.
The Onion News Network was visionary in its time.
The situation in Nigeria seems pretty complex. That one is really good. I'll post that one too. Both of these are worth watching. Really are.
Have you seen the one where the coachload of sluts gets spilled on the highway and they've got emergency on their hands? It's MTV tour bus. And he goes, "Oh, we're reporting from downtown Los Angeles where a lorry load of sluts has been dropped, inadvertently spilt on the highway I-47." So these scantily dressed teenage women propositioning motorists in the congestion.
There's no one they did. It was where they interviewed a boy. It was like a Today Show, you know, and they interviewed a boy who bravely shot an intruder into this house with his father's gun. And they were talking to him. Says, "Well, little Joey Phillips here, you know, his house was invaded by an intruder, but he wasn't afraid. What did you do?" "Oh, I took my dad's gun and I shot him." "Ah, yes, but when you were afraid?" "No." "Well, didn't he make a lot of noise?" "Yes, he did make a lot of noise. So I shot his jaw off, and then he stopped making noise." There was lots of blood. "Oh, that sounds very frightening." Lots of blood.
Have you seen the Onion News Network take of the Apollo 11 landing? Have you seen that one?
No.
They got all the footage. They got all the 1969 footage of Neil Armstrong landing, but they've taken out the radio transcript that we all know, and they put their own on, and it's going, "It's Neil Armstrong, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Leap. Somebody goes, "This is Neil Armstrong. I'm confirming I'm on the fucking moon. Holy fuck! To repeat, I'm standing on the fucking moon." Which would be a more human reaction, wouldn't it? You think he'd have sworn at least once?
There's a few of them where they do a news broadcast, and it looks like a news broadcast, and then they'll drop the F-bomb in there. It's so
right, right, yeah.
The Supreme Court Justice Scalia today said, "No effing way." He's just really put the swear it in like it's nothing. What was it? Onion. There was a stupid. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. There's one that was just stupid.
They always have a little funny bit at the end. They go, "News just in: the immigration department is going to shorten the immigration lists by using a smaller font."
Here's another one. I'm not going to say it. Sony releases a stupid piece. It's not going to that one. If you're into that, I don't know why I'm into that sort of humor, but that one is just crying.
I'll have a look when I get out of the car.
Yeah. So the money hole is good. The Nigeria one is really funny, but the Sony one.
Have you seen the movie?
No, did it have a movie?
Oh yeah, the Onion News Network movie.
Oh,
it's very, very funny. It's got this really, really, really hefty pastiche of the Britney Spears and the Aguileras and stuff.
Yeah, they have another one where they did a. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
They had one where there's a Warcraft sequel that lets you play as a character playing Warcraft.
Oh, yeah, World of Warcraft.
That's it. It's called World of Warcraft.
Yeah, and you're pushing empty Coke cans around a desk, aren't you?
World of Warcraft.
And you occasionally stop playing Warcraft in the game and then go and look at lingerie websites for a bit and then come back.
Come back to the World of Warcraft.
World of Warcraft.
Domino's.
Oh, dear.
Here's an article. Domino's tests the limits of what humans will eat. They're near completion of their 30-year study into what the limits of what human beings will be willing to eat.
Well, it was as revolutionary in its time, the Onion News Network, as Brass Eye was in the UK. Are you familiar with Brass Eye?
No.
Oh my goodness. There shouldn't be any adults alive right now who don't know what Brass Eye is. It was like a It was the landmark. It was the first like news parody network, and it was highly controversial comedy in the UK.
Okay, I know Spitting Image, and there's other ones. But the parody, the biggest parody, which is more satire than parody, was the rag called Punch.
Right, Punch magazine.
That went for 120 years before it closed because of the internet. Thank you, internet. I posted on the last one I just posted. Little boy heroically shoots and mutilates burglar.
Yeah, Private Eye's still with us, but Punch is gone, isn't it?
Yeah. If I two things. If I had the money and if I'd have known, I would have kept it going. I think some wealthy do-gooder should have kept the Punch going. I think it was wrong that people just let it go. There was surely there was surely there was Richard Branson or someone who could have sunk a few hundred tens of thousands, 50 grand or something to keep them.
Yes, I get what you're saying. It's certainly worth restoring more than some of the buildings I've seen restored.
Yeah. I'm just watching. I'm not listening to it. I'm watching the little boy heroically shoots and mutilates burglar. He's winning an award for his school, and he wore the shirt that he shot the burglar in, and it's all covered in blood. Show his mum and dad. They're so proud of the picture with the boy in his kitchen, covered in blood.
People often say at the moment it's very difficult to tell the news from parody.
Yeah. Lucas says he hopes more burglars break in so he can stop them with his dad's power drill.
Oh dear.
Ooh. No, it's just funny. I forgot about the other one. Here goes. Still ahead in this hour. World's oldest attractive woman celebrates her 40th birthday. But the others have, when they do the news ones, they'll have the news, and that's funny, but they'll also have the ticker along the bottom. And that's the stuff in that is just incredible. Here you go. Sources warn that Miley Cyrus will be depleted by 2013. I love this. It's great. If you just read the ticker, you have to watch the video twice. The New York Police Department have reported that the supervillain who fell from a tall building into a river is definitely dead. News from Montana: the recent discovery of a cluster of dinosaur bones suggests existence of a 200 million year old natural history museum. That's not that funny. So I'm just reading the ticker. The other one. You remember this one, Paz? You surely remember this one. The concentric circles. That was a classic.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh man! I tell you, you know what? I'll DM you all these because this is not.
Yeah,
Really
okay, definitely.
I'll
Yeah,
DM you.
it's a blast from the past.
Yes, it's still just as funny. Breaking news: a cluster of concentric circles have appeared over my left shoulder. They're emanating from a red-blue dot in a blue area. And we have a concentric circle expert. It's like,
A centrist.
hold on, let me find where are you? How's that open?
Concentric circle expert.
The joke, of course, is they don't have the slightest idea what these things are. So they're acting as if they're studying them because they know what they are. It's like the sunspots, you know. Oh, this sunspot moved. You know, we don't know what they are. I have no idea what they are. How's let's see, add friend. YouTube profile.
Yeah, send them over.
Oh, I have.
Ignore on the profile. Ignore all the stuff about working for the FBI. It's not full time.
There's the concentric circle one. The stupid POS from Simon. That's so funny. There was a few more. Today now. That's it. And it looks so authentic. That's what's so great about it. All the graphics, everything. It's done all straight. You know, everything is done straight.
Right.
The other one is our wealth hurting Africa's feelings. Oh, and then the one I do remember, this is just remembering, is the one where it's Make-A-Wish Foundation bankrupted when the child wished for more wishes. Is the government spying? Is the government spying on schizophrenics enough? We must take care of them, you know, by putting hidden cameras so we can make sure that they're okay.
Is the government spying enough? I wonder who were in the team behind that. Because there's so much content there.
Yes, it's good. Tell you who is really good is if you're into that sort of thing is The Onion. What's it called now? What's the new one called? The Christian one, the Christian parody channel.
Oh, is it something Bumblebee or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Babylon B.
The Babylon B. They're
Avalon
just
B.
so
Avalon
good
B.
with their headlines.
Yes, yeah, it's well put together, I have to say.
Very, very funny. Some of these things, I come up with some ideas sometimes and think, oh, that sounds funny, and then I read a Babylon B one. Go, how did? Here you go, child bankrupts Make-A-Wish Foundation. And it shows this child in a hospital bed, and he's got all these toys and games everywhere, and he's dueling a lightsaber with Darth Vader. And there's a football player standing in the corner, and it's so dark. Study finds growing gap between America's rich and super rich. That's from 6 months ago. So But they really had it back in the day, the 2010s.
Yeah. The good old, slightly less crazy times.
Yeah. Okay. Judge rules white girl will be tried as a black adult. They don't mind going there. That's the thing. They somehow
right.
they get away with it. You know, like some people get away with it. What's the South Park
Sure.
people get away with it. Some people can, some people can't. There's the concentric circles.
I can't remember which one it was, but I do remember about a year ago, one of the old news excerpts from Onion News Network was doing the rounds on which social media platform, and people thought it was real.
Yes. And I saw that, and to make matters worse, everyone that was in on the joke was saying, "Oh yes, this is totally real," and they were playing.
Yeah, sure.
They were playing the parody for all of
Yeah,
this work.
yeah.
Well,
I think it was something to do with immigration or something, and people were
Yes.
absolutely losing their fucking minds, thinking it was
Yes.
real stuff.
Yes. And once
So
you
like
point
there was an immigrant in a mansion or something ridiculous, like this immigrant family were plopped into like this Liberace-esque palace, with chandeliers and stuff, and marble
Golden
floors, marble
piano.
walls, yeah, exactly, like a Versailles palace or something, yeah. And people were going, "This is an outrage!"
It's
Absolutely
impossible
boiling over.
to know who is really outraged. I saw that some of the comments were just really. You thought,
Yeah. They thought,
do they believe this, or is that part of the parody?
For some people, the idea of people arriving and getting something a bit easier absolutely makes them lose their top. It's the end of the world.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Would it though? I don't give a fuck, frankly.
Situation in Africa seems pretty complex. The African one is good, as that is really good.
Yeah, I'll have to. I'm nearly there now.
Yeah,
I'm nearly there now. I've got to find this. I'll have to wait until later on to watch it. I can't sit there watching this at work. There's no way I can get away with that. Not this morning, anyway.
Oh, here you go. Let's pick this one too. Supreme Court. Death penalty. The Supreme Court rules the death penalty is totally badass. And then the justices took turns saying, "I am the law." that's one that the Supreme Court one is where the girl playing the reporter just plays it dead straight. She just plays it dead straight and just drops the F-bomb right in the middle. Just
Right.
What's the F-bomb? So many different ones.
Yeah, or like Judge Dredd.
I just had fucking this shit tell me something weird. Did y'all ever hear that coffee doesn't give you energy? It just blocks the whatever's in your brain that makes you think you're tired.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard.
Really? I mean, things that give you an energy whack usually have to have calories in them. Otherwise, it's just a falsity, isn't it? And coffee's pretty black coffee's,
Bro, but fuck, all the years,
Yeah.
I'll drink a cup of coffee and I become like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. The sensation is that it is actually giving you a burst of something, isn't it?
Certainly feel like I got hella energy when I drink coffee. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It's got to though.
Yeah.
It's got to. It's a stimulant, so it does something, isn't it? Or does it just?
That's what I thought. Like
whack-
when I hear the word stimulant,
Yeah, that's not what it does, though. Is that what you're saying?
yeah. Let me. My source is just this guy talking, which is why I'm not.
Yeah, it's a falsity. Coffee burst is a falsity. If you're knackered, and you drink a lot of coffee, you're not gonna get in a better position a couple of hours down the line, are you?
Yeah, it's just the whole world just got flipped upside down, dude.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You feel it, and because you feel it, and what could be more real than what is tangible to you?
Yeah, exactly. You're right in the vein. That's exactly how I feel.
Yeah.
Now, there are days where I was like passing out behind the wheel on the way to work. Stop, get a cup of coffee, and I'm like fucking zooming. That's not me gaining energy. That's me blocking the idea that I'm tired. It's just so weird.
Right. I'm of the when you go to when you're on the motorway or the highway is where you are. I'm of the opinion that the government should subsidize coffee. Coffee should cost you nothing at all. If you're in one of these, if you stop in at one of these places that's miles from nowhere on the motorway, because if people think, oh, I need a coffee to wake me up, but I haven't got any money, I can't afford it, yeah, then they go and crash. Even if that happens once, even if 1 in 1,000 people who feel that way go on to crash, those 1,000 cups of coffee are way, way cheaper than the consequence of that one who didn't.
True.
All right, I've deleted all of those. So you've got them, Pazza. I've included the bioengineered crabs article as well.
I'll have to have a look.
There's absolutely no reason, said the creator of these giant crabs. There's absolutely no reason to be worried about these giant crabs at all.
Giant.
How big is the guy?
My army of super crabs will change the world forever. It's this guy. You've got to see it. You got to see it.
Crabs, what? Like a food source?
No, you know what? I'll post that one. Giant crabs.
The only way I can see crabs in the world is if we eat them.
Yeah, quite. I mean, of all the animals you could make big, why would you choose crabs as the first one?
Yeah. The crabs are just like gigantic insects.
They are basically underwater insects.
Yeah, the fact that they're underwater makes it even worse because you just know that they're like legit slimy.
Not slimy.
Crabs aren't slimy?
Crabs. No.
They're kind of slippery. They got a little bit of that.
Pazza, do you
You
get Scammer Payback? Are you on the YouTube channel Scammer Payback?
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen a lot of them. I'm not subscribed to
some good ones recently.
Yeah, I've seen the ones, but there's one guy now. Well, there's a group of guys now who are literally hacking into the CCTV and the infrastructure in the centres, aren't they, and bringing it down in 10 seconds. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I'm all for society paying these people to do this.
They created a very targeted virus for the scammers' computers, which they upload to the scammers' computer, and then it pops up with a pop-up saying, your computer's about to delete all your files. Do you want to proceed? And when you click no, it deletes the files. And then it comes up with another pop-up and then another pop-up. And it keeps doing the pop-ups. And all the time that the user is distracted with all the pop-ups, it's deleting the files.
Right.
And it just shreds the computer from the inside out to make the thing completely useless.
Yeah. Reformat C:. Yeah.
Slash
No,
Q, slash C. Don't forget those two.
oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Now,
And of course, if
stupid.
you typed in reformat, you wouldn't work anyway.
Yeah.
Actually,
No, I think money would be. I'm only I'd only be slightly less disturbed by the idea of America firing smart missiles at Asian call centers as opposed to alleged Iranian subterranean radioactive extraction plants. It's an absolute scourge. This kind of stuff that there are vulnerable, chunks of society are preyed on like this.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
If I'm at home and I'm like cooking and everyone's out sort of thing, and I'm cooking the evening meal and I'm just sort of ambling around in the kitchen, got the radio on, and one of them rings me, I'll put myself on the old the hands-free kit and see how long I can keep on the line. It's your civil duty not to hang up on them. Your civil duty is to waste as much of their fucking time as possible, because every minute they're talking to you, they're not.
I just lead them on for days.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh man, you gotta call me back tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, I'm really interested in this, but
I
I don't
read
want
some
to
of
be
that.
switched to another person. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Want
I
talk
read
to
some of
you.
that. They're working out an AI infrastructure that intercepts the calls and then puts an AI agent on the line, which hopefully in the end they won't be able to tell is not a vulnerable person, and they'll sit
You've
there
been
going,
watching
no. Sorry.
You've been watching Kit Boga and his AI answering machine for the
Has
scam
he got one
call.
going? Is he?
Yep.
Genius. Absolutely. That's a good use for AI.
It's quite funny listening to the call centers talking to a robot who's like a senior citizen who's like, oh, I'm so vulnerable in my own age. I will treat you like my own mother.
Yeah, all that shit. All that shit.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I got
the voice
way
changer.
back. Way back, I had a mate who'd record his these sort of things, and he put them on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, and just not in the public domain. Just put it up there with an ambiguous title, and then share it with all his mates. And some of them were hilarious. They'd answer the phone, and he'd go, hello, and they go, hello, and then they go, is your dad there? And he goes, ow, and then he'd put the phone down, and what the fuck? And then someone comes to the phone, they go, hello, and you go, hello, and you go, are you the owner of the home? No, I'm not. I'm not. I can't get him. And and you could tell it was so fucking obvious it was the same person putting on ridiculous parody voices, but it was close enough that the person on the other end was desperate enough that they just kept it going for too long. It was just these people aren't bright on the other end of these lines.
I did like how he basically got the scam callers onto lines and had them basically battle it out for who's going to win.
Right.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
that's right.
sir,
Yeah,
you're the scammer. No, he's the scammer.
No, ignore him, sir.
There was one of them that they did, and they found that the guy was telling them that they were scamming him for $1,000, and he had only $300 in his bank. And so he was going to go into debt at $700. They were they were scamming him for money he didn't have.
Right.
That just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of good channels like Jim Browning and Scammer Payback and all those guys. It's just like, it's entertaining, but I do like the idea of just like letting AI do the work. It's like you don't have to spend hours because you're only really distracting one particular guy on one particular phone for like 3 hours, which
Yeah.
And again, all this scamming going on. Aren't there people with lots of money that could fund work like that and then get the police involved at some point? Because the scammer payback's been going for a long time, and the scammers haven't stopped.
To be perfectly honest, if anybody tries to tell me we live in a world where telephone service provision around the world couldn't be notified of what's going on and just basically just cut the fuckers off, the fact that people say, "Oh no, that's not possible," fuck you, that is possible. Go away. It may not be it may not be worthwhile you spending the money and explaining it to your shareholders, but don't pretend that can't be done. That's bollocks.
I did like how they basically found the scammer's Facebook profile, went to his dad's house and showed him the video of his son scamming, and then like waited till he got home. It's like, how dare you, son? You put a shame on my family. It's like, wow.
Oh man.
Using family shame to discourage them from scamming is poetic justice, yeah.
Yeah, I had one years ago that rang me up and I kept them going for ages. They were telling me there was a virus on my computer. It was sort of bollocks. I'm a software engineer. Clearly, I'm not a software engineer of 35 years. I'm not their target audience for that. But I kept it going for a bit. It wasn't even you're at the computer. Yeah. I've switched it on. Obviously not. But I did. Anyway, I said one question. What do your parents know you do this? And sometimes if you ask them a question like that, they immediately hang up. But this one just stayed on the line, and that the person went, no, they don't. And I said a few things of that nature. Then they hung up.
Yeah.
But they don't give a fuck. They think that they're indoctrinated. The West is rich, indulgent. Their money came from colonialism, so we're only getting it back. If you don't take it, someone else will. If someone's got the money and it's that easy to get off of them, they don't need it because all these mantra that's rammed into their head by some shit pot and who leases the floor out.
The justifying of stuff like that chaps my hide, man.
Yeah, well, people can be convinced. I mean, it's like how many people use dodgy tactics, selling double glazing or siding or or selling solar panels to 90-year-olds, saying, "Oh yeah, it'll pay itself off in 15 years." I mean, come on.
Yeah, why doesn't the sun illuminate the entire horizon?
Why is it nighttime?
Distribution on a sphere.
Why is there a horizon?
There seems to be some confusion about this.
Question.
I mean, if the sun's slightly above the land, I should be able to see it. It should be really small, like a star.
What are you doing right now?
Oh, sorry.
Are you
Sometimes
browsing? Are you browsing your CD?
Yeah, no.
He's going through his
Sometimes the filter's
Lego
really good.
or something.
For some,
Here's
it's a bag of chips.
Lego
Sometimes the filter's
keyboard,
very good.
right?
Sometimes the filter's very bad.
From where I was, it sounded like you were jumping into a ravine.
I thought you were like, flipping through some pages of like a CD booklet.
Sorry, chaps.
He let the cat out of the bag. That's what he did.
So we look at observations of the sun nested perfectly on the horizon, right? The sunlight doesn't reach the far edges of your azimuth. The distribution of the light, it doesn't span across the entire globe. Why the fuck not?
What? I mean, behind you on the horizon, behind you. You mean?
Yeah, definitely no sunlight there.
No, that's true.
But you have a line of sight to the sun, so the sun rays should be hitting the surface.
Well, whoever's on the horizon behind you, isn't it darkness there for them?
Yeah. Yep.
So none of their sky is through scattering or whatever is being illuminated by sunlight arriving there. So you're looking back at an area behind you that's already in darkness. Maybe that's and the reason it might be light, the sky's lighter when you're looking at the sun is because wherever they are, it's ahead of you, their sky is still fully lit and illuminated.
That's if you turn around. Right? I understand that. I'm talking about left to right.
Yeah, but when you look at the
specific photo I want to show you, I gotta find it. I'm not gonna find it right now. Just trust me, bro.
Obviously there's a graduation from full luminance directly in front of you. As you go off to the sides, it recedes. It doesn't suddenly stop dead, does it? But I don't know. I've not looked at it, to be honest with you.
I could be wrong. It could have something to do with like the atmosphere scattering the light. I don't know. Just a weird idea.
I think you'd have the same phenomena if the Earth was flat, wouldn't you? There'd be areas of the sky which share a luminescence with you, and areas that in a different transitional state. Even if you put it down straight down to planar perspective on a plane, you're still going to get some phenomena akin to that.
True, same phenomenon of flat Earth. You're right.
But how would you get like a belt of Venus or the shadow of Earth in the sky then?
Oh my God, I did it again. Who said that? Was that Oblate?
Yeah, it happens every day.
Man. Come on, man. I need you to graduate. I need you to graduate right now.
What, to seeing shadows?
To illuminate
the
glober. Oh. I'll explain, Oblate. So I like to bring up a lot of random things I speculate about the globe. I just entertain things that might be a little faulty. Maybe there's a flaw. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. I'll bring it up. Like, let's say, for instance, I say, hey, you guys claim that there's an iron core at the center of the Earth, and that's what creates the magnetic field. But with your technology, you don't really detect the center of the Earth. Your waves deflect depending on, and you say the reason it deflects is because it's liquid. Right? You call that a shadow zone. And I'll break that down. Then the globe will come. Well, what about sunsets? Like, dude, we're not like, okay, I understand you think the Earth is a globe and that sunsets prove the Earth is a globe, but we're talking about this other thing. So I need you to graduate. You need to not deflect.
We're talking about the sun, but you can't talk about its setting. Okay, okay.
Okay. All right. And I promise I'll try to not bring up that water is flat when it's not the conversation. So what's going on? Thymorical, miscreant. I've never seen you. Dog?
What's up, man? How you doing?
How'd you land over here?
Kind of like the listen to people's crazy ideas. So
Nice.
we're better.
I feel like I've never seen you before.
Maybe in this time zone.
Oh shit, yeah. I'm not up at 4 in the morning usually.
I mean, it's not 4 in the morning for me right now. It used to be. Interesting.
I'm studying your profile picture, like the yin yang with the horses in it. What does this all mean?
You like it, huh? It's pretty good.
What do the horses represent?
Is it there?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I have a turkey burger that I want to heat up.
What do you think of my profile picture? What's up?
Oh, I was just interested because I was like squinting at what was on the yin yang, and I noticed it was 2 horses.
Yeah.
I think the yin yang is that's how day and night, like that's how light is distributed on the flat Earth.
No, is it?
Yeah, like that little tail.
Interesting way of doing
Yeah, it's crazy because on the AE Gleasons, you actually require that tail to represent the light distribution on a globe. Like it literally makes a
Maybe
yin
that's
yang.
what the yin yang
Yeah,
means.
yin yang.
Maybe it's proof the Earth is flat.
Yeah, besides the fact that it's literally you're gonna live your whole life experiencing it as flat.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I'm trying to be interesting, but the longer I'm in here, the less I feel like I have to talk about.
Yeah. Let's just talk about the topic at hand, huh?
What topic did not get brought up? Talked about a lot of shit.
Do I know Morse code? I do not. I mean, it's easy enough to look up.
Oh, Blade, I didn't even see you responding in the text chat till now.
I won't switch the topic to earthquakes if you don't want to bring them up. We can stick to the sun.
You want to talk about earthquakes? Yeah, dude.
Talk
What you try?
about you and me. Want to talk about?
What about us? Yeah, that's a badass video. Remember the music video? What about all of the lies that you said? But yeah, when y'all try to detect what's at the center of the Earth, So you got PNS waves, right? You're shaking up the ground. You're seeing how far the dirt is getting shook up. Eventually, your waves deflect. You say that the reason they deflect is because of the liquid mantle. Okay, so you detected your waves deflecting at a liquid mantle. So how do you know what's on the inside of that? You can only speculate, theorize.
Don't know what you mean by deflecting off the mantle. I'd say like it's rebounding off the underside of the other crust as well as traveling through whatever mediums in the earth. And
that you're describing the type of wave that propagates along the surface. I'm talking about the waves that are trying to determine what's deep down in the earth. And I looked it up before. The method that they do, they literally detonate stuff and they see how far the vibrations go down. And when the vibrations stop, that's where they say that the composition, the density, whatever, of the ground changes.
they also measure the rebound from the other side.
That's a different wave. That's a different thing.
But it goes around the whole earth. It goes around the whole earth, not just halfway.
I don't want to say you're conflating two things, but I feel like you're talking about something else, dude. I'm not talking about waves propagating along the surface. I'm talking about waves going down. And they call it shadow zones. Have you ever heard of that? Shadow zone? They got these fucking Yu-Gi-Oh names for these geological phenomena. Yeah, the shadow zones is where they say, "Oh, my wave is being deflected by the material, and it must be because I'm no longer vibrating loose soil. Now we're vibrating mud. Therefore, no vibrations." They say it's because it's liquid. But that's just the mantle. Beyond the mantle, you have a solid nickel iron core. Unverified. Your waves don't even go that far.
There's an animation for you for the P waves.
Okay, let me see. Theoretical curved. What are these blue line curves? That represents the waves? So they're just theoretical. Yeah, something or other. All you really got to do is just look up what a shadow zone is.
Yeah, and so those other places on the other side will feel that from the underneath. So if the earthquake happens at San Andreas Fault, it will radiate through to the other sides on those other places, and they will feel that. It's detectable. They have like seismic things all over the world.
I'm not talking about detecting tremors on the other side of the globe model.
Well, that's what PNS waves do. That's how they know they exist.
Verifying the iron core.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all about verifying the iron core. But you're right. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not challenging that we do that. I know it. I know we do that. But yeah, just do a little Google search. Shadow zones. What are shadow zones and whatever in geology or seismology? I have to be up in 3 hours.
I've been up for 3 hours.
It's the wee hours of the morning.
Daughter, let us go to Isnargrad.
It looks like shadow zones for S waves. Don't know if they are for P waves.
Okay. Yeah. Does it state what I was trying to say? About them being deflected at the liquid mantle? Can you send me what you're reading? If you don't mind?
Sorry?
Can you send me what you're reading right now? Gosh, I'm so lazy. I'm like, yeah, go look it up. Then send me the article that you find.
Hang on. Do my own research. I'm doing it.
Honestly, I'm about to go to bed, dude. Fuck, I've been doing this debate shit.
Yeah. Like, it's a different time zone for me. It's only like 7 in the evening, so I'm pretty fresh.
Well, I need one more topic, one more debate before I go to bed. Gonna debate something.
Well, turning kids trans has left, so that debate topic's kind of like off the table.
I don't agree. Now listen to my argument. Wait, what'd you say?
Turning every kid trans? Like, what?
Yo, that guy's name is wild. Every kid trans. It's so fucking stupid. And then he had the nerve to call me a troll.
Yeah, there's a spectrum, all right. That's pretty wild. Yeah, it's interesting. Like in Australia, we had this comedian Dame Edna, and it's basically just a dude in a dress telling jokes, and they went overseas and did in England, and they were pretty much like a very they're almost queen-like in their mannerisms, but they were just telling all their sort of stories from their imaginary childhood, and it was quite funny, but no one thought this dude was actually a chick, and neither did he, because he'd always like change clothes and just do his regular comedy as well. So it's just like, this is only going back 35 years or something to going from, I'm dressing up for comedy versus this is my entire identity now. It's very
That's kind of a scary reality. You're just trying to get people to laugh by dressing like a girl, and then
We
you
don't
go
come
home
to make a
with the
table.
dress on.
What, did you watch Mrs. Doubtfire?
It's been way too long.
That was basically Dame Edna.
You know, it's funny. The one thing that I will take from this whole transgenderism movement, I like their term presenting, because I can flat present and I can globe present. You know what I mean? So this whole like, oh yeah, I'm femme presenting right now, I'm male presenting. I'm like, yo, let me steal that presenting shit. I'm a globe present. Well, mostly lately I'm flat presenting.
What I think is missing is, like, people talk about male toxic masculinity, but what about healthy masculinity and encouraging that? Like things like dedicated fatherhood, things like good work ethic, things about honor, integrity, search for knowledge and truth. Like, these are very good attributes, I think, both for men and women, but I see a lot of kinship with men on those particular issues of, like, where trust, integrity, truth, yeah, they're the things that matter. Like having a friend, a lifelong friend. Like, I've got a friend who I've known for about 27 years. Like, I value giving my time, my effort to either do some yard work, distract, any interruptions to his life. He's got some new kids, so they'll go, oh, let's go on the trampoline, and he can just have a bit of peace and quiet, or I'll shout them lunch. So it's just like, what are the really healthy masculine traits that we can encourage in men instead of focusing on toxic masculinity?
The traits that you mentioned, can you name them again?
Trust, loyalty, integrity, work ethic,
Right. That's what I.
knowledge. Yeah.
Those things aren't.
Truth, knowledge.
Would you say that those things are truly masculine things? Both men and women do them.
I agree, but I think how we go about them is slightly different.
Like loyalty? You said loyalty, right?
Yeah, and it's something we both value. Like, I think a woman would like a loyal partner, and a man would like a loyal partner. So, I think both people could have them, but I would think that I know I've got a good group of girls. They're mostly above 35 to 60 in my workplace, and so there's about,
I call them
I don't
gaggle.
know, 20 of them.
Gaggle.
And so, like, yeah.
A gaggle.
Yeah, they are a bit of a gaggle sometimes, and like how they talk and what they talk about and what they value, I get to hear about that often, because, like, I'm not too far away from their area, and I'm always chipping in with
effeminate.
No, I can lift 50 kilos and they can't, so they ask me to get stuff, so I do it, and I've also got a forklift ticket, so I've got skills and
I
licenses
can open
that
up many large jars and
yeah. So
yeah.
I don't know. I get to flex a bit, they get to watch. It's all well and good.
Have you ever read the Kybalion?
Hyperion? No.
Never mind then. Oh shit, Taylor. Did you do the... Yo, everybody's saying that you went and did some measurements.
I did. I haven't had a chance to analyze them or put together the footage because I've been on vacation. I actually have to wake up pretty early tomorrow, so I probably shouldn't be on here now, but I just wanted to say hey. Yeah, today I
Well,
went
I'm looking forward to what you got.
yeah. I did well the other day I did a measurement trying to find the 8 inches per mile squared on the Bonneville Salt Flats. And then I'm gonna post my results from that. I kept the theodolite at 9 degrees. And I had a survey stick at a mile, and then I also had a marker at half mile at the same elevation. And was not able to find drop of 8 inches, but um, remember that I was only looking for 8 inches because I was, because refraction's cumulative, so I was trying to do the shortest distance possible. But I have some images for that, and I also did like strobe light experiment where I drove away a couple miles to see if I could still see it after it should be hidden behind the curve.
That's
And
great.
what?
I said that's great.
I know, it's cool. And then today I interviewed 2 elder Navajo tribe members. One of them, Dr. Don Mose, he's the one that wrote the Navajo language for the Rosetta Stone. So basically he introduced the Navajo language and like gave them all the information to where they can make Rosetta Stone to learn Navajo. And then he did like Navajo curriculum at was it San Juan University? And so he's a very respected elder, even in the universities and like, the academic community. And then he told us about like I was kind of pressing him on it because I know kind of some of it's like kind of hidden. They don't want to tell everybody. Like it's like very, how do you call it? Like protected stories like from the tribes and stuff. And but he did tell us about the giants and some of the legends and stories about them. And then I also talked to another woman, and her parents were, her mom was a medicine woman, and her dad was a medicine man. And she was saying how, like, she was showing us her land, and they had these dinosaur tracks on them, like all over the lands. And they were very like prominent. They even had like petrified eggs in the ground, like dinosaur eggs or whatever you want to call them. I think they're Nephilim, but anyway. And there was also footprints there of men. And she said, yeah, we know that they walked together. And she has stories of them too. It's crazy. Like the dinosaurs and men walking. That's the second time I've seen dinosaur and human footprints on the same track or overlapping on this trip. And there's some other stories she told me about. I'll tell y'all later.
It's fucking interesting. These people were at the Bon. These people lived near the Bonneville Salt Flats.
What'd you say?
You're saying that these elder
No, I had to
Navajo.
drive
Oh.
hours and hours away to get to, the Navajo. Like today I was in Arizona, and
Did you
that's
get
in
any good
Utah.
photos
What'd you
of the
say?
footprint? Did you get any good photos of the footprints?
Oh yeah. I got wonderful
No.
videos and photos. I was actually recording them. Like Dr. Don Mose was showing us the petroglyphs and explaining them. And then she was showing us like the dinosaur prints and stuff. And it's like a place where people can actually go see the dinosaur prints. It's like open to the public on her family's land. But she did like she privately went and showed me around and showed me the human footprints and then told me about some stories of them finding giants on her lands, like giant humans. And she told me basically the government came and took, like whenever she was a kid, they came and took this giant. And she just was able to see a picture of it, but they came and excavated it and they never saw it again. Like it just vanished. And she said that they showed her a picture of it and its head was huge. She said she could only see the top half, but the head was like as tall as me. That's what she told me. It's crazy to believe, I know, but that's just what she said. And I recorded her explaining it. And she's like an 80-year-old Navajo woman. And like she makes the beads and stuff. You know, they're from there. They're like natives. Another thing Dr. Don Mose told me today was that his grandpa told him they're not actually from there, like that they came from Egypt, and that they have stories of Tower of Babel in their culture.
No way.
Yeah, he was
I've
saying whenever
suspected that for so long.
Mm.
Ugh.
he was saying whenever the white people came over and were telling their stories, like biblical stories, he said that they already knew them because in their ancient legends and stories, like they had the same ones
Yep.
of the flood and everything.
Man, I've been hearing that theory more and more lately. It's like I don't even know how to research that.
Well, I have really good footage. He did like a 3-hour tour showing us around Monument Valley and the petroglyphs and telling us about stuff like that. He was really cool.
It sounds like you debunked like everything in one trip.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, guess what I'm going to do? That's why I should be sleeping. But I'm going on the Flood Experience tour where we're going to be looking at layers in the Grand Canyon. Like, there's going to be people like basically teaching us. We're going to be looking at the layers in the Grand Canyon and given evidence of the global flood. Like, so we're going to be learning evidence of the flood in the Grand Canyon.
The fuck? This is like the most epic sounding vacation.
I know. It's been really busy. It hasn't really been a vacation, but it's been fun.
So you debunked evolution, you're about to debunk the no flood, and you debunked globe, and you're about to debunk some other shit probably too. Oh yeah, the no giants. Well, I don't know about
Yeah.
you, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna put together the footage. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. These people, I, like, what reason would they have to lie to me about the Giants? And it was like common knowledge. Like Dr. Don Mose was completely separate from this other lady, and like they have the same stories, dude. And they say it's like common knowledge in Navajos. But yeah, I don't think that they
How big were
normally
the
open up.
giants? How big were they? How big were the giants?
Well,
Just
that's
out
what
of
I was trying to
curiosity.
ask her. She said she could only see. She said the head was like as big as me, and I'm like 5'3". But I kept pressing her, how large would it be in total? She said she doesn't know.
That'd be a monster. That'd be fucking huge. That'd be like a 3-story building.
Yeah, like the Bible talks about them being as tall as a cedar tree.
so you videotaped like a whole interview with her talking about that?
Yes, with her talking about these things. Actually, yes, I have it all on camera. The first segment, like I got this new Osmos DJI Mini 3. It's like a pocket camera with a gimbal. And Dan didn't know how to work it, and whenever he held on the button, it erased the first like segment. But we went back and talked to her and got her to kind of like repeat it all. So I was very thankful for that. She was very sweet.
I've done that exact thing with one of my first cameras.
Oh my gosh.
I have
We
done
had to
that.
turn that feature off. So I spent like $350 on that camera today because whenever I was doing the interview with Dr. Don Mose, I was carrying around this huge camera, like a a Sony A7 II, and I was like, this is stupid. Like I don't want to carry around this stupid camera to interview people. It's like intimidating. So I had to find one on Facebook Marketplace and go buy it. So it was his first time using it today. But we're gonna have it for the rest of the trip.
I'm looking forward to hearing that interview.
Dude, I have so many hours of footage to go through. Dozens. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to do it. Because Dan recorded the whole experiment we did too at the Salt Flats. The last one was 7 hours. And he recorded almost all of it. Everything. So, yeah. I had to buy my 3rd terabyte card today. Dude, I've spent hundreds of dollars just on memory cards. That's how much footage I've taken so far.
Have you got some external
I
hard
can't
drives to
even
back that
promise
up
you
on?
guys that I'm going to be able to go through within the next few weeks. It's so much footage. But I do have it on my phone too. Like I was recording on multiple devices. Yeah, what'd you say?
Too much footage is better than not enough.
But going through it freaking sucks. I've put together a documentary before the Florida Water Springs. We went to 30 of them and documented them. It's on YouTube right now. I've already posted it in here and I can post it again. But man, going through that thing took forever. And this is way more.
I saw a picture of, apparently it was from a codex, what'd they say? I always see stuff and then just don't save it. Apparently they took a picture out of some quote-unquote codex of like Aztec people capturing a giant.
Dude,
Put the-
I saw that the other day too. And I asked Dr. Don Mose about it. And he said, oh, yeah, they got a giant. And he was like, yeah, they would have the giants. The giants were light skinned and they had light hair. And then Dan was like, don't they have red hair too? He's like, yeah. Like they were light complected.
That's literally what they say about the Nephilim. Yo, what the fuck is going on? I'm not about to talk about this ginger theory.
Yeah.
You know what I love most about the idea of like some ancient giant? It's easily debunked just by having a couple of like kids, youngish kids, somewhere between 5 and we'll say 12.
That's it? There's no more?
What?
No, that's it. If you can't follow the process, then I mean I can help, but it's pretty simple a thought process to follow. What do kids like doing?
Get a 5-year-old and then what?
What do they like doing? What's one of the things a child likes doing?
I'm in the dark right now, dude. You might as well just tell me what you're saying.
Drive-bys. Drive-by shootings. No, hang on. Eat lollipop.
Boomer, you watch
Crack.
too much.
I love doing crack. They like drawing pictures and making up stories with each other, right?
Okay.
Do you think people around the world drew all the same pictures with all the same stories and then told them as
Yeah, I
if they
do.
were legitimate?
Yeah, I do. What's one of
Did
the
this
like simplest
woman-
things you can think to do to make a person seem like they are more important than everyone else around them?
Did the Navajo elder that I interviewed today make up a story whenever the government showed her a picture of a giant on her land? Do you
Yes.
think she's made that up?
So what's one of the things that anyone can do if they want to make a person more important in the story?
Give
Why
them a
would
degree.
she have an agenda? Why
They
would
give them a
she have?
degree, like a piece of paper, and make them feel all important and stuff. Yeah, that one.
Come on, guys.
Wait.
I'm trying to have an actual conversation here. I'm asking you the simplest questions, and your defenses are up. So, what's one of the things a person can do if they're making up a story, or they're writing a story, or they're even writing something that actually happened, and they want to make someone seem a lot more important than what they actually were, or to express their importance with a physical attribute? What's something they can do?
Make them bigger.
Make them very short.
Oh wow! Make them super big, right?
But it's not just drawings.
There's three words that we use all the time to describe someone who had a very extravagant, very bold life where they did lots of things. It's called larger than life, right? So that implies that when someone has done something important, or they're interesting, or they're intelligent, or they've gone on adventures, that they're larger in the eyes of everyone else. And this is even attributed, just like social psychology, where if you see someone as a leader, they're seen to be taller. And in fact, leaders on average are taller than their subordinates and people around them. So all of these things, it just makes perfect sense that human beings, when they want to write a story where they have even a villain in the story that they want to see to be the hero who's overcome something greater than what they should normally be able to overcome, David and Goliath, they write the villain as extra big and huge and very hard to fight if you're a normal person. And same with the hero sometimes. If a hero has done something great, say the leader of an army, he's immortalized with a giant statue. His giantness is to show how important he was in that army.
But she saw a picture of a giant that the government excavated from her land.
Oh, she didn't actually
So
see
you mean
the
like
giant.
bones? You mean like bones of a giant?
She said that she saw the torso and head of it. Yeah, I guess it had skin. She
Okay, so
described
she
the
saw
skin
some bones.
complexion.
Okay.
No, I don't. She described the
And
complexion of the skin.
So let me get this straight. She saw a picture of something, therefore it's true. Moon landing's
I'm
true then.
just saying.
The
I
Earth is a
mean,
globe then, Taylor, right?
if you add up the stories that they have of legitimate giants that they've captured, and the stories of people actually encountering these beings and the bones of these beings, and actually all around the world, not just in America.
So
And
unicorns are true,
it's
right?
hard to believe that all of them made up a
Unicorns,
story where they represented important people as bigger.
vampires. Vampires are true. Are unicorns true, Taylor?
What did you say?
Are unicorns true? Do they exist?
Dogs are gods. You're presuming that everybody that ever had an account of a giant was just lying, making up that they were a giant to just affirm their status to an audience. That's weird.
But isn't part of the problem that they don't have the evidence because apparently the Smithsonian took it all?
Yeah, that's what she said. She said they took it away, and she never saw it again. And
Okay, so she one time saw a picture of something that she remembers as a giant. Do you not see a problem with that thinking?
I see a problem with trying to skirt away all of their stories and oral legends, and
I'm not
around
skirting
the whole
away. I
world
perfectly
because you don't
explained
want to
it
believe in
using.
it.
I perfectly explained it using psychology, right? And not even psychology, but just like
You use
things
the
we know to be
horrible
true
reason.
historically.
Very
So
irrational.
psychology and history both show that this is just like a pareidolia. That
Your
Bro,
reasoning
you
is
don't have to believe
irrational,
it.
dude. You
You're
think
good.
people throughout history are lying for the same reason in every instance. That's dumb.
Yeah, just
They're
let
not
them believe what
lying.
they
It's
want.
just like it's not a lie. People will
Okay.
sometimes see people as bigger than what they thought they were.
All right, bro. We got you.
And sometimes they're just stories people make up. But Taylor, can you actually deal with this for a second and tell me where
Yeah,
I'm wrong?
we can. You don't have to believe it, bro.
But where am I wrong?
We know you don't believe in giants, dude. It's not interesting.
Well, she had the head
Okay.
as tall as a human, so it's a pretty big giant.
True. So let me get this straight. You guys are perfectly justified in believing giants are real and actually arguing that with people until someone comes along and gives you a counter argument that's legitimate, and then you're suddenly just going to go quiet.
I wouldn't say that's legitimate, but I think you're kind of spiraling, so I'm gonna duck out.
How is it not legitimate?
I got this. I'll engage with this guy. So dogs are gods. We
What
got
an uncomfortable
examples.
truth.
You got examples. You say there were giant beavers. We had giant insects. There was a whole Cambrian period where you had giant versions
Wow.
of all these species we see today. Are you saying that's not possible to happen to the human species?
Yes, it's not possible to happen to the human
Well, you're an
species.
idiot.
Do you want to know why?
It's
Do you
possible
want to know
for
why?
every
Do
other species.
you want to know why?
What makes humans unique from every other species that they can't become bigger than what we observe today?
So they're not unique.
Clearly, we already have giants today. Like
They're not unique. It's just It's
Big
just
ass
that
people, you got
so
your short ass,
you
and
have
you're
these
probably
other,
like
you have
5'1"
these other,
or
you have
something.
these other,
Like,
you
you're
have
like
these other,
14
you have
taller.
these other. I'm just going to keep going until someone shuts
I
up.
don't know why.
So you have these. So you have these. I'm not. I'm not going to let this guy who is desperate to talk over me the moment I start talking.
Dude, you sound
To
desperate.
start talking over me. Taylor, you're the one that won't deal with the fact that we have just history and 5-year-olds today that make up giants, that do giant statues, that do giant buildings, that kids draw pictures of giants. So you won't deal with that. So who's
Is that
spiraling?
like some fact somewhere? Can you cite that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Kids draw pictures, therefore.
Have you never heard of like any of the giant statues like Christ the Redeemer in Rio? Was Christ actually
I've
like
definitely heard of them.
50
I
meters
really
tall or
got to get a
something?
bed too, though, so I'm trying to
I would
satisfy
agree that
your
Christ was
spiraling before I
larger than
leave,
life.
but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just a
so
myth.
Christ, in everyone's eyes, Christ was bigger than everyone around him as an important historical and
But
religious figure.
completely
So
avoided
they made
what
a
I
giant
was.
statue
You
of him.
completely avoided the point I made to you. You know, we have evidence that the animals that we have today, the species, they were bigger in the past. You deny that's
No,
possible
they
for you.
weren't.
I don't know why. That's
Humans weren't
really dumb.
around then. We
Really
hadn't
dumb.
They were completely different
I'm
species
not
and
thinking
completely
straight,
different animals.
gods. Maybe you need to
When
like
you
keep
say when you say there's dragonflies back then, Cambrian period, that were, I don't know, how 6 foot long or whatever, that's not the same species of dragonflies as the one that exists today. And we haven't had this sudden fluctuation of the
that
species
you
of
have
dragonfly.
giant
Today.
every
Go
single
giant.
animal
It started
except
giant
for
and then it came back down to small. Now we have lots of fossils of the hominid
You
species.
did interrupt
And it
him.
went, what?
yeah, he's
I
gonna
was
do
talking that whole
his
time, wasn't I?
spaz out thing. Dogs are gods. Got his routine spaz thing that he does.
I was
Yeah, it's
talking that whole
hard
time, wasn't I?
What the fuck? Yeah,
No,
Taylor, he wasn't
whenever you
interrupted. He
started
was
talking
talking.
earlier, he was talking
The
first.
beginning of their sentence
Wait. So you
interrupted.
let me get this straight. You let me talk for like 45 seconds or so, and then you came in after that 45 seconds, and in your extra tired
I was
voice
trying to
went,
let you finish, but
"Dogs,
you
you
never did.
interrupted him, and you're doing the same thing again." See, it's pathetic.
Yeah, because I was trying to let you
It's just
finish.
it's just projection. You're spiraling, dogs. You're spiraling, and you
Think
just like
you're
you can't
projecting,
listen to
sir.
the things I'm saying, so that you can actually try to formulate a response.
Dude,
So you
I
got
do not
this
care what you have to say.
coherent world.
Started losing your mind, dude. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, you're trying to gaslight me now, guys. Is that what's happening?
Sure, yeah, I'm gaslighting you. Calm the fuck down.
Well, just a
Okay,
question.
so
though,
are you going
Cal.
to deal with what I
You
said?
realise? Okay, sorry. There you go.
Hold
You
on,
go.
Boomer wants to double
that's
down
fine.
with this fucking spiral.
You can do what you want, Boomer. It's fine.
Well, I was just going to say, this evidence, like if you front this to some, I don't know, archaeological body, you could get yourself some sort of award. So I don't see why you're in here with us and getting Jesse to back it up. Like, I mean, this sounds like good evidence. So why don't you look, ask for some channels to get it exposed to the right people? You might be onto something either way. Thank
Both
you.
of the
Thanks for that,
Navajo
dog.
people that I interviewed today told me that the government has come and taken different bones, skeletons, evidence, and pieces from their land, and they have never seen it again.
Did
Both
they
of them.
explicitly say those were giants?
Well, one of the women did.
Ooh.
The second one said, hold on, you're interrupting again, calm down. I'm trying to recall, it was a 3-hour interview. Was he saying they took? I think that Dr. Don Mose also referred. I think we're also talking about the Giants whenever he mentioned that as well. But I'm about to watch the footage
This
because
is
it was 3
embarrassing.
hours. It's okay.
That was embarrassing,
I don't. Just because I'm trying to be honest doesn't mean it's embarrassing. I'm 100%
Yes, I'm going to say it
sure
again.
she said that.
Were
I
any of
haven't
the bones
counted
that were
her
taken
saying
by
the
the government
government.
giant bones?
You're interrupting me again. But it's okay. I've already told
Were
you.
any of
The
were any of
government
the bones
comes
taken?
and takes their stuff and hides
So
the
you
truth.
just said you were trying to be honest, right? Were any of the bones taken from the Navajo by the government giant bones?
Yes.
And that's what they explicitly said. So why is your
Yes.
only evidence the woman saw a picture of a giant once?
Okay, so now you're moving the goalpost. I'm just telling you what they told me, bro.
Okay, where's this video?
On my phone and on my camera.
Okay, upload it, maybe rewatch it, maybe get yourself a transcript, AI will transcript it. I guarantee
Maybe
you're not going to
reserve
see
judgment. Maybe
anyone
reserve
say,
judgment
you're not
until
going to
you
see anyone say that the Navajo had giant bones taken from them. You're not going to
You
say it. You're
loud
not going to see it.
shouting
It's not-
I
clown
disagree.
goofy idiot.
Oh, that's
Reserve
good.
your judgment until you see the video, dogs.
I
Yeah.
don't need to. Taylor's already told me everything.
Oh, you
Her
don't need
evidence
to.
was
You
a
have a
woman saw a
presupposed
picture of a
worldview that
giant,
is
and now her other
yeah.
evidence is that they took things from the Navajo people. Those are her two pieces of evidence. She's confused the two intentionally because
No, I
they never
haven't.
said they took giant
Sucks.
bones.
Dude,
I love this.
You
This
did
is
say
so
that.
fun.
the conversation was so much better before you
This
pulled
is so
up.
fun.
Yeah, she definitely did say that they came and took it, and she never saw it again.
Do you want to bet money that they came and took giant bones from the Navajo peoples in that video?
What? What'd you say? Do I want to bet money for that?
That one of the people you interviewed say, one of the Navajo people say that they saw the government or someone told them from their family that the government came and took giant bones from the Navajo people.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. $100?
Sure.
Great. It's a done deal, Taylor. You upload that footage. I'll go through it. I'll check to see if it's there at all. And if it's there, I don't know, send you $100. PayPal, then whatever.
Okay.
Great.
What was your wife just pegging you or something, dude? You sound like you're livid.
Like what?
Fucking faggot.
Are you guys confused by the fact that someone can actually emote on Discord instead of just sounding depressed all the time like you guys do?
You try to
Hey,
not sound
Jess,
depressed, but I
hey,
doubt
Jesse, that word's actually barred on Discord, TOS. Say it again, I will report you to Omnivore and get you booted. Do not use that word. Thank you.
Shut up,
Wow.
faggot.
I see why everybody is leaving this space.
Right, dude, it's recorded, I'm clipped. I'm going to be clipping it now, you fucking smart ass. Dude, I just warned you, and you being
have
a little
no
kid
life,
that you are, you're
Get a
not to
life.
use that word. It's a TOS word, you fuckwit.
I don't care, you retard. Get a life.
Yeah, I know you don't care, but we do. We actually like
Oh,
our
shit, I
Discord.
don't
You
care,
don't give
dude.
a fuck
Shut
because
up.
you go from one disaster to the next like your fucking life.
Dude, y'all are ruining this Discord server.
You literally ruined the
Yo,
server.
no,
Well,
no.
Trying to
you
ruin
don't
another
throw that
The
word around, dude.
server will get fucking yeeted, nuked by Discord if we do hear
Uma
TOS
wants the server to
violation.
get down. He just said he wants to have that happen. So
I
don't
just
be
said I'll
surprised
get
if
you
all your-
booted. See, don't gaslight me. I said I'll get you booted because I'll let Omnivore know
You
because I'm
gaslighted
clipping it
because
right
your
now.
life is an embarrassment and people
I'm
just tell you
clipping
about
it right
yourself.
now. Dude, I'm clipping it right
Not
now. It'll
gaslighting
be in
when I just
Omnivore's
tell you
hands.
about yourself, dude. It's just your own life.
I want to know what happened to the photo. Because she never saw the real thing. She just saw the photo. So what happened to the photo?
Government has it.
So they came once and got the skeleton, and then came years later to get a photo.
They showed her what they were doing on her land.
Okay, I get you.
It's like when the flat Earth elite disseminate those globe pictures, and we're fooled. And these people are so clever at going through the weeds and figuring out it's actually secretly flatness all along.
I don't
Wait
know.
to
You guys,
see this interview.
you guys are so far. You guys are so far off the path that you just forget. Like, throughout history, the people have been telling these stories like all around the world, and none of them know each other. Everybody's
No,
telling
not in Australia.
a story.
Not in Australia, they
I've
haven't.
heard
We
stories
don't have.
of I've heard
I don't know
stories
how
of
things
them
go
saying that
down.
they come and took giant bones away and stuff. The government has. I've heard a couple different people say that from different stories.
Taylor, did you
I don't
say
know if they're
she
true or
also
not,
said
but I've
that
heard
they?
it. Go ahead.
I was just asking Taylor. Did she also say they came from what? It was one of the tribes of Israel, or they knew about Babylonia and so on?
No, that was Dr. Don Mose. And that was generations back.
So he ties that into this so-called giant. It's a funny
connection between the two beliefs, I find.
That was two different people. The woman who come and took giant bones off her land, her parents, her mom was a medicine man, her mom was a medicine woman, her dad was a medicine man. Dr.
Okay.
Don was the one that said that his grandpa said that we weren't originally from America.
Well,
question.
we know that America was populated from the European and African side, but I mean, so this is what we should regard as evidence. Anecdotal
You don't have to
evidence.
regard it as anything.
No, but hang
You don't
on.
have to
People
regard it
telling
at
a
all.
story. People telling a story of seeing something sometime when they were young.
Yeah, you don't have to take it as evidence. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't. I find it highly
Good.
suspicious.
Dude, so Stefan, if you were to go on like to another country, to another place, to another world, right? And you go on a tour, like you could come to Australia and jump on Indigenous tours, and you would listen to them talk about the dream time, and you would respect that, and you'd probably go back and tell your friends about it. And yet you're trying to sort of infer that I mean, I think that there should be a lot of like sort of evidence or like sort of, what would you call it, like emphasis put on the wisdom that's sort of said to be held within these ancient tribes and whatnot. Because otherwise we're just resolving ourselves to the new and novel, and you just disconnect yourself from any sort of past whatsoever. So I don't know, dude. Like, if you don't like it, if you don't consider that evidence in your opinion, go for it. But it's not really.
What a virtue signal! What a worthless fucking virtue signal! Absolutely worthless virtue signal.
No,
Come
it's
on.
not what the conversation is supposed to be about, dude. It's literally
The
somebody
native
telling you
said
the
it's
legend
true,
from their
so we've got
culture.
to believe
No,
it, man.
It's
It's just
physical evidence. It was always going to be a legend, dude. It's an ancient
Dude, the
story.
fact that y'all are so triggered makes it
so
like
funny.
even more
So maybe
compelling.
I should go by
this is
the
hilarious.
Vikings
This is
then.
crazy.
Yes.
Why y'all so
And
triggered?
so maybe I should use the stories of the Vikings and
Honestly, they're
from
triggered
the
because
Norwegian mythology as evidence then.
I don't know why
just as
dogs is
equal.
triggered, but I know why a couple others might be.
All right, so here's a problem, guys. Taylor, there are mythologies of animal-headed people in the Aztecs, the Hindus, the ancient Egyptians. Those are just three. I know that there's lots of like African, like Bantu people, tribal masks that are animal heads, and then you have a human body, right? Does that mean that there were people with animal heads that existed in antiquity? Obviously not. And Rick, as for you saying that, like, oh, the indigenous Australians, they have all these cool myths and stuff. And so I don't even know what you're trying to say. You're just trying to say that the myths are cool and that maybe we should respect them to their faces. Yes, we should. But that doesn't mean I believe that there's a rainbow serpent in the sky. That never happened. That's not a true thing that ever happened. So quoting some indigenous person doesn't make shit true.
I think that there were
That's why.
hybrids in earlier.
That's why I wrapped it up with the notion of like, what is it? You guys are stuck within the scientific evidence. Like, what is it? This novel. Like, we're in the new, right? This is the
reality,
modern,
right? Reality.
No, it's just a modern interpretation. Dude.
Reality. Yeah.
Otherwise, you've got to cast aside every other story that exists within humanity. Right? Like, you got legends of dragons all across every continent on Earth has a legend of a dragon for some reason. What is the interconnected value there? I don't know.
I've already told you. I've already told you. It makes perfect sense.
Dude, dogs, why is your standard of evidence so low for globe curvature but not for giants?
And there's no dragons in Australian continent. So that's not
bingo.
right.
But I have completely different standards of evidence. Oh wait, no, I don't. It's all exactly the same. Wow, look at that. I believe anecdotal evidence is bullshit.
You're coming
That's why I
to
believe the
realize
Earth is flat. Because Jesse, literally the only thing flat Earthers have as evidence for the shape of the Earth is it looks flat to me. So all anecdotal evidence is shit unless it's in court trying to say that person murdered that other person.
Right, well, you
then
should
maybe
figure
it's
out your
worth something.
worldview.
Good job, Jesse. Good job.
Yeah, you should air out all your weird delusions by yourself.
Well, I think Dogs has a weird, like, non-consistent worldview. I'm going to point out that he actually has the exact same worldview for everything. Good job.
Okay.
Yeah, how am I inconsistent, champ?
Yeah, you said non-consistent because you're saying a lot of blabber. You're blabbering.
Okay, that's your realizing that you were wrong about something. So now you're trying to like
blabbering. You guys always do this. You just blabber away.
What about my sentence? Didn't make sense to you, champion?
It doesn't matter if you made sense.
What?
You just doesn't matter.
What I'm
Why?
trying
Why
to
does it
suggest
matter?
also, Dogs, is that every if you go looking into history, right, every civilization that seems to have risen up that we have any documentation of seems to make some form of attempt to wipe out the past as well. Like there isn't every civilization. What was that? There's a particular Egyptian god, like ruler that took over, and he basically wanted to erase this fella from history. I wish I could remember that story. But we've got example after example of that, and the modern era is pretty much doing the same thing, just through the doctrine of science. It's a philosophical approach to the world that denies all of the past historical takes of what humanity has to offer, only because that you're in the society that is generating that new paradigm. And I'll tell you what, this one's going to wash away as well. And there'll be something new that'll pop up, and it'll try to erase this one later on. Don't get me wrong. It's just so funny if I try to zoom myself out and imagine all of those different civilizations and imagine myself as a person within those civilizations, I'm trying to respect it from that angle. Whereas you're just choosing to be the priest zealot that proposes like the current zeitgeist of how things are, and you're just like trying to jam that down there. You just
Hey Rick, I'm going to teach you a fundamental truth about yourself.
Proselytizing, sir.
Are you ready?
You're repeating the same mistakes of the past in that respect. Then
here's a fundamental truth about you as a person, Rick. You believe something is true purely because
we don't have to listen to Dogs or God's spads.
Rick, hello.
You know nothing of
you believe
you didn't hear
something
anything
is
you
true
said,
purely because a bunch of people believe the opposite is true. All you are is someone who has to conflict.
That's
with
just
the
ad
conformity.
hoc.
That's all you are. And I fucking nailed it. And every single thing you say is a perfect example of this.
Terrible debate tactic. Terrible.
It's a faulty epistemology, Rick, but you believe it. You hold it in your heart. You can't see it, but you know it to be true. If someone
everyone has
deplatforms
this
a
about
person
some
for saying
subject or
something,
topic, sir.
you
No
say that person was telling the truth and that's why they were deplatformed. Because at the end of the day, all you want to be is a special little boy that conflicts with the consensus.
No, it's information that I think should be respected to some. Maybe you don't put it up as high a pedestal as every other bit of information. It doesn't mean you should necessarily mock and laugh and ridicule at it, right? Because
you should.
Say that there's going to be an element of truth associated with that myth or legend, right? That you can garner wisdom from. And that's what
if
I
a
would
person
err on
tells
this
me
side of
that unicorns
caution,
existed
because all
and they're
information
older
is
than
useful,
12,
right? But you're choosing to mock it. You know, you'll
if someone
probably teach
older
your kid
than
about
12
Santa Claus at the same time, right?
If
you're telling,
someone
where the
older
presents
than
come from? The Santa Claus bought it to me. Yeah, right.
If someone older than 12
you engage in plenty of
unicorns
myths,
exist,
you just don't recognize them for what they are.
Doesn't change the shape of the Earth.
Rick, if someone tells me
plenty of
unicorns
myths, sir, I know you do.
If someone older than 12 tells me unicorns exist, I'm going to tell them they're an idiot, okay? And I'm going to mock them for it because you need to be bullied because you're antisocial behavior.
You're not bullying a 12-year-old, dude. You're out of your mind. You're going to bully a 12-year-old. You're weird.
I bully my own
I'm
kids and they bully me back. It's reciprocal bullying. It's
You
good
want
for
to bully
everyone.
a 12-year-old, dude. You're stupid.
Hell yeah.
This guy
Everyone should be bullied.
Advocate for bullying of people.
That's how you know he got bullied.
Like
and
shame,
he thinks that's the solution to
mockery.
everything is him bullying everyone back.
Yeah, look at you. You're just virtue signaling.
I'll say it again. You got bullied.
You are, sir.
So
You're telling us about.
So you think bullying
you
everyone
use
back
the word mockery instead of bullying?
No, well, yeah, it's the same thing. I think so mockery, people can sort of form their own little communities when they're just being mocked by people in other communities. But what I want to do is actively go into their special little fun communities and bully them into feeling shame about the shit that they're saying. So if you're like a white nationalist Nazi,
are you in
should
like
be
a bunch
bullied
of
by the
Minecraft
rest of society. You should be
go in
punched
there
in
and
the face if you're a Nazi.
So this is what
you
Dogs
should
is
be
doing.
bullied
In
for
the
doing
past,
things like, oh, the earth is flat and all science is
In the
fake because
past.
you're just setting back humanity and it's pathetic and you're harming children.
In the past,
That's
the Catholic Church. Just one sec. In the past, the Catholic Church sent out a bunch of priests to tame the savages. Yeah.
Talking over
And
people
what are
is?
you doing now, Dogs?
very
You're going out
effective,
into the world to
Because
tame
that's what
the
you do.
savages, right?
You interrupt people mid-sentence to make yourself feel important.
Nailed it.
He said
I'm
the
not
same
going
thing
out to
over and
tame
over
the
again.
savages. Rick,
He
you
said
and
the
I
sa-
have the
yeah,
same.
you are taming the
you have the
savages.
same.
sir.
You have the
You're
same
proselytizing.
education as me. You
And you
have
want to
the
use
same
bullying
education.
tactics. It's
Rick,
interesting
These are
listen,
just
that you'd be
meaningless
willing to sort of
assertions.
do
you
that.
have
You're not even
you
bringing
have
anything like worth any thought. Like, what are you even talking about?
you have the
You
same
just need to
education level
interrupt
as me.
tactic like
You have
you
the
do.
same access to
What are
education
you
as me.
giving me?
All of
You
this
give
sort
me
of
nothing
stuff.
to think about. What
All
do you
of
want?
this, Rick. You have all the same things I do. You have access to it all. I'm coming to you as someone on my level of knowledge, or at least of education, and bullying you for taking a step away from the truth about reality because you want to be a special little boy. That's all I'm doing.
Why would you sort of resort to the notion that it's just because I feel like I'm trying to rationalize? You're de-incentivizing or devaluing my reason for having an oppositional choice to what you do because I want to be a special boy.
Yes.
Why?
The reason I'm doing that.
Where does that come from?
I'm a
Like,
real
The reason I'm doing.
what seems to indicate to you that I'm professed to be a special boy in the situation? What have I said
Okay,
to
so
like declare such a thing?
when I
Your
have
dog, all you got to
spoken to
do is
you,
paint a picture
I
of
have
yourself
tried
really
to
big,
find.
and everybody will think
When
that
I've
you won
spoken
this
to you, I've
argument.
tried to find the reason why you believe things. And you've never given like a good evidentiary basis for anything whatsoever that we've spoken about. And like there's this notion that you should have an epistemology that you hold to when it comes to like a belief system. Some people use logic and rationality, some use like scientific evidence, and some people they'll just use feelings-based logic, right? Flat earthers believe the earth is flat because it looks flat. Taylor thinks that there's giants that existed in the past because she holds her Christianity as the thing that is true in her life. And Rick, you hold to all of these disparate
You're
weird
fucking
beliefs about anything that is against the consensus because you've got an oppositional defiance disorder and you want to feel like a special little boy. That's it. That's the only thing that makes sense.
How would you qualify maturity then? Like, as far as your understanding of like coming into information and qualifying it as an individual, and then we have this concept of maturity, and we all know that two people, young and old, can come into the same information, but it's a maturity that sort of seems to define the difference in choice in outcome. How would you qualify that?
I have no idea what you're asking me. What this has to do with what I said.
Well, what's interesting is that I've come across the same information that you have, but you're choosing to mock it like a child, and I'm just looking at it and just thinking about it and considering it, because I don't think it necessarily it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't challenge my worldview too much. I'm willing to entertain these ideas in order to see how I feel about them. You know, like I don't need to mock and ridicule it. I'm not having that sort of like a violent reaction in the form of like the way that you choose to sort of, I don't know, behave. I don't know.
Occasionally come on Discord to bully people verbally about dumb things that they believe. Rick, who believes in the tooth fairy? Is it a child or is it an adult?
Well, the adult teaches the child, don't they? But why
So who believes in the tooth
adult
fairy? Who believes the tooth fairy is
creating
real?
the fantasy for the child? How about that? Why does the
Well, no,
adult
I asked you a
choose
question,
to
so
engage
you
in
answer
creating
first.
the fantasy for the
Rick,
child in the
see,
first
this
place?
is your oppositional defiance disorder. Answer my
No,
question, and then we can
I think
move
it's really
on.
interesting. So
Why
the
won't you
reason
answer
why
my
the
question?
adult...
What are you scared of? What's the fear here?
Okay, fine then, go ahead. What's your question? Rephrase, sorry.
Who believes in the tooth fairy? The adult or the child?
Well, as I said, the adult convinces that, so the child, sure.
Rick, are you alive right now? Yes or no?
I'm alive.
Okay, who believes in the tooth fairy? The adult or the child?
The adult.
That's a lie. Why are you lying?
I'll tell you why. Can I give you the reason for the answer? Isn't it so peculiar that the adult would engage in such a pantomime as to convince the child of such a myth? Why would the adult is therefore actually engaging in something of an activity in and of themselves?
Does that mean they believe the tooth fairy is real? Yes or no?
No, but it means that they're infantilizing the child at that point, creating a myth that they should believe in order to sort of what? Entertain themselves?
Does it mean they believe the tooth fairy is real? Yes or no?
No, technically.
Okay, great. So the answer to the question that you've just tried to ramble past is the adult does not believe in the tooth fairy, the child does. Yeah?
Yeah, but the adult therefore believes in like creating stories for children to believe in, and that's the myth that they're engaging in. It's a whole separate.
You can
myth,
pivot to that.
then.
You can pivot to that if you want, but right now we're talking about Taylor believes that there's giants that exist in the past. You believe there could have been dragons. You believe in the flat Earth. You believe in all of these weird things that a child would believe in, but an adult
It's
would
like
not.
you're
When you
talking
just
to a
before
mirror.
said,
I know.
when you just before said
It's a
that
black
it's
mirror.
Yeah, he's just talking to
that
himself,
somehow I'm
projecting his
acting
own
like a
understanding
child.
of reality to you. It's just crazy.
He's asking me.
typical
He's asking
globe
me
card
questions
cope.
to entertain
He
his
does it all the time.
conversation.
But you said,
Yeah,
Rick, I was
you
acting
still
like a child
believe in the
before.
not here
tooth
to have a
fairy, sir,
conversation. He's here
and
to
you're
just
an
echo his
adult.
delusions. You know.
Very simple.
Okay.
Oh God, the fear that you've all got to jump in to save Rick from this dialogue.
Nobody's saving him. It's just, it's you that needs help, brother. You
Why?
have to
What do I need
realize
help
that.
with? What's wrong? What's happened? What do you want, Gilly?
You have an inner retard that is projecting retardation around itself, and you think everyone is you. It's very strange.
Great. So you've just got an ad hominem, and then you're going to walk away. Good job. You're not a very
No,
good
it's
person
actually
at
a
talking.
mental reflection you should look at. I'm not, calling you retarded, but, it's just your mental retardation.
Why don't you give an
that
example? Can you give an
are
example?
relying your logic upon is
Can you
just
give an
a
example?
projection that you see in the real world, but you don't realize that you are the one that believes in the tooth fairy, brother. You believe what you've been
So
told
you think I believe in the
without
tooth fairy,
following
Gilly?
the scientific method. You see, it's very simple.
Gilly, you think I believe in the tooth fairy? Is that what's happened to you?
You believe in the globe, right?
What is a tooth fairy, dogs?
You believe in the globe, right?
So
That's the analogy.
I'm going to.
Can you answer the question, dude? What is the tooth fairy?
Measurements that
When you say tooth fairy, what are you
coincide
talking about?
very well with the globe. It's not just a belief; it's a measurement, for one.
All right.
So the
You
tooth
injected
fairy.
yourself to talk about globe. All
The
right.
tooth fairy is something you
What is
believe.
a tooth fairy?
The
What do
tooth
you think
fairy
you're
is
talking about when you say tooth fairy?
the tooth fairy is something you believe because you have not yet
I don't know what the
figured
fuck
out
you're
how to
talking
come
about
to.
yet. You got to tell me what it is before I can believe in it. So
It's
tell me what a
fine.
tooth
It's
fairy is.
fine. I'm just going to overtalk you next time you talk. Okay? You
Can
happy
you tell
with
me
that?
what it is before I know what I believe in? You told me I believe in it. I don't know what it is
So
yet.
this
Tell me
is
what it
this is last
This
chance.
is
Okay? I'm just going to
Wiggles
start talking,
interrupting
and then
on
you can.
behalf of Risky. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oblate,
So
I know you're getting triggered
I'm
over
just
there,
going to
but
talk,
it's not
and
about globe
Jesse,
right now.
if I have to, I'm just going to talk through the whole time if I have to do that. Okay? So the tooth
I don't
fairy
think anyone's triggered. I'm just noticing what's happening.
Yeah, dog's
in
having a
this.
freak out because he eats Adderall like it's fucking biscuits.
So in this analogy, right? The tooth
Become
fairy.
Risky's white knight. Good on you.
In
I
this
don't care.
analogy, the
He
tooth
eats
fairy is
Adderall,
something that
obviously,
you
and he's
think is
probably
true
drunk too.
because you don't yet have
Combining those
a
two
way to
things
come to an
actually very
understanding about reality around you that
He's
works.
clearly
So
inebriated.
you just see that the tooth is exchanged for money while you're asleep, and you think, great, there's some magical being that does it. As we
Well,
all
that's what
grow
you
up,
think.
as we
Why are you
learn things
projecting
about
your
reality
beliefs about the
around
tooth
us, we
fairy
realize
onto
that
others?
that doesn't happen anywhere, anyhow,
That's what
any
you think the
why.
tooth fairy is, not me.
We don't just look at something and think, yeah, my guess is as good as any guess. We actually have to come to some way of telling if your guess is right or not. You guys haven't done that. Rick does not do that. In fact, he actively avoids anything that fits that way of coming to knowledge. The globe Earth is true because we looked out and we saw the horizon and thought, hey, it could be flat or it could be a globe, or like a curve. There could be an edge. There
There
could
you
be a
see it.
horizon caused
There
by
you
the
see
geometry
the
of the
mental
Earth or something.
retardation.
So what we
Very
did is
helpful,
we went
sir.
out and we tested it, came to ways to prove it, came to ways of understanding the reality around us. It wasn't just, I think it's true, therefore it's true. That's all Rick does, and he does it in opposition of what the actual evidence and an epistemic belief that is justified gives us.
Just follow the scientific method to its conclusion without retarding
He
it.
said the horizon looks flat, therefore it's a globe. That's how we came to the conclusion it's a globe. We looked at the horizon, it looked flat, and then we said it's a globe.
Yeah, the level of stupidity is very, very low. It's just like
We
not very
found out
high.
it
Sorry,
didn't
like
look
the
flat
intelligence
because
that is
we
going
found
on
better
right
things.
now, and you don't realize what you're seeing. Right? You don't see yourself. Just
Yeah, well,
look
you're
at
just
yourself
repeating
before
yourself and you can't
judging
give an
others.
example. Give me an
Look at
example.
yourself and see that maybe the problem is you.
Can you
Not
give me an example of how the
guy
problem's me?
or
it could be the
Taylor,
medication
you
you're
know.
on.
Gilly, how is the problem me? Can you explain?
You are pointing fingers without looking at yourself, brother. You don't see your own limitations of understanding.
Why do you think I haven't looked at myself?
Just follow the scientific method. Try to understand it. And then
Okay, can you give an
realize that you're
example of
putting
someone having
physics
just been removed by others, or they could have been altered, or they could be fake themselves. Like, if you
It's
say
the
the
nature of
Navajo
empire.
people, what does that have to do
And
with what I just said?
we sit at the top of that empire, right, looking down on the past with ridicule, because like essentially we're trying to wipe out any understanding of history. And as I said, every civilization has done that in the past.
Why do you think we're trying to wipe out what happened in history right now?
There's a new mythos that needs to be created in order for it to sustain itself. So it sort of engages in that mythos, and the globe is caught up in that scientific method, which I would sort of like, if you articulate the scientific method in such a way as the exploitation of nature, because that's what Francis Bacon said, to torture nature in order for it to reveal its secrets. And then you look at the industrialization era began shortly after that. And so we're off and running, where the scientific method is basically the underpinning of the industrial modality of human beings into mechanization. And this is like the thing that we're worshipping now. And I
understand that this has nothing to do with whether history is true or not.
I think it's just the modern era is a disassociation from like the consciousness or something of the past. I'm not quite sure how to articulate it. Haven't got all that wisdom yet, but I think that there's a there. I think that there's something kind of going on there. Like when I look out upon it, when I see all the manipulation at hand, I think that there's a reason that underpins it, and I can't quite articulate it yet.
Do you think, if I was to make the prediction that there'd be a Roman fort found somewhere in like the southern half of England today, and that we could probably date some of that to when the history book said that the Romans were in that area, do you think we could actually validate that prediction?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, you're going by the current tools of testing, aging and stuff, so that'd all be standardized with a certain model. And I
Even just digging a hole and finding like Roman pottery, could we test that?
Yeah, but I mean, we've got heaps of digs around the world that we've exemplified as actually not corresponding with our our understanding of history. And then you can see where they're ostracized because they don't fit the standard model of history. And so off you go. Like, this is control of society at that point. This is sort of like Big Brother style, Brave New World sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, you're throwing terms out, but you're not actually like getting to a link between there being people that have rewritten history before. Therefore, this thing about like the globe is wrong, it's all fake, and it's a flat Earth. There's no link there between the two. When I give you an example,
You're jumping the gun in the conversation to
Rick,
make it sound ridiculous.
I'm not, okay?
But if you follow me down the garden path, you'll kind of get there.
Just to be clear, I asked you explicitly to explain it to me, and you failed. You couldn't do it. You said, I can't find a way to articulate this. Because you can't. Because there is no way. It's not logical.
When I'm talking about that stuff, is like the reason for why the manipulation is taking place. I can't. That's a big question. That's like the reason for the world existing almost at that point. To me, that's why I'm choosing not to sort of. I'm not quite there yet.
Do you know what presuppositional apologetics is? You presuppose something is true, and then from that position, you come up with a bunch of logical reasons why that thing you presupposed is true. Is that not exactly what you're doing right now? You have no like logical reason that you've used to come to the conclusion that they're completely altering history, and so we should think all history today is
I'd say because
you can't find a reason for that. All you're doing now is saying, I'm assuming everything we're being told today is fake, so I'm going to assume that there's going to be some way to articulate or figure that out later.
I'll give you a reason. It's the apparent madness of society, right? Like, I look out upon it and I'm sort of like, all that shit coming down on the news, all that said, like reasons for violence and purpose and stuff, and none of it makes sense to me. I can go out into the world.
Society more violent 50 years ago?
Well, see, that's why comparing it to 50 years ago actually doesn't mean anything, because I still think 50 years ago it was still a pantomime. It's just a theatrics.
100 years ago?
Same thing.
1,000 years ago?
Well, that's another civilization. As I said before, that civilization told their people a lie as well. So yeah, for sure.
So
I see what's
how long
happening.
ago do we have to
Yeah.
go back for
No,
when
but this
the
is just the
society
nature
wasn't
of
as violent?
society. That what I would say is that the utmost of like human technology is that of the control of like a religious aspect or enlightenment or someone's spiritual aspect into the world, right? That is like the ultimate technological control over humanity and the way that they move and shape. And the thing is, they're not going to teach you this in a school, man. They're just not going to teach
What
you.
does this have to do with anything? Can you link that to what we were talking about before?
This is like, I mean, if we want a commentary on society, it's like what's the nature of the mechanics of society and how it can be manipulated? Yeah, this is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, but you're just assuming that we're all being manipulated in the way that you think.
No, you have to
All of
assume that
history
you're
is
being
fake.
manipulated because all of civilizations in the past, every exemplified one, indicates manipulation. It's actually
Where?
just assuming that like you're within the same, and you know you're not special in history in that respect.
But what's
Which
an
is
example?
what's ironic about.
What are you talking about specifically?
You want to assume that what else is there? The Catholic Church, when they ruled, are they telling a truth or a lie to their people?
They were telling a
easy
lot
one
of
for you.
truths and a lot of lies, but that's because they're a religious institution, and religious institutions
Yeah.
lie.
Like original sin. Do you agree? Like that was one of their primary aspects, right? That sort of put people within a certain state of mind, such that they would sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, but what about this means that history is fake?
Well, it implies that like the history of the past, when we listen to the stories that we're told about the past, every single one seems to be a lie that they're telling to their own people at that time. So if you really pick an empathetic position and you place yourself within all of those historical contexts, whether you're sacrificing people in the Inca Empire or you're some sort of peasant under the Catholic Church's rule, empathize yourself with that person and understand that, okay, well, if my understanding of like from their position, they're being told a lie, then I'm probably more than likely actually being told lies.
Do you believe that someone today who is reading about the ancient Roman Empire is going to have a better understanding of that than someone who, say, in the 1700s reading about the ancient Roman Empire? Who'd have a better understanding?
The person that experienced it, probably.
So those are the only people that can know anything, the people that are experiencing it in real time.
Yeah, because you're just going to be talking about like what the people told about themselves and the Roman Empire themselves, like, and you know, like Julius Caesar and all that bullshit. Like, I don't know. That's not you're not the Julius Caesar figure in that story, right? You're just like one of the
I'm not
peasants.
saying I am. All
like,
I'm trying to
working
get at
underneath the aspect of control. What I'm trying to point out is that if you empathize with that person at that time, understand what their position is, and you think it's ridiculous for them to believe in it, I would ask you to sort of like put yourself in that position where you are now and realize that what you're being told about the world powers is actually probably going to be pretty ridiculous as well.
Okay, if it's not ridiculous for someone in the Roman Empire to believe Jupiter is a god up in the sky, he was a god of war, I think. If it's not ridiculous for that person to believe that back then, does that mean it's still not ridiculous for me to believe that now?
I can't follow the question, sorry.
Okay, so someone, Roman Empire, believes Jupiter is a god in the sky. That's not ridiculous for them. Is it ridiculous for me now, 21st century, to believe the same thing?
If the person in the past doesn't believe that it's actually a god in the sky, then what?
No, they believe it. So person in the past believes God in the sky, and me today, I believe the same thing. Am I just as justified as they are to believe in the God in the sky?
If you believe in this kind of time period about the God in the sky, you believe that like the ancient Roman to be true.
Yep. Am I justified? Is there a good reason for me to believe it's true, considering all the things we've learnt between the person who first believed it and me today?
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, you'd be unjustified.
So
like it would be like in my terminology, the way I would think about it, yeah, it'd be ridiculous to believe that also.
So when we look at the wisdom of the ancients and me putting my empathy into people who believe things from ancient times, what does that have to do with the truth about things today?
Because empire is always controlling the narrative, and that's what's been like, that was what's taught in your grade school, like the way that you should interpret the world.
But what does that have to do with things we know to be true or not true today? Like the empires have largely crumbled, and now we have a bunch of disparate competing things. Like China's science is going to compete with US science, and Australia's science is going to compete with, I don't know, a Russian science, right? So
Yeah, but no, but
today,
it's science is the ruling party. It's like an internal gang war that's kind of going on. It's like, it's still the philosophy of science is the leading body. It's not a different alternative like philosophy.
why do you believe that's true? Why do you believe that science is some gang that's manipulating history?
Because science came around about 500 years ago, and in my interpretation, like the only reason why Francis Bacon needed to write the terminology of the torture of nature in order to reveal its secrets, then there's got to be a reason for that philosophy to be sort of espoused by a very powerful person and an influential person at that time.
If I give you another reason, are you able to compare them and see which one makes more sense?
I mean, maybe. Depends on what you present, I suppose.
Okay, so your reason is Francis Bacon wrote 500 years ago about science because he wanted to get a force that would be able to manipulate the minds of the people such that they could push a set agenda for the next 500 years, or at least have a tool for people to be able to do that in the form of some overarching philosophical state, you could call it, the state of science in philosophy. My reasoning for Bacon writing that book is there was robust discussion in his time about science and the scientific method amongst his peer group. They would often correspond about this. And so he wrote this down and sent it to his friends as a book that they could read, and maybe he get some standing in society for it. Which one makes more sense?
Okay. But within the composition of his greater work, which was called The Great Instauration, Nova Organum, where he wrote the OG beginning of science in its terminology and its philosophical approach, he talks about things. It's basically the Great Instauration is a great reset, and he proposed, although a fictional tale, it was written about. He wrote, the New Atlantis, and in which it was a technocracy, and he sort of proposed all like a whole new political landscape. And what my sort of proposition is that the scientific method was basically the first step in that great instauration. America is the great Atlantis, and like what he set forth as his proposal for the future of society of humanity was sort of set forth from that. This seems to be what's taking place.
So what you said is a grand narrative where Francis Bacon wrote down a fictional novel about the New Atlantis. And he also wrote about science, which was being discussed at the time. And you think that set out the next 500 years worth of history to get to the point we are now, while the whole time people have been writing fictional novels about like the future and the future of spaceflight and the future of like technology and the future of communications. And people have been writing philosophy about the nature of science and scientific method and what we can do, postulating about that.
Yeah.
You just happen to think for some reason Francis Bacon is so unique. He predicted or caused 500 years worth of history to happen the way it has. How does that make any sense? How does that follow in any way whatsoever?
He used the rationale of the Bible. He can the description. I'm not very good at this, but I'll try to string it all together. What is it? The fall of man, which was described in Genesis. He perceived the scientific method as a means by which to reorientate man into his primary position, not as a subject of nature, but in full control of the reality of nature. And this is the proposal of the scientific method. Why he put it forward is because in order for like nature to reveal its secrets, you need to put it to the rack and torture it. So I would then sort of theoretically put forward that the reason why that specific rationale or philosophical approach to reality was required to put within the within society is because we didn't used to do that before. We didn't maybe used to really manipulate, torture reality or science, or we had a different philosophical approach to the natural world that for whatever reason this scientific method needed to be the inculcation because we found it maybe abhorrent. I don't know. There's all possible reasons, but for whatever reason, he needed a new approach
of anything.
Because that reorientates the way that man rationalizes his relationship with the world.
Yeah, but I'm not following how this means that Bacon caused 500 years worth of science to get us to the point we are now. How does him writing some speculation about how mankind should do something, how does that link to what's happening in reality today, other than you presuppose it because he might have been close to right according to what you believe?
Because we exploit nature for our own purposes as a race and a human, and this is the degradation of society. So whatever he's putting forward, it seems to be the closest that is the first time in history that I think I can see of anyone really talking about such a substantial thing, except for maybe in the ancient world where they were messing around with technology in that sort of form. But you're not willing to entertain that. I know why. I get it. That's cool.
No, but why does the first person to write something mean that they have some authority or some extra knowledge on the thing, and they weren't just the first person to write down something that other people have been talking about for years? Like the first person to write down about germ theory doesn't mean that he then caused HIV to happen. It just means that he was the first one to talk in his peer group about what's causing infections and come up with this idea of maybe they're microorganisms, and maybe in the future we'll actually be able to see them with high-powered optics. I'm not getting a connection here, Rick. It seems to be purely that Francis Bacon wrote a book, and then that has some parallels to society today. Therefore, you think everything in the future is fake because Francis Bacon caused reality to be the way it is today, and it's some grand narrative. And I can't follow your logic. That's why when you said earlier, you don't have the words to say this, it's true. You don't have the words to say it because it is illogical.
He altered man's interpretation through philosophy.
How did he do that?
I'm trying to talk, dude. Dude, you've just been talking for about a whole minute solid. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that you said, but I can't track them all. You got to just pick one thing and I can go with it. I can't deal with the.
Yes. How did Francis Bacon writing these ideas down? How did it cause reality today? Can you explain the way that did people pick up his book?
That's the nature of philosophy. That's the nature of philosophy, and the scientific method is a philosophical approach that orientates man into a certain relationship with nature. It does. It has to.
How did that happen? How did him writing it down cause people to pick up the book and suddenly decide to torture nature into the society we have today? How did that happen?
Because they used it as a profiteering motive at that point.
Well, they could have done that without Bacon writing it down. They were already doing that. There was already massive profiteering by groups prior to that. Feudalism. So how did Bacon writing this down cause reality to be the way it is today? What were the steps? Did someone pick up the book and a shadow cabal cause reality to change into what it is today? Because Bacon wrote that we need to torture nature and man should be, the primary thing doing that.
At that point, it was particularly with feudalism, that is kings, queens, lords, people of high, the bourgeoisie, imposing certain rules upon the proletariat or upon the common folk, right? The scientific method actually gets the common folk to participate within the same activity as a consequence, though. That's where it's
not even close.
I can't even. If you don't get that, how would I describe this?
It's just not even close. The common man, you need to go to university. The common man doesn't do that. They can kind of now, but you need to go through a whole bunch of hoops to get a PhD. It's really difficult if you're poor. That's why not a whole bunch of poor people go and get PhDs. You find a lot of kids of PhD parents will go and get PhDs. And the entirety of science was gatekept until even the 1980s in most of the Western world, when it came to actually going out and getting these PhDs or getting a higher education on any really complex fields, because again, poor people, not very easy to get there. So when you say it allowed the proletariat to have access to something the bourgeois had only had access to, which is power over the people, that is fundamentally untrue and does not match reality.
Doesn't match reality. Okay. I've already sort of explained it as it's a sort of a manipulation of man's in like relationship with the nature of reality, or with nature itself. It puts its man into an exploitative relationship with it, and we're all just sort of participating within the pantomime of whatever you want to call it, whether it be industrialization, capitalism, communism, all those terminologies. All of science seems to be engulfed by this stuff. It's just like the modern interpretation right now.
And gladiators, there was none of that, right? Where there were like lions and tigers in ancient Rome that were put in the pits and made to fight men, and men would kill them, and they were manipulated by people, and it was all for the greed
bread
of
and
people
circuses.
and the gladiator. Yeah, exactly. So all of that happened before Bacon, right? It's all before Bacon, right? Or the Egyptians.
So we have our own.
Completely
we have our own version.
altering the course of Nile to build their pyramids.
If you want to talk about the Colosseum, it's a perfect example of just like bread and circuses, as we already uttered. But it's the distraction.
But it was prior to Bacon. It was prior to Bacon.
Yeah, it was. But
so when you say Bacon changed the fundamentals of reality so that science was man manipulating nature, this happened, and I gave you a perfect example that was 1,000 years before Bacon.
You'd have to get to the question of whether or not necessarily that what is it, the fights and the gladiators and whatnot, is that necessarily torturing of nature?
Yes.
They may not have seen it as such a thing. They'd be like, I know it's pretty up and all the rest of it. I don't know.
Well, they would take exotic animals from Africa, and they would take them to Rome, and they would torture them for the amusement of the masses. And this was done specifically by Caesars in order to keep the masses compliant while they, exploited them for the own largesse of the ruling class. So it's a perfect example that happened prior to Bacon. You're trying to pin the entirety of modern reality on Bacon, and it does not follow. There is no logical leap that isn't like magic that gets you from A to B in this.
So are you saying that we live now within the Rome of the past? Is this a new modern interpretation of Rome?
No, I'm saying that humans have always been humans. We've always used some version of the scientific method. It's just Bacon was the first one to write it down.
Yeah, I would say that too, but it does beg the question, right? We've been creating words for a long time. Why do we need this new term science to come along? Why was that necessary?
For the same reason we needed this new term pants, because it was something people were trying to formalize instead of just wrapping deer skin around their legs and saying, oh, look, deer skin. Now they say, hey, those are pants because they just go to your waist and they cover 2 legs instead of being a dress.
Yeah, and wasn't scientia?
They're doing stuff more.
For knowledge?
They're doing stuff more complicated than pants. They're building pretty large structures at that point. And sorry, I think I talked over the top of someone. Jump on in, Thirsa.
It was pointing out that the root word for science is an older word.
Yeah, I think it means to slice or something, doesn't it? Which gets back to this sort of...
Scientia is for your knowledge. It's a Latin or Greek of origin.
I'll be back in a sec.
So it does stem from a Greco-Roman sort of psychology, which in part comes from the sort of competitive nature. It could be traced to the Olympiad of pursuing excellence, but also with the whole idea of the capitalism. This is going back for what people treat as valuable. It was a gold standard or the Silk Road, various things that were found valuable. And at the moment, we live in a sort of fiscal age where
we can, instead of bartering for goods, we exchange the goods for money and then use that money for goods. And so I don't think that
Interestingly enough,
pantomime, that's just a matter of like how humans have used money for the last 3,000 years.
Interestingly enough, I think we're past that even. I don't think we're in the fiscal era anymore, even though it is hugely important. Now we're in a like a social credit period, not the Chinese scary one, but just like Donald Trump became president of the United States, partly because he's a billionaire, but partly, and I'd say largely, because he was on TV and he was the first social media candidate that ran. And so it's really hard to beat him with just money being thrown at politics. Now you had to be a social media politician in order to beat him. And that's what's happening everywhere around the world. If you have enough layout in the internets, then that is basically a way of paying for things and getting things done.
And on top of that, you've got the information age allowing the spread for various news, whether the quality is good or bad. And often you see like there's left-leaning websites, there's liberal and conservative, like the whole spectrum. You can actually get a balance of like, what's interesting is like having SBS in Australia is like, you can sometimes watch Al Jazeera and go, that's how they're portraying the news. And you can see people go to Japan and film the war memorials, and you can translate like what they've written. And it's a very interesting difference in the narrative of like how history is reported. But regardless of how history is recorded, one thing of note, especially with the flat earth debate, is like the measuring system like works for both shapes, and it seems like Earth very much deviates from flatness, like measurably so. So I don't think that's a pantomime at all. That brings me to what one of the better conversations I think I've had here is like, now that we've got the world and we've got the situations, how can we deal with them? And what are the best approaches through those social media ties and through those information age ties? And if there's gossip or misinformation, that's going to be a deterrent in having a harmonious future.
Suppose what is it? You mentioned the fact that you've got sort of left-leaning news media and right-leaning news media. And would you suggest then to read both of them would be sort of, you'd be more informed?
Yeah, I do it. Yeah. Because you can often listen to one side of the story, and I found that to be the case as a young Australian. They seem to just shovel you into categories that were there before you. Like if you were Church of England or Catholic or something else, they'd like keep you in your groups. And I thought that's really strange if like we're a multicultural society, we're inviting people from Greece, Lebanese, Chinese, this and the other. Like to keep our differences seemed, I guess, nostalgic for some, but it allowed cultural differences to act as more of a divide, and noticing each other's differences and picking on each other's accents. It was almost comedy in the 80s, you know. You had
Yeah.
Con the Fruiter and stuff like this. So we could sort of make fun of each other, but also like going, okay, maybe our differences aren't worth fighting over, they're worth laughing over. And I think that's one of the greatest contributions, I think, to the progress of Australia. It's like, okay, like we've really stuffed up the whole Aboriginal situation. We need to repair the shit out of that for sure. But how can we like go forward with our? We got to treat them as colleagues, not foreigners. That's what we need to do.
I mean, you're not wrong in your sentiment, sir, but it's my sort of observation that it would seem to be that if you're talking about the left and the right media that you are observing, that they seem to exemplify their own side to the denigration of the other, almost intentionally so. It seemed to radicalize a certain subgroup of people, you know, left-leaning, and then the other right-leaning media radicalizes its own side. And then what's ironic, actually, is to think that you're reading the two of them at the same time and you're garnering more wisdom from it. But I think you're actually, at that point, maybe just getting caught up in the pageantry and the pantomime that is the play between the left and the right. And I suppose maybe that's even what I think I observed there for a while. At that point, you recognize that actually this whole thing is just a dialectic that is at play in order to cause confusion and distraction. And we talked about bread and circuses before. And the left-right divide is just
there's
that,
a definite danger of keeping the us versus them mentality, and that is to more of an extreme as we see in America's. Like, I'd say Australia's a little bit more central than the extreme right and extreme left, but it's a matter of the bell curve, and I think if we're not too careful, that extremism on all sides of the spectrum would become both vocal minorities and potentially violent and riot-causing minorities. And
but can you see how they're playing off one another?
Well, people who have a very strong opinion on a very like conservative and right opinion will have those opinions, and it's often like you said, like when Dogs was talking about those people who are large in life, they stand out in the crowd, they're very good at their speeches, they're very good at their charisma, they're good at selling their story and getting you on their side. And I think it can take those fringe people, whereas like people who are like dead centre can be confused for mediocre people. And I think there's a sort of admiration I would prefer to think as like if you can be well centered, well balanced, and sensible and wise, that should be a very good thing to strive for, not just like how far left or right you might want to lean.
I mean, I think they all just agree with each other. They disagree on superficiality points, but all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure, like, tell me if I'm wrong, but when Trump went and bombed Iran recently, I remember when he was in his first term and he released some missile and some like MSN commentator on the news or something said, oh, it's like beautiful or something. And like, this is like Trump being presidential. I don't know what they're saying at the moment, but all of a sudden, you know, the Democrats and the left-leaning side, like they don't want to talk about the negative things like Donald Trump just participated in, despite I mean, what he went against what he said he promised he was going to do. So these guys are just, they're actors. They're, you know, he comes in under the pretense of being a peacetime president, changes it. Obama did the same thing, got a Nobel Peace Prize, bombed more people than anyone has in the past. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean, they're all on the same side. And as soon as Donald Trump, like, you know, you got all these protests in the streets against Donald Trump and the ICE invasions, but then all of a sudden he goes and bombs Iran. Like the Democrats shut up or something. Like there's no one really criticizing him heavily from what I've seen. I haven't been exposed to all the news media though. Maybe you can inform me.
Oh, yeah. Like, I wouldn't mind if Australia stepped back from piggybacking on America somewhat. I think that's been a trend. We sort of went from being a United Kingdom biased country to a US biased country, and I wouldn't be surprised that's why the independence reform is gaining some traction, because America has independence from England, and there's a lot of nostalgia for some people for the Commonwealth. From that, I would say, yeah, I can see like why people would want America as an ally. Like they've got a basically $1 trillion army. Like,
No, but
I don't
isn't
think
it
that's
like what I'm trying to point out is that, you know, they hate Trump because he's the president and he's doing all these ICE raids, but then he goes and like does something that like all of a sudden like there's no criticism of Trump anymore. Like I don't get it. I don't get what's going on. Like we shouldn't be doing this sort of stuff. We shouldn't be engaging in any form of it.
Yeah.
Trump said he wouldn't do it, and then he flipped the script, and no one's really sort of ridiculing the position in the in mainstream media.
Trump's been a
So-
horrible ever since he said grab him by the pussy. So, like, I don't
No,
think
it's not, dude. This is not criticism of Trump necessarily. This is pointing out that both sides are leaning in the same direction. They present themselves as like a fractional divide, like a left and right. Like they present themselves as polar opposite, but then as soon as like one commits war, there's very little criticism. It's only when they pull out of war that seems to get a bunch of criticism, right?
I don't know. I heard a bit of criticism today from the left about what happened in Iran.
What, Aussie news or?
No, American. Questions she was asking, the way she was asking them.
Oh, so implied, not necessarily all out sort of
Yes. Yeah.
critique. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but what is it? Israel has nuclear weapons. America has nuclear weapons. President Trump said that he was like committed to not engaging in any wars. All of a sudden, now there's accusations, which Benjamin Netanyahu's been like claiming for 20 years that they're like 2 weeks off producing a weapon. Now all of a sudden, like they bomb them. And I mean, what are you supposed to make of the evidence of that based on his actions, right? Like there is no evidence of it. Is it going to be like
But they claim it
WMPs again
themselves.
in Iraq?
But Iran claims it themselves. It's coming from the horse's mouth.
And
What, for the
everyone
purpose of
sort
nuclear weapons?
Yes.
Or are they just enriching uranium?
They've enriched. Well, what else are you going to do with it?
You use it for your nuclear power plants. Which are the sites that he bombed, right? So are they just doing energy production, or are they producing nuclear weapons? How do you know?
Well, he's openly threatened Israel with them, and is he going to stop there? I mean, they hate America. They want this holy war so that the Islamic Jesus can come back. Because this Ayatollah is kind of extreme. Very.
I don't know. Yeah, look, it is extreme. I'm not going to try to pretend like I've got any support for it, but I don't know, where are we at when we just sort of preemptively strike people? How do we ascertain whether or not our leaders are necessarily behaving like the most upright manner? How do we hold our own to account?
Considering the lies they've told in the past. Weapons of mass destruction. I think
That's
they
my
just saw an
problem.
opportunity to knock Iran back as many stiffs as they could. And no one else but America had that kind of a weapon, apparently. I don't think America would go any further unless Iran strikes back more than just
Oh yeah,
Israel.
like it's so funny. Like, didn't he do like 3 massive strikes, and then like in his post after he reported it, like Trump basically said, "Now is a time for peace." It's like, what is that? What is that like? How is he just still presenting himself as a peacetime president, despite the fact that he bombed someone? I don't know how you get away with that sort of stuff. I've noticed the
But I
Trump
don't
supporters
think
haven't been around for the last week or so.
I don't know if that's enough for Israel, because they've got that love-hate relationship going on with Iran.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people just waiting out for the Gulf of Tonkin incident to reoccur. So we'll see.
And that's the thing. You basically got Australians talking about Trump's issues instead of our own. It's just a distraction from dealing with our own shit. Like I really couldn't care less. Like I'm not gonna. I don't desire to be on America's side when they're bombing somebody else, because that somebody else might come our way. It happened before.
Yeah, or was theatre. I don't disagree with you.
Right, I think our politicians are sold out to China. So I don't have much faith in any of them.
I guess that's what I want to do with my logistic skills. It's like I want to be able to know that whether it's farming equipment or food or other machinery or even just transporting individuals from one place to the other, that it'll be part of the solution. Whereas, like, sure, we can dig a well in Africa and they can start some agriculture and, start some grassroots stuff, and it's just the little things that, like, you don't always have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. If they don't have any boots or straps, you could at least supply those 2 items. So I think that if we get enough people on the same page, that we can, like, have contributions from all parts of the world instead of, like, the select rich few, and that'll sort of distribute the power. Like, I do know that some people will see the temporary appeal of having their business bought out. It happened recently. Like, my company and another basically merged, but it's like you realize you can do more together, even if you are under the same banner.
I think you'll be up to building those wells in Australia soon for all the people in the tent cities.
Yeah, it's so weird coming from a generation who's buying a house for $100,000 to $200,000, and that same house 40 years later is $1 million. I just go, like, I don't feel like
You know, 50-cent bus fares, yeah, that's kind of taking us back to the old days, but you know, $2 petrol versus 90-cent petrol, it's like I don't feel like my dollar's really worth as much. And even if I am getting paid 60 grand a year, is that enough to have wife and kids? Is that going to be enough?
Not
And so you have
anymore.
a lot of these, you have these low to medium income people becoming low income people because all the good jobs are paying 100 grand a year, but it seems like, well, I don't really want to be a lawyer or this or that. It's like and it takes a lot of effort to get those qualifications and skills, and a lot of brain power for some of those positions. And I can see like why those few people get 100 grand a year or even more. I mean, they're capable
But
people.
I don't think that's the problem. What people earn, I think it's inflation, them devaluing the debt because they like to run on the deficit.
Yeah, and like they used to say, if there was zero expenses to your life, let's say after 10 years of employment, you could just basically buy a home. Now it's taking 50 years, and soon it'll take 75 years worth of employment to even get a home within like 15 kilometers or 20 miles of your own workplace and shopping center. And that's why I tend to like the satellite towns. Like, you don't have the main city. You can in Brisbane, we got up north there's Norclay, south you got Logan. If you go east enough, you go to Toowoomba, kind of thing. So, I'm okay with satellite towns, but yeah, just getting resources to them. I think is why they got the ICB and other stuff like that. So that I think they're making progress. It's just hard to gauge, like, if it's going to be successful or not.
I think they should just stop devaluing our dollar and pretending they're not, because we can all see it happening.
Yeah. And the shrinkflation with food as well. What's with that Kit Kat? It used to be 100 grams, now it's 75.
Yeah, there's a lot of ripping off going. And then, I mean, my biggest problem is immigration. Just slow the shit down. Can't get to a doctor's. Can't fucking get anywhere. In anywhere. And the house prices. They're never going to let them crash.
Yeah,
Because
when
these
people are
doctors
paying, what is it? Some people paying $600 a week rent, and almost there's a lot of people on a two-person income. You know, that means both mum and the dad sometimes only see their kids for about a quarter of the day. So it's just like, instead of stay-at-home mum, it's nobody stay at home. We're all paying for your daycare and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, they fucked it. As soon as they sent everything offshore, all the work. No one wanted that, but no one stopped them.
But I don't really see myself as wanting to be in like Thailand earning $2 an hour. You know, I don't know how they can actually treat people like that too. That's like, I think it's kind of evil to take advantage of people who are getting so poorly reimbursed for their effort.
Well, the thing is, I think we got sucked in this work from home shit. Because once they set that up, then they could get other people from other countries. That's what's happening now. Because they'll take less money. Because you don't need to be in the office anymore. Like, everything gets used against us.
Well, yeah, if you chase profits instead of like, oh, what would be the word? Just a fair go, I think. There seems to be a bit of, like you said, disparity between like those who have and those who have not, and it's just difficult for the typical family to make headway, especially when they went from, okay, dad's away 9 hours at work, now both mum and dad are away for like 8 hours, and
Hey,
yeah.
you know the term fair go and
Mm.
and digger. Where do you think the word digger first came from?
Anzac trenches.
No, came
No,
from
before
the Eureka Stockade.
Eureka
From those guys
Stockade.
standing up and demanding a fair go, being paid fairly. And they were digging in, they dug in because they had that big fight.
I did
And
a
then
project all about that.
Howard came
I
along
should-
and stole a term and made it for the, or someone came along and stole the term and sort of switched it to that. And
Yeah, I did a project on the Eureka Stockade and digging in. It's much like the American anthem, the rockets flare and the banner still stands. It's very much in the same
yeah, it was our
sentiment.
first union. Sorry.
First Union, you're saying?
Yeah, so this guy was saying, this video. It was the Geordie. Is that what he's called? Something Geordie. What's he doing? But he's full on Labor, like he was praising Labor. I'm like, kind of, I think Labor's gotten a bit corrupt. Anyway.
That was their namesake back in the day. If you were like in a work first, you were laborious, so we're on your side. That was the selling point. But yeah,
It was
it's
called,
felt-
they had different names in the beginning. They weren't the Labor Party.
yeah, probably a bit before my time, but yeah, it's interesting looking back. But what was it? I had Hawke, Keating, and then Howard. I think it was. Yeah.
Recession we had to have.
Well, yeah, Advil, if I may, I've been listening. You mentioned, yeah, how now it's like two members of the family working, right? That only see like the child like a quarter of the day,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I think that also reflects then on quality of the relationships between the parent and a child, and how the child is gonna turn up, and how the next generation is gonna turn up, right? And this is the kind of the fucking paradox of conservatives, right? Because they're always, oh, hard work, what is it, the work ethic, right? The Protestant ethic or whatever it is, you know. Yeah, now both parents have to work, and then you're surprised that society is going to shit, right? As they say, right? It's like, oh my
Yeah,
God,
and
we're like degrading here. Gee, maybe it's because you're all working people, you fuckers.
there's an interesting difference here. Now, back in the day, think of everyone's sort of last name: Carpenter, Smith. These are professions. You didn't need daycare because, hey, son, learn about my hammering skills. Hey, son, learn about my, other skills. Thatcher, I'm doing roofing. These are community skills, community minded. You could spend time with your kids as a Thatcher, as a Smith, as a cobbler. And so
Who's a
these
Thatcher?
kind of yeah, Thatchers are for roofs. Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't know.
It's the
Again, to be
straw
careful
that
not.
they laid on the roof. Yeah.
You had to be careful that you didn't get into slave labour with
I
children
think what
too.
we need
People on
to,
that went on.
yeah, I think what we need to
But
take into account
I
discussing this is just look at all the things we are paying for that our parents or grandparents didn't pay for. mobile phone, internet, TV
True.
channels.
Yeah.
You fucking name it.
Yep.
Cars.
And
Now
you
you
have
need
to have
cars.
them.
Yeah.
You have to have them.
Yep. Especially in America, you need a car. Right.
And
Because the
in
way.
Australia.
Oh, right. Well, in America, it's because of the way cities decided to build, which is influenced by the car culture, right? So unlike in Europe, where they build mass transportation, which is like decent, right? I mean, hey, like trams going like on the top, in a city, very cheap, right? It's using the electricity, right? It's an EV, like it's a more efficient EV because it doesn't have to carry the battery
Aren't
with
they,
it.
aren't they smaller countries? Like Australia and America are huge.
But if you take, I'm saying, if you take all of Europe, like all of Western Europe, this is a common thing
Together.
throughout
Yeah.
Western Europe, right? If you take that as a whole,
What would that
yeah,
population be? So same as America, I guess. Pretty close.
770 million Western Europe is.
Okay. That's
So look,
twice as many as
twice,
America.
yeah.
So no wonder you got
Just
twice
imagine
the
if
infrastructure.
just imagine if everyone in London was supposed to take the car to and from job every day. That would make a chaos. I don't know how many is it a million or
London.
something like that? Yeah. A
And
transport
they're
every
driving the
day.
wrong, and they're driving the wrong side of the road. That's even harder,
I think the population of continental Africa as a whole is almost 1 billion. So that's. Yeah. But yeah, I do think like when businesses became bigger, that left a vacancy for the local family businesses like the Thatchers, the Coopers, Coopers were shoe horse people, like, and same with the Smiths. There's so many last names that are connected to occupations.
Right.
But I was looking up last names and paternal things like Jacobson or Bin Joseph, or everyone's got either a family name or a profession name, usually.
But were things any better back then? Like, I remember my
Probably
grandfather walked
not.
to school with no shoes on.
I'm just saying, as far as that small subset of family time, when you had your carpentry business and you could have your son as an apprentice and give him skills and give him quality time, that's different than being away at the office for 9 or 10 hours, as if your kid's almost a stranger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only really solves one of the many problems that they had back in the day, but at least they had quality time and hopefully not too much, spare the rod, spoil the child, Yeah, it's very different. Yeah.
Well, I think capitalism really is here the culprit. Right. The pressures on the workers, right? Because before like you said, you would have like your own like crafts, craftsmen, right? I think what they call artisans, right? Community based, kind of thing. And nowadays, people have to go and work in a factory, right? Or in a Walmart, or if you're in a more developed country, into services. They just sit in the office, right? And the pressures there are actually kind of higher, right? The capitalists, especially through like propaganda and taking over the government, influencing it, lobbying, right? Just cause the wages to go down, work time to go up, right? Like heck, in
I think
America,
lobbying should be illegal. I think lobbying should be illegal.
but unfortunately, it's not enough. I think because look, the government always needs to cater to the interests of people who own. I mean, the things that make the government work, right, and represent their power as well. Like in America's case, that's the military, right? So, if you're not making those, aircraft carriers, if you're not making those bullets, those guns, right, then you don't have an army, and you don't have a government, right? If you don't even, can produce equipment for your police, you don't have a state, right? So they're catered to primarily, right? All the big businessmen, right? Small business,
Yeah,
not so
yeah.
much.
And I think that has seeds of greed, which is a seed of insecurity and fear. Because if you have resources and money, you have that less fear, but they keep on wanting more. So I think they're trying to just sort of fix an insecurity issue in their heart and in their soul almost. And that sort of is like the underneath value for their greed. Like I've got to have more. I've got to have this. Yeah, I've got to have convenience. I've got to have. Yeah, I think capitalism might be okay if it wasn't as if it wasn't for greed and insecurity. But I think those are just human things that you need to solve on a huge psychological level.
Well, I think it's not really about the character of the people. It's because the system, right? Like you're competing as
Yeah.
a capitalist, right? You have to make profits, right? And as much as possible. I mean, no, I mean these CEOs who like are like saying, oh, we're like being green, right? Oh, we're like pro LGBT people, and that's all fine and dandy, but unless that CEO is making maximum amount of profits, right? Guess what's going to happen to him, right? Well, he's not going to be CEO for long, because the job of the CEO is a fiduciary responsibility, right? Not only is it by law, but it's also just like embedded into the mechanisms of capitalism, right? You're competing, right? You have to maximize profits. If you're not maximizing profits, somebody else is going to do it.
Not only that, if they don't make their money grow, inflation will just whittle it down to nothing. They'll have been a millionaire in one era. 2 decades later, they won't be worth shit. What's a million now? My house is a million. Nothing.
Oh, that too. That too. Yeah.
So they kind of don't have a choice either. And then money makes money. I don't even think they have to try hard to make money half the time.
Yeah, there's a tendency of like the money centralizing in hands of fewer people
Yeah.
under capitalist markets, and that's like just exacerbates the class divide, right? And the power imbalance in the government, right? Because it doesn't matter if you have a democracy, right? If the people who own the media, right? If the institutions that are there supposed to inform voters are themselves corrupted, then what kind of how can you have democracy when your voters are constantly being misinformed?
I think Carlo Roibo, an Italian Nobel Prize winner in economics, I think it was in 2004, said the biggest mistake we've done in the Western world, we've removed the inventors and the engineers who was running the companies and left them to the stock guys, the markets. They don't give a shit. If they can have
Oh, yeah.
high profit in 2 years and then the company goes bankrupt, they don't care. And the old-fashioned guy who built up the company, he would continue on and fighting for his company and be happy with some sort of profit instead of maximum profit.
Yeah, you kind of do have that. I mean, I could even say Ford. Well, the Ford was like a Nazi anti-Semite, fuck him. But no, yeah. Um, well, yeah, I mean, the example what you're talking about is Boeing, actually, right? As a textbook example of that. It used to be like very, well, more so merit-based, right? I mean, they designed a capsule for the moon landing missions, Apollo missions. But then they merged with, oh fuck, what is it? McDonnell Douglas. right? And it became like a corporate kind of thing, maximizing profits, cutting costs, which is why we have the disasters happen with the Boeing planes, right? You guys know about that, right? Like several Boeing planes
Yes. Yeah.
would just uncontrollably go up, like the nose would go up.
I know, but I heard about wheels falling off and
Well, and the door.
yeah, the door.
But the whole but there's also the thing that it would put the nose up because like the sensor was faulty that was supposed to keep the plane that's supposed to tell the plane's electronics, what's the angle of attack of the plane. Um, but that malfunction often, and the reason why they had to have this sensor in the first place is because they didn't bother making a new chassis, for the plane, the whole fucking, a new plane. They just put it on their older versions and just like raised the engine's position on the plane higher and further to the front because the new engines were much heavier but more efficient, right? Because that's why they put them there, so it's saving costs. But the plane would then naturally try to, would have a tendency to, go up, put the nose up, which is bad. It's really bad. You can easily stall the aircraft. And so they put a sensor there in the front, which like would detect this, but detect its tendency, and like counteract it, right? But they're failing, and it caused like two crashes, I think, like where everybody died. Fucking robot.
The air, the air, sorry, Air India. Is that what
Huh?
it's called? Air India? The
No,
Indian
that
plane that
wasn't the
crashed.
one. Well, at least
Okay.
actually, I don't know. I don't know what's the news on this. I've just seen. Oh no, no,
It
no!
lost
They lost thrust from the engines,
thrust, yeah. And it just
and
fell out
it
of
was
runway.
like sort of kind of people noticed in the video that the plane
Yes.
had like a sound like a propeller, and that's the emergency because plane
Ram.
yeah, ram, I think. You know that, right?
Yeah, the propeller
Emergent
that drops down the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Emergency
And there's also a
electricity.
video of a guy who was on that aeroplane the flight before it. And he actually videoed it while he was on there. And none of the air conditioning was working. Lights on there weren't working. He
Huh.
pressed for the attendant, it wasn't working. So, and they were sitting on the tarmac when he was filming it.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, I guess they didn't maintain the plane properly. Again, cutting costs, at the expense of, lives.
Yeah, we haven't really got the results yet, so everybody's still guessing.
Everybody gets what, sir?
We haven't got the results yet from the
Oh.
black boxes and that, or from the airline itself.
Right.
So everybody's just guessing what's happened.
Well, one of the things, I don't know if the black box recorded this, but I know in Air India Airlines, they have a camera there in the cockpit of pilots. They're to record pilots. In the West, like the pilots like refuse this, So in the West we don't have this, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, if you have a camera, black box could record it. Yeah, so we might even get a footage of, like from the cockpit.
It'll be sad, whatever it is. That one guy walking out of it, though, pretty amazing. You see the fireball.
Good morning, everybody, and evening to those in Australia.
G'day, Omni. What are you doing, mate?
All right.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm chilling out here. Got some coffee, getting ready.
Getting ready for what?
The day. I got stuff to do today, but nothing too spectacular. Wondering how much deeper this Iran business is going to get.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
he says he's going to shut down that strait. That's going to make things really interesting if he does. Don't know what the reply to that is.
So there's two basic ways to shut it down. The first is to fire on ships that come through it, which they can do, but it seems to me like that invites the destruction of resources, missile batteries, shore-based artillery, or whatever it is they're using, other boats. Or they can mine it.
Yes.
And if they mine it, that's like the nuclear option, because once it's full of mines, I don't know if it if they can get it out, get the mines out.
I wonder if they'll police it heavily and like charge an arm and a leg to transfer through it. Like that's been something Egypt and that could like really charge through the teeth for their canal. Same with the Suez, I guess, as well. Panama.
Yeah.
Like these access points is like, if you really wanted to be a dick, block them off simultaneously.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I heard that China gets a lot of their oil through that passage. So that's it.
Yes. Well, it's 25% of the
them
world
off.
supply, so I think Europe.
And then Iran won't be able to get goods to themselves as well.
Yeah. Also true. Although we don't know, we don't really know what we don't really know what their
Well, if they're desperate, if they think it's close to the end, they might just go, why not?
yeah, I don't know.
Mm.
I mean,
But yeah, I think the types of vessels are easily identifiable between like supplying goods and supplying oil. So that's
yeah,
it could be policed somewhat, but yeah, it's like
yeah, right. And I don't really know.
What I heard.
Question of how much. So they're not super popular in the region, right? They're not the best. They have regional enemies. Quite a few. So it seems to me that if they attack, and close, or if they close the harbor to all traffic, like mining it, then they're going to be hated. Like Saudi Arabia, other countries that want to sell their oil through that strait are going to have problems with them. I don't know. I mean, the fear of asymmetric warfare against the U.S. homeland, meaning terrorist attacks or massive cyber attacks, is possible, but I don't know. I don't know how likely that is.
it depends if they want to leverage the
anti-American disdain that some of the countries currently have to go, oh, okay, we just won't supply oil. We'll keep it for ourselves or something. But then they
Except they're
don't
not
earn
really
money.
stepping in
Yeah.
with against Israel. So that's had a few commentators saying, you know, they haven't gotten the backing already, so they're not sure
Yeah.
what the other countries are thinking.
Yeah.
And there's so many of them too. There's not just one or two, is there? There's like eight.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's a good, you know, it's a good question. I don't really have a good answer.
Like, are
But-
they scared of Iran that they can't speak out, but would love to see it go? I'm hearing a bit of that. I don't know if it's true though.
I suspect it's probably a bit true. You know, I mean, if you're in the area and you're not the U.S., they have a lot more options for what they could do to you. They have, you know, they have a significant military. You know,
But also they have a religious hold, I think, as well. I don't know why, but
well, they're what are they? They're I think Sunni.
he's a pretty extremist though, this leader. Whereas like Saudi Arabia is sort of winding it back a little.
Yeah.
You know, still Muslim, but not the extreme.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, don't know.
Well,
but then they all like suicide over there because they're going to go to heaven. So how do you fight that shit?
I don't think that's quite. I don't think that's quite as true as, you know, we make it out to be. I mean, for sure, there are some, you know, groups over there that think that, but I don't think, like, you know, the head of the guard there, the Republican Guard, their primary, you know, armed force. Like, I don't know if you know, if that, yeah, I don't think they're all suicidal. Let me put it that way. I think that probably the you know, the majority of the populace is not really ready to kill itself.
No, we're just talking extremist fighters, and
Yeah, but
probably not the high-ranking ones.
I don't think their primary force is made of extremist fighters. I think that the force that they've got lies in their technology. You know, they have good technology. They have good
Okay. Yep.
you know, weapon systems. You know, the silkworm missiles, for example, are quite nice. Or at least were very highly rated. I don't know so much about recently, but
They
yeah,
dropped some bombs on Israel while you were sleeping, and they were pretty vicious.
yeah,
They, like,
yeah,
took out a big area, like a massive apartment building and heaps of houses. Like,
yeah, yeah.
I reckon they might have upped the ante a little.
Well, I mean, Israel started this knowing that they were going to get retaliated against.
Yeah.
I don't think that's super surprising. You know, so I mean, you know, I guess the question is, you know, did we cripple their ability to create a nuclear warhead? And I guess the answer is we don't really know yet.
No.
So, you know, that I guess that's probably the. And we've certainly guaranteed that they want one.
Yeah,
And
it's
then, of
like
course, there's the fear of the weapons of mass destruction. Have we been fooled again by the military complex?
Well, I'm not even so. I don't think it's a stretch to say, we're pretty sure they'd like a, a nuclear warhead. I think it's fairly clear that they'd like to have one. I mean, from what we know, I think for sure. We have it on pretty good authority that they were creating, that they did have a nuclear program. So, given that, like I said, I don't think it's a I don't think that there's just much question that if they could do it, they would.
Well, the other thing is, are we ever going to be able to take it out completely, or are we just setting them back as many years as possible? Because they'll just try and keep going again.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. How do you ever win this? I mean, if you
By
blow up,
removing the regime, I suppose.
well, that's I mean, well, but the next regime,
We can't do it. They've got to do it.
well,
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, that's
Iranian people have to gain control of their country, obviously. They're currently be occupied by like a dictator.
Yeah, because every time we do it, it fucks up.
Well, I think that the theory is we'll weaken the regime, and then there will be like a sudden outgrowth of of democracy, and
Not even a democracy. It's just the Iranian people have to decide what they want. Shouldn't be. If they want a monarchy or whatever the hell, then they should get that. But like, not this, because this is not what they wanted.
well, do we know?
Yeah, we do. Well, 2 years ago, we had these massive protests, remember?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
What did they protest? What were they protesting?
That lady that was killed because she wasn't wearing garb, cover her head.
Oh, yes.
She refused.
Yep.
It was massive
young
protests in
girl.
Tehran, millions of people.
Yep.
Yeah, there's even a lot of upset against a Muslim girl who was sexually abused, and then because she wasn't a virgin before she got married, she was sent to death. And it's just like, you can't win either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And apparently there was a vote taken, and there was strong support for the exiled king's son, or prince,
Shah?
or whatever. Oh, yeah. I
I
was
don't know about that
surprised.
one.
Maybe better the devil you know than the devil you don't.
It's up to the Iranian people. They have to decide what they want, but they clearly don't want a regime that just suppresses and kills them. Not to mention, only 40% of Iran is like ethnically Persian. There's like 50-something percent ethnic minorities around that feel incredibly suppressed. That's fucked.
I lived with Persian refugees here in Australia for about, what was it, 2 or 3 years? Good people.
I wish it was
Yeah, the Iranian people were the best.
I think it's a great
they-
name.
Yeah, they
I
taught
think what-
me about
Yakmak was the ice cream. I learned some of the how to write in Persian a little bit. Yeah, good.
I come from a country with a Turkic, at least on my father's side, the Turkic heritage. So we share a lot of words with Iranian people and cultural heritage. So I
I just
sympathize with them.
remember Persia on I Dream of Genie. I used to think I want to go there.
It's unfair what has happened to them with the Shah, and then now with the Islamic Revolution. They just
Yeah.
cannot get a break. They had a democratic government, a legitimate, at the time, socialist government, which the Americans absolutely disliked because they wanted to privatize, the government wanted to privatize the oil industry, so they abolished them. And because they feared that the Soviet Union would expand influence. But,
Because a lot
I
of the
mean,
Muslim world was quite Soviet, wasn't it? There were many Muslims who saw a lot of alignment between, Soviet, like socialist teachings and Islam, didn't they?
no. You're thinking of Christianity. Christianity is a Christian socialism, that sort of thing. Because of liberation theology after Vatican II/Rome II, Christianity was allowed to develop like a hybrid between socialism and Christianity. Liberation theology is like a very progressive branch of Christianity. But like, I don't know about Islam. Maybe you're right. But like, my point is, these people were secular. They were Muslim, but they wanted a secular government. And the Americans and the British toppled them because they feared that the oil like nationalization is going to be a problem. And yeah, we got the Shah, and after the Shah was incredibly oppressive and a murderous dictator, we got another murderous dictator, which is the IRCG and the Ayatollah. So the Iranian people literally cannot get a break.
Yeah. Isn't it the case that the current regime came about not because America installed them, but because America installed, I forget who.
The Shah. America installed the Shah. The Shah was incredibly oppressive.
Yeah, and then the Shah gets
He was incredibly oppressive, a right-wing nationalist dictator who killed without any restraint. And then a bunch of socialist intellectuals said, "Oh, we want our country back," and they started plotting a coup. And they started like recruiting, but a lot of the people they recruited were Islamists, right? So the Islamists infiltrated the political movement and converted it. When the coup happened, the socialists were slaughtered and the Islamists took power.
I just learned about the Brazil, Russia, China alliance, BRICS. Didn't know that was happening.
But that's
Didn't you?
nothing.
That's been going for a while.
They're just saying that we can trade without any line.
Yeah,
And the Belt and Road. He wants to bring back the big
The
highway.
Belt and Road is a dead project, isn't it? Like she wanted it to realize it, but like it's a dead project at this point because of the Russia-Ukraine.
Yeah, they did kind of kill it, apparently.
You're spending so much money getting ports and building railway throughout Asia to Europe. The Israel should fucked it up. The Ukrainian war fucked it up. Just give up. Another mega project that
So yesterday I said that I didn't see Iran conducting terror operations in the U.S. because that seemed to me like it would be effectively suicidal because they can't do enough damage to make us pull out in terror of them. But they could do enough damage to just seriously piss off, Americans. And support deeper actions. And then Jesse posted something from Al, and so if something happened, if they shot up, my example was the Mall of the Americas, something like that. They just do something that is pretty atrocious, but not crippling. I would say, well, that would be potential for a false flag, right? You could consider that an act by a bad actor trying to make it look like Iran did something. Possibly.
Or you could have some radicals that haven't been authorized by Iran just going, no, fuck it, it's all out. Holy war here.
That's
Iran
possible.
Iran has. Sorry, go on.
Well, and then Jesse posted Alex Jones saying, Iran threatens retaliation, setting stage for a false flag attack. And I was like, oh no, I agree with Alex Jones, kind of.
Iran has several cheap ways to inflict maximum damage upon the world and the United States. One is to close or to just put sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which is basically closing the strait, essentially, meaning oil for the Western states would be non-existent, which means skyrocketing prices.
But that will also stop China. Oh, sorry.
Well, yes, but China already
and
buys
they
from
won't be
Russia.
able to get any. They won't be able to get any goods in themselves, will they?
No, they have their own oil. Iran has its own oil. Second thing is.
Sell any?
Sorry?
Will they be able to sell it, though, if they can't get it out either?
They can use it for themselves. They're independent when it comes to oil consumption. The second thing I believe is to instruct the Houthis or to give them more rockets to block off the Suez Canal, another major trade destination, which will cause massive damage to the West. If they do both of these things, massive economic damage for the entire world. We're going into a recession at light speed. Number 3 is to cut underwater internet cables, which will cause huge economic fallout and communication problems. All of these things, or to attack Saudi, because it's on their border, that's right over the Strait of Hormuz, right, with drones. All of these things will have insane economic fallout for everybody.
Would they really get into a two-front war?
And they're cheap to do.
That seems like that'd be even bigger suicide.
If I'm going down, I'm taking the temple with me. Do you know who said that, X?
Who's that going to be? The very first one of the very.
It's a Bible. It's a Bible reference. Samson. Samson tore up the roof of the temple, destroying himself and his enemies.
Yeah, because if you can create a holy war between and bring the other countries in, because you've just been massacred or whatever, that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, do subversive shit. Do plant a bunch of sea mines, Strait of Hormuz, give a bunch of rockets to the Houthis to target ships. Cheap, really cheap shit, and very effective. Cut internet access, sabotage pipelines, gas and oil in the Middle East, sabotage refineries in Saudi Arabia, like they did like a couple of years ago with the drone. All of these.
And they
cheap.
must know. They must want to bring the other countries in because they must know they can't bring down the West on their own.
I mean, why would they care? They want to inflict as much as that they already lost. They cannot match the West when it comes to military power. They want to inflict as much damage as possible. Ruining our economies would be a godsend to China and Russia. I would say Iran kind of holds the world's economy in their hands right now. Like, it's interesting how fast can we go into a recession.
We're already in one per capita.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're already in one.
doing really well. Sorry.
Maybe we are in one, but maybe it gets worse.
Not in Australia. Not where you are. I don't know where you are.
I mean, Italy, it's worse. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, let's see what they do.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's the kind of the ultimate question, right? What can they do? You know, what might they do? And
well,
but they just never really struck me as suicidal.
Yeah.
So,
well,
But the thing
they've
is,
hit
that
Israel pretty
regime
hard.
yeah, well,
Sorry.
that I totally believe. That doesn't surprise me.
Will that be enough to satisfy them? Going to be my question.
don't
But what I
know.
mean is like, when dictatorships go nuts, like Russia's being really crazy right now, but not that. Sorry, Russia's not being that crazy, right? It's not really overcommitting, and I remember not really thinking about it, not really ever thinking this until I heard this analysis on it, where it was like, well, what we've got to make sure we do is don't talk about regime change in Russia, because that reliably makes dictators do crazier and crazier stuff. Because if there's still a sort of point
get
from
parent.
which you can return, you as a dictator could
Yeah.
return from that point. But if you realize at any point that from now backing down might mean losing power, and losing power as a dictator almost always means losing your head. Suddenly now, like, so if you do, what I'm getting at is, if you do threaten regime
It's a
change,
life
it
or
might
death,
go
yeah.
absolutely berserk, because it's life or death now for the Ayatollah anyway, and all of his main decision makers. So the chance now that they go, fuck it, let's just go suicidal, fuck the rest of the country, is quite high. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
I think we're reaching, Eggs, I don't know if you would agree with me, but I think we're reaching a threshold. Like, Iran is willing to swallow the destruction of nuclear facilities. It's willing to swallow the destruction of military facilities. Is willing to swallow the death of military members or scientists. I don't think they will swallow the death of the Ayatollah.
Yeah, especially because he's the religious leader. You might wake up all of the Shias at once, right? He's the head.
I think that is a step, step too far. Yeah.
It's huge. What are the other Shia mostly countries? What is it? Just like, how many Shias are there everywhere?
In the world, Shia are like maybe 100 million, and most of the population in the world is Sunni. Like over 1 billion people are probably Sunni. The Shia are a very small minority in comparison.
Eggs,
What's the
I
difference?
give you a good example. You said, if the current leader goes away, I think even internally now there are talks of getting rid of him in the best possible way. Because remember, as a religious figure, he doesn't have what we call is like an ayatollah. He called himself ayatollah, but ayatollah is a religious title, and in order to get it, you have to do certain studies in terms of religion. Okay, and he hasn't done any one of them. So it was one of those things. He got it free of charge, if you know what I mean. He got it by force.
No.
Even in Qom, which is a holy site for Shias, if let's put it this way. Okay, let's call it the Vatican for Shias. Okay, that's as a comparison.
Yep.
Even there, he doesn't have full-on support, and every time he had support, it was by force. So even now, when you say if people doesn't like it, the thing is, people would actually accept it even more. No, I'm not talking about because I'm against him. No, but even religious people, are seeing, destruction, and they want basically he's losing support. He's lost massive amount of support recently, but he's losing even way more support now. I won't be surprised at some point. Two things happen. A, internally, some sort of the coup, which is already on the way. Do you remember the Rouhani, one of the previous presidents?
Yeah,
Hassan
he died in
Rouhani.
a helicopter. Yeah.
No, the guy before him. Not that one.
The guy before him.
Before.
Which
Oh yeah, the one before him. One right after Ahmadinejad. The silly one, the stupid one. little guy.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so one after Ahmadinejad, which was the infamous Ahmadinejad. But anyway, Rouhani was more secular or more modern compared to the other ones, even though he had his moments at the beginning of the revolution. He's been around and is trying to get support of the religious leaders, not him. He's not officially, he just have a title. You know what I mean? It's like a honorary doctor in PhD, but he's not real religious leader. Okay, let's put it this way. He's trying to get support, from Qom, and if he does so, and all it takes is from them, the ones in Qom, give a fatwa, and after fatwa is basically we want to negotiate and it's done, we don't want it. There will be a massive, massive, massive uprising if others goes against them. That's the thing. Yes, Khamenei does have support, but it's the minority. It's a Sepah, which is not majority. They are with the guns, yes, but not necessarily the full-on support. I
So
wouldn't
it
be
sounds like
surprised
you're
to
saying
see certain change.
you could do regime change. Is that what you're saying, Hamrise?
Well, no, I think let me be very, 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 very clear. Okay, mullahs are known for a lot of things, and one of them is they're very lazy and they don't, they know right now if the regime change happen, it will be end of them. Okay, so they will do anything for their survival. That's it. One of the things that I'm saying is they are trying to prevent this peacefully. And when I say peacefully, is what I mean by peacefully is basically even if it means a coup d'état, but the coup d'état would be from one religious to another religious leader, if that makes sense. It's not going to be complete regime change where son of Shah would be back. No, I don't think that would be the case. The coup d'état would be, like I said, Rouhani, which is one of the religious figures or ex president. He would overthrow him, or they would replace Khamenei. They would sign a peace deal, whatever. They would say, okay, white flags up, and we don't remember after. You remember Iran and the Iraq War. After 8 years, they have to sign the resolution 598, the infamous 598, which basically Iran said, okay, we give up. That's it. I won't be surprised they do that in order to save themselves.
What is the resolution 598? You know much more than this. Tell
That's Iran, Iraq after 8 years. They sat down and said, okay, let's sign a peace deal and that's it. Let's end the war. It's called Resolution 598. It's I can send you a link, basically.
I'm googling it now. It's fine.
It's basically Iran, Iraq signed a deal. That was back in 1990s, whatever, to say, okay, enough is enough. Yeah, that one.
Right, give back prisoners, mediate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me, Eggs,
Rob?
but you're coming in really soft for me.
Am I dead sexy or
much better? Okay,
I'm quite hard.
hard boiled. Okay.
So what are
Like I
the
said,
Iraq's actually got a majority of Shia as well? Oh,
Yeah, they do have a lot of Shias. Yeah, they have a lot of Shias.
so that
That's
and
how Iraq
Azerbaijan should be like, yeah. So that's what you're saying there. So although it might be so it sounds like you're saying generally it's a minority of Shias that are in support of the Ayatollah.
So, in just him, yes, that's what I'm trying to say. But the problem is that those ones supporting him are with the guns. That makes sense.
They're the armed
But like I
ones,
said,
yeah.
he doesn't have. He's not officially Ayatollah. Ayatollah, like I said, it's a title, and in order to get it, you have to basically pass certain. You have to go through certain, tests, and you have to study certain subjects in religion. You know what I mean? It's a long process. And he hasn't gone through it. So, as an example, the only way you can release a fatwa is if you are an Ayatollah. If you're not, you cannot release a fatwa. And officially, he's not. Even though he's, like, I don't know, about 10 years ago, there was a massive hoo-ha internally where he sent his puppets to Qom in order to get support from the actual Ayatollahs so they can announce him, he's an Ayatollah. He's not an Ayatollah. He doesn't have a book. The book he has is not a valid book. All he has is just the support of the Sepa, basically.
Right.
But
So
if they get rid of him, I wouldn't be surprised there will be any tears. There will be some mourning. You will always get idiots, you know what I mean? But there will be minority. I don't think there will be majority.
So he's really watching. Yeah, this is what I this really relates to the point I made before then, which is he's going to be extra nervous if he's already in a minority and they are coming for his assets, because that's the thing that puts him in charge, like you said, is he's the one with the guns. But if they've got these ordnance penetrating things that can hit 200 feet underground and can come in fast and everywhere and know where every one of your assets are seemingly better than you do, he will suddenly be very scared for his position, right? And that's going to make him want to do really insane things to stay alive. Unless, I guess, maybe they just offer him some sanctuary somewhere. That does work, doesn't it? Sometimes you let like Nawaz Sharif, like the president of Pakistan, now lives in London.
Inside Muslims, this is one of those things. This is what's happening inside, and even for me, it's really difficult to get any inside news, given all the shenanigans happening with the internet. And even for me, which I have friends in ISPs, it's very difficult. It's almost impossible to get even a hold of them, if you know what I mean. It's really, really difficult. But there are a bunch of rumors going around. And again, these are rumors, okay, purely rumors. There's no validity to it. I'm not saying either one of them are valid. One of the things is he has set his replacements. He has announced his replacements. Okay, he said, okay, such and such are my replacements. Other thing is he's lost control, and he has passed on the control to army / Sepa. Okay, not army itself, because remember we don't really have army in such a way. Army was pretty much destroyed in the middle of the war, and after war, pretty much army was just a symbolic figure. Remember, it was Sepa kind of IRG kind of took over.
Right.
But army became just really symbolic. That's why if you notice, if you hear Israel is bombing IRG bases, not really army bases. Hardly you see they hit an army base. It's mostly IRG bases. That's that. And he's in a really bad state at the moment. He only trusts one person. That's why he stopped using all the electronics and whatnot. So I think he's lost
he must be practicing insane amounts of privacy. Like it must be voice conversations only, nude in a pure marble Faraday cage or something.
I know what you mean. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a good. That's why that's what I'm saying. If he's killed, trust me. Like the first couple of nights, people were dancing in the streets. That's a lot, So, like I said, we're not gonna see much of a look. Even like internally, his own supporters are now really nervous. They're like, "Is that it? Is this the guy we followed?" Is what I mean. So even internally, he lost a good amount of support.
Right.
But
So
again,
I'm reading now while you're saying this, debates and challenges concerning his marja'iyat. How do you say that?
Marja'iyat, that's the one.
Marja'iyat of being the source of emulation, right? The source of emulation or Grand Ayatollah.
Yep. And he's not. Like Khomeini was Ayatollah because he's done a proper study in Najaf and also some of it in Rome. So, but again, he was a proper Ayatollah. He had a book. He was able to basically release a fatwa. But again, it was he could because he was,
Do you have any idea how this is going to affect the opposition in Iran?
Which one? Like Pahlavi, like a pre-revolution or post-revolution? Which one?
Yeah. I mean the ones who want to more or less go back to where it was when Iran was more open and free.
Here's the thing, and a lot of like we are happy, but even there's a sadness was, and we are upset because every time there was a revolution, it was done externally. If you follow our trends, the first one, which was the coup d'etat back in Mossadegh time, was 1930. Well, I forgot the time. 1958, was it? Anyway, it was done by external forces. Reza Shah, which was we call it the father of the modern Iran, which was the father of the previous Shah. He was also exiled by external forces by the US. Then Shah came into power, again through an external medium. And Khomeini came into power, again using an external medium. Yes, people were uprising, but again, everyone knows that was not the case. Okay, Khomeini was an illiterate person. He couldn't really say from right hand from his left hand. A lot of things you don't get to see is his internal speeches, when given to people. When you listen to it, in Farsi, it doesn't make sense. In English, there's no, it just shows he could not just, form a sentence which makes sense. Now again, we're seeing another revolution.
So was he like a puppet?
He was a puppet. Of course he was.
I do
you
think
think
that's puppet behavior. I've said that before, actually, where you can hear politicians when they are senators and stuff, like when they're a smaller politician, they speak and they make sense and they sound really personable. And then as they get higher up within the party, they make less and less sense. And my suspicion is it's because you can no longer say what you really think. You have to you speak in this broken, stilted, and most of it is just learning rote sentences. And it's very difficult to sort of express ideas well if half of the ideas you disagree with and some of them aren't from you. So that would make sense if he's a puppet where, if you were, when you're the boss, you can just sort of run your mouth. That's one of the problems with Trump. Like, he doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but he just runs his mouth like, oh, you're going to take away their guns.
Well, Khomeini was you could see there was a lot of, a lot of brains were behind the scenes. Like one of the brains Iran had, which in a sad way, I wish he was still in charge. At least we wouldn't see this bloodshed or we wouldn't see this destruction. Was Rafsanjani.
Mm-hmm.
He was a clever one, and he managed to do quite positive in terms of, when I say positive, in a word of negative, some positive is still a positive, if you know what I mean. He was a clever one, which they got rid of him because about a month before he had an accident, and quote unquote an accident in the swimming pool. He had an interview and he said, and he didn't mention any names, but in his interview he said these guys forget where they come from and who put them in power. And Rafsanjani was pointing directly at Khamenei because he was the one after the Khomeini's death chose him to be the next leader. If everyone was surprised, everybody thought next leader after Khomeini's death would be Talabani, which was another religious figure. He was very modern, and he was one of the very first ones right after the revolution. It was like, no, I don't agree with this, and he was against it. He was against the whole ideology of everything. But Rafsanjani, for some sort of reasons, decided to choose what's his name? Khamenei to be the next leader, which kind of backfired. He's the one actually got rid of Rafsanjani at the end. There you go. So right now, that's the thing. People are upset again. Why? Because we're seeing destruction, and we're hoping. And we're seeing destruction. Going, does the destruction means change, but at what cost? Tehran was just, becoming, modern again. We were doing a lot of things to become powerful again. In terms of, not the nation itself, just the people itself. Beautiful country, beautiful city. Start getting tourists in. All that things. And now after this, we're going to go back at least 5 years, 10 years, if you're lucky, 5 years. And then when the revolution happened, I think one of the major concerns are, if the revolution happened, are we going to see some, countries going to get into pieces? Because we know Turkey is having an eye on, they want a piece of land. One from South, Saudis and whatnot want a piece of land. From top, China and Russia wants a piece of land. You see where I'm going with this? And are we saying, with this during this time of revolution, this transition and whatnot, are we going to lose the country? Is that going to happen? Or no? That's where I think a lot of people are kind of hoping the revolution will happen, but also people are like, what if these things happen? Are we going to lose Azerbaijan as an example? Are we going to lose from South Ahvaz or the southern cities like Abadan, Ahvaz, all these cities? Because right now he's attacking all the bases, and we're going to be defendless very soon. We cannot defend ourselves, by the sounds of it, as it's going. And
Yeah, I was thinking, like, yeah, since Iran's been attacked, I mean, I think most people in Iran will think, well, this is my country, my national, this is where I got my family. So they're going to oppose harder for external pressure than maybe if this was solved peacefully. I don't know.
Yep, no. We were hoping. That's the thing. A lot of people are hoping. It's a hope. People would go to the streets, and I think that should happen. But from someone who's, this is back in the student uprising, back in almost 2000. I was a student back in time, and I've seen the brutality of it. People are not sure. When I say not sure, is what I mean is, like, when I talk to my family, and I genuinely mean this, when I talk to my family, and sometimes I tell my brother, I'm like, are you sure anything is going on? People are just going by their daily life as if nothing is going on. And I know it sounds silly or hard to believe. But even now, when I'm talking to my brother, I'm like, how's it going? Oh yeah, the last time we were just with the friends out. I'm like, what? Yeah, well, what do you want us to do? They're not killing us. They're killing the bad ones. So there you go. We are happy with it.
Interesting.
I see.
I don't see it as they are under attack.
They do know they're under attack, but they also have a level of trust. It's not them they're going to attack. You know what I mean?
So it's basically let's say the people that, like your brother doesn't like, the powers that be for the time being, they feel are attacked and not themselves.
Yeah, very much. Bear in mind, like the very, very, very the first attack happened literally 200 meters from where we live, back home. It was powerful. Just to give you an idea, when I say how close it was, there was a lot of broken pieces of glasses and whatnot on top of our roof. I should give you an idea of how close we were. And like when I was talking to my mom, I was like, yeah, she was shaking. Upset, she was really upset. She was shaking and whatnot. The next day, kind of normal. It was like, Mom, you okay? I was like, yeah, fine. And she was sending me films of drones and whatnot on the street, from the roof, not our roof particularly, but closed that they can film. I was like, Mom, can you please move away? She's like, nah, don't worry, nothing will happen. It's not for us. I'm not saying this is the case for everyone, and I know a lot of people lost a lot, and I know a close friend also lost part of family member. You this, I'm not saying everyone is the same, but a lot of people are just living their daily life, normal life, because they have this sense of, I don't know, it's not us going to be attacked.
No, it's like it's like there's a difference. The people, what is attack is the sitting regime, we can call it that, and not the ordinary Iranian.
Yeah, true. There's also other people. When you hear, not necessarily talking, when you talk to them, like, we cannot go to streets because we don't know where is the next target, and are we gonna die from some debt? Some stuff falling on top of us. There's that concern too. The best one was the second or third day attack on the north of Tehran, which caused a lot of flooding. And where they hit was like a roundabout, and a lot of people were dead there. There you go. Or there was the other one close to a hospital. Their attack, very close to the hospital, that caused a lot of damage. So people were like, we can go to the streets, but at what cost? What I mean, are we going to be part of those missile attacks? So you know what, we're going to stay away from as much as we can. Let them deal with it.
It's pretty fucked, I agree.
Yeah, well, it is. I know it is pretty fucked, but what do you want? Listen, we have seen 8 years of war, and that's the thing. A lot of my generation, we're used to it. We don't really care. In a sad way. I remember, Zorbek, what I told you. I mean, you probably agree with me on this one.
I've seen my fair share of misery.
I've seen 8 years of especially living close, unfortunately, close to 10-15 minutes away from Khomeini's house for 8 years. close to my house was a freaking target. Constant
Right.
rockets and missiles hitting down, and what, you know what I mean? Do you think that's easy? No. But and I always said, I've seen limbs, I've seen hands, I've seen nobody, I've seen brain, I've seen eyes. But a lot of my generation seen all of these. So you're like, meh, it's a bomb, don't worry. And the
Jesus.
sad part
Yeah,
was my mom,
wow.
yeah, my mom said, which made me jump. And I was like, didn't know what to do, kind of a crying situation. And my mom said, what's the worst gonna happen? Okay, I'm here, your brother is here, we're all together. I know you're there, you're safe. If anything happened, all of us would die in the same time. Problem solved. Which was really, really heavy for me. But yeah, in a way, I was like, because I'm very concerned. I'm still butterflies in my stomach every time I hear news. My mom said, what's the worst gonna happen? Okay.
My relatives are in Bulgaria because it's sort of in the idea. They're driving those big armored vehicles. Soldiers simply do so. But yeah. What I'm hoping is the United States and Israel pick their targets and then they'll just like indiscriminately bomb. It seems that they are doing that, they're picking their targets. Indiscriminately bombing. So thank God for small favors, I suppose. But,
Have you guys noticed how, like, the Iranian firing rockets back has not been condemned like in other situations? Do you think people realize why they're doing that?
Sorry, what was the question? You said, is it not coming down or coming down?
No, I said that not usually. If, let's say, if Israel hadn't attacked Iran first and Iran sent rockets to Israel, there would be a hell of an uproar. And usually that happens when fighting starts. But this time it's rather quiet, the criticism of the Iranians sending rockets back to Israel. I wonder if people realize that, hang on a minute, Israel was the attacker and Iran is just answering back. If that could be one of the reasons that they aren't that hardly criticized for doing it.
They do. Well, there's one thing though. A lot of people do say this, and they're like, we this time, us being the most evil government, whatever, Iranian government being the most evil government, and all of that shit. Okay, and I said that this time, I find it hard to swallow. Iran was about to bend over, and they were already bending over Trump. You know what I mean? There was no reason. I know. Bibi says, "Oh, I have all the evidence." Has he ever produced any evidence? And
do you expect a banana republic dictator to produce anything to justify themselves besides their own hubris and ego?
Happy man. Oh, there you go. That's exactly my point. There people do say this. And like, why they attack this time? We're not doing anything. There's nothing. Hamas is done. Gaza is done. All that's done. And we are not provoking anything. We're not doing anything. Literally on Sunday, there was a lot of optimism in the country. Like, okay, I think finally it's it. That's it. They're gonna sign the deal, and off you go. You know what I mean? People can go back to the normal life and whatnot. What 2 days before sudden attack? To what cost? Why? There is that still. People just saying still why? Why now? Why when everyone in the country knew we had to bend over? So
I think that might be one of the reasons, because Israel, or at least Netanyahu, always wanted to attack Iran, like a revenge kind of thing. And at the same time, it could be to get the focus of it for what they're doing in Gaza. I don't know.
It's extremely complex. The fact is that like Israel has this idea that Iran is funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and by neutralizing Iran, they're going to ease the pressure at home. Not so much that they want a regime change. Now, numerous people have stated we want a regime change within Bibi's cabinet and within Bibi's government, and then have walked back their statements. I don't think they want a regime change, but for sure Bibi wants an ease of pressure on Hamas, from Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And the US is pressuring Israel to resolve the Houthis problem, which generates a lot of economic loss for the US and the West in general. So there's that. But I don't
as
know
you
how
said,
much.
it's really complicated. It is.
I don't know how much Bibi can solve this situation. He obviously wants to take out Iran as well. Like he doesn't. It's not a secret. He doesn't like Iran. But I feel like he's pressured
for sure,
to resolve the Gaza problem as soon as possible, and one way to solve it is to starve them out of resources which Iran provides. So,
But I mean,
one
it's
reason.
like, yeah. Could you imagine how easy it would be to recruit new members for Hamas in Gaza now, since it's demolished?
Exactly, and in many other parts of the world, particularly given the Christians and the Muslims are all brought up on a story about this happening. This being your sacred duty was to make this happen in all three of the major religions.
So what was
It's a
Israel
joke, to be honest.
supposed to do? What was Israel supposed to do after the Hamas attacked?
Well, for one,
well, I think just the clock has to go back to like what makes people do something so horrific as the October 16th attacks. Like, what kind of a person does that? Because I think you see the same thing with humans elsewhere, right? Where you go, what the fuck makes somebody wipe shit on the walls? And then you go, oh
Yeah, but now you're going back to
solitary
this and
confinement,
like
not letting them make any choices.
I'm an artist that likes to use shit. One reason is
maybe that could be it too. But you know, I'm talking about like prisoners in solitary confinement. Like if
No,
you're
I
oppressed,
get you.
they do weird stuff. I mean, I think the Jews feel oppressed, and that's why they do this.
Oh, it's a narrative. I mean, my country does this. Like, we have most radicalized population in the developed world. This persecution type of rhetoric, oh, you're surrounded by enemies and they want you death, they want to drink all of your blood, is truly working. Like, young people that are like 21 are as bloodthirsty as, I don't know, as the Holocaust is right now happening in front of them, which definitely not the case, but
yeah, it's like, and that's the thing. If you make people fearful that they are about to be annihilated, just think of all of the things that have happened in history and go, how many of them is it from a group swearing that we're the oppressed ones, we're about to be destroyed?
yeah, well, both
Then
sides
from
claim that, don't they?
Exactly. All the nut jobs need to do is convince you that you're under attack, and then you'll go to attack, and it'll become true.
you go into fight or flight. That's what you're going to.
Just it always means the
And when you don't have anywhere else to run, you're a cornered animal. Like, where can you go? You're told that the entire world hates you and wants to genocide you. They want a Holocaust Part 2, so you cannot go to anywhere else. And then you're told that they're going to exterminate you in your country. And then you start thinking, well, why shouldn't I use Jericho 4 missiles to solve my problems? Why shouldn't I drown the world in nuclear fire? They want me dead anyways.
Yeah. What is the
Israel, like multiple Knesset members have said, we have 180 nuclear warheads for each Goyim city out there that wants our destruction. Literal words.
Jesus. Yeah, terrifying.
But these people are scared out of their goddamn minds.
Yeah,
they're scared. They're propagandized like white people want to commit a second Holocaust against you, and then if not the whites, then the Arabs want to destroy you. They want to drink your blood. That's literal rhetoric in my press. Like, I don't know where you guys like get your information, but you should try like Times of Israel or Haaretz.
But I did say it to you, I think, when we first talked about it. When I went through Israel, I love Tel Aviv. But when I went through Jerusalem, I was like, these people think I'm so
Full of gay people, though.
I've never been anywhere where people just blank you, like utterly blank you. You'll nearly bump into them and then smile and apologize, or go to ask them a question or something. And if you're like, I remember like one of them was this young boy who obviously worked for the temple or something, wanted to come up and wanted me to wrap something around my arm and do some other thing and hold a book and wrap something around my hand, or they were
Are you
doing some
Jewish?
religious thing. No, and that's the thing. So he comes up and he's like, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, I don't know what that means. And he goes, oh, I'm here to do the thing. And I was like, what is it? And he's like, what, you're not Jewish? And I was like, no. And I was just poor. I just went, no. But I was
I know
hoping
they're
that,
trying to
like,
do to you, but like, I
I
wonder
was like
why
trying
did
to
they
just be like,
pick you?
I'm curious, please explain to me this culture. It's an interesting thing to tell me about. But so I was mid conversation, but the moment I started with, no, I'm not Jewish, he just turned his back and just walked off. And I was like, still in a very friendly, engaging way, just being like, hey, tell me what you're up here to do. And it was like, I just ceased to exist the moment I said I wasn't Jewish. And I was like, wow, okay.
You're a Gentile, yeah?
Yeah. Just completely on the
Yeah,
out.
But that happens. That happens when you persecute these people to the point of their extinction.
It's definitely not
When
their
they
fault.
have done nothing. When they have done nothing to deserve it. Not you, but like it happens. Like it's historical baggage.
Do you know why they got kicked out of all those countries, Zoidberg?
They didn't get kicked out of 100 countries. Please stop doing this.
Why did they get kicked out of this country in 1290 something?
What? I mean, because it's full of anti-Semites who want to use scapegoats,
No, it's because
people
they
who
were
are
clipping
different
the
than them.
coins. They built a whole industry
Okay,
around
yes,
clipping
yes,
the gold
yes.
coins.
We're doing the JQ, my favorite time.
That's why they got booted out of the UK. And they got booted out of France shortly after, at the early 1300s.
It's not because people hate on tribalistic basis. It's because of banking. That's
Because
definitely
they try and take over. They start all these criminal organizations.
But I think you can say that about any group. That's the Italians. That's the
I
Greeks.
mean, to be fair, if that is true, Andy, let's say, no, please, X, if that is true, then it's absolutely deserved for us right now to replace white people, and the right replacement is happening because of us. Yeah, I completely agree.
Dude, I've been saying it for ages. You reap what
Yeah,
you sow.
and you deserve to be replaced. You deserve to be replaced because you're a repugnant human being if you hold these views.
We got weak-minded men. That's
Correct. We made your minds weak, and we want to replace you because you're abhorrent, repugnant human beings, and you replaced.
Well, wait a minute. Let's not forget who turned
Yeah, you
Berlin
absolutely
into the
deserve
smut
to be
capital of the world in the early 1900s.
You absolutely deserve to be replaced by these kinds of
Berlin into the smut capital of the world, dude.
The Berliners.
The Berliners. Okay.
Yeah.
Donuts.
Germans lived in that place. They made it the way they wanted
the
it.
trans ideology, did they? And the homosexual stuff.
The trans ideology. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will turn. We as the
Germans
Jews will
wanted
turn
that, did they?
everybody trans, including you, your hamster, your toaster, your car. Everybody will be trans, Andy. Don't worry about it.
Everyone was trans.
Why
Have you
can't
seen
we
that
be
video
trans?
as well of the teacher teaching the children about how they're going to have 2,000
Keep
slaves
it
and all this
coming,
shit?
Keep it.
Like if you teach children that this what's the right term? Supremacist ideas. That's a terrible
We
thing.
will teach them even more. We'll teach them even more because of you, Andy. Okay.
Are you not Christian though, Andy?
I am, yeah. It's a good job you didn't say you were Christian to that person. They might have spat at you, eggs.
But you're built on the same book. I don't think you could criticize anything about the ideology. You've got all of the same words in yours, don't you?
Eggs, you're breaking up a lot. I can barely hear you.
No,
I
it's
don't know if
not.
it's on my end.
It's at your end.
Don't you
How's
use the same book?
Similar.
Isn't the whole
It's exactly the same plus more. What do you mean similar?
It's the book plus fan fiction.
Well, I mean, if you're coming from that point of view, then all of it's.
I wouldn't call it fan fiction, but plus more content.
Like,
sure.
Yeah, spin-off, or next season, or whatever you want. Like
A DLC.
The DLC, like the Judaism, arguably built on the Epic of Gilgamesh and Sumerian stories, but certainly seems unique in that it is the first suddenly comes onto the scene this monotheism where it says it's not okay to worship multiple gods.
And to sacrifice animals and penis ends.
Yeah, take off the ends of penises, which still they do in America.
We do that
sorry.
in Catholic Italy, by the way. In Catholic Italy, this is still a thing because we're dragging the artifacts of that. Sorry,
I find it very strange. All-knowing, omnipotent, all-wise God demands
Accidentally
his special people to do circumcision. Where the hell did he get that idea from?
It's covenant with God. You see, God needs a sacrifice, so the circumcision is a covenant.
But why did God come up with that?
I have a question for Andy, if I can break in here for a second.
Maybe it was a local reason.
Do you know who the Hasidic Jews are, Andy?
A little bit. They're not big fans of Israel, are they?
I think they are.
Oh, I've seen a lot of them sort of protesting against it, saying it wasn't like God's plan. It was more of a sort of Rothschild plan.
Okay, so well, you don't live in New York, so the conservative, ultra orthodox Jews are, at least in Israel, extremely supportive of the right wing government. If you're not aware of that, you can look into it. But I also think you should look carefully and find out how friendly they are to trans people. Because I think you'll find that they feel you and them have a lot in common when it comes to trans people. Terrifyingly, that gets your motor running in the morning, right? You wake up and you do some transvestigations and
yeah,
worry
sure.
about the kids getting trans, and maybe, I don't know, write letters to the parliament or whatever, and go out and try to abuse some trans people, because
I definitely don't do that.
That gets your blood moving. Yeah. So
No, I certainly don't do that.
And then you discover that you stand arm in arm with these guys. So I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some.
The Haredis in Israel treat women like they're cattle, literally. Women are already for breeding.
Well, that too. There's a
woman
lot of
cannot
things.
be. Sorry, please.
I was just saying that too. There's probably a lot of things Andy agrees on.
Oh,
We seem
frightful
to be
many things.
extremist views.
Frightful many things they agree upon. They want Israel to be a religious state, like Saudi Arabia. They want a theocracy. They hate the secular government. They kick IDF soldiers all the time and spit on them, beat them. They keep their women locked. They put their children in yeshiva schools where they study the Talmud and the Torah. Right? That's what they do. They don't engage in any of these intellectual pursuits. To them, the world is one track and one track only.
And temporary.
And they hate the gay people. They hate the trans. They want to see them burn. If you talk to them, they have the crazy eyes. I don't know if you know what I mean, but it's like some person has like unhinged eyes, like all of these people. And they talk about trans people, gay people. They have these unhinged
air or
eyes.
light between them and Andy. They're like conjoined people.
Nice, yeah.
Don't they also have some belief that it's kind of, you shouldn't be engaging in fun and frivolity and making life, you should be preparing for the next life, like this is just
No, but Judaism is a bit more different. The Judaism is like you're supposed to. This is the heaven you're supposed to make here. God's kingdom is here. You have to make it, and you are the chosen people. You have to like build it. And all this degeneracy about trans and gay has to go. It has to burn.
So I that was pretty harsh, I admit, but I think saying that the Israeli agenda is pro-trans is just like mind-boggling, Andy. Like, how do you come up with that?
Well, I think the majority of Israel isn't. They're not. They're secular, right?
No. Nope,
So-
nope, and nope.
The hardcore Jews with the curls and the funny hats and all those people.
It's funny that you should mention this, but
I've seen those
because
I've seen those people protesting alongside the Palestinian protesters, right? Being very anti.
I don't know what you mean. The
Yeah,
funny thing is that most of Bibi's partners in the Knesset, in Parliament, are highly ultra-religious Jewish parties. All of them are crazed religious parties. Like, fanatical, I would say, in some cases.
Yep. So, like I said, I just I can't I can't fathom it. I don't, I have no idea what I don't know what you're thinking. Other than you're really tuned up about the trans people, and you're really stoked on Israel, and so you're just merging the two in your head.
Well, isn't that where a lot of the sort of hormone blockers come from? To have a pharmaceutical in Israel.
So you think that the liberal agenda is a plan to sell hormone blockers?
Oh no! If you look at the bigger picture, the overarching picture of socialism, that sort of, and feminism, by the way, comes into that too. I ought to start saying communism / socialism / feminism because it's all the fucking same.
So you've constructed this giant tinker toy of a conspiracy with the National Health Service and American welfare and women voting and
voting.
I mean, of course, right? You heard that these ultra religious guys treat women like dirt. And there you go, right there. You should get the curls and the funny hat. I don't think you're. I'm not sure you should really identify as Christian.
Well,
some rabbis actually say that if a woman touches them, they're polluted.
I'm Christian
actually.
light, is what I am. I'm Christian in name
very,
only.
very light.
Yeah, I'm Christian in name only, to be honest.
Would you call yourself a very patriotic socialist, Andy?
No, not at all.
Oh, no, okay.
But
I think people realize what I'm asking, but
it seems very clear to me though that, I mean, look, I love women. I want more options for them. That's great. But the problem is this whole feminism has been. It's a sort of Trojan horse, in my opinion. It's
we made it. We made it, Andy. The Jews made feminism, so we can fight you.
It's been painted as this great, to bring equality to the sexes and all this stuff. But in reality, and when you really peel back the onion, it is very anti-woman, in my opinion, and more importantly, motherhood.
That could be.
Do you know why? Do you know why, Andy? Because we want to diminish the white population by making women not mothers.
Convince people to kill their own kids. I mean, this is eugenicist wet
But you kind of deserve it because you're like colonizers and repugnant people that commit holocausts, right?
If people are so weak-minded as not to push these ideas back.
Andy,
I agree.
This is made up in your head. What you're doing is you're focused.
That's gaslighting, Omnivore. That's gaslighting.
Let me finish for a second. You are focused on the most batshit thing anybody says, and then you're saying, okay, that batshit thing is their real goal that I heard. I heard this woman on TV talking about, no longer breeding, and then you're saying, okay, everybody else but me, everybody on any other side than mine, secretly believes that batshit thing. But they're saying more reasonable things like we should, be able to have health care that people can afford. Like that's not what they really think. They really think we need communism, and they're not saying women should have the option to work outside the home or women should have the option to vote. What they really think is, women should be able to counter their husband's vote to suppress the men's. Yeah,
exactly.
That's what you're doing is you're putting those thoughts into other people's heads and assuming that is what they really mean despite the fact that 99% of them are saying stuff that ain't batshit crazy.
So, in conclusion,
I guess
Andy,
that's
you are absolutely correct, and it's because you deserve it. Sorry, Eggs. Please go.
No, he's right.
I just
Yeah,
don't- I just
you're
don't
right.
get the
Sorry, Craig.
connection. Like, what? How would you go about convincing anybody? Like, let's say you are this nefarious cartel. How do you go about convincing them people to be trans? Like, I just don't get how that thought comes from some malicious outsider. As much
You
as
make a bunch of AI sloth TikTok videos.
Wait, Eggs. Wait a minute. How do you convince people? How do you convince women that they should kill their own kids and they should focus on a career instead? Like it's more important. Like it's more important. Imagine that.
We've wanted
let's
to be
do
able
the
to
kill your own
terminate
kids.
problematic.
Let's do the kill your own kids. So show me the messaging to kill your own kids.
It's in the Bible. The ordeal of the bitter
It's
water is in the
joking.
Bible. We've been practicing methods for terminating unwanted pregnancies since before there's been societies. You have to. You can't have one couple walk over ground with two babes in arms. You cannot migrate with two babies per two adults. It's just not feasible. So you will have to practice either complete abstinence or some other method, but it's described in the Bible. We've been terminating unwanted pregnancies for fucking ever. So how is it that we've been doing it since before feminism was a thing, but suddenly now it's feminism's choice to do it, and it's thanks to the Jews?
Well, I mean,
in your Bible, instructions on how to do an abortion are in your Bible. The ordeal of the bitter water is if a husband thinks that his wife's been cheating on him, but he doesn't want to stone her to death, as is the law at the time, he can make her drink some unpleasant substances that will cause her to spontaneously terminate the baby she's carrying, and then she's made clean again and can go back into his house. Is clearly giving you instructions on how to terminate, and not a problematic one, not a one that's going to kill the mum or anything like that, just a baby you don't want inside her. You can force her to drink stuff to do it. So I don't know what makes you think this is just a new thing we suddenly started doing in 2025.
I mean, I'm not coming from a biblical, even though I do like the Bible a lot. And I do question people when they lift a sentence out of context. And I think that's, they just say the whole thing's rotten just because of this one sentence. And it's completely out of context usually. But
that was not the argument, Andy. The argument was that even the Bible says things like that. Abortion.
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I wouldn't know. I'm not a chapter and verse
put it
guy.
in the
I don't know
chat.
too much about the Bible, to be honest. That's why I often talk to the Bible people, because I want them to teach me about it.
Then maybe you should read up about it and see what the
I
context
should.
is.
I absolutely should.
Yes.
But
Instead of saying
I
no,
think
you don't believe it.
What makes you think that
don't believe
comes
what?
from
What are you on
without?
about? Don't believe it. What are you talking about? Don't believe it.
It's funny
Don't
because
believe it. I said maybe it's there, maybe it isn't. I don't know.
the cognitive dissonance is the weird thing here, Andy, because your entire Bible is littered, including the New Testament, is littered by ethics and morals by Jews. Jesus was a Jew, Saint Peter was a Jew, all of these people were Jews, the Old Testament people were Jews. This is all Jewish morality, and somehow you think that Jews are propagating some sort of degeneracy, which the Bible condemns. It's just insane cognitive dissonance.
Well, what if they weren't
aspects.
Jews? What if they just
But they were
converted?
But they were. Jesus was
Were they?
christened in Jordan as a Jew.
No. What I mean is, what if they weren't the tribe of Yehuda? That would be a different thing.
Yes, he was. Jesus literally is, according to the Bible,
No.
the tribe of
I mean,
Judah.
I'm talking about the modern.
From the
modern
from the
Who are they?
genealogy of King David. Jesus was from King David.
So Netanyahu can trace his lineage back to King David. Is that what you're telling me?
Why would that matter?
Because if you have a bunch of people who are doing a lot of nefarious things and calling themselves, heck, it even says in the Bible, doesn't it?
Oh,
Watch
so you
out
think
for these
these are
certain
not
people
the
that call
real
themselves
Jews? That's what you're
but
saying.
aren't.
If he could trace the line back to David, he might know the secret chord.
No, but I mean,
Well, no,
doesn't
hold
it
on.
even say that we
Sure,
should be wary about
there
these
are
people that
multiple
call themselves Jews that aren't?
the multiple people like Mizrahim and Sephardim and Samaritans in the Middle East, in the province of Judea, which is now called Palestine, can probably trace their lineage back to the times of King David. Like maybe not directly to King David, but to the times of King David for sure. So what would that prove? That they're the original Jews? They hold the same beliefs, right? They hold. If you say that the Ashkenazis are some sort of fake Jews, but the Mizrahim, Sephardim, and the Samaritans are the real Jews, like Noahides or whatever, right? You're still losing on this argument because all of these people have these beliefs. Anyways, they believe
I'm
in
not trying
Jewish
to win
morality.
anything, Zoidberg. I'm not trying to win anything, but I
I mean,
am
I'm not
thinking
trying
of
to win anything, but
converting.
you're
I'm
presenting
going
it
to
as
become
like
a
a.
Jew. I'm going to convert.
I mean, good luck to
Especially
you.
if I want to
You're
do
just
some
going to
nefarious
switch
shit.
from one repugnant ideology to another repugnant ideology. So good luck to you.
No. But you don't understand. If I want to do something terrible, I think I should become Jewish, and then I'd have the liability shield to do it.
Sure, yeah. Do it. Do it.
Wait. Does wanting to kick people out of your country, forcibly relocate them a genocide? Basically, does that count as terrible?
Yeah. What's happening to the Palestinians is terrible.
Done it already.
No, but like, you know what's going to happen? He has kicked the Jews out of his country. Now he becomes a Jew and he kicks Palestinians out of their country. So he's just switching one repugnant ideology for another. That's always happening. You're still a bad person.
I'm glad we narrowed it down to what Jews are. It's an ideology.
I mean, I would say the Christians are the same thing. The English are the same thing, more or less. Because you have the same repugnant, like, Abrahamic morality.
Well, but wasn't it Marxism and feminism? I mean, we've narrowed it down to everything I don't like.
Well, no, I think you misunderstand me because, again, I like women very much, and I think motherhood should be
If
celebrated.
you have to say this twice, then you don't like women that much, to be honest.
They've been sold this bill of goods, which is, again, a Trojan horse, which it's like a foot in the door because it's, it challenges traditional gender roles, and now all of a sudden, of course, gender's a spectrum. So it's the perfect
It's always
foot in
been
the
a
door
spectrum.
for this sort of ideology. You can literally paint a picture from connect the dots. It's very simple.
Yes, you can. Yes.
And by the way, the origins of feminism were occult people who hated Christianity. They absolutely hated Christianity, and they found that one of the pillars of the patriarchy, the thing that props it up, one of the main pillars, was Christianity.
I want to
That's why
get
they
in
had to get rid of it.
I mean, I think it's quite deserving given
I want to get in after this. So when you do that connect the dot things that you're doing, you are literally painting a picture of your confirmation bias.
No,
it is 100% not a reasoned, evidence, fact-based deduction. It is, I see these things that make me feel a certain way that tweak whatever, whatever emotional landmines are in my psyche. And then I draw this picture. I draw this complicated picture where I've got Marxism, and then I've got, multiculturalism, and I'll draw an arrow over to DEI, and yeah, exactly. And then you just create this picture that it's not really exist. It's just random dots. And
to me, all intelligibility comes from the one source.
Well,
so my discernment is connected to that. Now, can I make mistakes sometimes? Sure, but wouldn't you say that all truth comes from the one source, which is God?
So, being Christian, I don't have a problem with saying that, but anyone who tells me that they have the absolute hotline, they've got God on speed dial.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, yeah, but yes, you are.
No, I didn't. Definitely. Dude, I'm not. I'm limited. I'm just a person. So
okay,
I ain't got the absolute truth of anything.
Somebody, yeah, okay. So let me explain to you what the problem is with what you're doing. your level of certainty. So there, usually in these conversations, and I'm going to use flat Earth as an umbrella, but it's not.
Yeah, I'm not a flat earther, so
I understand that. I'm just using it as an umbrella for trutherism or whatever. I don't know what to call it, but the conversations that we typically have on this server, people claim levels of certainty. I know this to be true. I don't believe that. I know it. You've heard that before, maybe. I mean, if you're new to this, you maybe.
Yeah, I'm certain that there's a God of some kind.
Okay.
And
All
all
right.
truth, all intelligibility, all morality comes from that source.
Okay, got it. Yes. So when they say, I know this to be true, all right, they are talking about things that in many cases they're wrong about. So the fact that you think that all intelligibility comes from God, I don't have a problem with that. But I definitely have issues with people who start with that conclusion and then decide that the book of Enoch definitely belongs in the Bible, even though it contradicts a bunch of other things in the Bible and isn't canon. They just are like, well, I've come up with my theory of this, and I have zero doubt in my head that I'm wrong about all these conclusions that they've drawn. So, yeah, I'm not, I think
well,
that,
I just get more and more and more information, and that sort of adds to the picture. But you're saying no, that's your confirmation bias. You're just
Yes.
seeing a thing, but everybody's
Yes.
guilty of that to some extent, right?
Yes, everybody is guilty of confirmation bias. But when you say that, it is then incumbent on you to try to figure out that doesn't excuse you from having confirmation bias. It means you have to try to identify and isolate your confirmation bias so that you can make better better decisions.
Yeah, that's where discernment comes in. But I'd also
Well,
advocate
everybody
for
thinks they have expert discernment. Everybody thinks
well, I think you're going to struggle with discernment if you don't believe in God. I think that's going to be an issue personally, because a lot of rhetoric I hear from these people is that there is no ultimate truth, which is a silly statement, really. Because
but
all I need to ask them is that true?
Is that what you hear, or?
But you
That's
didn't
what
go
people
to,
say.
You didn't go to church this Sunday.
I don't think you hear that, Andy. I think you hear
I've
people
heard
say-
it. I've heard it many
I
times.
think you hear people say there might not be truth. Otherwise, you've got somebody who's a fallibilist who is unaware of the fallibility of saying the world is like fallibilism.
Oh, I'm a fallibilist.
Yeah, but how do you put it? Do you say, how did you
I
put
just
it,
say
Andy?
I don't. I just say I don't know. Oh, how did? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I say I don't know too. And you go, do you know that you don't know? You go, no, I also don't know that. I'm not sure that I don't know. Nobody says it the way you said it, Andy. That's always the straw man against fallibilism.
To me, we're just sort of the receivers, and God is the signal. That's the way I see it.
But there may
simple.
it be the case? Could it be the case that absolute truth? It could be impossible for a human mind to hold within it. It may be impossible for a human mind to hold within it a single true thing. Do you concede that might be true? That everything a human thinks might be in some way just a little bit wrong. All of the things. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's possible, and it's happening. I'm witnessing it. Everyone I seem to interact with, unfortunately, they've been convinced of certain things. Like, for instance, something I know to be true is that there's a spiritual aspect to human nature. In fact, I'd say that's our true nature is spirit, right? Is one of spirit. But that you talk to most people now, there's no fucking idea what you're talking about. They're like, what? They're just materialists.
If you can see that other people will have a flawed worldview and are not able to see that, then what is necessary is that you recognize that you may have a flawed worldview and are unable to see that.
Yeah,
So the idea, the core of intelligibility being God, might be wrong if it can't be true if it's possible that everything you think is wrong.
Well, so I mean, I guess that's a possible stance to take. So the whole thing about the core of intelligibility being God is everything makes sense. There, and I say that's because, or I can have a train of thought. I have, the past, the present, the future, the laws of logic, and I attribute that to a ordered mind that created everything. That's not falsifiable, and I don't think it's an unreasonable belief. I think that it's reasonable and, in my opinion, true, but it's not. I don't have a way to convince people who don't believe that of that. Just shouting at them, what's your basis for intelligibility? How do you ground all truth? Is not a convincing, line of dialogue. It doesn't make people. It typically doesn't make people revise their opinion of things. My problem is that if you start with that and then you try to scaffold onto it all of the rest of the things that you'd like to be true, it's pretty hard to figure out where, that basic concept ends. Like, that basic concept doesn't even get you to the Christian God. That's like much later down the discussion. So just believing that and using that as the basis for your spirituality could make you a pantheist. It could make you a Buddhist. It could, it doesn't automatically get you to Christian. And I think that's, but acting like it does, I think is kind of one of the problems with the tag.
I just don't get how it's given it's so circular, how it's a meaningful statement, even if it's true, which is I only have intelligibility because God made everything, and I can tell that because God made everything, and that's how I have the intelligibility to tell that. Like, it's this tiny, tight little circle that, even if it's true, it's like saying that's a car because it's a car. It seems.
Well, so it could be a tautology, right? One of the questions that the fine-tuning argument, which is probably the most convincing argument for God, which is my favorite, is if, the fine-tuning argument, if our constants were a little bit different, life as we know it couldn't exist in the universe. Maybe matter as we know it couldn't exist in the universe, et cetera, et cetera. So, either we got super lucky, or there's an infinite number of universes and ours just happens to be one of the ones that supports life, or, the laws of nature are designed by some designing hand to support life. I mean, it could be any of those, right? It could be that's just how it is.
Yeah, it could just be this is how it is. We have, in that, we are presuming the existence of things like the strong and weak nuclear force. We're presuming because we can quantify them as a number, that other possible versions might exist that have a different number.
Yes, exactly.
Just because we can quantify something.
Yeah, that's correct.
Any more than just because we can name it, that means something,
I was thinking of a retort to that, and I came with the following thing. Imagine, like, we humans have our forces, strong, weak, electromagnetic, and gravity, with certain values. Let's say all of them have value of 1, right? And that makes it perfect for us humans. Now there's another universe where all the values of the forces are, let's say, strong is 1.5, weak is 0.5, electromagnetism is 0.1, and gravity is 1.9, right? And that universe houses another living creature called the Gingiblacter, sentient living creatures. They have science and everything, and religion, and they also think, they also make the fine-tuning argument, right? And to me, if that is the case, that seems incoherent for both of them to claim a creator of the universe has fine-tuned the universe for them, says there can be only one creator, yet two species have fine-tuned universes, right? Where their life is sustained. It just doesn't make sense.
Well,
Fine-tuning is weak because
I think you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding the argument. You could have the scenario that you just proposed would still be viable. The fine-tuning argument doesn't mean that everything in the universe has to be exactly the same as on Earth. It's just it has to do with causality and contingency. Like the law of causality states, like everything that was caused to exist, right, has a reason for its well, hold on, has a reason for it's all connected, it's all contingent. It has a reason for its existence, right? So everything that exists right now, right, was created. Hold on. I'm connected, dude. Wait a second, bro. Wait, I get it. It's different. I understand. I'm trying to make a connection here. Everything that exists was created with intent, right? Intent shows intelligence. And when you evaluate all of existence, whether it's on some other theoretical planet, whatever, right? The fact that it exists, and it exists in such a way that it shows intelligent design, right? And fine-tuning. Now, you could have fine-tuning elsewhere in the universe. That wouldn't negate the argument. Go ahead.
I wasn't doing that line. I was doing the opposite. I was saying is there's only one creator, right? That's the claim. There's only one creator. And let's say there are multiple universes. In one universe, our universe, the values for strong and weak and gravity and electromagnetism are 1, 1, 1, 1. In the other universe is 1.5, 0.5, 0.1, and 1.9. The values of those forces, right? Let's say we can quantify them like that for the sake of this. And both of these universes, ours and the other one, holds sentient species: humans, Homo sapiens sapiens, and then Gingiblactor is the other alien species, right, in the other universe, who are sentient, have science and religion, right? And they both proclaim that the creator made the universe, right, made their universe fine-tuned to support life, which would be absurd. That would be an absurd premise because we know that...
No. Wait. Why would that be absurd?
Because, in essence, if the creator made life for humans, made the universe perfect for humans, then it will make no sense to make another universe that's perfect for the Gingiblactors.
No.
Right?
I'll explain to you. False dichotomy.
If he only makes it fine-tuned for humans, why create another where it fine-tunes it for Gingiblactors, right?
It's simple. Look at the world that we live in right now. You have things that exist in geothermal vents, extremophiles. You have things that exist at the bottom of the ocean where the pressures are so immense that would not be viable for any other life form besides those specific life forms. You could create things and fine-tune them in such a way where you could have both scenarios play out within the same system, right? Even if you had theoretical other universes with different universal laws, that doesn't negate the fine-tuning argument. Because within the fine-tuning argument, that's where you get irreducible complexity, right? Where the core of the organism is irreducibly complex. And the way that it was incorporated, the way that it was created in such a way that the only explanation is a divine architect.
Yeah, but the problem is that we claim that God only made things for us, when apparently God can make things for, well, at least within my hypothetical, for other sentient species who also recognize them, which creates this problem, right? How is it possible?
Both problems are arguments from ignorance. So saying, I don't know how the laws of these finely tuned cosmic constants got that way, therefore God, is the same as saying I don't know what preceded it, or it's the same as all of these arguments are just essentially arguments from ignorance.
Yeah, ascribing meaning to the constant values and saying that it's fine-tuned is incoherent, right? Because we can imagine another world where the values would be different, and yet it can still support another alien sentient life with religion and science and sentience.
I don't know that we can do that. So let me explain something. So you're aware. So we are carbon-based life forms.
Mm-hmm.
And it has been hypothesized that there could be silicon-based life forms because silicon has a similar capability to form long-chain molecules, which is, one of the requirements for life as we understand it. You have to be able to create these complex structures chemically. And the problem with silicon aliens is that silicon only can form those chains at incredibly low temperatures, and they're much simpler and shorter than the carbon chains. So, we don't really think that we could get a complex alien ecology based on silicon, even though it kind of has some of the same capabilities, and in science fiction has been hypothesized that way. So that is a way of saying, we think that silicon-based life in our universe is not feasible. In a universe without matter, as we understand, sizing is, these things are energy beings, or they exist purely on a spiritual plane, or they're all astral entities, or something else. But that's not the idea that you create a universe where there's perhaps no matter, and then hypothesize that it must have life in it. Therefore, the argument is invalid. I don't think that follows.
I think you misunderstood me, Omni. Like I was saying is, we have our universe where we Homo sapiens sapiens live, and we claim, as far as we know, that let's presume God, right? As far as we know, God created it and fine-tuned it for us so we can live in it. Now, same God, this is still hypothetical, goes on and creates another universe under his cap, right? Because he's the master of all.
Yeah, I got
and in that universe, it's still. And those sentient beings also proclaim, "Oh, God created the one and single universe which is fine-tuned for us to live in," right?
That's
So
not a
in
problem.
that situation, let me finish line. I just maybe I'm repeating myself. I apologize, but in that situation, it seems like incoherent to prescribe intent to the values of these like universal constants, right? In our universe and in theirs, to prescribe like some sort of intent or some sort of like.
I'm not sure.
Zoidberg,
I think the fine-tuning argument is life couldn't exist if these constants were any different. Matter might not exist. The planets might not have formed if these numbers weren't right. So I think, using your example, you would have to. I think to make it work, you have to say, is it impossible that an all-powerful creator could make life in a universe in which the strong or weak nuclear force, or whatever these numbers are, were slightly different? Is that beyond the abilities of?
Yeah, obviously it's God. So I don't necessarily have to state this. It's embedded in the statement of God, right? God can create matter and sustain it, and like planets and worlds can be formed. Sorry, go.
No, I gotta go. I literally gotta go in like 2 minutes. But I just want to say that
go.
even if I granted you, right, this hypothetical possibility, right, you're still appealing to possibilities, right? And not only that, it's not a problem, dude, right? Because what you gotta understand, within the fine-tuning argument, there are examples, right? Like irreducible complexity. I want you to understand what irreducible complexity is, because it states, right, that the organism was created with intent, with intelligence, right? Not through random mutations or random, given enough time. And that alone, right, wouldn't be a problem with your proposition. The fact that there's other life out there with other laws, right, with other types of tuning, that doesn't negate the premise of my argument.
But why does it show intent? That's begging the question to me. Like, it's presuming it's the same thing I was saying. Like, why?
Negative. I'll explain to you. You think it's circular reasoning. You think it's a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah. You're saying it's
not.
It's got intent. How can I tell? Because it must have intent.
In propositional logic, you're it's not propositional fallacy. It's not begging the question.
You're breaking up.
Reasoning. The reason it's not is because you have multiple. Damn it!
I just wish you would stop using the irreducible.
Set my job.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Irreducible
just wish
complexity
you
is another
stop
argument.
using the irreducible complexity argument because that has been debunked.
Yeah, and it's an argument from ignorance. It's saying I cannot figure how a less functional organism could work. So this bit of complexity here, this eyeball or this flagella motor or whatever it is, cannot be any simpler than this and still work.
Yeah.
In my
I think
conception,
that you know that
all
Right.
these
So,
arguments
well,
for
well,
ignorance
hold on.
every
Well,
single time.
well, hold
the
on,
curved
dude.
stone bridge is a good
We're dealing.
example of that, isn't it?
So when it comes, hold on, dude. Can you still hear me? Because I gotta
Yeah.
go. Literally, I
Yes,
gotta go.
yes,
Give me
yes.
bear-
We can hear you.
So when it comes to the creation of the universe or the creation of the world, right? We're dealing with reason and rationale, and you know, for thousands of years they've contrasted, juxtaposed logic with reason and rationale, right? So when it comes to the creation of everything, you get to a point where you're gonna have to start using reason and rationale, where you won't be able to scientifically verify these things. Like Omni was saying, some of these things are you can't falsify it and you can't verify it. You weren't there to observe it going down. Now you can try to recreate these scenarios in the lab with some type of
then what you should
primordial
do,
soup and
you
try to get the
should
shit to go. But hold on. So what we do have though, we have reason on our side, right? So when we observe nature, you can use both inductive reasoning and deductive reasoning based off of theological justification. You have multiple lines of evidence to support, right? The existence of a creator, right? Like when you look at biology,
I don't
when
think
you
you
look
are
at
using inductive reasoning though, because
No.
inductive
Yeah.
reasoning would say I'm aware of the issues with using an argument from ignorance, though inductively they're kind of okay. But what I should be looking for when I inductively use an argument for ignorance is what is the claimed answer to this? Does that answer work? You can't say I'm ignorant of there being an answer for irreducible complexity when out there exists an answer to that, right? Because the whole point of inductive reasoning is you use these quick, dirty heuristics that might work, but not flawlessly. So you go bang, 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 and use a bunch of them, and simple ones where you go like, if this has no answer, if I'm using an argument from ignorance, like you know, what might be a more reasonable one to use? Like, I can see no other reason why that person would lie. That's a really good time we would use an argument from ignorance, right? We found a person's lied about something, and we go, I can see no other reason for them to lie about where they were yesterday, let's say, unless they were bludgeoning work. And it's a pretty good heuristic,
But
unless
you're not listening.
we have an
Hold on.
available answer from them, which is like, here's why I lied about that. And then
No. Listen.
change our
I'll
conclusion. You're using a known
I'll-
answer, which is we do have reduced complexity, but you go, I still can't believe that answer that I do have.
Right. So I can grant you that it's not as reliable, right, as let's say experimentation, right? Because you can't experiment on the past. You could try to replicate scenarios that might have occurred in the past, right? And that's what you guys do with self-assembling RNA. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that it's basically using the process of elimination, right? And trying to figure out what's the most rational, reasonable scenario here. That, you know, you can either use the infinite regression fallacy to some type of quantum fluctuation at the beginning of time, right? And then where do you go from there, right? Where do you go from there? You really don't know where to go from there. Or, right, you have this idea that we get the tag argument, right? Or the precept argument, is that you have a source, right? It doesn't infinite really regress, but you have a source, right? And from that source, what we call God, is where you get all wisdom, all logic, all intelligibility, and all of creation.
We know, but you've only presented two options, and both are dumb. But because you've chosen the atheist option as having to invoke logical flaws, your one has the same problem, right? Your one has the same. If you're saying a infinite regression is fallacious, yours has a regression that starts before time. So you've got the same regression there, and I don't, right? You had to make that one up. But most atheists, if they're worth much, will say, I don't know what happened at the start. I've heard some answers about the Big Bang, and we don't know much beyond that. But most will concede that that could be wrong, or the dates could be off. Not many go, oh, I definitely believe in this infinite regression I've been told about, right?
No.
And here's the other problem with the logic. The
That's
logic
not what
you're
I'm
saying
saying,
is it's
dude.
fine if
Oh,
we're
man.
using logic, but the logic you're using every time is an argument from ignorance, right?
It's not.
that
It's
you're, like,
not. It's not
switching
about
these
giving up
heuristics and
and
trying
saying
to
I
lie.
don't
You're
know.
always using
Hold
lie.
on, dude. No. Because if you're gonna partake in the argument, right? You either promote the idea that you don't need a God or you need a God, right? You could always back out and be like, well, I don't know, right? Appeal to ignorance or appeal
We
to
don't need
an
a God,
argument
but
from
that doesn't
ignorance,
mean
right?
we don't need a God, but that doesn't mean I can explain to you how the universe started. I think anybody who claims that God started it in 7 days on a particular time for a particular patch of Jews on a blood-soaked patch of earth, I just think that sounds preposterous. It just sounds so desperately improbable that I will not contend it. But I'm not going to engage in the same game and start telling you I know who did start the universe. That's what I'm saying is the stupidity. I'm saying thinking you know the age of the universe because of a dusty manuscript written by people who didn't know Australia existed is probably not a good way of figuring out things about the world.
That's not. None of this is relevant, dude. We're talking about whether intelligent, whether everything was created with intelligent design or not, dude. That's the argument, bro. All this other stuff is logically irrelevant. We're not talking about the age. We're not talking
why
about
don't you consider
what
the
God.
thing
We're
of
just
we
simply
don't
stating
know
that
what
there was an
yeah.
intelligent architect that created all things. That instead of infinitely regressing into some type of quantum fluctuation, we go back to a source of all creation, and that source is intelligent. It's either that or everything was created randomly without intent.
How do you know
that's
it's
the argument?
Wouldn't the
added
answer
this
be, but hang on a
criteria to
minute.
it. Why couldn't it just be a
But I'd
force? Why couldn't it just be devoid
Yeah,
of intent?
using, as you said, logic and reason, what we should say is we don't know what happened prior to the Big Bang. Instead of trying to force in some sort of answer. That's a problem with humanity, that we always want answers. If we can't explain it, we very often put in some sort of magic to give us the explanation.
Stefan,
I feel this is more or less the same. Because
okay,
you
but
start with the presupposition.
anybody
You
can say
start,
I don't know.
Could I finish for a change? You start with the presupposition that God exists, and then you try to force everything to fit the narrative. That's how it sounds to me all the time.
Yeah, but you have to understand the arguments that are being made here, right? Either way, you're gonna end up committing a fallacy. That's what I'm saying. So out of what you got to do is try to commit the least amount of fallacies possible, and then see which one's the most reasonable scenario. Because the other option is infinite regression, right? You're presupposing infinite regression, or you're presupposing the source of all creation.
Where am I doing that with either?
I'm saying the atheists.
My assertion is I do not do that, and I am an atheist. So you must show me that I do that, or you have made a straw man. Again, after I told you that I don't hold that view. You've
that's the thing.
A straw man I've already rejected.
No, because you guys are saying, well, we don't know, right? Yeah. It's impossible to know. You appear to ignorance, or might make an argument from ignorance. That's fine. But when I go to argue for the existence of a God, you guys argue for the non-existence of a God. You don't need a God for all of reality to exist. You don't go, I don't know. You don't go, oh, I don't really know. No, you say we don't need a God. God is not needed. These things could happen naturally through naturalistic explanation. That's what you guys do. So you, whether you realize it or not, you still are providing an argument to the contrary.
Natural things, yeah, it's possible they happen through natural causes. And this is the crucial bit: outside of my current corpus of knowledge, there might be natural processes that led to the Earth as we know it, without an intelligent designer, pre-existing intelligence itself. It might be that they came about through some way that isn't described in a dusty manuscript.
Right.
It might
so
be
that's the whole point, guys.
To describe to you right now, and it could be true.
You don't need a manuscript either, right?
Manuscripts. You're not listening. Focus on the argument.
No, I am, and the fact that you just conceded that you are arguing for naturalistic explanation for existence is why so then you go. What you do is you start comparing the worldviews, right? Which one's the most reasonable, regardless of the manuscripts, regardless of the books. All we're talking about is a divine architect. When you start to do that, you start to realize how absurd it is to claim that everything that we see right now in nature all came about through accident, without intent, without intelligence. It would be impossible for it to have come out with, and that's why it starts to reason. Starts to use reason. Would this actually come about accidentally, dude? Through probabilistic means alone.
Yes, it looks like it does, doesn't it? It
Well,
seems like life gets
no, it
more
doesn't.
complex.
It doesn't at all.
The deeper you dig, the simpler the organisms get. True or false?
No,
I gotta go.
false.
Sorry.
Completely false, dude. What are you talking about, dude? Bacteria
Wow.
are
Okay,
like
you really don't understand the
bacteria are
fossil record.
manipulating geometric, crystalline, like jello-like forms of water that we can't even understand. That literally
You dig, the simpler they
change
get.
geometry based on like electrical like currents passing through it. We don't understand water at all, dude.
Water. I'm not talking about water. I'm saying the deeper in
Everything
sediment
smaller is
layers
more
that you
complex
dig.
and more energetic.
Sorry, I don't mean in the ocean. I mean the deeper you dig, i.e., the older the specimens you dig up, the simpler they get. That is just
Says
that is a
who?
fact that
That's
w-
cherry-picked garbage that they
anybody
present
who's
to you.
arguing against evolution needs to know that that is true and have a ready
That's
argument
garbage,
against
bro.
it. Just claiming it's not true is really going to hinder your argument. It is
That's definitely not
absolutely correct.
confirmation bias, right?
It's just true. Like, just listen to the apologists for religion on it, and they concede that this is a point and have answers to it. To just say it's not true that the deeper you dig, the simpler the organisms get is just to be totally unaware of very, very basic facts about evolution, the theory of evolution, the grounding for it.
But it's all
And you find it.
dead, right? So we agree it's not alive, so you wouldn't know its true
Stuff that
state.
looks like it probably was alive, and the deeper down you find them, the simpler they are, and they change form slowly.
Yeah.
Like if you're
So
unaware
dead
of
bodies
them,
of humans don't look as complex as live ones. So what kind of science is
they
this?
do. They look about the same. The processes aren't working anymore, but you can see what things.
They're comparing bones with me, dude. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean? You can't tell how somebody died if you dig them up. You can't tell how tall they
That's not
were,
what
or
we're talking about.
guess about what they ate, or tell who might be related from one to the other based on their body shape. I think you would.
I'm talking about simplicity. Bones are more simple than my entire live organism.
Absolutely, yeah. You miss a lot of the complexity in it if you just get a bone. But like they've got fossils of feathers.
Yeah,
They've
so
got
it's dead. It's dead
fairly
cells you guys are claiming are billions of years old or some bullshit.
sure. Like I'm not even claiming anything about them except that they're simpler the older you get, and that is the bit that needs to be addressed, right?
That's just what they tell you, though.
Is that your best?
You can't know that. They're just saying that.
They're just saying that.
It's what they
Who's the they? Who's the they digging up fossils now?
believe, so they just say it.
But who's the they? Like,
They're lying
you
to us,
realize
man.
that non-sciencey people regularly dig up
Yeah,
fossils.
what's the scientific method?
I'm not talking about the scientific method. You're just changing the topic.
Are they
now.
comparing
You're
any?
aware that ordinary humans dig up fossils, yes or no? Nothing stops you digging up fossils. You can become a fossil prospector tomorrow. Many people do it as a job and sell them to scientists, is my understanding. Go to places where they know they're likely to find things and go around looking for specific things to let the science community know about. Many self-styled people have done it throughout history. They bankroll it themselves with their businesses and go out hunting so they can have something named after them. It's a known thing. This isn't a they situation.
Are you talking about
It's not
fossils, dude? You're talking about little. Talking about million-year-old like cells versus like fossils. It's not.
Yeah, fossils of organisms, right? Trilobites, like those things, big beetle-shaped things.
They cherry pick the fossils they show you.
I don't know too much about that. I'd have to talk to a geologist, I think.
I mean, let's be honest. I think that
I would imagine
the
they'd be
Jews
pretty-
are like burying like fucking fake artifacts to deceive the whites from whatever, so the whites can diminish in population. Right, Andy?
I would imagine there'd be a natural stratification that happens, especially after a flood.
Sure.
Yeah.
And the deeper down you go, the simpler the organisms get. That's the only point I'm making. Right? So to presume, all I'm saying is to presume that goes back and back and back, and therefore, and we can also see with intelligence that goes down with complexity, with simplicity. To say that might suggest that we didn't have intelligence to start with, yeah, it seems like a strong evidence. So it's just a heuristic, but it's beats the idea out of there needing to be an intention, because if we didn't know that, right, we've got to remember the humans that came up with these ideas didn't know what fossils were. They didn't know that as you dug deeper through layers of sediment, they got older and older and simpler and simpler. So for them to presume that the world was created just for them.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? Like any sentient being in any alternative universe making that claim would be incoherent holistically looking at everything, right? If God is the single pivotal thing that keeps all of these universes, all of these alternative worlds like alive, right? It's impossible for those alternative worlds then to claim that we are the only ones, we're made in the image of God and everything is designed for us. It will be incoherent. What's the point of the fine-tuning argument?
The other thing I thought while you were saying it is the incoherence would be doubled in that there's nothing against having a species of aliens somewhere in our universe, right? Now, unless we're going to say it's the God of that different species, and we were created in God's image, but looking different ways. This Earth, this universe was created for one or the other of us, and this other alien species just happened to be hanging out in our universe, right? So either we weren't, like, the universe wasn't created perfectly for us because it other people managed to cram in here as well. You know, there are.
Yeah, that's true. But that's that's more of a. I mean, the argument is sound. I just feel like if we talk about the alternative worldviews, that points the incoherency of thinking that fine tuning is something special. It's just a circumstantial thing. There's no intent behind it, and the only reason why it exists is because of these laws having these numerical values or whatever values we want to put for them. Right? In another universe where these values can be different and can still exist, it will be incoherent to claim that this God is fine-tuning the universe for human beings when he can also create life in another universe with different values of those fundamental forces, right? Fundamental pillars of the universe. It's just you will not see that we're special.
Yeah, to me, the core of it is it presumes the necessary existence of a counterfactual. So it presumes the existence of a universe or the numbers being able to be different without any evidence for that being true, because that would already necessitate a different universe existing. So it's saying, because upon the non-existence of a incoherent universe, I will therefore presume God made it coherent by getting the numbers right. And it seems.
Because that makes sense, though, doesn't it?
No, it makes the opposite of sense.
What doesn't make sense is it just happenstance. It just come out of chance. That's the stupidest thing.
Why would that worry you if it's happenstance? Why would that worry you if it's? But Andy, you can create meaning in your life even if it's just coincidence.
Well, yeah, meaning. I mean, purpose. Sure, we can talk about the theological.
Even if it's happenstance, it's fine.
To say that it came just from out of chance is no, I don't mean it just.
Well, why not? You're appealing to incredulity right now.
Think about it, even if it's just one or the other, and we were just going, well, what's better for your life? Then clearly one's better than the other, isn't it?
Yeah, but you were appealing to incredulity.
What it lead to is apathy, a state of people who don't care about things, who you know what I'm saying. So even if it's just a choice of one or the other, then it's a no-brainer.
You're appealing to incredulity.
Yeah,
right
well,
now.
look at what it's going to do to your life to just think that it started from nothing.
What?
I
live my life. I have my purpose. I have my happiness. I have my sadness. All of them are tapestry of my life. Why would that? Even if it's happenstance, why would that make my life less valuable to me or less important to me or other people?
How do you feel about abortion, for instance?
Why would that be related to the origins of
then we'd
cosmology?
see life as sacred because if everything
you can see life as sacred without having these divine origins.
If people are made in the image of God, they'll be valued more. Wouldn't you agree with that? That's just
no.
You eat animals, my guy.
No, because these
animals,
gods also.
bro.
No, because these
No,
gods also
Kill the
don't value other.
babies.
No, because these gods have chosen people and they don't value people's lives equally. So not everybody's equal. So these guys are already incoherent. If you're going to talk about how human life is universally valuable, these gods think that some humans are lesser than others.
Religions don't seem to value human life. Like they seem to be the most keen, and people per person by religiosity will be more or less willing with killing. And with the exception of abortion, which religious people generally support as well, but atheists do in a slightly higher number. But in terms of willing to go to war or support the death penalty or virtually, literally any way that a human might die after it exits the womb, religious people are
by the way,
are more likely to support it. Wars are the best example.
And these gods,
the
these
conservatives
religions,
will be loving this Iran stuff at the moment. You can be guaranteed.
Yeah, that's a worry for the whole situation. I don't really know too much about it, but yeah, they seem bloodthirsty, don't they?
Yep. And so if having a creator means you value the sacredness of human life, then why do the people who think there's a creator seem more willing to end lives?
This is like the onward Christian soldier that Alan Watts always used to talk about. That's the thing we don't need. It's also the thing that I'm pretty sure Jesus never said anything about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's the problem is I think that the base text doesn't support it much, but that's what it's been used for. And the question is, if it gives you such a fundamental appreciation for human life and that every human is created in God's image, then why is it the most reliable tool for getting people to go and fight wars? Why is atheism really bad for that?
I mean, war's profitable, isn't it? That's the problem. It's like a bloody gold mine. And don't forget the fear that you talked about earlier, which I completely agreed with. I never said anything, but yeah, you were right about that. Put people in a state of fear. They seem to love to do that.
Relates a bit to terror management theory, which is this idea of when people are fearful, they'll strengthen their views. So they'll Christian or atheist, if their worldview is challenged, they view it as a mortal threat, and if they feel they're experiencing a mortal threat, they will strengthen their views. They become like your mortality and your beliefs become entwined.
Yeah, they've been pushing for that Iran war for a long time, haven't they? Especially Netanyahu. What was that general's name? General Gregory Clark or something like that? Can't remember his name. But that guy famously on stage saying, "Why are we going to attack these 7 countries in 5 years?" Oh dear.
Well, to bring them freedom.
Yeah, to bring them sodomy.
They don't understand freedom yet. We need to bomb them.
No, that's ridiculous. That's not. Nobody bombing Iran for freedom is a best thing.
Zoid, you know that's just a joke, right? You're not supposed to respond to
with so many junkies that actually think that the United States is
With
doing a regime
junkies.
change. No,
First
I'm
of all,
just
yes,
saying,
they
back to
are.
you. Can I finish?